1, 2, 3. Sí, sí. Era Oscar. Welcome everybody. This is the Corona Open in Mexico. We have clean, beautiful conditions, bigger waves.
Surfers in the water, we got 5 minutes to start. Please making your way.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. On a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change.
Welcome, surf fans, to day 3 of the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. This is going to be another stellar day of competition. You're watching the warm-up sessions from this morning. Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons going back-to-back. Waves are looking outstanding. Chris Cote here with Callaghan. We were blown out of our seats right at dawn when we saw Jack Robinson blasting the alley-oop, but the wave of the morning so far
goes to a
you're
surfer
looking at that. I mean,
who was born in Rome.
Right here, Leonardo Fioravanti starts with a tube, goes into a searing series of 5 vicious hacks. Callie, this is exactly what we wanted to see at sunrise.
That 77 sharp eye looking so good. Leo pushing harder. He doesn't have that brace around his ankle anymore. It's just a little bit taped up, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his performance, Chris. He is surfing the best we've seen him surf here at Barra De La Cruz.
Well, when we got here, the sun was just starting to come up in this beautiful destination. Chris Cote, Callaghan, for the past 2 days, we've been greeted with a little bit of an increasing swell, plenty of consistency. Yesterday, we saw multiple numbers in the 8 and 9 point range. And today, that trend will no doubt continue, as what you saw right there. That was only a brief snippet of the incredible session that's already happened this morning.
Yeah, and usually surfers sometimes tend to save their energy before their heats. There was at least 20 of the world's best surfers out there before you could even see anything. The waves are bigger, they're better, they're more consistent. I mean, this is what we were hoping. Fingers crossed this would happen when we heard that the event was coming back after a 16-year hiatus. And what do you know? Barra de la Cruz delivered in big fashion.
So give us the, on the global perspective, where are we in the world? Where are we in this beautiful country of Mexico?
We're on the very southern end on the Pacific Ocean. We have just one state separating us from Guatemala. As you see, the beautiful drone view of a very lush Mexican jungle. It is the summer. Summer months tend to get a lot of rain, anywhere between May all the way through September. And well, as you can see from above, this is the view of one of the world-class breaks that Mexico has. Don't be fooled though. There's quite a few more around the corner. And you can see there as the drone was moving north, the river, the Simatan River, depositing all this sand into this beautiful wave.
This is one of the biggest sets we've seen of the entire week. You see this wave comes freight training around from those rocks and hugs this inside sandbar, creating a very perfect right. But as you see right there, there is some reverberation. It is it can offer some unique angles and wedges and, you know, kind of side chops coming up the wave. But from what the surfers have been saying throughout this entire week is this is a perfect contest venue. This wave is absolutely rippable.
Yeah, no one wants to come in. Everyone wants the heats to last more than 46 minutes. I think they'd be fine with an hour and a half heats. But
we would be too.
We got a chance to chat with Caroline Marks after she came in from her free surf this morning. And she said it's actually pretty big out there. There's some solid 5-footers out there, which translates to 8 to 10-foot faces.
Yeah, so we'll see if our surfers opt for any different boards under their feet. You see Carissa Moore coming through. I love to kind of see the reactions that surfers come in with from those very important early morning training sessions. A lot of times they only get about 15, 20 minutes, maybe 1 or 2 waves to warm up before they actually have to go do business. So Carissa Moore looking like she's kind of going through the mind game of decoding what the waves are like today. It's, you know, obviously the similarities are there. It's big, right, perfect point break. But what are the differences today as opposed to yesterday and day one?
Well, on day one, we had quite a bit of consistency. We had waves that were waking in between sets. Yesterday, it was more defined. It was a set of 2 to 4 waves, and then it would go flat. There were long lulls. And today, we're going to have a combination of both things.
That's right. We're going to start with the world's best women in the lineup. We've got an incredible round of 16 for you. We're going to start it off with Joanne Defay and Brisa Hennessy. This is going to be a great matchup. Joanne Defay right now enjoying the best year of her competitive career. She's right up there in the conversation for the Final Five. And the way she's been surfing throughout this entire year feels like she's going to be a lock. But there's 2 more events left, so can't get there yet. But a big result here would put her in that position, ranked number 2 on the championship tour standings. And to me, this is a wave that suits Joanne Defay's surfing to a T.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting matchup because both ladies are regular footers. They're both built in kind of similar frames. Obviously, Joanne Defay a little bit more experienced, 27 years old versus Brisa's 21-year-old. But you'd have to give the nod to Joanne, just the way she's been surfing throughout the year, the way she has kind of fit together powerful surfing and really good wave selection. She had a stellar performance at the Surf Ranch, and many surfers are comparing that wave, man-made wave, to Barra De La Cruz. So it'll be really interesting to see how Brisa Hennessy fights back, the 21-year-old from Matapalo, Costa Rica, representing Latin America as a whole.
Currently ranked 15th on the Women's Championship Tour. Brisa Hennessy, 21 years old, has become a really standout on the CT. She's got more consistent, more powerful, and you can tell that her comfort level has arrived. You know, coming on this championship tour as a rookie, your whole world can be thrown into a tailspin. She's reacted very well and is already surfing beyond her experience.
Yeah, and it's safe to say that as competitors work their way through the amateur ranks, they tend to get better every year, but once they make it onto the championship tour, their level of surfing really goes up noticeably in just 12 months. And that's what we've seen with Brisa Hennessy. Her power has always been there, but somehow she's combining really big maneuvers throughout the entire ride as we see a beautiful wave coming in on the inside.
Well, with 43:34 to go, that one's going to go unridden. That's going to give us the chance to catch up with Jessie Miley-Dyer, who's with Kaipo Guerrero.
That's right, Chris. JMD, head of competition. Fill us in on what the schedule is going to be today.
Oh, we've got a big day planned. I mean, obviously the swirl is, it's just kind of pumping. It's a bit bigger than yesterday, and, you know, it looks really good. There's a lot of energy on the beach. We're going to go in with women's round of 16 overlapping heats, followed by the men's round of 16 overlapping heats. And then we're actually going to do both women's and men's quarters as well. So really long day for us. The quarterfinals most probably won't be overlapping. So, you know, they're going to go back to that normal kind of standard format, but long day.
Give us a little bit of swell intel. What are we expecting throughout the day?
So this swell was meant to peak overnight and potentially into this morning, and so we're thinking it's going to hold, right? And it's going to drop off into tomorrow just a tiny bit. It should maybe go back to even potentially what the size was yesterday morning for tomorrow. So I'm kind of thinking, and I'm anticipating that we're going to have really good waves still throughout today, and, you know, potentially get a finish in tomorrow in some really good waves.
Awesome news. So, Chris, we're going to have 24 heats for your viewing pleasure today. Thank you for your time, Jesse. Let's get back to the action.
Gracias, Kaipo. So, same rules stand. These are 46-minute heats, 2 surfers in the lineup enjoying that top priority heat. These are overlapping heats, meaning there are 2 heats happening at once. The priority heat gets their first pick of waves, and within that heat, one of the surfers will go back and forth with priority. And here's the first wave ridden of the day so far here at the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. It's going to be France's Joanne Defay.
Just a quick cut back on the outside section. You could see how much more water, how much more power the wave has. It really changes from 3 to 4 foot. When you start getting more into the 5 to 6 foot range, you can see how Joanne Defay's board there, she was kicking out. She really had to make sure she bent her knees and controlled that bottom turn because there is a little bit more backwash with these waves, with this tide bouncing off those rocks and making that takeoff really tricky, Chris.
You see Carissa Hennessy there just waiting with priority. That means she can pick any wave she wants. Joanne Defay will not be able to hinder her selection. And shortly, Caroline Marks and Malia Manuel will join them in the lineup. So overlapping heats give us the opportunity to soak up as much of this swell as we possibly can, as many waves ridden as possible. And that just means more fun for all of us surf fans watching. And here goes Carissa Hennessy on her first wave, a nice opening series of turns. And these early heats in the morning kind of give us the opportunity to really study, do our homework as to what we'll see for the rest of the day. So right there, kind of that midpoint, a little bit of backwash there, but this is exactly what we all want to see. Lots of waves being ridden, back-to-back efforts by our surfers. Let's see what this one does on the inside. Joanne Defay, nice section to work with there. Another big snap up into the lip. So from that first set, it looked like a little bit different of a section on that inside. It wasn't dumping on the shore pound like we saw yesterday. Maybe a little bit more compacted. Is that tidal? Is that this new swell?
It's the new swell, and it's also the fact that the wave that Carissa Hennessy caught actually bent a little bit more towards the rock, so more into the bay. You can see where she took off a little bit further down than where Joanne was at, but did big turns on the outside. I really liked her read after this cutback. There was a moment here where she cut a maneuver short, that one, in order to generate speed and make it out in front. Even with cutting that maneuver short, Chris, she was not able to get out in front. You can see how that maneuver, she came up behind it, and it put her off tempo for the inside section, wasn't able to finish strong. Joanne, on the other hand, less water on that sandbank, allowing that wave to get more of a coping. Big maneuvers on the outside, never slowing down. This section was the one that Carissa had to actually cut that maneuver short on and generate speed. Joanne, on the other hand, was able to link it beautifully all the way to the inside and finish strong. So obviously a better choice of waves from Joanne Defay.
So as the judges start their day, they reset the scale from yesterday, so it's a whole fresh new start. Both surfers making their way back in the lineup after a pretty solid exchange to start. The obvious there, Joanne Defay with the better of those two waves. Our man in the front row, Strider Wasilewski, will be reporting from the water momentarily as he gets into position. It'll be interesting to hear the differences in temperature-wise, the feel of the water. Anytime there's a new swell, even slightly, it's going to have a different feel in the lineup, correct?
Absolutely. I think Barra De La Cruz not only changes with swell, but it also changes with tide. As we see Joanne Defay pretty close to the outside section, she actually opted to come in and run up the point, Chris. You can see there, she's really close to the brownish water. That brown water really pushing from left to right of your screen, a conveyor belt of current. Joanne has to paddle diagonally a little bit further south so that she could make it around that cauliflower current and position herself out the back.
Taking a look at the Red Bull athlete zone there. No spectators on the beach, but the spectators that we do have just happen to be the world's best surfers themselves. So the ultimate peanut gallery, they're not just watching for enjoyment. These surfers really do their due diligence when a new swell arrives, especially. So they're kind of in there taking mental notes. Some of them have coaches with them, some of them with friends and family. And you can bet the excitement level. You know, yesterday was all men all day long. And now the women, given their start today, will enjoy this fresh upcoming swell. Possibly the best day surf-wise of competition we've seen yet.
Absolutely, and you think of competitors as we see our surfer in white, Carissa Hennessy, lifting her hands up in the air, hoping to get an update on the situation. Many people are hanging out in that Red Bull athlete zone. Why? Because it's so hot during the day. they're taking advantage of the fact that early morning, it's rather cool. You can actually even wear pants even. So many coaches and athletes are kind of positioning themselves a little bit closer up the point, closer to the takeoff spot, closer to the wave, because it being such a long ride, Chris, we are roughly 400 meters away from where the surfers are taking off. So you can't really tell the intricacies of how often those waves come in, what sections you'd want to hit. You have to get a little bit closer, and that's why you see a lot of the competitors right now early morning almost where the takeoff spot is.
So with 46 minutes on the clock for our surfers, that is plenty of time to get involved. Joanne Defay starts off strong with a 5.83, and Carissa Hennessy, she's hanging right in there with a 4.67. Nice to start the day with a tight matchup like this. Both surfers are on the board with plenty of time to go. 35-38 for this heat 1. So when you talk about overlapping heats, so far we've seen nice, clean surfing, no major priority, guffaws, no interferences, and I like to see that. I don't mind a paddle battle every once in a while. I think the fans will agree with me there. But with priority, with these overlapping heats and 4 surfers in the water, that means that the kind of medium-sized waves, the scraps, if you will, that I would probably be looking for in a heated session out here, those are actually being utilized, some of these surfers' advantage. I think Kelly Slater, in a post-heat interview yesterday, said his best wave, his very first wave, was he was able to sneak that wave away from 3 other surfers in 4th priority and get one of the highest scores of his heat.
The wave being so long here, you really don't get a clear picture of which ones are going to start bending in. And to Kelly's credit, he was a little bit further in, and the surfers out the back, the 3 surfers that were, near those rocks, didn't really see that wave bending. But as soon as the wave made it a little bit further in where Kelly was, he was actually close enough in to see that that wave hug that sandbank. So you're absolutely right. Wave selection is key, and those medium-sized waves could provide big scores.
And with the takeoff, it's Carissa Hennessy just up and out real quick. 34 to go. Well, the official call has been made. It is on, but for me, it's not official until we get word from Strider Wasilewski in the lineup. Give us your take on this beautiful morning at Barra.
I just am in disbelief at how beautiful it is. We saw some crazy big barrels coming through out here this morning before the event started, and as I was getting ready to paddle out, I was watching the ladies catch their first 2 waves, and the wave was bending on the sandbar, the one that Joanne had, and it just had this perfect bowl just coming through, and it was the most beautiful with the sun in the background, the cracks in the lip. It was actually unbelievable to watch. So I think we're in for a huge day of competition. As you guys talked about, it's definitely a lot bigger, a lot more energy in the water. With that, with the higher tide right now, you got a lot of backwash and reverb off the cliff right now, but long period, so a lot of weights, and then it comes in hard. I paddled out dry hair, but then there's solid 8-foot waves coming in on the face. Joanne Defay, look at this nugget. She's coming around the corner. Let's see what she's got on the inside, Chris.
Bam! Strader just got a front row seat to a giant spray coming out of the back of that wave from Joanne Defay. He's looking very confident, sitting on a 5.83. This wave running nicely across that sandbar. And we'll see what the inside section is looking like as this thing is just cupping nicely down the line, giving her plenty of opportunity there. Another beautifully ridden wave from Joanne Defay, currently sitting in that world #2 spot, looking like she's gunning for a world title.
Yeah, she wants a spot in WSL Final Five. She is looking so good. And one thing that I noticed on that ride, Chris, is I feel like when Jessie Milo-Dyer said that the swell had come in yesterday evening, I think it did. I think there was about 10 hours of time for the sand to get pushed further and further in this point, and that's why we're not seeing those kind of fast waves running away from surfers on the inside, actually allowing them to do something good on the inside. Joanne, great wave selection. She's looking to back up her 5.83. I like how she takes her time, not really forcing the issue. Eyeing the section. A little bit soft there on that maneuver, just making sure that she can ride it on through clean all the way to the inside. That's a tricky thing with this wave, Chris. You don't know when you're in that inside section. You know when you should actually hit the lip hard, because you might get stuck a little bit up there, especially with this high tide, that backwash that Strider was talking about. So sometimes surfers kind of just nurse those turns on the inside so they can finish strong.
Yeah, there's no nursing here in round of 16. Every turn has to be fully engaged. You know, we talk about the kind of the cadence of these rounds. The first round is non-elimination. That's where you can kind of warm up. I mean, obviously you want to get a big result there to skip that scary second round. And the second elimination round, many surfers have called that, you know, the most difficult, maybe the most mentally taxing round, because you know if you lose there, you're out.
Are you watching these waves barrel and spit out the back?
Incredible. So would that be the proper takeoff spot for another one? What do these surfers, when they see a wave like this, well, there you go. Carissa Hennessy answering my question for me. Carissa right up into the lip. Power snap, driving down the line, setting things up. Can you imagine the view she has right now? This beautiful Barra wall speeding away right in front of her. She's perfectly in the pocket. Another big carve. Waiting for this wave to form out through to this inside section. Love what she's done so far.
Decision time right now, what to do on the inside. Kicks out.
Yeah, you could tell she was kind of building up for a big finish there, but the wave just kind of ran away from her at that very inside section. But what a takeoff. That was the most committed opening turn we've seen yet.
I almost felt like she could have maybe stalled and gotten barreled, but a smart decision from her to right away take off, do that bottom turn, and connect with the lip. That was probably the heaviest section that wave had on offer. So as a surfer taking up the back at Barra, you really have to decide as you're paddling into it, do I stall and get barreled, or do I take advantage of this big section coming at me? Big crack there for Carissa Hennessy. You can see how she's always looking down the line. You know, she's pushing hard on her surfboard, getting close to the white water, and this part of the wave was a little bit more juicy, had a little bit more vida and a little bit more life.
It looks almost like the bigger set waves. That's probably the biggest wave we've seen ridden yet. Not as critical of a section to work with down the line. Is that just because it broke further out, maybe past that sandbar a little bit?
You know, it's really hard as we see that big, beautiful bash on the outside from Carissa, the local from Matapalo, Costa Rica, feeling right at home here in Mexico. Similar weather, just as lush, at least these months of the year here in Mexico as Costa Rica. Costa Rica getting a little bit more rainfall. But you were talking about the waves. You tend to think that the bigger waves sometimes at Barra kind of go wide, but that's not always the case. We saw yesterday Kelly Slater taking off wide on some waves that actually gave him better sections than some of the smaller waves do. But in general, you could say that the smaller, medium-sized waves that hug and get close to those rocks are better. That being said, it's always more impressive to do a big maneuver on a bigger wave. So that's something that competitors most likely have really noticed throughout the course of competition. And the second thing I want to say is a big maneuver on the outside usually gets that wave, gets the score up into the excellent mark.
Yeah, that's just kind of like your opening statement in a big debate. You want to come out with some firepower, and we'll see what Carissa Hennessy gets rewarded for on that last wave. Joanne Defay, meanwhile, is doing everything right. 6.23. Pair that with her opening 5.83. She's got a pretty sizable lead for now, a 12.06 total. Carissa Hennessy would need a 7.93 to get into that top spot. So two surfers will enter. One surfer will leave victorious and move on into the next round. Second place surfer, well, they'll be packing up and either heading on home or making their way to Tahiti.
You can see her, Joanne Defay, kind of rubbing her wax with her fingernails. Sometimes the sand that you see there on her right side, the color of the water really clearly defining what has sand and what doesn't. That sand has a little bit of sediment and it makes the board a little bit slippery. So if you're hanging out the back near those rocks, you have to be really aware that that sand doesn't make the boards any more slippery.
Well, Joanne Defay right now sitting on 4 event wins, 104 heat wins. We saw yesterday Jeremy Flores cracking into the 200s with heat wins. So some records being put on the board. down here at Barra De La Cruz as part of the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. 26:35 on the clock. Score comes through for Brisa Hennessy. It's a 6-9-0. We've got a heat on our hands. That really tightened things up. Now Brisa, who's sitting in second priority, needs a 5-1-6. And it looks like she could be activating on this wave.
Good looking wave for Brisa.
One of these kind of medium insiders and up and out.
Wow, I thought that wave, just judging by the size and the way it was glassy when she was taking off, I thought it was going to do the Barra thing, the nice little hook horseshoe kind of going against the surfer. But Joanne Defay, who had priority, smart and so difficult to not take off on a perfect wave here at Barra. So that is something that we really haven't touched up on too much. You have priority, which is a nice thing. It hasn't happened in 16 years. Usually when you surf Barra, you're out the back with a bunch of people. You have to give way to the locals.
The locals have first priority.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And for these young ladies to be in the water and take off on any wave they want, to be comfortable with not going on a perfect one is so tough.
25:30 to go here in round of 16, heat 1. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action from Joanne Defay and Brisa Hennessy. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver.
The Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We are watching Barra De La Cruz wake up in a big way. A little bit of new swell in the water. The waves are slightly bigger than yesterday. Nice and consistent, highly contestable. We're already seeing solid scores across the board as it stands right now. Joanne Defay with a 6.23 and a 5.83. She's in the lead, but not by much. Brisa Hennessy with a 6.9 and 4.67. Only needs a 5.16. It looks like she's shooting for that goal right now. A couple big turns on the outside section. This one could have a good midsection for Brisa Hennessy to work with. Brisa surfing for Costa Rica, living there part-time, also living on the island of Namotu in Fiji, as well as Hawaii. Basically speaking, she's living the dream. And she's now surfing really good Barra De La Cruz with 3 other surfers in the water, and that is something that would never happen unless you're in a professional surfing contest. So you see the next heat hitting the water for these overlapping heats. That's going to be Caroline Marks and Malia Manuel. That right there is a massive matchup. Both of these surfers have been on fire throughout the first 2 days of competition.
Oh, it is huge. I mean, Caroline Marks got the chance to surf in the iconic heat yesterday and won it. So it'd be nice to have that Jerry Lopez board in your living room.
So now with these overlapping heats, a lot of those waves that we saw earlier that we were just mind surfing on, well, Caroline Marks and Malia Manuel are going to be doing actual surfing on these waves. So how it works is you have 4 surfers in the lineup. 2 of these surfers are going head to head. Once the first heat starts, they basically take precedent. They have the top priority for any waves that they want. Within that first heat, of course, there is the standard priority system. But now we can start to see surfers basically build as they start. There's really big possibility that Caroline Marks and Malia Manuel will be in position to catch set waves if Joanne and Brisa are both paddling back out or have already ridden waves. So sometimes you see the best waves ridden when you're in that secondary priority heat.
Like we saw yesterday, Ethan Ewing was in the water. He saw two surfers take off on the two waves. He didn't have priority over them, but he got the third wave of the heat, which was way, way better. And speaking of priority, Brisa Hennessy did not have it. Took off on this wave, only so much better than the previous one. It lined up beautifully through that inside section. Big jam, laying back on that midsection of the wave. Connects with the lip. This is maneuver probably number 6 or 7. So as far as picking good waves and doing a lot of turns on a wave, Brisa did just that.
Well, you know, I didn't really think about it, but Brisa Hennessy and Joanne Defay, although they're kind of on opposite sides of the rankings, they surf very similar. Say John, maybe a little bit more power, a little bit more of a kind of a rail carve, whereas Brisa, a little more snappy in the pocket. So love to see this even matchup, and I'm sure these two surfers have gone head-to-head multiple times in the past in various events. And right now, Caroline Marks, she is in the secondary priority heat. Just an up and down real quick right there, but she has officially gotten round 16 heat 2 started. She'll be going up against Malia Manuel. And as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, Strider Wasilewski is right there in the action.
I was just wanting to check in on that last wave that Brisa had. Brisa, you know, they were all waiting. It was under priority, and meaning she did not have priority, and we got to see a really nice wave ridden. And I feel like the ones that come through and the water's been still for a while, they haven't, you know, it's pretty high tide, so all the waves that are coming in, they're hitting those rocks and creating that backwash and those lumps. But when it settles down, and then when you get that nice flat water, that's when you're going to see the better waves. And so when those opportunities happen, when you get a wave that does pop up and you haven't had any waves coming through, I feel like those are going to be good waves. Those are going to be waves that are going to stand up and wrap in, and you're going to get the opportunity to have a nice clean, you know, lip line to go to work on. And that's what Brisa had there. She saw the wave and had a nice line, and she was like, oh, I'm going to get this thing. And it ended up being a pretty nice wave for her. So it's fun to see the comparisons of what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen later as the tide drops and this thing just starts draining out behind the rocks, because we're already seeing crazy barrels behind the rocks right now. So I'm hoping that as this happens, as it gets lower, and as we get to see the wave form up outside more, we're going to see some crazy tubes out through the back.
Strider, when the scores drop, in this case, Brisa Hennessy did get the score. It was a 6.07, so she jumps in the lead. Do you notice the reaction that these surfers have when that score comes through either way, high or low? Do you see a difference in kind of their attitude in the lineup?
I think the demeanor changes. You know, you can see a little pep in the step when surfers hear their scores and they know what they've got, and a little bit of, like, you know, they have to dig in when they know that they didn't get the score. But honestly, out here, there's so much noise coming off the rocks right now, and there's so much, there's a little bit of wind and just everything in the water that you almost can't hear what's happening. It's not a clear note. So, you know, these surfers might still be searching for answers.
As you see now, Brisa Hennessy back at it. Oh, Malia Manuel. So Malia is in that second priority heat. She had one of the best performances of day one, and it looks like she has held on to that momentum. A nice carving snap straight back into the pocket. Beautiful fluid style. Perfectly placed turn there. Even adding a little bit of drama to that end section with the snap, the airdrop. The judges love to see the bottom of your board if you ride out. So Malia Manuel opening up her heat in a big way.
That was a massive maneuver on the inside, Chris. Really aware of how the wave was going to scoop up. Connects with the lip before that little left-hander was going into it, and was able to put a lot of pressure on that tail pad so she wouldn't nosedive. So that was a wow moment for that wave as we see Joanne up and riding.
Now back to heat one. Joanne Defay is surfing for a 6.75. It looked like she was in control of this heat until Brisa just dropped the hammer. But 6.07 adding to her 6.9 puts her in the lead with a 12.97 total. Now Brisa's out the back with priority.
So she caught that wave, talking about Brisa, without priority, like Strider was saying, and managed to get up into the first position. So obviously priority between heats is very important, and you'd think that the surfers that don't have priority in a heat will probably get those better waves. But Brisa, within her heat, not having priority and getting a wave like that, unfortunately, that is a mistake on behalf of Joanne Defay.
And it's got to feel good for Brisa, as we see now. Malia Manuel, so stylish, really polished and precise in all of her turns.
Caroline Marks is in the heat with her, and Caroline had a quick in and out. Compare that to Malia, who's been going to town on this ride, and that maneuver, putting so much weight on the back foot. You can see her stance rather wide. I'm sure Reynos Hayes, her coach, is going to be very, very happy to see that, as we see her paddling out with a very interesting text on her rash guard.
AI forever. Malia Manuel comes from the island of Kauai, the home island of the late, great Andy Irons. And this was an event that Andy Irons won as he mounted a massive comeback in 2006. And so for Malia, you know, she's tapping into that AI energy, paying respects. He was a very kind and a great mentor to Malia Manuel while she was growing up on Kauai. And so this is her way of kind of paying it back, just celebrating the legacy of Andy Irons.
We talk about how important it is to have a good surfer in your home break, to kind of try and match his or her level. Imagine Malia Manuel coming from Kauai, seeing Andy Irons in the water, in the lineup, and not only seeing him surf, but him actually being so cool, giving her a little bit of info, you know, what to do on a wave, how you're surfing. That is something that I wish I could have had. You know, every surfer in the world wishes that Andy Irons could be surfing your local break and kind of high-fiving you. It does something also for your confidence as a young surfer. It really kind of allows you, not only are you trying to surf like them, but you also see them as yourself, I should say. Like, there's so many things that happen when you're learning to surf, and you see surfers that are professionals in Latin American countries. We don't get the chance to see them that often. So when you see them, it's almost like you're watching a hero. You don't really compare yourself to them. You see them more as demigods. But if you see them in the water all the time, it's such an awesome feeling.
And you will surf better if you pay attention to the world's best. 14:12 to go in the Hennessy Defay heat. Malia Manuel and Caroline Marks in the water as well with 37 minutes. Yesterday, at happy hour, we had one of the coolest expression sessions I've ever seen. It was the Icons of Surf Quiksilver Super Session, and Caroline Marks, basically in a lottery, got to pick and ride the dream board, the Jerry Lopez Pipeliner. This board designed by Jerry Lopez, shaped by his son Alex Lopez, and basically shaped to the exact dimensions of that iconic board. And this board was not designed for high-performance surfing like that. It was designed to ride tubes. But Caroline Marks, you know, shows us her skill, her ability to ride anything and make it look beautiful. And that truly was a magical moment for surf fans. Who would have ever thought you'd see Caroline Marks doing backside snaps on a beautiful Jerry Lopez Pipeliner in Mexico and perfect surf? What a moment.
And I'm sure Caroline, when she came down to Mexico, she didn't know that she would get a chance to surf that board, get $5,000, and take her favorite board out of the bunch, which happened to be that Jerry Lopez. Back home, she's going to put it in the living room. Got a chance to talk to her earlier and said, well, did you end up picking the Jerry or did you go for something else? She's like,
come on.
Nah,
of course.
The lightning bolt is going on my wall.
Well, as she paddled out, Strider Wasilewski got the chance to talk to Caroline about that epic super heat.
I did. You know, this morning she paddled out kind of early for her heat. She said she was frothing so hard she had to get in the lineup. And then she also commented that was the most fun she's had surfing in a really long time on that board. So it goes to show you, changing up your equipment, getting out there on something new, and giving yourself kind of that new feeling is worth it. Get out there, ride a new board, different board, find something that's going to challenge you. And, you know, to watch all those surfers last night enjoy that feeling of a new dance was really fun to watch.
Strider, earlier you were saying that there is a bit of difference on those first few waves that come in. You're really comfortable surfing Puerto. We always look for that landing strip. this being a point break, it almost seems like you still have to find that landing strip at a point break like Barra.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you really want to find that clear water. You want to find that nice, clean, smooth surface so that you can do your work, and you find a nice canvas that doesn't have any paint on it, and you can just put all the different things down on it that you want. And out here right now, there's not a lot of current. The waves are solid, and there's a nice lull in between sets, which is actually beneficial to the surfers because they're going to get the chance to have some clean water, because there's waves constantly coming off that point. You got more current, you got more sand turning, you got more backwash, and so their surfers are actually being blessed with a nice weight in between waves. Here's Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks, this backhand is world renowned for its beauty and, of course, brutality. She can really displace a lot of water. She's winding up. The technique helps her stay so steady on her feet. And not only can she go up in vertical, but she can also lay it down on the rail. And you're going to have to mix up your maneuvers if you really want to break into the excellent score range. The judges like to see variety, and they don't like to see you fall at the end of the wave. Unfortunately for Caroline Marks, we've been seeing in the judges reflecting their scores in completed rides. You've got to finish strong. As we see now, Joanne Defay trying to catch up. She's looking for a 6.75. Smaller looking wave, but it could have a good line through this inside section. Yesterday and the day before, we saw some meat coming from the scores through this inside portion of the wave. So you don't have to have a huge performance out the back to get a big score, but you definitely have to have a big finish. As we see now, Malia Manuel. This is what I love about overlapping heats. All waves are ridden. This one looks like a gem. Carving back into the whitewater. So stylish. Love the stance. She really she works the mid portion to really maximize the potential of these waves.
And finishes strong on her second ride. Joanne Defay paddling out. So unlucky for our surfer from Reunion Island. She caught wave number 2 of a 3-wave set. Caroline Marks had arguably the best wave of that exchange. She had a wave that had 3 sections, and we'll see it in the replay, 3 little wedge sections that she kind of had to hop over and allowed her to get a bunch of speed. Wave number 3 from Malia Manuel was nice, slow tempoed. Malia was able to ride it all the way through the inside and connect with the lip, but Joanne Defay's wave number 2, was just too flat. Broke further inside, had a lot of whitewash in it. Strider compared it to that canvas that has too much paint on it. That's what that wave had. It was just too flat and dirty on the outside, never really hugged the sandbank. So it was really unfortunate for Joanne, who decided to roll the dice and got a bad wave.
Well, Joanne had a big start with a 5.83 and a 6.23. So far, just a 2.6 and a 3.5. And that's all come down, not to performance, but to the waves that she's found herself on. So she's going to get back out there, reset herself in the lineup. She is in second priority now with Brisa. Right now, the queen of the peak. She can pick any wave she wants. Everybody has to give way to Brisa Hennessy.
And it's a dangerous position to be in with this much time remaining. If it was 2 minutes, I would say, okay, Brisa's definitely going for defense. She's going to make sure that Joanne doesn't catch a better backup score. But with so much time remaining and so many waves coming through in the set, it's going to be very hard for Brisa to decide on which wave to take off on.
You gotta calm yourself in the lineup too. As I think every surfer, if they were sitting out in this lineup right now, they would paddle for any wave that comes to them. You almost have to turn off your Grom factor and really make smart decisions about what waves to ride.
Wow, that one would have been a good one.
These 4 surfers in the lineup, these 4 women, the best of the best. They can decode a wave just by looking at it as it's forming up. Maybe they're not as familiar with this lineup as, obviously some of the locals and some of the surfers that have come here year after year. But you don't get to this level of surfing without being able to have that innate ability to read waves and identify which waves are going to be the better waves.
Yeah, and I would have to say that this lineup isn't that difficult to read. It is a perfect wave. It breaks over sand. You can really see when it wedges. You can look down the line to see if it's actually going to give them that section or if it's going to be a short ride. So all in all, it's a pretty easy wave to read, but sometimes it does something very unique on that inside section, and that, in my opinion, is more attributed to luck and connection with the ocean.
Luck is that dirty little word we don't talk about too often, but it does play a key role in a lot of our heats.
This is an example. Outside section, really flat, completely mushy. You'd think, you know, this wave, not going to do much, but it wedges right there. You can see how it scoops up, allows Caroline to connect with the lip. After this maneuver, it does it again. You can see her hopping over this section right there. She could have almost even gotten barreled. Goes around that section because the wave kind of mushes out, and was able to connect with the lip the last time here, looking ahead just a little bit too much, and digs that rail.
Airdrop. Carissa Hennessy now finds a clean open face to work with, carving back into the whitewater.
So in the offense.
So impressed so far with what Carissa Hennessy has done. She was not shook one bit by those two big opening scores from Joanne Defay. It's a nice closeout bank to finish that wave. So not a super long wave, but some impactful surfing. She's looking to improve on a 6.07. Compare that wave to the wave that gave her that 6.07. Right there. Not above and beyond, but kind of right in the mix.
Yeah, I think Carissa did the right thing, took off on that wave, and surfed it well. I think the offense strategy from her, knowing that there's plenty of time remaining, is a good idea. She seems to be doing better when she's not in priority, so maybe that was part of strategy as well.
So our surfers now making their way back in the lineup. Here's a cool angle of that late drop, so no problem for Carissa Hennessy.
Nice clean crack on the outside. Looking down the line, the wedges. You can see how the wave kind of backed off midway through her turn. So she was smart to kind of apply the pressure towards the beginning of that maneuver and then release. And the first time that we've seen in the entire event, the wave actually closed out through the midsection. So that is due to two things: the lower tide that we're going to be reaching and that wedge that the wave has. Malia, though, so smooth. You said it, Chris. Had one of the best performances from day one, and she is doing the exact same thing on day 3. So smart, so polished, and smart in finishing her rides. That is so, so key here at Barra.
Yeah, she's showing a lot of patience and poise on every wave she's cut so far. A 6.67 and a 5.5. Malia Manuel is in a great position, even it being in that secondary priority heat. So she's, for all intents and purposes, been kind of catching scraps, but the scraps are gems out here at Barra De La Cruz.
Secondary heat, and she has a better two-wave score than Joanne Defay, who is in the primary heat. Let's see what Joanne can do on this one.
Answering back, Joanne Defay setting things up with that first turn. This wave starting to bowl out a little bit through the mid portion. Until she's kind of waiting, trying to see what this wave's going to do for her. Now it's starting to grow and run down the line. Some intensity. And just, she seems like she's waiting for it. Now goes up in the lift. Big power snap to finish. Yes, a well-warranted little fist pump right there from Joanne Defay, showing some emotion. She needs a 6.75. Loved the finishing maneuver. Did she do enough on the open face of that wave?
Well, at the start of that ride, it was a little sloppy. The wave itself, not her surfing, it was just a little bit too murky and weird. You can see how, as she takes off, the wave completely runs away from itself into the whitewater. So thus far, looking very similar to her previous ride. Nothing exciting. But as she stalls, she sees that something is bowling up, and this wave got better starting through that midsection. Big, clean, open face crack, a nice carve. Still, she's not satisfied yet. This is what she wanted, that big, massive maneuver on the inside. That is why she is stoked. Now, judges paying a lot of attention to that inside maneuver, but outside, there wasn't much. So it's going to be interesting to see where this lands.
I'm going to throw it out there. That was one of the best snaps of this entire event so far, reminiscent of the Stephanie Gilmore Perfect 10 in Bali. Joanne didn't have the barrel out the back, but I mean, the intensity of that closeout turn. Even Kelly Slater yesterday said that inside section is pretty threatening.
Well, he
this
said
by
it was
no
scary.
means it's by no means an easy section to hit. So the judges rewarding the commitment of Joanne Defay, a 7.77. I would have to say the bulk of that score coming from that incredible finishing turn.
Yeah, but then there was a lot of damage done through that midsection as well. So I think there was flow through the midsection of the wave, but definitely a big maneuver on the inside. We talk about two things in that judges' criteria that are so important. The risk. You know, how difficult was that maneuver? It was very, very hard to do. And progression, there was something different about that maneuver. It wasn't your standard hit the lip and come back down re-entry. There was a bit more energy, there was a bit more power, and it looked like had she not committed 100% to her board and to that maneuver, she would have fallen. So that is why that score lands almost in the excellent cusp.
Yeah, super risky in a lot of different ways. The judges always appreciate risky business on these waves. So that's the highest single wave score of the day so far, a 7.77. That means Brisa Hennessy, who is out the back with priority, now needs a 7.11. She's already dropped a 6.9, so she knows the feeling. She knows what she needs to do on these waves. Plenty of opportunities out there. Unfortunately for Brisa Hennessy, you might have to call that Joanne Defay snap a buzzer-beating snap because there's only 38 seconds left.
As we see Brisa calmly looking out the ocean. She looks calm, I should say, but deep down inside, you know that when you're losing a heat, time runs so fast. And her heart must be beating very, very fast, hoping that she gets just one more opportunity. Joanne Defay, though, on the other hand, is so stoked.
Well, the good news is that both surfers put up a heck of a fight. Some big scores, some big totals. 12.97 for Brisa Hennessy, 14.00 total for Joanne Defay, and that's going to be the countdown. 3, 2, 1, it's done. Heat 16, or round 16, Heat 1. Joanne Defay, representing France, number 2 in the world, gets the win, and she'll be moving through. Throws the shaka, just to signify to her fellow surfers, aloha. Great heat to start the day, and so much more to come. Malia Manuel, Caroline Marks still in the lineup. Sally Fitzgibbons and Macy Callaghan to join. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quick. Stay tuned. The sights and sounds of the Red Bull Athlete Zone on display there. That's where our surfers get warmed up and prepped to do this. Rip at Barra De La Cruz. Caroline Marks. So far, sitting on a 4.67 and a 0.77. Not a great start, not the start we're used to from Caroline, but she's got plenty of time to go. 20 minutes, 38 seconds. She's going to need to use every second of that because Malia Manuel is charging hard right now. She's got a 6.67 and a 5.5. Caroline working against that wave a little bit. It had some kind of strange looking sections coming down around her. Not the perfect line that we've seen this morning. So Caroline, just kind of a reactionary wave, having to surf to whatever the wave was giving to her. And joining Malia Manuel and Caroline Marks in the lineup. Sally Fitzgibbons and Macy Callaghan, world number 3 going against world number 15. And Sally Fitzgibbons did an incredible air on day 1. Got us all fired up.
Was it an air 360 or a 540?
Beautiful 360 air from Sally Fitzgibbons. She's got 42 minutes on the clock to show what she's got, along with Macy Callaghan. In the Malia Manuel Caroline Marks matchup, they got 19 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Malia Manuel currently in the top spot. And she could have a good runner here to work with.
Beautiful looking wave from Malia.
So after an opening series of turns there from Malia Manuel, she's hoping this wave builds up through the inside. Kind of fades back to put herself right in perfect position to slice the pocket. Another nice layback.
Love that combo.
Carving snap. Malia Manuel is possessed to surf, and we're loving it. Could be another big score. So far, no throwaways for Malia. A 6.67 and a 5.5. Possibly improving on that last wave.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how when they were the secondary heat in the water, Malia was able to get those 2 rides that could potentially come into play to advance into the next round. Caroline Marks was a little bit unlucky. 2 reasons. The first wave she got was under a 1-point ride. But the second wave, if you remember, on that inside section, she kind of looked ahead of herself a little bit and got her nose to dive underwater, not being able to connect. Had she been able to do something on that inside section, a strong finishing move, she would have most likely at least matched Malia Manuel's backup ride of the 5.5. So the pressure is on Caroline, but realistically, 20 minutes is what usually heats last. So I think she feels comfortable knowing that she has all that time to replace both scores.
Yeah, all of our surfers will have plenty of time and plenty of opportunities. We love to see a swell like this with a lot of consistency. The wave appears to look right now that you maybe have the ability 4 or 5 turns on the outside and 1 big finish. Will the wave extend a little further with the tide dropping?
Well, it will. It's going to break further out as we see a beautiful looking wave. This drone angle is amazing as we see Sally Fitz up and riding.
Sally Fitzgibbons' first wave of round 16, heat 2. She's going up against our charging rookie in Macy Callaghan. And this is where the decisions have to be made. Should I stay or should I go? Do I rock the Casbah? She does. Comes around this big section. And right there, the inside section. Can she ride out? She does.
Smart.
That was a real tricky read for Sally Fitzgibbons as she had faded back and then looked up and goes, oh no, I got to get there. But she's one of the best in the world. No problem for Sally Fitz.
Interesting to see her paddling out from here and not walking up the point. I feel like as the tide drops, we'll be seeing more and more surfers kind of gravitate towards walking or running up the point as we see Sally getting a little bit of a push from that backwash on the inside section. Nice ride. Nice way to get things started for Sally Fitzgibbons.
4 surfers in the lineup in these overlapping heats. Your second place surfers, well, they'll be packing up and heading home. The winners will be moving through. After this event, the women will go to Tahiti, so getting yourself in a good spot to potentially get in that top 5 of utmost importance. Can Malia Manuel do it?
That was a difficult, high-risk maneuver, hitting the lip on the outside section. You can see her there, waiting, calmly pacing herself, not pushing the maneuver, waiting for that wedge to go past her. Clean little layback variation. Connects with the lip, and unfortunately not able to get that finishing maneuver. Very similar to what we saw yesterday with the waves tending to kind of barrel on that inside section. Sally, though, wave number 1. Clean, love the way she kind of wraps around and right arm never above her head, kind of maintaining it underneath her shoulder, making it look really smooth, keeping that rail engaged. The waves here at Barra just providing Sally connect, and that is what we want to see. A high-risk maneuver on that inside section, a little bit late, and somehow manages to put enough weight on her back foot to avoid the nose from diving, leaning back, left arm in the air.
That was impressive. In watching in the replay, she was inverted with the lip coming down on her. So great finish there for Sally Fitzgibbons as she makes her way back in the lineup. It's going to check in from Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Malia. You know, Malia Manuel and her outside attack on that lip line is, I was watching the wave and it had so much meat as in the lip. It was so thick and so much volume coming down on her, and she just looked at that thing and just said, I'm going to rip you to pieces. She had the eye of the tiger going into that lip line, and the judges are going to give you big scores if you continue to belt the lip like that. And she just drove into it. It was the most intimidating section, you know, you could see out here, and she just didn't even miss a beat. She went straight up into it, free fell out of it. So I'm, you know, hats off to her, and just the intensity of the water out here, being in the water and feeling it. It's a lot. There's a lot going on out here, a lot of water moving, and they're just giving it everything they've got. So it's fun to watch them just, you know, get after it, and it's an intense moments out here right now.
Oh, it's on, Strider. Sally Fitzgibbons, Mace Callaghan going head-to-head right now. Sally Fitz, her first wave comes through at a 5. Malia Manuel and Caroline Marks, meanwhile, locked in an intense battle. Malia on top with a 6.67 and a 5.93. Caroline needs a 7.50. And winning the first heat of the morning, number 2 in the world, French ripper Joanne Defay is with Kaipo Guerrero.
Thank you, Chris. Joanne, first victory of the day. Looks dreamy out there, but who better to ask than someone who's actually had a session? What are the waves like?
Yeah, the waves are insane today. It's still like, it's make a big difference if you get the really good one or the like kind of good one. So it's still tricky in a heat, you know, where you like really want the best one to actually get a really good score. So yeah, you let go so many waves, you actually want to catch everything. So yeah, just to like settle down and like really choose your wave is like, I guess, key today.
Okay, let's talk about coming through in the clutch. 7.77 on your last wave. You needed that to turn the heat, and that last off the lip in that very inside dumpy section,
yeah,
that was really important. What were you thinking when you hit the lip?
Yeah, I knew I needed to do something big on the inside because the outside was not that great. For like 20 minutes I haven't got like any like good one from the outside, and so I really like tried to capitalize on that last section, and I was thinking of the layback, and then I saw the lip coming and I was like, okay, no, like really like project down the line to like be on my board when I landed, and yeah, made it, so really happy about that.
Okay, one last question. Let's talk about momentum. Coming off of a win at stop number 6 over at the Surf Ranch, are you carrying over that momentum here in Mexico?
Yeah, well, it's been for sure. I mean, I'm super stoked, and I've done like 2 finals in a row, and it's the first time in my career. So I do feel very comfortable and happy in my surfing, happy with the board, sharp eye under my feet, and so I think I'm in a good headspace. But it's been a long season too, and the Olympics was kind of draining. So I was just hoping to get here and get some nice waves. So that's obviously like a checkpoint. It's done. We have the perfect wave. So I'm super stoked to be able to like compete a bit more and find the rhythm again.
Great surfing, Joanne. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanne Defay blitzing her way into the quarterfinals. Our first quarterfinalist of the women's event here, the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Who will be next? Well, round 16, heat 3. Locked in an intense battle. Sally Fitzgibbons with the score of a 5 to start off. Meanwhile, Malia Manuel and Caroline Marks are really heating things up in the lineup. Caroline Marks now on a drainer. Big opening snap. Another solid Caroline Marks special. So back-to-back big hooks for Caroline Marks. She makes her way to the inside section, building speed, building momentum. Needs a big dramatic finish. Beautiful snapping carve. Fits in 2 more. Caroline Marks now showing exactly why that backhand of hers has propelled her into the elite on the Women's Championship Tour. And that right there is going to be a huge score. She's looking for a 7.5. The end of that wave was stellar.
Well, there you have it. That is why Caroline Marks has been compared to the likes of Mark Occhilupo. That attack on her backhand, that bottom turn that she has, the way she generates speed off the bottom and pivots her surfboard, allowing her to do different types of maneuvers. On your backhand, you don't really get a chance to, display your surfing in the same way as you would going fronthand, but she somehow finds the speed and the power to do turns like that, a little bit under the lip, wave backing off, always looking down the line. You can see how she adjusts, a little bit of a hop to make it over that wedge. Why? Because the wave is running away from her. Out completely into the flats, pushing so much water. Rooster sails up and above the lip. An important wave for Caroline Marks, who is needing a big score to get right back into this.
As a goofy footer, to be compared to Mark Occhilupo is the highest compliment. And she's had that comparison since she was 13 years old. And it's already getting more clear. She is so powerful, so consistent. There's a reason why she's been in a constant battle for a title since she got on tour as a rookie. And now we go to Macy Callaghan, surfer out of Australia. Beautiful fluid style. See her reading this wave nicely from the outside, looking for that nice finish. So a casual approach into a beautiful layback turn. Not a lot of intensity, but the judges do like to see good form. They do like to see a controlled maneuver at the end of your wave. Macy gave them that. Not a lot of explosive surfing out the back, so most likely a score that she will be able to build on.
Absolutely, and I think the reason is that inside section really didn't allow her to go up and above the lip into the flats. That was a very tricky section.
So 31 minutes on the clock for Sally Fitzgibbons and Macy Callaghan. Judges will be locking their numbers in shortly. Malia Manuel sitting on a 6.67 and a 5.93, but she just heard our beach commentators raving about the last wave from Caroline Marks. But let's take a look at Macy Callaghan. This is her opening right.
Different approach, a tall surfer able to coil up and really draw out her turns in the face. You can see the wave completely backing off. Why? Well, she decides to go down into the flats, a different type of cutback, and a whitewater coming at her. We talked about that inside section usually being dangerous. Surfers like Kelly Slater saying, I was scared to hit that section. Thankfully for Macy, it kind of gave her that little left crumble to connect nicely and do a layback.
Currently ranked 15th in the world. She needs to raise that ranking a little bit if she wants to feel comfortable towards requalification. And as we get down to the end of the year, the conversation about the Final Five, very exciting. The Rip Curl WSL Finals right around the corner. So we're filling in those spots as we go. Only 2 surfers are locked in to the top 5 for now. But as we head into the remainder of this event and then on to Tahiti, we're going to see that picture come into full clarity. For Macy Callaghan, she's probably more thinking, I need some big results to stay on tour. She deserves to be here. She earned it the hard way, grinding through the QS. So all of these surfers with different goals throughout this event and heading into Tahiti.
Yeah, and then you start believing more and more in yourself. We talk about confidence, but also belief. Sally is an Olympian. For Macy to take out an Olympian in a heat, that would do wonders, because then you start believing in yourself and going, well, if I took her out, I could take out Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore. I could win this event.
Yeah, and Sally Fitzgibbons, she has been so close to tasting victory. A lot of second place finishes on the championship tour for Sally Fitzgibbons, which is a huge, huge accolade. Take nothing away. But what her goal's been since day one. Since she first put on a jersey, Sally Fitzgibbons is the ultimate athlete. She loves sport. She loves everything surrounding it. And she's gunning for that top spot right now and having one of her better years ever. So she has 28 minutes to prove that she's worthy of that top spot. That gives us a minute to catch up with Strider Wasilewski right in the front row here at Barra De La Cruz.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, well, just watching Caroline Marks paddle back out and hearing that score. I came in, mid-5, and I feel like she was, you could see there was a little bit of like, huh, really? Okay. And I feel like that score's coming there because she's entering the lip line and turning out of it instead of going straight up into it. And I really feel like the judges want to see that vertical attack in the lip line. If you can do it with a crazy amount of speed and do a huge carve and hold that rail all the way back in, you get a solid score as well. But it's hard to do and make it look right on the backhand. So I think that vertical attack is what she's going to have to find to get her scores up in that 7s and 8s and where she wants to be right now, because she's kind of a bit against the wall, and Malia is attacking that lip line. So I think those are the comparisons that are being drawn.
Thanks, Strider. You got to make it abundantly clear to the judges that you are surfing the most critical part of the wave, in control, and surfing with a lot of power and speed in order to get those big numbers. Sally Fitz up and out real quick with a 5 and a .30. That wave will be a non-factor, most likely. But anything can happen. You never know.
I would like to add to what Strider was saying. Yes, you want to see surfers like Caroline hit the lip, but I feel like that score didn't really go above the 6-point mark because the wave on the inside went half the size than what it was on the outside. And usually when that wave grows on the inside section, it allows surfers a bigger canvas, and judges are really liking those bigger turns on the inside. Caroline did 3 to 4 turns, but the wave was 1 to 2 feet. So if she's able to do that on a bigger canvas on the inside, that's when the scores are going to start getting closer to that 7-8 mark.
What we know about our judges is they're all surfers. They're all rippers in their own right. They are surf fans as well. If you can excite them, you will get that big number. They want to see explosive maneuvers. They want to see you surfing really almost to the edge of your ability. They like to see radically controlled maneuvers done almost in an out of control fashion, but pulled right back into the realm of reality. And that's what we saw from Malia Manuel with that 6.67. She put things on edge. She was right up in the critical portion of the wave. And there she is, Malia Manuel. So this was a big score for her, starting off with a 6.67 here in the Jeep recap.
So remember, these 2 rides that she got them when she was in secondary position in the water, meaning she didn't have priority over the previous heat, and went to town, found a beautiful looking wave on the inside section, and that was the money turn.
That was cool.
Big on the inside, leaning back on her back foot, making sure that the nose didn't dive. That was a big difference. Caroline Marks, on her first ride, wasn't able to put enough pressure on her back foot and got a little bit of a nosedive on the inside, which is why she didn't get that bigger score.
It was a tough wave to ride there for Caroline. A lot of bumps coming down the face. So this was her secondary score, 5.83.
So you can see, I like the turns on the outside. Second one a little bit late, but we didn't even see the inside section. Why? Because it really didn't count. It was way smaller of a ride. Malia, on the other hand, was able to improve from the 5.5. She replaced it with a 5.93. So she's been building momentum the entire heat.
I'd love to see a tight battle from beginning to end, and that's what's unfolding right now for Malia Manuel and Caroline Marks. If you look at the rankings, you would say, well, this is an upset. Malia Manuel a little lower on the rankings board than Caroline Marks. And here we go. Caroline Marks with 1:40 to go, answering back, signifying to the judges, give me this score. 6.77. The wave does not cooperate. Nothing she could have done there.
Well, and I'm sure, we think about Caroline Marks and Malia Manuel in the water, but the coaches, we have Snips against Reynolds Hayes. They are on the beach, really nervous to see how this unfolds, because they have different strategies. They've been helping these competitors for the last 72 hours pick the correct strategy. The waves for Caroline Marks just have not cooperated. We talk about the element of luck here at Barra. Cross your fingers and hope for the inside section to stand up. It hasn't stood up for Caroline Marks.
Well, this event so far is reading like a beautiful, entertaining mystery novel.
Here we go.
Caroline Marks with the haymaker cannot come down with it, so the Hail Mary does not go her way. And just as we expected, the wild cards, the replacements, the underdogs have taken control of this event. Malia Manuel potentially on a victory run here with 30 seconds to go.
The AI rash guard working well for her.
Oh, this wave is building down the line.
Great wave for Malia. Incredible read here at Barra. She has just been on point, doing what Andy Irons did back in 2006 with a big maneuver on the inside. Just isn't able to hang on.
Loses control, but the damage had already been done. Two big scores on the board from Malia Manuel, a 6.67 and a 5.93. Unofficially going to get the win and move through into the next round. Meanwhile, waves being ripped all over this bank. Sally Fitzgibbons, Macy Callaghan now. Going wave for wave in this super heat. You gotta love these overlapping heats. It gives all of us surf fans so much more. And of course, it makes the judges have to work overtime. And trust me, they appreciate it, they enjoy it. They've done a heck of a job so far. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back with more action.
Someone of us flew to Mexico from outer space. Well, not really, but that's our angle here as we look down at Oaxaca, a wonderful state here in Mexico, and this tells a great story. You can see where the river mouse run through all this sand and produce these incredible banks that you have at Barra De La Cruz. There's a lot of windy roads we take here from the hotel to set up a beautiful right-hand point break and a great part of Mexico. Well, Tuco, famous for great art, really good food and culture, and incredible world-class waves here in the round of 16. We've seen some big heats go down already this morning. Joanne Defay eliminating Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. And we just saw a fired-up performance from Malia Manuel eliminating Caroline Marks. Now Sally Fitzgibbons, Macy Callaghan have the priority. Courtney Conlogue, Keely Andrew just getting started. Joe Turpel and Mitchell Salazar for the call. We haven't had a ton of heats this morning, but they're impactful to the top 17. A lot of people thought Caroline Marks would definitely be here on finals day.
Yeah, and it's a big loss right here early in the morning for Caroline, number 6 in the rankings. Still looking to get a spot in the WSL Final Five. And Joe, I think goofy footers, me being one of them, they're going to have a hard time out there today comparing themselves to the regular footers just on the basis of how great the waves are. And especially on the outside when we get a lower tide with the barrels, whoo, it's going to be great.
Exciting day of action with a great forecast of waves. We capitalized yesterday. Today, Surfline told us that it might trim down a little bit into tomorrow. But Jessie Miley Dyer wants to finish the round of 16 for the women, the men, and the quarterfinals for the women and the men before we leave the beach today. Sally Fitzgibbons, number 3 in the world, now probably feeling some room ahead of her on the leaderboard, or behind her, I should say. Joanne Defay was lethal this morning as world number 2. Carissa Moore coming up in the next heat against Silvana Lima is still world number 1. Callaghan, though, in the story of requalification. Pressure situation for Macy right now.
100%. And as we've said all week long, Joe, for the women, now only 9 requalified. For the men, now only 20. And a couple of dark horses in the event. Looking really good out there.
Waves are firing. Already had a wave ridden for Macy and Sally as we take a look at that first exchange.
Yeah, this was, I believe, the 417 of Macy Callaghan, and you see on the outside Fitzgibbons just destroys that first section. Look at how great these waves are, Joe. I can't believe Barra De La Cruz is offering this up as Macy finishes up with a beautiful wrap. Fitzgibbons has had a nice tempo this week here at Barra De La Cruz. I love what I'm seeing. Slides the fins out a little bit too much right there and loses the control right at the end of the wave, but still, I think the biggest key to success as far as getting an excellent score here today at Barra, larger wave, and it's going to be a large maneuver on the outside section.
And when you think of large waves, you think of Courtney Conlogue and how dangerous she can be when the waves absolutely pump. And when we stopped in West Oz this year, went to Margaret River, one of her favorite locations on the calendar, and the waves were gigantic. Everything just changed. I changed my team. Everything was focused on Courtney Conlogue with total domination. It's one of those feelings that you've seen with Courtney, or say when Tatiana loses early at Cloudbreak, or when she lost in her heated pipeline this year. Tati's always expected to win those events. Courtney's expected to win really big open face events like Big Margaret River, and she said that was one of the awkwardest feelings, walking away from a loss in the second round, and which is so rare no matter what the location is. But when she knew that was her favorite thing to do, charge big waves, I think she was already seeing herself on the podium before the opening round started.
Yeah, and especially as you said, she lost in the elimination round too. Like, you have a better chance of making it through. I think your tactics changed quite a bit, and especially now with the overlapping heat format, it's really interesting to see how people have approached their heats. Malia Manuel did something that I really appreciated. In the first 23 minutes of her 46-minute heat, she was really active at the beginning. Her coach, Reynos Hayes, probably told her there's a lot of insiders with scoring potential. Let's be on something quick. Let's work on those scores. And then after that, let's just try to better them. And I think for Courtney, her charging so much, this is the kind of conditions that I think benefits her, but also her opponent, Keely Andrew. And look at the rankings. Number 9 for Conlogue, number 10 for Keely Andrew. It's as close as it gets.
It's so close. For Keely, she's trying to create space in that 9th spot. So a lot on the line today as Barra De La Cruz is pumping. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar, teaching us all about the Mexican culture as well. But I like the local slang. You taught me something the other day when you could say hi, hola, but what about que onda?
Que onda,
I hear that a lot in Mexico.
Yeah, just what's up? It's like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? And yeah, que onda to everybody out there. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And I'm just super glad to be here, and I'm glad that Barra De La Cruz has been providing so far.
Into live action, Fitzgibbons. It's kind of on a scramble to find that clear section to work with. Carved a hack. Drills one in the pocket, and now looking for this inside run. Kind of a downward slash. A little bit of movement on that open face of that wave. You could tell there's a little bit of different energy heading back towards the rocks, but she managed her speed well. 5.0 is her low score. Already has a 6.0, approaching the 15-minute mark.
A very smart competitor, Sally Fitzgibbons, and one that adapts to the situation when needed. And we saw her previous wave, the larger set wave, 6 points, so that's her best. Smaller insider, worked it well though. Good variation in maneuvers and a great combo on the inside, Joe.
Sally Fitzgibbons, famous for being the first one out in the lineup at a lot of events around the world. It'll be completely dark, and you're like, I can see Sally's silhouette already out there. And it's interesting because we're all staying about 45 minutes to an hour away, taking shuttles. So getting out of my hotel room, all of a sudden I see this silhouette in the dark boards under the arms, and I'm like, I think that's Sally. She's just waiting for the very first sign of a shuttle to kind of keep that ritual intact of being down there at first light. Even if she's not surfing that day, she just wants to keep that tradition going that she applies to other events. It's a little out of her control to get down there when she exactly wants to be. But she said she'll still go through that normal routine and try to get out there as quick as she can.
Our crew's been waking up around, what, 4 a.m.? She's got to be waking up around 3. And I noticed it a lot during the U.S. Open over the last couple of years, too. First person in the water. Her and Jordy Smith, actually, are like the first 2 people that I always see. It's still dark. They're paddling out, and at first light, they're already starting to catch their waves. And I think that's something that you really have to appreciate from the athletic Fitzgibbons. If there's somebody who wanted to be an Olympian more than anybody else on the championship tour, it was probably her.
Fitzgibbons got to compete representing Australia in the Olympic Games, ended up going down to Japan's Amuro Suzuki in the quarterfinals. And Sally said that experience, though, was still one of her favorites to represent Australia and cheer on Owen Wright to the bronze medal. Here's last to Sally.
Yeah, it came in as a 4.5. Doesn't improve her situation, but still, I like this approach, especially given the situation that she's in on the rankings right now.
Coming off the roof with Macy Callaghan. Nice drive into that front side wrapping turn. Slicing it once again on the open face. Power gouge, and that one will shut down in front of Macy. Couple of fours to start as she's chasing Fitzgibbons. Looking for a 6.77 to take the lead in the priority heat.
Yeah, this more like it for Macy. When this event was announced, I had a few people in mind as to who I wanted to see and people that maybe didn't stand out as far as the rankings go, but one of them was Malia Manuel, another one was Keely Andrew, and my third person was Macy Callaghan. Just their point break styles fit this wave extremely well, and Macy needs to prove a point, Joe. She's behind in the rankings, needs at least a final or the win to probably requalify this year. And now she's got her back up against the wall. 12 minutes to go against one of the better competitors in both the male and female division. Now's the time to get one of those big heat wins and get your confidence up.
Sally is just so solid at building scores and just closing out your opponent minute by minute. The more time runs off the clock, the harder your chances are going to be to catch up to an athlete like Fitzgibbons, who's finished runner-up in the world 3 times.
Smaller wave, Joe, but I love the aggressiveness from the get-go. Then that beautiful trademark carve from Macy, another one. And I love her extension with her arms and her legs. That one was just precious. And this wave ran off right here. She could have maybe fit one more in, but I think giving the judges a little bit of a better taste in their mouth than maybe a fall or if it was forced, I think that was a smarter move because she still has a lot of time.
11:20 still on the clock. We'll see if Macy can get that 6.77. The heat with Conlogue and Andrew just getting underway. Macy Callaghan 5.43 on her last. Did see improvement on that last wave. That always feels good as a competitor when you make a decision, especially here when there's no jet skis whipping you out the back. You're using your energy. The worst feeling is when you commit to a wave and it doesn't change your situation on your way back out to the takeoff zone. Callaghan now needing a 5.58 to catch up to Fitzgibbons. And Sally holding down priority. I remember seeing Sally for the first time at the U.S. Open. As you brought that up, she'd be the first one out on dark at Huntington Beach. I remember she was, you know, she was very little. She was just a young kid, but she surfed so quick. And that was one of my big takeaways. And I mean, speaking of the U.S. Open, this woman, Malia Manuel, had her big breakthrough win at 14 at that venue. And she is putting together some of her best heats of 2021 right here at Barra.
And needs a result too. 11 in the rankings. Already a quarterfinal finish here at Barra De La Cruz. And I love what I'm seeing. She's my dark horse to win the event if Stephanie doesn't. But there's still a lot of great heats. This next one coming up, Carissa Moore and Silvana Lima, is another banger. But, you know, going back to decision making on Callaghan's behalf, you got to be stoked with what you saw right there because she has now the second best wave of the heat. And Sally's best wave is only half a point better than that, so you're still completely in the heat. You got 10 minutes to go, and you got to be thinking that Fitzgibbons on the next exchange probably going to be in a set wave too.
Starting off with a front side snap is Conlogue. Nice clean carve as that wave was just going flat, but she was aggressive, electric, powerful. Everything that you love about Courtney, she brought that to Barra on the opening day.
Yeah, and I don't know why she loves to charge coming from the area where she's from in California. Like, there's really no big wave around there besides Los Santos that's a couple of hours south, but she packs it when she needs to, Joe. She made the final at Honolulu Bay when she was, what, 15 years old?
That was amazing. I remember she got a wild card, and she had a couple back then, 15, 14. I remember the Eddie was running on Oahu at a different island. you know, the year that Greg Long ended up taking that out, and it was gigantic at Honolulu Bay. And there's these whispers going, wait, Courtney's 14. You know, how's she going to feel about this? And some people who hadn't met Courtney yet, and she was so excited, charged, and she's kept that reputation ever since. Fitzgibbons with a series of frontside cutbacks to kick off this right. Jams it quickly, kind of a 2-for-1 in that small space to stay on her feet as she looks to better a 5.0 to separate herself with Macy Callaghan. All these heats are setting up quarterfinals. It's really easy to follow the draw now. If you go to worldsurfleague.com, you can actually see a bracket, which is really easy to follow. Snap over the whitewater and up and out for Macy Callaghan. Not what she was looking for. Now let's catch up with a very happy Hawaiian. Malia Manuel with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Malia, in the format that we're running in this round, the overlapping heat format, definitely you have to apply some strategy to that. You got a keeper score, a 6.67 in the non-priority part of that heat. How valuable is that?
That's a good way to put it. It's a long time, 46 minutes, but it's also a very short time in some situations, and it kind of really depends on the rhythm that you put yourself in. And I was thankful to get that score, that's 6 in the beginning. I kind of just wanted to paddle out there and sit where I wanted to sit, and it worked out.
Let's talk about heritage and loved ones. You have a very special jersey on AI Forever Andy Irons. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. I'm not crying, you're crying.
I know, I'll tear up.
No, I just wanted to honor Andy and all the great, bring back to life all the great memories that he's brought us here and me growing up. So it's a real privilege, and I want to thank Jesse and WSL for doing that for me.
We love you, Andy, forever.
Oh, so beautiful. Malia Manuel sharing her heart and her love for where she grew up on the beautiful island of Kauai, which was right next door to Andy Irons, and a true hero for her. But, you know, the Hawaiian culture, and you grow up in a small community, it's called Ohana. It's like your entire family. And it's really amazing that she shared that spirit. It's definitely just channeling all these amazing big power moves. She's looking comfortable. There's something about surfing for something else, for love, and Manuel's using it at the right time. Looking at the rankings, you know, you saw her in 2 other quarterfinals this year, Rottnest and also at Honolulu Bay. Now she's into a 3rd one, this time at Barra de la Cruz, and just slamming on the open face is Macy Callaghan. Hard off the bottom and getting a nice step there. Just kind of trims that end section float, but she definitely looked much more aggressive on the start to that smaller wave.
Yeah, on the beginning for sure. Didn't like the body language at the end though, Joe, and I think she wasn't very stoked with herself either. And it's really going to come down to if Sally bettered her situation on her last wave, and it seems that she did.
Fitzgibbons 6 and a 5.73 now. The 5.73 was the wave previous, so she's just continuing to build. We say you don't want to give Fitzgibbons more time. Now, there used to be events where you'd actually have a discussion with the contest directors in the morning, surfers rep, okay, how long do you want these heats to be? And there used to be some discussion of, oh, you want it 30, you want it 35, and we'll get back to that because we've got Macy on the replay.
Yeah, love the aggressiveness right there. That was one of the better turns we've seen all event long, especially at the beginning of a wave. And then this one seemed like it was going to build a little bit more. Goes up into lip and seemed a little bit tired right at the end there. Didn't really get up into the lip line, and you see a little disappointment on her face. Wasn't stoked with that. Still has plenty of time though, Joe, but I think to beat the best closer in the business, as he said, Fitzgibbons, it's like going up against the Yankees, bottom of the 9th, Rivera's on the mound, and he's, you know, going to throw that 3-2 slider and just strike you out. So Callaghan needs to hit a homer.
Driving into that first section over the roof is Keely Andrew, and she'll sneak out quickly. Kind of a tough wave to surf there, but the non-priority heat is an opportunity for you to sort of get waves that maybe nobody's looking at. There's certain surfers that really understood this overlapping heat formula very well, where sometimes their keeper scores came in that non-priority portion. First person I think of is John Florence. Nice aggressive wrapping turn. Fitzgibbons keeping a higher line on the next cutting. Section vertically for the snap, and there's the hook again. Rapid fire surfing from Sally, on fire, inside wedge. We saw her throw the air reverse the other day. Now I'm just waiting for it, but smart. It didn't get really wedge against her, so she just floated it, stayed on her feet. So many different types of turns for Fitzgibbons. I'm expecting that lead to grow even further.
Yeah, inteligente, Joe. This was, as I said before, the best closer in the business, and with 3 minutes to go, he's got to be feeling pretty good about her situation in this heat. Has a 5.73 on her previous wave, and I mean, you talk about somebody that just develops scores over time, probably used those first 23 minutes of the non-priority situation to just try to get a couple of scores on the board, and then starts aggressive on this last wave, and especially right in front of Macy. That's not something that your opponent is probably going to want to see. Beautiful top turn right there from Sally. I love the aggressiveness, that little extra zip on that carve, and then just the finishing touches. La cereza en el pastel, Joe, the cherry on top of the cake, as I told you the other day. Nothing spectacular right at the end, but just finish it off.
Courtney Conlogue flows over the top of the roof.
Ooh.
Taking a great section for the forehand hook. More of a little wrap snap there, and she will get credit for it, but it took her a little bit to ride away. But showing a lot of aggression once again from the smaller waves we've seen this morning that she's been on. Had a 2.6, just kind of warming up here with Keely Andrew, and much more commitment on that last wave.
Yeah, Courtney looks strong and focused, and board looks great under her feet too. Her shaper Tim Stamps is here with her, and what a great way to feel comfortable about what you're riding with than your shaper being here, right, Joe?
Tim Stamps is such a humble human being, and shapes world-class equipment. And for a very long time with Courtney Conlogue, he's created magic boards for her when she's needed it the most at the U.S. Open, doing it in one day. There's surfboard builders that can do it all from start to finish, and Stamps is one of them. 3.67 for last at Conlogue, but the priority heat is now towards the final minute. We did see improvement from Fitzgibbons. 7.6, her top two scores. And now Macy Callaghan needs a 7.57 to take the lead. I was mentioning before how they used to have a discussion about time. And this was at Trestles many years ago, and I was next to Dino Andino. I was like, well, why would a surfer ever vote for less time in a heat? He was like, think if you have Kelly. The last thing you want to do is give him more time. So it almost would be strategy if you had a say in putting less time on the clock. I think you'd want to do the same thing against Fitzgibbons. If she's got 46 minutes in a heat, she's going to get some big numbers.
And look at this, Joe. Important wave needs a 7.57 or better on this.
Set up snap for Callaghan. So far, just all about setup work. There's that signature frontside wrap.
Got to go for it right here, Joe.
Carve to fill it in. So far, so good. Nice, clean start to that snap and a little bobble to recover. That wave just didn't really give her too much to work with, and she's chasing the best wave score of the heats to turn that one around.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't see it happening. I think Fitzgibbons is going to advance out of this one, and you know, Macy's still going to need a result to qualify, and unfortunately for her, she kind of just needs to pick up the pace right there at the end, especially in these overlapping heats. But as you were talking about, one of the younger competitors maybe hasn't competed as much with this format before, and Sally has.
Fitzgibbons into the quarterfinals with a solid performance of a 7 and a 6.0. Coming up next, we'll see Silvana Lima, the wild card, take on #1 in the world, Carissa Moore. The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Expedia, it matters who you travel with. And by Oakley, the official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League.
It is a wonderful morning here at Barra De La Cruz for stop 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're loving our time in Mexico. Ooh. Looking at the waves firing and stepping into this one for a big classic Courtney Conlogue bottom turn. She's got a big wall to work with. Just being patient for her first strike off the lip. There's the snap for Conlogue. Clean sweeping motion for Courtney, and she'll dig in off the bottom once again. High score at the moment of 3.67. And now you'll see her opponent, Keeley, with similar moves. Inside pit, almost for Conlogue. A quick pocket ride there. That probably felt great. And now it's all about Keeley. Let's see if her wave's going to hollow out. She'll step off quickly, and now she'll really have an interesting battle with one of the best paddlers on tour. Courtney Conlogue, Keeley dealing with their priority race to the takeoff zone, and Silvana Lima and Carissa Moore start an absolute classic of a matchup. Silvana's rail work has looked so impressive. A longtime veteran getting the inside wall, snap to slide, and she goes down. Tried to start off quickly against world number 1 Carissa Moore with plenty of time on the clock. Love seeing a matchup like this, Mitch. We got Silvana Lima as an injury replacement wild card for Lakey Peterson. The call first went to Amuro Suzuki. She wasn't able to make it to Mexico, so Silvana got this opportunity to come back and compete against the top 17. She loves playing spoiler.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like if you're trying to just slow down any momentum of a gold medalist and world number 1 Carissa Moore, women like Steph and the rest of the crew would probably love calling up Silvana Lima and say, hey, help us out here. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, I don't think that happened at all, but I do think this is probably the standout heat of the round. When I saw the draw yesterday, this was the one heat that popped out to me. I was like, whoa, we got 2 of the big girls out there that are just going to try to do their best with the waves that they have on offer. And I enjoyed this exchange a lot between Courtney and Keeley. I'm getting, you know, a little bit of recuerdos, memories from Courtney Conlogue winning at Bells Beach a few years ago, Joe, with these kind of conditions. Beautiful bottom turns. I love how she draws them out a little bit more. And then Keeley had a nice wrap. And then I like this cheeky barrel right here at the end, too. Nice stall. And then Andrew did some beautiful rail work, too. She needs to pick up the pace because this is a very important heat for the rankings. Courtney Conlogue, number 9. Keeley Andrew, number 10. It could really come down to either of these 2 women qualifying at the end of the season.
And they're not doing the math now, but right behind them, Malia Manuel, 11th in the world, has just moved on to the quarterfinals. And it's very close between those positions, all fighting for a top 9 spot to be back on tour next year. Back to Silvana Lima's start.
Yeah, and I think whether it's big or small here at Barra, Lima feels comfortable. Great rail work, nice flow. I love this turn right there. A little bit more drawn out. The only comparison I think the judges are going to have to really make in this heat against Carissa is the power factor. Carissa's obviously going to be able to throw a little bit more spray as Silvana's shorter than her, but Silvana's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive with her speed and maybe attacking larger sections, getting those airdrops on the outside, because Carissa has been on fire.
Moore is turning in one of the best seasons of her career. Easy to say that with how she began the season with a final at Pipeline, a place that she's been putting a much more time into. And as we saw the schedule announcement for next year, the women on tour will now get a complete event at Pipeline for the first time in championship tour history. Starting all the way from the seeding round, all the way to the final. This year it was a move from Maui to Pipeline. Starting from quarterfinal number 4. Lima in motion, known as one of the fastest surfers in the world. Still has that speed as she carves to the bottom. Arcs it, setting up this inside wall. Has some time to think about the finish, a quick reaction to the closeout section, and now Silvana will wait for 2 numbers to come through. Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore fades. Now 2 times to the pocket. Nice rebound there. Riss has a 2.33 already. Nice healthy frontside arc again. Now picking up the speed with the wall. Laid back and misses it. She uses that maneuver so well on her forehand. A lot of different walls around the world. That one gets away from her, and Silvana will have the lead for a moment. Let's catch up now with world number 3, Fitzgibbons with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Sally, you know, this overlapping heat format, a little longer heat duration, 46 minutes, it allows you to catch a lot of waves and have a lot of swings at it out there. It seems like that was what was happening in your heat to finally build to some of your keeper scores.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. It seems like 46 minutes when it's a really golden day out there, like that there'll be a lot of waves, but the wave you need to like win a heat is quite different. So just being patient, definitely some things to tighten up, but yeah, it's all about momentums. I just kept, even through a few errors, just trying to keep the momentum in my court, and yeah, it's nice to actually make those little bit grindier heats. To know that you've got a lot more surfing to open up in the next one.
Well, and you do have more surfing to do. We got the quarterfinals this afternoon. What do you do between now and your quarterfinal heat?
Oh, it's just so exciting. I think game day is just the ultimate day for myself. Like, I absolutely love it. It's all the process. So it started this morning at 3 a.m. and it'll end tonight. No matter what the result, it's just I get a lot of joy out of days like this. So definitely rest, refuel, hydrate, all the things out in the desert you need to do. But yeah, just trust in my process. I do all the time and hop out there and hopefully open up and let my surfing do the talking.
Great catching up with you. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Cheers. Hi to everyone back home. Yep. Love you heaps.
Sally always fits in that shout out to everyone back home in Giro on the south coast of New South Wales in Australia. She's been on the road for a very long time now, participating in the Olympic Games. She even for a moment was thinking about when she might get a break in, and I think she was like, wait, I don't really like breaks. She likes staying switched on at 100% and was able to give it her all in Tokyo, and now she's back into another quarterfinal this year. Silvana Lima picking up her 2nd scoring ride.
Yeah, and I thought this was lovely wave selection from Lima. An insider, but the thing just grew and bowled out. And great rail work right there from the Brazilian surfer. And I thought this was an important maneuver to just get out of the way. After she fell on her first wave, bettered her situation with this last one. It's her best score of 5. And then Carissa opening up her heat, has a 2.33 on that short opener, Joe. And then this only came in as a 3.5. Slow pace of the wave. That was a beautiful arc right there, trademark from Carissa. But then she tried to go big just to recover some points at the end and fell. Still has lots of time though.
Keely Andrew in the priority heat with Conlogue, chasing a 5.67 for the lead. Coming off the front side wrap, Wall's looking promising. Snaps it deep off the bottom, another nice clean vertical, and that bottom was dropping out quickly. She did well to ride away.
Critical as it gets, and I think we got to put a lot of emphasis on the importance of this heat for both ladies. Realistically, it's either going to be one of these 2 ladies that requalifies for next year, and it's going to be a bummer to see one of them go, but it's now or never for either of them.
It's interesting. We always talk about how you want the best surfers in the world, you know, head-to-head or one-on-one for the world title. You know, we talked about the spoilers in the past, or either wild cards or someone that's, you know, 15th in the world knocking out world #1. That's happened with, say, Jeremy a couple of times with Medina over the last few years. But what about requalification too? This scenario is kind of very fitting. We've got Courtney 9th and, you know, Keely right behind her in 10th. So now for requal, they're going one-on-one for a shot to be on tour next year. So a lot to add up mathematically, especially with Malia Manuel still into the quarterfinals at number 11 in the world.
Yeah, and I think in long term, you got to think too, okay, how did I do this year in comparison to years previous? And are you happy with your performances at certain locations? Did I better my performances at those locations? And since Barra is a new spot that they haven't been to, this is like a great opportunity for themselves to just prove that they were one of the better performers of the event, excuse me, as we see this lovely top turn right at the end of this wave from Keely. Critical, as difficult as it gets still, the section was coming down on her and was able to get the board up into the lip in time.
Keely Andrew, a surfer who's participated in a couple of major championship tour finals. Still waiting for her first win. Bottom dropping out on Courtney Conlogue, but she stomps that takeoff. Already snapping it off the lip. The second one, perfect.
Oh.
Huge front side carve. Conlogue off to an incredible start. Great form once again for the Californian. Driving into another beautiful section. Spray still falling back down to the ocean surface from her last two turns. There's some backwash. That's going to make that end section incredibly challenging, and that'll take her down. That gives room for Carissa Moore. Overhead section. Drills the first hack, second turn. Straight up off the lip line. Right into a roundhouse cutback.
Man.
Beautiful arc once again. Uses that speed and just carves right back into the power source. There's the vertical for Riss. World number one putting together an absolute Barra special. She'll stay on her feet through the backwash. Riss just opened up that scale and now turned things around on Silvana Lima. She'll be into the lead. Conlogue now throwing the pressure all over Keely Andrew with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, and great wave, Courtney. And I think we might have just seen the best wave in the entire women's event so far from Carissa Moore. Just some beautiful textbook surfing. And when we were younger, Joe, everybody was always talking about Carissa and how she was like the female version of Kelly, and she was still in her teens. And now that she's in her late 20s, you really get to see why people were saying that, and it's coming to fruition. And you're talking about how, you know, she was kind of having an indecisive year before everything was happening. And I actually think that might have helped her mentally, because in my personal opinion, I think she's having the best year she's ever had.
So true. She's in such an amazing place mentally, accomplishing so many goals. And look how calm she is after dropping so many massive turns. She's not sprinting. She's actually letting her blood calm down in her legs. She just put so much energy into that last right-hand wall. So she just kind of walked it off. She did have the opportunity to talk to her coach, Mitchell Ross. So that's an advantage there. And I'm sure what Mitch was doing is just giving her props as dropping the best score of the women's event so far. But how about the bomb drop for Conlogue?
Dude, that was gnarly. I think that drop alone is worth a couple of points. And Courtney then went to work. This came in as an 8, Joe. So the best way of that wrap was pristine. And Courtney looks strong, she looks fit, and she looks determined to get a great result here. And then the second half of the wave, it wasn't anything major, but it was just very solid. And she did the basic things extremely well. Read the wave perfectly. This last section was difficult, as you said, though, with the backwash. Tried to time it well, but then it just took the bottom out of her. And look at this, Joe. Came in at a 9.5 for Carissa Moore. I think you have somebody who's judged a few events in the past up there. And they really appreciated what Carissa was able to do, connect the dots. This is how you surf Barra de la Cruz, Joe. Textbook rail surfing. And Carissa just went to town on the inside, especially after having to expend a lot of energy. That wrap right there was the most difficult one out of all of them. Came completely around on this one carve. Look at this. Textbook technique. That's a Kelly Slater type turn right there, and that's where that comparison came from. Just the one arc where she comes completely around, and look at how hollow this section is at the end. Goes for the layback when it wasn't even necessary, a lot of risk involved, and that's why she has the highest wave of actually both the men's and the women's event.
9.5 for world number 1, coming off the Olympic gold in Tokyo and bringing that Olympic energy straight here to Barra De La Cruz. Now a 3.5 is her low score. Silvana Lima with priority now needs an 8.01, and Lima's looking great. She had the 4 built to a 5, but now she'll feel the heat needing that excellent score to move on to the quarterfinals. Like you said, Carissa was well known as a young kid with a lot of expectations, and we hear those expectations thrown a lot to different surfers. Sometimes that amounts of pressure and they disappear before they even get to a position to qualify. For Carissa, she just was able to handle it all. Coming from Oahu, she'd traveled to California for nationals, became the most decorated national champ, entered her first CT at 14, and made the final at Snapper Rocks. So that's when it was the first sign globally where it's not just, you know, hype or expectation. She's proving at 14 that she could beat all the world champions that were currently on tour at the time. And as soon as she qualified, she actually finished 3rd in the world in that rookie season, and then won her first world title in the 2nd season against the world's best.
Yeah, and the scary thing, I still think she has more to give. And I think this year has proved it so far. She's won the Olympic gold medal. She's been leading the whole time, and I don't think she wants to relinquish that first place. And I just love the happiness and just the stoke that she brings to everybody. When I interviewed her the other day, and I was honest about picking Stephanie as my power surfer for the event. She's like, I was like, I'm sorry, I should have picked you. And she's like, you know what, I probably would have picked Stephanie too.
Such a class act. Carissa Moore up and out as she'll be looking to back up the 9.5. I mean, we all saw what happened yesterday when one of the favorites to win, Felipe Toledo, went down to Rio Waida when he locked in an 8.0 early and just never found a backup. That was the biggest upset we've had at this event. So for Carissa Moore, she knows she's still got to apply the pressure. Locking into this one, Courtney Conlogue with a big bottom turn to try to get Shaq to start. She got the vision of the barrel, but it didn't have that hollow opening to come out clean. Her score before, though, an 8.0. And now in the pit with Silvana Lima. The Brazilian gets the exit. Inside track looking promising. It's hollowing out again. Nice clean speed turn off the roof, and now she'll fade. Great projection snap again, and then a crazy closeout. Took away any type of maneuvers down there. Keely in the priority heat with Conlogue. An aggressive hack there, and she's loving that feeling. She needs a massive number, though, to take the lead. A 9.17 now with 3 minutes to go.
She has the potential to do it. She's made 2 finals in her career, both at high performance waves. One at Snapper Rocks, the other one at lower Trestles, and we've also seen her compete very highly at the qualifying series level when the waves are pumping. Los Cabos at Salvador, she's won in El Salvador, and I think right now with 2 minutes and 45, if you don't get the 9.17 on this one wave, because we only saw the end, we only saw the finish, and the finish was spectacular. What did she do on the outside? But don't rely on just having the one score, because you got to be thinking that Courtney can still better her 5.5.
This is what Keely Andrew just threw down, chasing a 9.17.
Aggressive first move. Larger wave on a critical section. That's going to score well. Let's see what the midsection did right here. Beautiful wrap. Goes up into the lip once, and this is where we saw this spectacular finish. Wow. I love this wave. I don't know how much lower it's going to be than the 9.5 of Carissa. I do think it's going to be either close to the excellent or right there. So I don't think she gets the 9.17, but I do think that she's going to need a medium-sized score just to get this, get up into the lead.
Here was Silvana's just amazing barrel in the takeoff.
Yeah, and I was about to say that to win this heat against Carissa, she was probably going to need a couple excellent scores. And said and done, she's going to get her best so far. A 7.33 on this one, and really the first great barrel we've seen this morning. Great pacing, beautiful rail surfing. I thought that last section was pretty important though. Mistimed it. That's why the score didn't go into the 8-point range.
Just thinking about Silvana Lima when she first had a wild card on tours pumping Honolulu Bay, and she got a perfect 10 as a wild card, her first ever CT, getting incredible barrel rides. So she's always been able to tube ride incredibly well. And that's such a great thing to have on a wave like this when maybe you're not wanting to go turn for turn with someone, even though Silvana can. A barrel opportunity can change everything to break down a huge requirement that you need for the lead. 7.33 is putting her back in the game. Silvana needs a 5.68 to try to upset world number 1. Meanwhile, in the priority heat, we're running out of time, 35 seconds. Keeley's score 7.17. Chasing now a 6.34, the heat leader on this wave now. Conlogue with the float. Nice clean snap off the lip, deeper off the bottom. Aggressive frontside wrap. Huge tail release on that major move. And now she'll just fill in this inside corner. End section wedging at her will make it really hard to pull off. And Keeley getting this one in before we hear the buzzer. A small wave there, and we'll just see that whole wave from start to finish just in case. Because Andrew chasing the 6.34, Conlogue looking to improve on a 5.5 on the last exchange.
Yeah, there's a good chance that she could do it too. And that would signify that Keeley Andrew would probably need something in the 7-point range. Here we go from the start. Beautiful opening top turn right there. Goes back into the white water. But a very small wave, and I just don't even think this was going to be enough for the 6.34 that she needed before Courtney's last wave. And I think this is a huge performance and a massive win for the Californian Conlogue, Joe.
Now we're watching Tyler Wright get started. The two-time world champ taking on rookie Isabella Nichols for a spot in the quarterfinals. A lot of cutback work for Tyler. Frontside power gouge to put more power into the open face late on the finish, and the warm-up's out of the way. And now the quick Silvana Lima is out of there as she's chasing down world number 1 Keeley Andrew. Left chasing Conlogue. Courtney getting the win with an 8 and a 5.5. We'll be back for more after this.
The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League.
Three straight days of competition here at Barra De La Cruz for stop 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We've got some great battles underway in the water right now with a lot of world titles. Tyler Wright with 2 titles is not in the same heat as Carissa Moore, but we've got the overlapping format, which has been crucial to capitalize on the best part of this swell that we've had here in Mexico. Carissa Moore and Tyler, good friends, great rivals. They'll probably feel some great world title energy in the water as they share these perfect rights together. Tyler Wright taking on Isabella Nichols. And when you look at the rankings, they're right next to each other, number 7 and 8 in the world.
Yeah, it's as good as it gets right here between these two. And I think both of them want a shot at getting into the WSL Final Five. Serving at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Tyler would be going for her 3rd World Championship, and it would be great to see Isabella sneak in there and maybe become another rookie, the 2nd female rookie that could be a world champion.
Asking Mitchell Salazar early this week where he'd want to be. He wanted to be 4th to kick things off, to get a little bit of work done, feel the lineup. And I think a lot of surfers would probably feel the same way. You get that early win, that just builds confidence. I mean, if you are the 4th seed, it's basically the same as 5th in a way, because that's the first matchup that we'll see at lowers, where 4th surfs against 5th. Winner of that takes on the 3rd seed in the world. Winner of that goes on to world number 2. So it's a long way to go on one big day before you get to the final match. Carissa Moore threw down a 9.5 just moments ago with so many different types of turns and an aggressive layback hack finish. Lima, though, got herself back into the heat with an incredible barrel ride that earned her a 7.33 during the break. Carissa Moore stayed very active.
Yeah, and I think this approach is important and smart against somebody who's not only won in Mexico like Lima, but she's also not a tactician. She's very spontaneous, and the better competitor in Carissa Moore, the 4-time world champion, just really needs to post another score that'll back up that 9.5. Some great surfing on the outside. This wave a little difficult to read here in the middle part. And this Bowley section goes for the layback yet again, and unfortunately just couldn't finish. But I love the risk that we're seeing from Carissa. And this was Bella's first wave. Number 8 in the rankings. This is very impressive for the young surfer from Australia who's been a World Pro Junior champion before. Actually, in similar waves in Portugal, she beat Magina Maera at a point break that's like this, but in colder water. Wow, that was an amazing turn right in the pocket. Great down carve. And then she just has a great pacing with this wave. I don't know if you've noticed the way she warms up, Joe, but she uses an Australian football to warm up, get her conditioning going, and I think her reflexes, more importantly, hand-eye coordination. And this was Tyler Wright's opener. Smaller wave, but I feel like she's kind of gone unnoticed in the grand scheme of things. We haven't really talked about her too much as far as rankings go and just qualification for the Final Five, and she's done some great surfing on this wave. Nothing spectacular, but from start to finish, very solid.
Such an interesting season for Tyler, who was in the Jeep Leaders jersey after that historical win at Pipeline. She had a 10 at Honolulu Bay to eliminate Steph, and it was like all guns blazing. She took advantage of the WSL Countdown Series, which kind of felt like a preseason, and she was just owning it. It felt like she was going to steamroll into another dominant world title run. Lima getting clipped, and she'll get sent over the falls as she's still barrel hunting against Carissa Moore. Let's hear from Courtney Conlogue now with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Courtney, that was an important heat for you with Keeley sitting 9 and 10s respectively in the rankings. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, she was 10, I was 9, and definitely had a shot in that heat. And you know, it was really slow with that overlapping at the start. I felt like the sets kind of backed off, and there was only 1-2 waves. And by the time Sally and Macy came back out, we were like third and fourth priority, and just having to wait almost. And you know, when our heat started, I was like, all right, now time to get to work, and stoked to pull through.
Yeah, and just to quantify that, we're taking the top 9 women to move on to the 2022 World Championship Tour. So that's really, really clutch to come through that and into the quarterfinals. Let's talk about some tools. Stamps, your boards. Let's hear a little bit about what you're riding, and I understand your shaper's with you here on site.
Yeah, my shaper's here supporting Tim Stamps, and this is an Old Faithful model. We did a little tweaks and a little tweaks on it, but I don't want to give too much info, but it's my Love Bug model, and I loved the boards to death. That's why I called it the Love Bug. I broke so many of them because I just surfed them all the time, and
You know, I really love this board. It's reliable, and I feel like I could surf it in anything from 2 foot to like 8 foot.
So the Love Bug model available from Tim Stamps.
Yeah.
And Courtney Conlogue on to the quarterfinals, which we'll see later on today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
She certainly put a stamp on that heat against Keely Andrew, getting some great waves, Mitch.
Yeah, and I love her positivity and just the attitude that she had. She was like, yeah, Kaipo, I'm 9, she's 10. I don't really care. I'm looking to win the event regardless, so let me just do my thing.
Courtney Conlogue into the quarterfinals, and now 14 minutes on the clock in the priority heat with Carissa Moore and Silvana Lima. Lima up and out, still chasing a 7.78 to catch up to world number 1. Get so much done in this overlapping format.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these new formats, obviously they need to be tested before they're actually done in a real big CT event. Stories I heard from world champ and CEO in the past of the tour, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, is they're like, well, I think a good place to test this out would be Cloud Break. Anyone want to go on a surf trip? And what a cool way to test it out in perfect waves. And it worked out so incredibly well. It was soon introduced into a major CT event, moving quickly through a couple of good frontside wraps. Isabella Nichols trying to compete with the 2-time world champ. We know how aggressive Nichols is. She's so confident as a rookie on tour. She took out 7-time world champ Steph Gilmore this season in really fun waves at Newcastle. And looks like she wants to add another champ to her list here in 2021.
Oh, yeah. And now we have the Olympic gold medalist and 4-time champ looking to add the first female title here at Barra to hers.
Down carve, this one's got a cool little wedge on it, but the open face is kind of tapering down until now. Such a solid hack to finish on. And interesting, she got the 5.6 on that big set wave, where she actually did a lot. Beautiful carve work, had the big float, and went down on maybe the most aggressive version of the layback closeout hack she's ever gone for. She just fell on that finish, so the 5.6 is keeping the low score. Very attainable for Silvana Lima to get the lead, so we'll see if Carissa is going to get improvement now with 12 minutes to go, Mitch.
Yeah, let's see the whole wave, because I thought the ending was filthy. And this first carve was just a setup really for the midsection. That one was textbook. That looked like Andy back in 06 here. And then she measured this really well. Look at, the extension for how the section was, that was as difficult as it gets. Completely extended, the white water's coming towards you, and I don't think we've really seen that section really offer up as much on previous days, and it's because of the size today. Colley was talking about it earlier, that because of how the bars is set up, a lot of waves tend to close out on the middle section, and we haven't seen that on day 1 or day 2. Here with the smaller ones, you really need to take note and be setting up your end turn before it actually comes up and pops up.
Carissa Moore all smiles as she's heading back out to the takeoff zone here at Barra de la Cruz. Tatiana Weston-Webb will be taking on Sage Erickson in heat number 7. Total of 8 heats in the round of 16. So once this round's finished, we'll have a quarterfinal set. Quarterfinals should be happening later on today. That was Jessie Miley Dyer's call, which could set things up for a finals day potentially first thing tomorrow morning.
And we'd only have the semis and the finals, so we could actually choose when we want to run the event. Lower tide, tide incoming, who knows? I mean, if you want it to be sunny, overcast, you could also choose that. But look at the score for Carissa, Joe, another big one.
6.87 for Carissa Moore. Silvana Lima now needs something into the 9s, 9.05 to take the lead. So another impressive heat for world number 1. But if anyone can come back and pull anything off, it's Silvana Lima. I don't think she's ever felt like calling it quits through injuries, through losing major sponsors. Lima just loves this atmosphere, competing in front of the world and taking on the best in the world as well, because she's still one of them. But tough when you have Carissa in the Jeep Leaders jersey with so much confidence. That really kicked off from that opening event of the season. She was a bit devastated starting the season off #2 in the world, but just went to instant work in Newcastle, did the air heard around the world, seen around the world. It was like an eruption in the news of the height that Carissa got on that wave. And now that she's got a couple of big numbers, that's going to free her up in the next 9 minutes to maybe throw down something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and in retrospect, you can't really be that bummed that you started off the season with the 2nd place, because at Pipeline, she was the best surfer. In the semifinals, she had a 9 and she had an 8. A 7-point heat total when the women hadn't competed there in almost 20 years. And then you were very dominant in the Honolulu Bay. You moved straight into the Australian leg. You win an event there, and then the rest of it is just textbook surfing at the Surf Ranch, 2nd place. The only time she hasn't won, but she's made all 3 of the finals. Coming here to Mexico after winning the Olympic gold medal, she's having a dream year. And the only reason that people can't catch up to her is because she doesn't have the same kind of pressure of just wanting to succeed in a way that put her headspace in a negative spot at the end of the year. It's freed up because of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It doesn't have to be decided an event before the last event. It comes down to one single day where you're going to be crowned the world champion next to the male world champion too, Joe.
Oh, what a historical day for sport and for pro surfing, as the waiting period starts in September 9th all the way through the 17th, but it's only for 1 day of competition. And it's a great time of the year in Southern California for south swells, and it's relatively easy to forecast. They can see it coming miles away. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. It's been a pleasure sitting next to you, learning more about this great Mexican culture, but talking all things sport. A lot of great analogies that we're bringing to this big World Championship title day. And when you start looking at strengths with all the surfers that might be in that Final Five, a lot of them and the world champions have success at lower trestles.
Yeah.
Never forget what Gilmore did to that place when it got the call up as a CT upgrade a few years past, what Carissa's done out there recently. But even in those early years of winning national titles, that was all at lower trestles. So definitely a lot of experience for the Hawaiians, the Californians, coming into that final event of the season.
100%. And as I said, no mental pressure to try to clinch the title before you get there either.
Speaking of a lowers champ, Lima picking off a great looking wave, using a ton of the open face from deep off the bottom to super high up that lip for those carves. Now starting to really drive towards this part of the wall. Clean snap off the lip. Ooh. And a rad just progression off the top of that roof. That was amazing to see how she kind of hit it on that hollow part of the wave.
I like the positivity too, Joe. Keeping things happy, even though you need a gigantic score compared to the 9.5 that Carissa got. A 9 isn't impossible, but if there's somebody that can do it in these kind of conditions, it's Silvana Lima. Whether it's 2 foot, whether it's 10 foot, she's been able to actually get 10s in those kind of conditions. I remember Barra De La Tijuca against Steph, the 1-air reverse, 10 points. Bells Beach, 6 to 8 feet, another 10-point ride. So she has the skills to do it. Now it's all about getting back out in time and probably needing another wave to put Carissa in 2nd place.
Lima is so dangerous in these situations. Let's see what she did once again.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful surfing. Great pace too, good read. Just because the first section was difficult, it was speeding down the line, and a great combination of beautiful rail surfing. I love the layback edition. Just showing a little bit of variety. And then excellent tempo right here at the end. Didn't rush anything. Knew that she just wanted to finish. And she knows who she's up against too. And those 2 finishing maneuvers were crucial. That's why she didn't even claim it. She's like, no, maybe not the 9, but at least give me something excellent so it puts me back in the heat.
Great versions of different types of turns, but how did she fit in this little extra move off that float section?
We always talk about the 2 for 1, and sometimes it's better just to go for the 1 at the end. Here, this wave backed off enough where the backwash actually helped her lift it up the section a little bit longer.
Catching up to Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ. Big, powerful snap as that wave got incredibly steep. There's that stylish wrap that she loves to do. Sitting on the tail a bit more on that last turn, and she'll step off. Her best, a 4.67 before that. World Surf League, proud to be crowning world champions since 1976. Peter Townend getting that first world title on the women's side. Those early world champs, Margot Oberg, Lynn Boyer, started getting the titles done. And you think about where Carissa stands now in the barrel as she's rifling through this wedge. Wave spits, and that Jeep Leaders jersey goes down. That was one of the raddest attempts at getting another excellent score. 3:30 to go. I thought she had that.
So did I. Best barrel of the event so far would have been, and boy, all we need now from Carissa is a 10, right, Joe? Just to put the icing on it.
Silvana Lima chasing a 9.05, put together some wonderful turns. And that last score goes excellent for Lima, an 8-point ride. Now Silvana needs an 8.38. As you see how the judges reacted, they dropped the high and the low.
Yeah, a little bit of disparity in the decision too. A couple of 8.5s, went as low as a 7.5. I thought it was clearly better than her 7.33, but still, I think this is what Lima was going to need anyways to win this heat. A pair of 8s, a couple of excellent scores, because Moore, with just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, still has an opportunity to better her low score of a 6.87. And she probably would have done it if she made it out of that barrel, Joe.
Carissa is such an amazing tube rider. Silvana is as well.
Yeah.
You just would dream to have this wave just providing a shootout up against the rocks there.
Maybe if you like induce the spirits long enough, we'll be able to get 2 waves in a row where it just like manifests itself.
Silvana just thinking about what she might need to get an 8.38. She has to be very careful with her wave selection. Be interesting too, without priority, if she'll gamble with having a multiple wave set to sit next to Carissa, or is she free enough to get a little bit of room and move off that same section?
It's a great question. I think she has enough freedom to move around. But look at this, as deep as you can get. The drop was amazing, and I think the foam ball just got her in time. But what an attempt. And I think she comes out of that and rips it apart. I would have appreciated a 10-point ride there for Carissa Moore.
Oh, it's so technical the way she read that wave. And now looking at this one with priority is Carissa Moore. Nothing happening there. So priority shifts till Silvana Lima. She can sit wherever she wants to get the score now. 1 minute on the clock. Lima needs an 8.38 on this wave. Can she create the biggest upset of the draw? Snap down the line. Lima goes off the roof. Bit of a slide there. Nice projection off that last turn. Carve to follow. Back to the lip line again. It's got a nice inside bowl. And she will curl off the roof of that re-entry. Olympic gold medalist now kicks out on the wave behind her. 30 seconds remaining.
And I enjoy how smart Carissa is, because she knew that Silvana got up. She made it down the line quite a bit, and she just recognized that there was potentially a score to be needed right there. So it goes to show you her awareness, but it's going to come down to whether or not Lima gets the low 8. And just based off of what we saw in the 8.0, I don't think this is going to be enough. I don't think the wave quality was there. And I think Carissa Moore is going to be able to advance to the quarters.
What a great clash that was.
Oh, yeah.
It brought back a lot of old school memories when Lima came on tour and took down so many huge names and event wins. I love that she was able to come here as a wild card as we're still waiting for scores from her last wave. But things got incredibly exciting. First, the 9.5 for Riss. Silvana back in it, getting barreled with a 7.33. Lima built to that 8-point ride to keep things incredibly interesting.
One of the higher scoring heats of the event too. 16.37 to 15.33. Wow, you got to be stood if you're Lima bowing out right now.
As we look at the numbers, Carissa Moore moving on into the court. Lima eliminated. Tati and Sage coming up next. We'll bring in Chris and Cully for the call right after this.
A healthy ocean just means a healthy planet. I think that's something we all want and we're all striving towards.
I think people need the ocean because you need nature. You need beauty that you can't create.
We've labeled each body of ocean with names, but at the end of the day, all these oceans, they're all one.
We are one ocean, the WSL standing behind the effort to keep our oceans beautiful. If you have your phone right now, take it out of your pocket, take it off the coffee table, open up the camera app, scan that QR code right there, and do some homework, do some research. Sign and share the petition, or you can go to weareoneocean.org. However you get involved, we implore you, we're begging you, get involved. Look how beautiful our playing field is. Let's keep it that way. This was during the break. Quick up for surfer in white, Isabella Nichols from Australia. She's been on a solid run so far. This is a big start here for Isabella. Chris Cote here with Kalle Carranza. We just witnessed, but I have to say, the heat of the event so far. Carissa Moore and Silvana Lima posting two incredibly high heat scores, 16.37, 15.33, a tight heat, a crazy good matchup between those two superstars of our sport. It was Carissa Moore wearing that Jeep yellow leader jersey, getting the win. But there's going to be more action to come. All right, we've got 19 minutes on the clock for Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright, but entering the lineup now, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Sage Erickson. Kalle, the waves just seem to be improving with each and every heat. We saw the biggest sets of the day coming through during the last heat with Carissa Moore and Silvana Lima, posting 9s, 8s. It's all happening.
It is all happening here at Barra de la Cruz in Oaxaca. Beautiful waves coming through. Tide is dropping 9:56 local time, so we will still have an hour and a half of dropping tide. The rocks on the outside more and more exposed. That means that surfers could potentially start taking off behind those rocks, and we'll have enough space to make it up and in front of that rock that you're seeing on your upper right hand side of your screen. But surfers are still sitting a little bit wide. They want to get those wide ones. They want to make sure they don't get caught behind it. Carissa Moore almost making that barrel on the outside section in her previous heat. And well, safe to say we will see more barrels today.
You've got some incredible two-weters in the lineup right now. Now, Kalle, this wave has been compared to Snapper Rocks and Rincon, some of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. But what makes this wave unique? What about the barrel? What about the takeoff makes Barra de la Cruz a unique right-hand point break?
Well, not only the takeoff, Chris, but if you talk about the importance of that river that you have on the north side of Barra de la Cruz, Rio Simatan throws a bunch of sand. Snapper Rocks, for example, gets quite a bit of sand from Diba. They suck the sand out and deposit it on the north side of the point. Here at Barra de la Cruz, it happens naturally. We have a river that every summer, during the wet months, during the summer months, pushes tons and tons of sand and deposits it on Barra de la Cruz, which is why this wave is so good between May, June, all the way through November, December.
It's a miracle of nature, a surfer's dream. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We're going 3 days in a row with the action increasing every single day. We showed up here before the sun, but you could just tell, you could feel the energy. A lot of action in the lineup, a lot of new swell coming through, right in time to peak for our quarterfinals, which will be set today. This is a freight train of an event. I'm loving it.
I think not only you, but all of Mexico, all of Latin America, the entire world was waiting almost 2 decades to have the world's best surfers come back to Barra de la Cruz. And well, the waves have not disappointed. We talked about waves being pretty fun on day one of competition, but slowly but surely the swell has been building. It's been getting better. It's been getting bigger. And you know there's excitement here at the contest site when the world's best surfers, both men and women, are here before the sun comes up, roughly an hour and a half before. 6:30, there was already guys and gals waxed up and in the water.
Love to see it. Tatiana Weston-Webb, that lethal backhand activated. 2 big turns there, but on the second one, maybe just a little bit late, she gets caught behind, goes down.
3 feet too far back from the pocket, and Barra de la Cruz is such a tricky wave if you're trying to surf it from behind, especially on this low tide. Tati with 2 CT wins under her belt, top 10 in the last 5 years, so she's looking to hopefully make it her third. And well, with this current, with this tide and swell, I do think we are going to see excellent scores from Tati in this event.
Fully agree with you. Now, going back to the 2006 conversation, it would be impossible to live up to the mythical expectations from that event. That was truly one of the days of the decade of surfing, but we're getting close. I mean, some of the waves we've seen today have been absolutely perfect. Do you think we're going to inch a little bit closer to what we saw in 2006 for the remainder of this waiting period?
I think we will. I don't think we'll have those big 8-foot barrels out the back. So we're not going to get close to that event in regards to barreling waves, but we are going to surpass that event in regards to progression. It's been 16 years. Surfers, both men and women, have improved so much, have gone up and beyond the lip as we see a beautiful looking wave out the back, Chris.
Late drop for Tyler Wright. Easily managed to get around that tricky section, but does not like the looks of that wave. She pulls out. You do get credit for making a drop, dramatic drop like that, but it's not going to be the score that she wants. And out the back, I believe that was Sage Erickson.
Isabella
Nichols. So we have overlapping heats. Tatiana Weston-Webb versus Sage Erickson. Isabella Nichols versus Tyler Wright. Great matchups there. Tatiana Weston-Webb has been enjoying her best season ever. She is right there in the title fight, trying to lock in her spot in the final 5. And you would have to say, coming into a right-hand point break, Tatiana Weston-Webb would be excited and would be feeling very confident. Can't think about her surfing without thinking about the turns that she is able to do on her backhand, but that section was working against her, not allowing her to keep her fins engaged in the wave. She goes down.
And I think she knew it when she was coming into that last section. There was quite a bit of backwash going up the face. It's not only one wave, but actually like 3 little stairs kind of coming in reverse towards the horizon. So Tati was coming into that section knowing that she was going to have to be very careful, but at the same time, you want to do something impressive. So she pushes a little bit too hard, too flat, fins come out as we see Sage. Just a quick in and out for her. Goes down. You can see how the water is scooping up. It's getting way shallower on that inside section. You will most likely see Sage stand up before she gets on her board, and she does touch bottom as we see Tyler Wright out the back having a look at this one. Way more water being pushed, Chris. Way more intensity on the swell. And with that dropping tide, we might be seeing the best waves of the day come in soon. Surfers having a look at this one, going a little bit wider, bit of backwash.
It's going to be Isabella Nichols with priority. Finds a gem, nice opening carve. Beautiful bottom turn, straight up in the lip. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard. What happened there, Calais?
I think she did. She was looking at that section and pushed really hard as if it would have been the last section of the wave. Sometimes you have to pull back a little bit and project out forward into the shoulder of the wave. Isabella, her previous ride also was just a quick in and out, a 0.33, but she does have the highest wave of the heat. I think she's looking to get another big score.
Yeah, Isabella's first wave, she got right off the buzzer when she paddled out. Gets herself a 7, and right now backing it up with a 5.6. She has a great competitive history. She was the champion of the 2019 qualifier series, so knows what it takes to win big events and push through a full season of surfing. Meanwhile, Tyler Wright, who is always a title threat, back in form. Love the looks of that extended carve back into the whitewater. But right now, these waves are appearing to be a little vexing for our 4 surfers in the lineup. Best wave so far was a 7, but we've seen some kind of late takeoffs, some early mistakes. Good thing for all of these surfers, there's plenty of time. 34 minutes in Tatiana and Sage's heat, 11 minutes for Isabella and Tyler.
Almost every wave right now is going to be a late takeoff. The way Tyler paddled into that wave was very impressive. She gave it one extra paddle, so her board would be going down the face of the wave before she stood up. Didn't really disengage her surfboard, which is very impressive. Able to keep that rail engaged as it came off the bottom, but unfortunately, very committed on that big cutback. What happened? The wave ran away from her. So sometimes you have to cut that turn short to make sure you're out in front of it. So for Tyler Wright, just a little mistake, but a beautiful cutback for spectators.
Loved it. I love a good 2-stager. You start wrapping back around and then nail the whitewater. That is a purist's type of maneuver. Love to see it. Pure power. 35 minutes to go. 33 minutes to go for Tatiana and Sage. 10 minutes to go for Isabella and Tyler. Tyler Wright, that score is going to come through. It's not going to be a score of note. These ladies are working for it right now. You see so much water moving around. It's a fight to stay in position here at Barra de la Cruz with the tide switching, the swell pulsing through. They're going to have to put in some hard work to stay in the proper takeoff zone. If you look up around the point from this angle, Kelly, is there an indicator that you see that maybe stirs the imagination to lead you to believe that that's the wave you want? Is there a type of wave that you're seeing coming off the edge of that point?
Yeah, when you said indicator, I thought you were going to ask me about rock formations that you would have to line up with, but the indicator is the wave. You keep paddling up that point, seeing barrels breaking through, so you want to make sure that you take off on that wave almost behind that barrel so you can backdoor it and come out where those surfers currently are paddling. That being said, we talked about a cauliflower current. There is that brown water that is being pushed off the point, and surfers having a really hard time managing to go faster than that conveyor belt of a current. And at any given moment, as you see there, our surfer in white, Isabella Nichols, having to spin around and roll the dice on this one.
Nice late takeoff. Expertly done by Isabella Nichols. Cruises on the open face. Big vertical snap there. Now she's got a glistening golden wall to work with in front of her. Nice and patient, waiting for this wave to form up. She makes the decision to opt out. And that's good, because if you're free surfing, most likely you're riding the wave all the way to the beach. You're already up, you're engaged with that wave, it's yours. But when you're in a contest, knowing that you only have 8 minutes left, it's not going to help you at all to try to milk something to the beach. The judges aren't buying it. They want to see big explosive maneuvers done in the critical section of the wave. it doesn't matter how long you ride the wave. It's what you do on that wave.
Yeah, and I think, you know, she won the QS a couple years back, and she's really comfortable competing. She knows what she has to do, and right now she's not thinking about anything else other than replacing the 5.6. She had to roll the dice. She was fighting hard to stay in place with that current, but as she got to that midsection of the wave, she felt that that 5.6 was not going to be replaced, so she kicks out. As we see all three surfers out the back paddling hard to make it around that current. You can see it's very snapper-esque, Chris. It's very similar in regards to how you can see the current change. It's a different color in the water. It's that brown conveyor belt rushing through from right to left.
So you're noticing these surfers all really compacted right there. How big is the takeoff zone, the proper takeoff zone, I should say, here at Barra?
The proper takeoff zone is right past Tyler Wright, about a 20-meter area, 20-meter radius that you have to try and stay within to catch the better waves. And that's something that is not easy to do, especially considering the tide is dropping right now.
It's 6:50 to go in the Isabella-Tyler matchup. $30 minutes still on the clock for Tatiana Weston-Webb and Sage Erickson in round of 16, heat 7. A round of 16, heat 6, featuring Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright. That is the priority heat in this four-surfer matchup.
And if you're watching at home and seeing the name Tyler Wright, you're very familiar with that name. This young lady has already won 14 championship tour events, but Isabella Nichols is going to be in the top 10 for many years to come. Extremely stylish,
no doubt.
Very clean, really polished and elegant in her approach. I see a little bit of Stephanie Gilmore in her. She's very powerful, yet so elegant when she goes through those flat sections of the wave, making it look very nice. It's a breath of fresh air and one of my favorite surfers in this event.
Yeah, she adds a little something extra to her turns, little flashes of glamour when she goes into her carving cutbacks. And, you know, for Isabella right now, with 5.5 to go, she's got Tyler Wright against the ropes, needing a 7.33. This is an event beyond most events we've seen on tour this year. There really has been a huge story of upsets and wildcards and replacement surfers and low-ranked surfers taking out top-ranked surfers. It's been happening all week long. Will it happen again? We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at the Jeep recap, starting with Isabella Nichols.
So she's been very, very active and also extremely stoked and lucky to get that 7-point ride on wave number 1 in this heat. Wave number 3 for her was a 5-point ride, and Tyler Wright, although surfing very radical, very dynamic, hitting the lift, a different approach. You can see a bit more power in her surfing. She's caught 5 waves in this matchup, but nothing really incredible as far as wave quality goes on the inside. Most waves have been running away from her. You saw that last wave, and it happens again in her wave number 3 when she does that long, drawn-out cutback. But Isabella Nichols backing up her 7-point ride with a 5.6. We talked about the elegance in her surfing. See how she doesn't rush it too much as we see Tyler up and riding.
Love that late foamy takeoff from Tyler Wright. You see she's just going to work here. Super powerful, very consistent, rarely makes mistakes. That's why she's a 2-time WSL World Champion, 2017, 2016, 14 CT wins. One of the most dominant female surfers to ever do it. And that was a great wave right there. Uh-oh, we have a priority situation. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Sage Erickson there. I believe as it stands now. Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb did have priority, the P next to her name.
Wow, that
I'm
is the
wondering with the glare if that was Sage or Isabella.
That could potentially be the first priority mistake we've seen in 72 hours of competition. Well, not 72 hours of competition, 3 days of competition. Roughly 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day was what we've been surfing.
All right, take a look here, Calais.
There we go, Tati takes off. Sage Erickson in front of her.
Well, they are the two surfers in that secondary priority heat. before that wave, there was a P next to Tatiana Weston-Webb, but of course, we'll leave it up to the priority judges. They have their eyes focused purely on paddling, on positioning, and right there, they're going to have to make the decision. Did Sage Erickson hinder the scoring potential of Tatiana Weston-Webb, or vice versa?
Wow, and it seems like tense moments in heat number 7 of the women's. They are not exchanging any words out there. Really looking forward to hearing what happened. Was there a mistake? Tati lifting her hands up in the air. She wants to know the situation. Sage paddles past her, trying to get around the rock.
Sage does not want to know the situation. Not sure if she was aware of the priority. I mean, there is a lot going on. You have our beach announcers who are giving them priority and scoring information, but there's also visual cues on the beach. Multiple signs that tell these surfers who has priority and what scores they need. Minute 54 to go for Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright. And I don't want to talk too soon here, but we could be seeing another huge upset. So red priority, white takes off, red pulls out. Both surfers kind of looking towards the tower for answers.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that it was Tati who had priority on that wave. We will have that information shortly, but one thing that I noticed is the surfers have been paddling from left to right of your screen non-stop once they get out to the point. And even then, when they took off, Tati was easily about 30 meters too wide, too far out into the shoulder of where you would have wanted to take off on that wave. So there are barrels out there to be had. There are incredible rides behind the rock, but it seems to be like it's very difficult to paddle yourself and get your board and yourself around the corner.
Well, I can hear the gears turning up in the judging area. Not only are the priority judges most likely having a conversation, but the judges are having a conversation about Tyler Wright's last wave. She needed a big score, a 7.33, to get past Isabella Nichols. Indications are looking right there in the middle so far. And the score comes through for Tyler Wright. It's a 7.03, not enough with only 24 seconds to go. Two-time world champion Tyler Wright potentially getting taken out by Isabella Nichols.
This is Sage up and riding. This is live action, Chris. Beautiful looking wave on the inside. I'm sure Jim Hogan, her coach, is looking at this wave carefully out the back. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it out into the open face. Sage Erickson finishes on the inside. Well,
huge turn of events for Isabella Nichols, who has just unofficially taken out Tyler Wright. What a wild heat in the water, and trust me when I say there will be more to come. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We've got so much action. Stay tuned. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, dramatic turn of events in that last heat. Not only did we see our first interference of the event with Sage Erickson interfering with Tatiana Weston-Webb, but also major upset alert. Isabella Nichols takes out Tyler Wright, who would no doubt be considered a favorite in this event. Right-hand point breaks are her forte, but Isabella Nichols had different ideas. Huge heat total, 12.60 for Isabella, 12.30 for Tyler. And now, two more surfers will enter the lineup. One of them, well, she is a 7-time world champion. Stephanie Gilmore going up in Bronte McCauley. Don't worry about what you're seeing on paper. These heats are wild. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. This has been a real story of upsets, wild cards, replacements doing big damage to our top field.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that most of these matchups that we've seen have been goofy footer versus regular footer, and a totally different approach. You know that you can go a little bit more vertical on your backhand, but you can be so elegant and smooth. On the previous heat, Isabella Nichols taken out the win.
The goofy matchup will continue. Tatiana versus Sage, that's a goofy regular. Stephanie Gilmore versus Bronte McCauley, another goofy regular. You'll love to see it. It just makes these matchups that much more fun to watch. These heats are 46 minutes long. That gives our surfers plenty of opportunity to catch as many waves as they want. Overlapping heats means we have 4 surfers in the water. That means we're not wasting any waves. And Sage Erickson, even though she is sitting on that interference, will not give up. Stranger things have happened. We've seen surfers at this level make it through heats with an interference. It would take a Herculean effort, no doubt, but Sage Erickson is a really good surfer, so do not count her out.
Yeah, and Carissa Moore already had a 9.5 today, so the excellent scores are out there as we're seeing a replay of our surfer in white, Bronte McCauley from Gracetown, Australia. Just clean, beautiful lines. A little bit more aggression in her surfing. I like it. This wave, great choice. Getting a clean coping on the inside and finishing strong on the inside, staying on her board.
Bronte McCauley is your 2017 WSL Rookie of the Year. She did get a big win in 2018 at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
She's made semis twice on a CT event in France and Maui, Chris. So she's looking for her maiden win as we see Tati up and riding. That is the tricky thing about surfing on your backhand here at Barra, is that you can't put pressure on your toe side edge to generate speed to get yourself out into the shoulder like regular footers can. So you have to draw those lines and really measure carefully where it is you plant your bottom turn.
Advantages so far today that you've seen between the goofy and regular footed matchups?
I almost feel like the regular footers have a little bit of an advantage, especially considering that takeoff out the back being really tricky. It's not the type of takeoff that you can just, you know, park your board on your backhand and stall. You actually have to generate speed off the bottom, and with that backwash, it makes it extremely difficult. And now we're seeing Sage's approach on her previous wave, top to bottom all the time. You can see the sense of urgency in her surfing. She is trying to really get that extra point above from what the wave usually would offer you. So she's catching waves that are 4s or 5s. She's trying to make 6s and 7s out of that.
17 minutes to go for Tatiana and Sage. And here goes Stephanie Gilmore. You can't say Stephanie without thinking of the word style. Considered the most stylish surfer on the planet. 4 turns like that. Nice slidey snap there for Steph.
So she's in the secondary heat, Chris, and she caught that wave under the priority of Tatiana Weston-Webb and Sage Erickson. The choice of wave, not the biggest of the heat, but it's nice to kind of get the rhythm of the wave today at Barra. Every day it's a little bit different. Every day the wave changes. And Stephanie taking off very, very deep in the sandy part of the water. You can see how the wave, she's already covered about 50 meters of ride and surfing top to bottom, really clean and flowy. We had a chance to interview her yesterday and asked her about the similarities between Snapper and Barra, and she said, it's scary. It's so similar. She says she feels like she's out the back rock at snapper surfing with Mick, Parko, and the boys.
That's got to be a good feeling. Stephanie Gilmore waiting for that first score to come through. She did get a quick up and down for a .50. Sage Erickson's last wave was a 3.43. Bronte McCauley is going to start strong with an above average number, a 5.83. So that's a decent way to get your roll going. Bronte McCauley, her father, Dave McCauley, legendary championship tour surfer, an icon of our sport, ripping goofy footer as well.
Yeah, really comfortable in big left, super solid backhand as well. And well, Bronte has been pretty much showing the world that she is one of the world's best surfers. We had a chance to see her surf back in the Los Cabos Open a few years back. Very solid at that wave in zippers. She's really comfortable in Mexico, loves the warm water. As we see Sage Erickson lifting her hands up in the air, she wants to know the situation, Chris. It was very unfortunate to see the first priority mistake of the event happen in the third hour of competition on the third day.
Question for you, Calais. Have you ever surfed against Kelly Slater?
No.
Well, if you were going to, let's say you're in Bronte McCauley's shoes, surfing against one of the goats of our sport, Stephanie Gilmore, what do you do to erase, you know, the hero worship, to erase all the accolades, the stats, the facts and figures, the world titles? How do you go out there and compete against a living legend and not let the intimidation factor get to you? What do you think Bronte McCauley is doing to kind of overcome that feeling of, I'm surfing against one of the best surfers to ever do it, and I can beat her? What do you think she's thinking?
Two things. One, she has to outsurf them, and in order to do so, number two, be on the correct waves. We got a chance to talk to Reynos Hayes about strategy today, and he says it is almost impossible to win a heat out there without being on the right waves, and that's what happened to his team rider Seth Moniz yesterday. Just was not able to find that wave to give him the score. So Bronte's thinking, well, she's human. If she doesn't catch the wave, she's not going to get the scores. As we see Bronte having a look at this one.
Bronte straight up into that backside snap, a smaller looking wave, but giving her some opportunity here. Love this part of the wave. As it grows down the line, you're able to build so much speed. Looking for the big finish. Slides the fins out a little bit.
She surfed it really well, Chris. Top to bottom, quick, aggressive, but the wave size was just not there. I'm not quite sure that that is going to be enough to make it past this 7-time world champion Steph Gilmore.
Similar looking wave here for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who is not going to let that interference call slow her down at all. She's keeping the pedal to the metal, as she should. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, surfers losing in heats while sitting on a 9, maybe with a backup score of a 2. It happens. An interference is not a free pass into the next round.
It's rattling both for the person who made the interference as it is for the person that actually got dropped in on. So sometimes you have to maybe take a moment after that situation, breathe deep, try and forget about it and focus on what's ahead. But it is so not often that that happens in a heat, that you get into a situation where someone drops in or doesn't respect that priority. So when that happens, that is definitely an accident on behalf of the person that did it, but it is rattling for the person that got dropped in on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 12 minutes to go here for Tatiana Weston-Webb, Sage Erickson, 35 for Bronte and Stephanie. Here's a quick replay at Tatiana Weston-Webb's.
As she took off that wave barrel, Sage thinking that she had priority, I believe.
Yeah.
Definitely.
She wouldn't have taken off if, you know, even veterans make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah, and they're pretty far up the point. So sometimes, you know, you may have looked in towards the beach earlier and notice that you have priority. You stop looking for a little moment, maybe something happens, you think that the other competitor in the other heat was the one that was in your heat. So we do have overlapping heats, and you have to focus just on your other competitor and what is happening on the beach. But with all these pieces moving around, all these waves breaking all over the place, that's not a simple thing to do.
Calais, this break, Barra De La Cruz, is world famous. It was formerly a very secret spot. but launched into the limelight in 2006 and stayed in the limelight because it's a perfect wave. But give me some insight on exactly how you get here. I'm not talking about GPS directions. You know, you got to work for it a little bit. But when you fly into Huatulco, and then what do you do?
You fly into Huatulco and you can either stay there or work your way down the coast and come directly and stay at one of the lovely little guest houses that local people here at Barra have. Take into consideration though, you have to pay every day that you want to surf here at Barra.
Yeah, there's a gate to get into the neighborhood, as there should be. This is the ultimate amusement park. As you see Tatiana Weston-Webb right
blast.
there. That is her signature snap. Big closeout turn. Can she stand up? Make it clear to the judges that you're in control. She did it right there, and kind of adds to it. Sometimes if you're in doubt, stand up. You know, stand up straight a little bit. Almost give the judges your eyeball, like, hey, I'm doing it, and then you can lay down and continue on. You know, you have to make it abundantly clear that you've completed the wave. They will not give you an inch, nor should they. In every other sport, landings are as important as the maneuver or the trick that you're doing. So that's how it should be in surfing. And right there, Tatiana Weston-Webb, it was subtle, but a great job at remaining in control till the very end of this wave.
Nice big blast on the outside. You can see a little bit of trouble off the bottom. On your backhand, you're looking at that lip line, and sometimes the wedges coming off the rocks play tricks on you, especially underneath your board. Nice clean tag combined with another. Lays back a little bit, makes sure she rides out clean, and does. Very happy to see this combination of maneuvers on the inside once again. Super slow-mo. A big bash connecting with the lip. Board almost horizontal, parallel to the beach. Manages to get her balance, or regain her balance on that inside section, and does ride out in front of the whitewater, smiling. And how could you not? You're looking to improve on your situation of a pair of threes. I believe she's done that.
So 8:47 to go for Tatiana and Sage. You might be wondering, well, why are we looking at a 3.43 and a 0 when we know that Sage has caught 5 waves? Well, she did get that interference. So that second wave is going to be a non-factor. And right now she's got a huge hill to climb in a combination spot, needing a 10.63. So it's really not in the realm of possibilities anymore.
Unless, of course, Tatiana makes a priority mistake.
A double interference.
Could happen.
I wouldn't doubt it. You know, this has been an event with some wild happenings, some unpredictable moments, and that's what makes these events so fun. Everybody surfs so good. If anybody wins this contest, it won't be a surprise, but the surprising things are what happens within these heats.
And the score right now for Tatiana Weston-Webb on her last ride, 6.9, and you said it, she has a 10.63, so mathematically Sage cannot catch a wave that will give her that 10.63. So is Tatiana going to paddle out again? Because that's only dangerous for her. If she gets a priority mistake, that's when Sage could overcome her in this heat. Tatiana could just come inside, rest, hang out, be ready for her next heat, but with perfect 4 to 6 foot waves out the back.
Coming in from perfect Barra with 3 people out? I don't think so. Tatiana Weston-Webb, I mean, she is a surfer first and foremost. She's been in on every warm-up session every morning, and she's been back out there every evening.
So she's
going back for more. And she's, you know, she's probably kind of halfway between training mode and just surfer having fun mode.
Yeah, I like how you said training mode, because not many surfers get a chance to surf this week with only another couple people out. So Tatiana Weston-Webb being really smart about going back out.
Oh yeah, as she should. I want to see more Tatiana Weston-Webb. 6:37 to go for that heat. That gives us the opportunity, as our surfers get back into the lineup, to go into the lineup with Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, Cote. I just got back into the lineup myself, and watching these waves come through, it's incredible. There's some crazy barrels still coming through behind the rocks. The tide is going down. It's absolutely sheet glass right now. There's not a drop of wind out here. this heat with Sage and Tati was pretty unfortunate for Sage. I think she looked in, maybe like you guys were talking about, and saw the wrong priority and thought she had priority, but either way, she was having such a great event. So sad to see that happen to her. At the moment, she cannot advance with one wave total, so looks like she's going to bow out. It's pretty much a bummer, but on a good note, this event has been incredible. Viva Mexico. I think this should be an every year stop on tour. It's amazing down here. The waves are good. Probably one of the best and most contestable waves that I've seen, with all the elements. It has heavy barrels, big walls, air sections, heavy closeout sections on the inside for dynamic finishes. I mean, everything about this wave just screams, come on back.
Yes, sir. Barra De La Cruz is holding. Is this the best time of year for this wave?
Should I say that?
I don't know if you should say. Yeah, why not?
Okay. Yeah, the summer months are the best. Anywhere between April, May to October, November is when those big storms get created in New Zealand, and they work their way from left to right, west, and diagonally upwards, as we see Sage having a look at this one.
Sage Erickson will be surfing with some added aggression now. Got to be feeling frustrated about that priority interference. But that just equals her pushing the limits right there. Will be a great photograph. It's going to be a non-make. And unfortunately for Sage, needing a 10.63, it's just out of the realm of possibilities.
I feel so sorry for Sage, just the way she's been surfing, how prepared she is. Jim Hogan, perennial coach for Costa Rica, now on her in her corner, giving her all the insight onto how the boards are looking, what she needs to do as far as strategy, going and doing so well in the first couple of days here at Barra. Her free serves have been looking incredible. She's always smiling and happy, treating this trip as a surf trip. She said it before. And well, just one little hiccup. And it seems like we won't be seeing more of Sage Erickson in the next few days. But I'm sure the future, this will only motivate her to be in this top 10 conversation.
Well, that was the moment right there. Both surfers wondering what was going on. Well, it was Sage Erickson getting an interference on Tatiana Weston-Webb. Good news is we get to see a little bit more Sage here in the Jeep recap. Always a pleasure to watch surf.
Yeah, I know for a fact that many young ladies in Mexico really look up to Sage's surfing. And as far as backside attacks go, Tati Weston-Webb, who's been down here in Mexico with her partner Jesse Mendez, surfing nonstop every day, getting feedback from their videographer, none other than Greg Browning, famous professional surfer who was time and time again in Taylor Steele movies. And maneuvers like that on the inside are things that surfers are going to have to pay attention to. Joanne Defay got a massive 7-point ride after banking that inside section. Now Tati Weston-Webb gets her 6.9 after doing a very similar maneuver on the inside on her backhand. So clearly the judges are seeing the risk and degree of difficulty of that inside section. You can do something big on the outside and connect nicely with the inside. You're going to get excellent rides today.
Absolutely. Tatiana Weston-Webb, the 6.90, the high mark of this foursome for now. Stephanie Gilmore was sitting on a 6 and a 0.5, so taking her time, being patient. She knows there's excellent scores out there. For Bronte McCauley, well, she's got a 6.17 and a 3.33. By no means safe. Stephanie Gilmore is a cobra, always ready to strike.
But it does play games on you. If you're out in the water, you know you both have two waves. One that's a throwaway, one that's the good one that could potentially stay with you. Bronte has 0.17 above Stephanie Gilmore as we see Sage working this inside once again.
Yeah, Sage on the Channel Islands board. Her crafts always look so perfect under her feet. See it, that board is just under her command. With a minute 45 to go, not much more you can do. She's going to make her way to the beach. Right before that, we saw Stephanie Gilmore.
A different approach than what we saw her on yesterday. She was an MR twin fin for the Icons heat, and now on her trusted thruster DHD looking really nice. Pivoting her board a little bit better than yesterday. That MR just allowing her to generate speed. But this board, she can do anything on it. Just a clean blast on the inside, finishing strong. And Tati Weston-Webb has been in command of this heat. Now, with an even bigger score on her last ride. How are you liking this backside approach? Goofy footers, it's always nice to see this kind of attack.
Yeah, second turn, so sharp. Just the timing here, set it up, a little quick, subtle stall, waiting for this wave to form up. What is that that method that she's doing right there? You saw her kind of midway through the wave, kick her tail down a little bit to wipe off some speed.
Well, that's usually what you do to slow yourself down in order to let the wave gain a little bit of momentum in front of you. Sometimes she does it while pushing on her tail, coming down the maneuver. Other times, she's done a maneuver knowing that that wave face isn't there. She's not going to risk doing a cutback and bouncing off the white water to not potentially generate that speed that she needed. So she's going to just slightly put a little bit of weight on that back foot, which is right back on her tail pad, and then let the wave start doing the work for her in front of her.
So we're looking at 23 minutes to go in Heat 8. For Heat 7, about 5 seconds left. So it's going to be Tatiana Weston-Webb advancing through. So we've seen a lot of upsets in terms of where these surfers have been ranked go down, but Tatiana Weston-Webb wisely surfing that heat, getting herself some solid scores and advancing through. More surfing to come. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back.
So Barra de la Cruz in the coast of Oaxaca, what a lot of people don't know, it's one of the most biodiverse coastlines on the planet. There's coral reefs, there's carbon storing mangroves, and there's these sea turtle nesting beaches.
So today we're going to do our small part to prepare this beach for the female turtles that'll be nesting here. But I hope we do much more. I hope you guys leave inspired to take action, and that you guys leave with the knowledge and tools to use your platforms to inspire others.
The ocean is not just our home, it's so many other incredible creatures, so we need to do our best to keep it clean and conserve it, because it's not only our home.
So we're working with Mexico's National Commission for Protected Areas and local communities to protect places like Barra de la Cruz for the sea turtles, for the mangroves, and for people's ability to go enjoy the ocean.
It feels like for us even more of a responsibility to keep it clean, to keep it protected. I feel like the most important part about conservation, it's through education.
So Wild Coast is a grantee of WSL Pure. We're also a partner in the We Are One Ocean Coalition. We're calling on world leaders to protect 30% of our ocean by 2030. And we could do our part by visiting weareoneocean.org, signing the petition, and sharing that.
Wise words there from Zach Plopper, a steward of the ocean and one of the leaders of Wild Coast and a ripping surfer. I would love to see what Zach could do out here at this wave. Well, if you want to pitch in, if you want to get involved, get your camera out, scan that QR code sign, and share the petition. WeAreOneOcean.org is the place for all your informational needs. And we head back out into a firing lineup here at Barra de la Cruz. It is none other Then Stephanie Gilmore, 7-time world champion, the most stylish surfer on the planet. She's got 19 minutes to go, but this wave she's on right now is such a beauty of the line. You see basically that trend of nice wall on the outside. It kind of flattens out a little bit through this inside section, but here we go. Boomerang time, speed burst for Stephanie Gilmore. Looks like she's tucked up into a nice little tube. Will she reappear? You'll have to wait and see. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We're watching Stephanie Gilmore versus Bronte McCauley. So far, Bronte with the highest single wave score of this heat, a 6.17. The flags are flying. The wind is with us. That's one big thing you've got to think about and worry about if you're the contest director making the call. But so far, these wind conditions, as I knock on wood, have been right there with us for all 3 days.
Yeah, I think we've been very lucky that Barra de la Cruz exists because it actually points southeast. It's completely protected. It's giving its back to that onshore breeze that most of mainland Mexico gets. As we see a beautiful looking angle of our surfer in white. It is Bronte having a look at this one, Chris.
Late drop on her backhand, straight up into the lip. That's the type of combination you need to employ if you want to beat Stephanie Gilmore. Third turn in, another solid bash on her backhand. Now setting things up for the inside section. You know the judges are perking up now, seeing what she's going to do to finish. Finishes with a fourth turn. Not a super long wave, but very impactful in that outside section. She needs a 5.16 to improve above what Stephanie Gilmore has done. That's going to be a close call.
Yeah, and I feel like length of ride totally different. I'm really interested in seeing this angle because it would seem as if Bronte is better positioned, but no, Stephanie paddles right past strides and is going to regain her priority. This wave, so clean, and look at the size of this wave, Chris. Overhead, really clean cards. Stephanie aware that sometimes she isn't over aggressive. She doesn't really, she knows everyone loves the way she looks on a wave, but sometimes she knows that she's got to put just a little bit more emphasis on the power and on the aggression. As she stalls on the inside section, you can see how far she rode this wave, as we say in Mexico, hasta la cocina, all the way to the kitchen. Unfortunately, the wave closes out for her and does not get a barrel nor a maneuver on the inside. Bronte, though, different wave.
That was so cool. I mean, how did she get to her feet so fast, straight into a bottom turn? That was impressive.
Look at this maneuver right here. Clean burst of water up and above the lip, top to bottom so far. And this wave, we talked about the differences in how it hugs this bank, connects with the lip. It's not that difficult, barely double up section that's about 100 meters further down the line, but she still finished strong.
16:19 to go. You'll notice this is not an overlapping heat. That's because we're going to switch rounds after this heat. So with 16:10 to go, Stephanie Gilmore and Bronte McCauley make their way back out into the lineup. Kaipo Guerrero is on the glass with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Thank you, Chris. Tati, in competition, you have to prepare for a lot of different scenarios. What's the strategy in a heat when you realize your opponent has just gotten an interference?
Yeah, it was a really tough heat. I mean, honestly, the commentator never said once who had priority, and it's really, really difficult to see the priority board from a really far ways away. But I asked Bella who had priority, and she said I did, and then she said yours is the red screen, and then totally made sense because I had the jersey. So yeah, after that I knew I had priority, and I was trying to just get a good wave, and then yeah, unfortunately Sage got an interference. It sucks because she's been ripping all event. But yeah, strategy overall is just to get good waves and surf good. I mean, I think that's everyone's strategy.
What about, how fun is it on that last wave just to be perfect wave, no pressure? Was that just enjoyment on the way in?
Yeah, I would say there was still a bit of underlying pressure just because I wanted to surf well on it and prove that I can get high scores. So, but yeah, it was really fun. It was such a good wave. I was super stoked that I got one of those because I don't get those much in the free surf.
It was a beautiful wave. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations to Tatiana Weston-Webb. Can't help it. Feel bad for Sage Erickson. That's just competition surfing for you. Doesn't always come down to performance on waves. There are technical things that can happen to stop your roll. but nothing's going to stop the roll of Stephanie Gilmore on this wave. Yes, you know she loves to ride the tube, and she is one of the most dominant surfers and one of the best surfers ever at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore. And to me, that last wave right there, that had a lot of ranch-esque qualities to it. This, of course, a nature-made wave, and Stephanie Gilmore is up there with Kelly Slater and the best of the best in terms of reading the wave and maximizing the scoring potential without overdoing it.
What a difference between her last ride and her second to last ride. Previous ride, it was a very big wave. She was doing big arcs out the back, and now this one, smaller, hugging that bank better, top to bottom, almost the entire ride. Lovely bottom turn from Steph, a little bit more oomph, a little bit more aggression, pushing harder. And well, the wave, when it passes the mid mark, usually tends to grow, and it is exactly what happened, always giving that glassy section through the midsection of the wave. And well, Steph was really smart about this read, most likely getting a little bit of influence from yesterday's heat. She got a beautiful barrel with a cheater 5 on that MR, and now does it again on the inside section. Somehow manages to get that back foot on the tail of the board and get that finishing maneuver.
Very cool. Nobody does it like Stephanie Gilmore. That's why she's a 7-time world champion. Bronte McCauley now still in the mix. She needs a 5.16. Well, scratch that. Her last wave comes through as at 6.4. She jumps into the lead. Now Stephanie Gilmore needs a 6.57. So this is one of those days, Calais.
You talk about smoothness as we see Gabi Medina having a look at the waves, waxing his board, getting ready.
Yeah, after this heat, we're going to go into men's round of 16. We're going to start with some hammer heats. Get ready for it. Beautiful overview of this incredible surf break, an iconic Mexican surf destination, Barra de la Cruz. And, you know, a lot of times in magazines or when you're shooting photos to post on your social media, you sometimes try to, you know, hide the background. There's no hiding this iconic rock formation because the waves hang on right through this cove. So if you're shooting photos, it would be nearly impossible not to get the beauty, the picturesque backdrop, which that's you know, one of the litany of reasons that makes this break so special. And you can't help but celebrate it. When you have a wave this perfect, you got to tell the world about it. I mean, I know it kind of goes against the surf code, but you got to share this wave with the world, right?
Yeah, the local people of Barra de la Cruz have done an excellent job at actually controlling the
They're
development.
stewards of this spot, yeah.
Yeah, they actually, if you're a Mexican surfer, you have to pay to surf at this wave. If you're an international, a foreigner coming in to surf Barra, you have to pay every single day to surf the wave. It's not like you get a month pass or a week pass with which you can surf. No, every single day that you cross that gate, you have to pay money, and that money goes back to the community. They use it to build churches, they use it to build roads, they use it to better the current situation of Barra de la Cruz, which is a town that is fairly marginalized when you think of Oaxaca being one of the poorest states in all of Mexico. But then again, when you talk about waves, when you talk about quality of waves of Mexico, there are so many waves here. From Barra de la Cruz to my hometown, Sayulita, Nayarit, roughly a 28-hour drive. And from there to the border of the U.S. is another 27. So that really puts it into perspective as to how much you have to drive and how much coastline you have.
And the beautiful part of that is there is still some exploration to be had in this wonderful country of Mexico. I talked to your friend, the legendary Diego Cadena, and he told me some really cool stories about just driving the coast and rolling the dice. And, you know, you never know. You pull off on one road, you could find yourself in a magical situation.
Yeah, get yourself a good car, though, because there are so many
There may be a guide.
So many speed bumps. Even from Puerto to Acapulco, a 6-hour drive, we counted once 247 speed bumps. And I don't know what it is about us Mexicans, but we tend to like to hide those speed bumps. We put them right where the shadow of a big tree is, or you're going about 100 kilometers an hour, and all of a sudden, fly off those things.
They're called topes.
They are called topes.
Yeah, I saw the sign when I was flying over one of them.
Espanol.
9:40 to go here. Stephanie Gilmore in the lead now. Her last score comes through, flips the script, 6.7. That leads Bronte McCauley needing a 6-3-1.
So you see the attack, backside versus front hand. It is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Stephanie Gilmore in control for now, but not by much. Bronte McCauley holds priority. She needs a 6-3-1. She's already dropped a 6-4-0, so she knows what it's like. And I'm seeing a little textural difference happening right now. Let's go to the source. Strider Wasilewski, conditions report.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, well, it has picked up a little bit of that, I guess, the new offshore. You know, the onshore is the new offshore for the surfers these days because it creates that little coping, and they can go up and just rip into it, use it for the air wind, whatever you want to use it for, it's there for you. I saw Ethan Ewing yesterday just going to town in this wind, and I loved it. At the moment, the barrel out the back is still there. I mean, this wave sucks off the bottom so hard that you can still get barreled out the back there, so you don't have to worry about a little bit of wind on it, and you know, you can actually utilize it to be getting kind of the best of both worlds, where you're actually going to be in the barrel coming out and then have that little chip to do some performance surfing up into the lip. It actually has been lending itself to better high performance surfing. The swell is still here, we still got solid waves, but as the tide drops out, it's kind of giving it a little bit of a breather. So we've had a little bit of a mellow heat. We've had a couple of good sets, but not as much as we had seen in the prior heats.
Thank you for that update, Strider, as we see just a slight conditional change. We saw that all day yesterday and the day before. You know, the wave pretty much stays the same. It's just a matter of tide, wind variations that just add those kind of subtle differences. And what a beautiful destination. I would say James Taylor summed it up really nicely with just 2 words.
Here we go.
Oh, Mexico. Right?
I love it.
What a lovely country. And I love your description of this area. You know, a lot of kind of big time iconic surf destinations have hotels and surf camps and all of that on the beach. And that's great for traveling surfers, no doubt, and for locals, for jobs and the economy. But this has the feel of kind of a natural park, a state park, because I don't see any buildings on the bluffs. I'm not seeing big construction areas anywhere around us. And I got to say, I love it.
Yeah, it's like a park, like a Disneyland for surfers. You can come down to Oaxaca with a full quiver of surfboards. Anything from a 5.2 twin fin, like what Kaipo likes to ride, just cool, cruisy down the line, or you can come down with an 8-footer and go to Puerto and get absolutely shacked like you like to do, Chris.
Bronte McCauley trying to tackle this wave and garner herself something above a 6-3-1. If she can achieve this upset, she will go on to our list of surfers that have done great things.
Here we go. Bronte McCauley, just a really cool tag on that inside section. Unfortunately, that wave running away from her a little bit, and we have the 7-time world champion currently in the lead, taking off on this wave. This could potentially be the last exchange. Nice, clean carve for Steph. Beautiful looking wave, and pushing a little bit more water on that maneuver. And a third, you can see how the wave just keeps giving it to her. More and more sections. The gift that keeps on giving. Que regalo. What a gift.
Bronte McCauley just had a front row seat to a movie she did not want to watch, the Stephanie Gilmore Show. Wisely kicking out right there. Does not want to tussle with an uphill landing in that dangerous shore break section.
And you don't want to break your board. Diego Cadena yesterday buckled his surfboard on a maneuver very similar to that on the inside section. So if you have a board that works really good for you, save it. Especially when you don't need to risk that much. She is already in the lead, but I'm sure it's going to be a nervous 5 minutes for Steph, waiting to hear what Bronte got on her last ride.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire. Scores are coming through. A lot of 6s in this heat. Callie, what's it going to take to break up into that excellent range? I really like where the judges are right now in where they've kind of capped these scores. What do you have to do to get yourself 8, 9, 10 points out here today?
Well, Strider told us that there's still barrels out the back. So you want to guarantee yourself an excellent score? Go way deep, get absolutely shacked, disappear from view, and then do what Bronte McCauley is doing here on the inside section. Top to bottom, you have to make sure to to link that maneuver. This section, very, very tricky. Why? On her backhand, it is so difficult to kind of engage that inside rail and manage to make it around that section. Stephanie Gilmore, on the other hand, really clean, powerful, in the pocket surfing. We know she's smooth. We know she's stylish, but just adding that element of aggression to her surfing, pushing a little bit harder on that maneuver. This is potentially going to be her best ride. Just really clean. Excellent wave selection, leaning a little bit on her back foot to slow herself down. Now, could it have gone excellent? I think so. But this section said, no, señorita.
That was dramatic. That was dangerous. We need you, Stephanie. No reason to even attempt that landing after doing all those beautiful turns out the back. 3:53 to go. If you've been following the news here in Mexico, I've got some good news for you.
Do tell.
Mexican icon Vicente Fernandez had a fall at his home in Guadalajara, but he is currently in stable condition. He's on the comeback path. He is a musical icon, one of the kings of Mexican music, and we're glad to know that he's doing better. It's an update for you there.
Thank you very much.
Local news.
I love it. As we see Stephanie Gilmore paddling out the back, really engaging her arms. She wants to make sure she makes it with priority. We will see not a lot of time remaining in this heat. And Chris, the tide dropping, much less water through that midsection of the wave. And I am really interested in seeing what happens, because usually a surfer of this caliber has a tendency to kind of pull like a magnet, perfect waves in the dying minutes of the heat.
2:54 to go. Stephanie Gilmore's score comes through, making it that much more difficult for Bronte McCauley. It's a 7.37.
Yep.
The new benchmark in this heat. Up in that near excellent range with 2:30 to go. Calla, you were in the trials here in 2006. I heard great stories of your performance back then. What has changed in terms of the local talent? Driving in here, I see a lot more surfboards in the board racks, and it seems like the surf scene has been growing, albeit, you know, at a slower pace. But what have you seen locally here since that event in 2006?
Well, what usually happens in developing countries, and Mexico being one of them, there's always a better surfer in the lineup. And every 5 or 10 years, you see kind of a new push, a new generation coming up and doing better. In Barra de la Cruz, instead of it taking 5 or 10 years to get surfers kind of going up and above the lip and doing little like crazy airs, I would say, it's happened in 3 years. After the event in 2006, we had a chance to come back and we saw surfing just through the roof. Whereas when we first started surfing this wave back in 1999, there were no local surfers. A couple like Pablo Narvaez, who was on a bigger board, but there was no young Groms trying to do airs or alley-oops. 2 years later, there was Groms, and they were surfing really well. So now, the level of surfing here in Barra de la Cruz has gone up and through the roof. It won't be a surprise, I'll tell you that much, to see an incredibly good surfer, maybe like Brian Perez from El Salvador, who comes from Punta Rocas and El Sunsal. Maybe a new Mexican Brian Perez will be up in the racks here at Barra.
I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. And get this, if you do come on a surf trip down here and the waves aren't to your liking, I saw a little skate park in Huatulco. So there is plenty of opportunity for fun here in this beautiful part of the world. This is Bronte McCauley's last wave. She was looking for a 7.67, got a 5.73.
As much as I'd like to say that it'd be fun to skate, it's a little bit hot right now, Chris, to skate. I'd much rather be doing what Bronte's doing in the water, nice and cool, going top to bottom. Unfortunately, needed a little bit more on the inside. And Stephanie Gilmore making life so much more difficult for Bronte. But still, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, these 46-minute heats on paper seem like that would be a long time to surf. But all of our surfers have really ridden these waves down to the wire. Stephanie Gilmore's 5th and 6th wave, her high-scoring waves, a 6.7 and a 7.37. And here we go. This will be the last opportunity for Bronte McCauley. Looking for a 7.67. Great start there. Will the wall work with her and allow her to get involved? She's waiting for it to form back up. Fading back. She would need a miracle section on the inside, which will not appear. Well, never give up. That's how you got to surf these heats. speedy section through that inside. She was looking for a 7.67. She would have needed a really solid wave to achieve that number. So unofficially, our 7-time world champion, Stephanie Gilmore, number 88, will be advancing through over a hard-charging Bronte McCauley, who was really in control of that heat for 30 minutes of it.
Yeah, the last 2 rides from Stephanie Gilmore really kind of separated herself from Bronte. And it is really interesting to see how those medium-sized waves once again are providing those big opportunities. Stephanie had those big waves towards the beginning, but too flat. Bronte McCauley, if she would have been lucky enough for this wave to get a little bit bigger on the inside and grow, the surfing that she's doing, that top-to-bottom attack on that inside section, could have well and truly given her that almost excellent ride. But it is Stephanie who takes it away.
Stephanie makes her victory lap in. We've got more action to come. Men's round 16 coming up next. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver.
You're watching the round of 16 at Barra De La Cruz. Let's send it to Kaipo with Jessie Miley Dyer for an update on the tour.
Jessie, I understand you have an important update on the championship tour. What's the latest?
I do. I'm here to announce to everybody that we've actually made the decision to cancel our Tahiti Championship Tour event. This is due to the state of emergency that the French government has placed French Polynesia under due to COVID-19. Obviously, we're very disappointed, but it's really important that we keep those communities safe. It's also worth noting we did give the surfers on the event side a heads up yesterday. This is going to be our final event for the 2021 regular season for the Championship Tour. We're still going to have the finals, and we are going to have some updated qualification scenarios for the top 5 and for re-qualification for the next season. And then, yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody for supporting WSL and for supporting pro surfing.
So Jessie Miley Dyer sharing the tough news for the tour, but great news for the safety of the people in Tahiti and also for our surfers and staff. As we always hear from Eric Logan, our CEO, even recently on the lineup, always first and foremost is the safety and the government making that decision for the tour. And so now all of a sudden this becomes the final event of the season. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. Now there's pressure on to compete for requalification and final 5 kick stall to try to get barreled. Gabriel Medina swinging off the lip. Tail drifts back into play in the pocket. Looking solid as he throws his whole board out the back. Going for the reverse. He hasn't given up yet.
You're kidding.
Picks himself back up after such a dramatic ride through the whitewater. Where was he in that thing? Still snapping away. Medina famous for some of the most miracle sections. Backhand air reverse, incomplete on the finish. Are you not entertained?
Who was that? That was a gladiator.
I don't stump you very often, Mitch. That wave took our breath away for so many reasons. The start in the barrel, trying to kick stall to get that vision. Then the turns were huge, but I've never seen a layback to recover quite like that.
No, and just to start things off, you know, this round, this heat, I think a lot of people were thinking probably going to be the heat of the round, and now I see why. 2-time world champ against the Wonder Boy from Australia. There is no real explanation to how he recovered from this maneuver. It's just magic. That's just somehow the best recovery I've ever probably seen on the championship tour, besides Kelly's barrel, where he went on his belly and then somehow made it out. But this last air Medina, he makes it out of it, and we're seeing something close to perfection, I think. And it's almost even a complete maneuver right there at the end. But the beginning and this maneuver, I mean, his core strength, his leg strength, just spectacular. I can't believe what we just saw.
It's the miracle of Medina that we saw just yesterday when he pulled the Gorkin flip with a minute to go to beat Michel Perez. I mean, it's interesting when you watch this wave, though, and kind of relax from just the entertainment of it. I mean, then translate it to a score. Laying back for that long often is looked at as a mistake.
No mistakes right there. Look at that, Joe. Completely extended. Just the flexibility, the athleticism to get back up. Incredible.
So now we have to reference those recovery moments. There's a famous one for Kelly where he got the 417 where he fell and came back up. And we were talking about it briefly the other day, where skateboarders have a consistent landing that doesn't move. Like snowboarders, we're always related to those guys. We love them. But with the ocean, it's a moving canvas. And there is that miracle that we always celebrate and cheer for when someone gets up, like in a situation like that. But then you've got to break it down into a number and say, well, where do we go with rewarding it? If he can land those perfectly, that's what you want to have this big scores go to. But you can't help but celebrate just the athleticism, his ability to stay underwater upside down and not give up on his opening wave.
Exactly, because there's two arguments here. Just the one that you said, that we see in snowboarding and we see in skating. You either land it cleanly or it's a little dirty, and it affects your overall run. Here in surfing, you don't really get the same section twice, and it's not on a consistent basis as you have at a skate park where the coping's always there. You have at a half pipe when people are snowboarding. Here, every single wave is different, and it doesn't necessarily guarantee that that section is going to be precisely the same, because the wind could be different at that spot. The tide could affect it a little bit differently. And if you talk about degree of difficulty, that's involved in the recovery too, because even though it was a little bit dirty, yes, it took him time. How difficult was it? How many people out of the 36 men that are in the event could do that? You need to ask yourself that too.
It's a 617 on the reaction from the panel for that opening ride. I mean, the miracle of that single maneuver, if you're saying degree of difficulty, yeah, that's through the roof. I feel like that number stayed low.
Yeah.
Because
we got a lot more to see.
He laid down, Ewing just up and out.
Ooh, and he's got to be careful. Even though it's a 46-minute heat, you got the two-time world champion and one of the best ever competing out there.
This is an amazing matchup. Gabriel Medina just threw down a 617 in a very interesting way, but he's matched up with Ethan Ewing, the surfer, so pure in his lines. Mick Fanning saying it's his favorite style on tour. He just makes everything look good, even without turning. His stance is clean. He's young. He's very hungry. And he's already been through a rookie season where he threw 8s, 9s. That wasn't a problem, but he just was getting knocked in the early rounds. When he made a couple heats in Australia, I heard him let go of a roar that I never knew he would do. He's pretty shy. He's pretty quiet. And you could tell that he's got a deep fire burning in his belly. And what he's turned in the early rounds here, this feels like it could be his breakaway result on tour. Now looking at this heat as an opportunity to battle with world #1, Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, and the wave suits his style perfectly. Coming from the Gold Coast of Australia, South Stradbroke Island to be specific. You have another great surfer who was on the championship tour for many years and beat Durbridge. And now you have somebody in Gabe that has won at Snapper Rocks, which is very similar to this wave of Barra De La Cruz. So you have two variables in here. You have the surfer that's a little bit more polished, probably a really smart competitor for his young age, but then you have the guy that changed the sport for better or worse in Gabe Medina. And I think it's the best way we can start off this round, Joe. Round of 16, and it's barely heat #1.
So many things going on this morning. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. If you're just joining us, Jesse Miley-Dyer just released the news that the next stop on tour, Tahiti, is officially canceled. Still will be running the Ripco WSL Finals, But that decision for cancellation was all about the safety that the government of Tahiti was putting into play, knowing that a lot of people would be coming there, French Polynesia being in a state of emergency. It was just made a clear decision that we wouldn't able to go to Tahiti this year. First thoughts, obviously clear disappointment for a lot of surfers trying to requalify, just the images of Tahiti, but always the safety of our surfers, and obviously globally, those local communities are always first and foremost. And now we channel all this energy into what's just happened is we're here at the final event of the regular season at Barra De La Cruz.
Yeah, and probably the best event of the season so far, too, as we see live action from Gabe.
Gabe, backside hack, vertical once again, looking very inspired as he belts it incredibly hard. So strong is his attack load on those individual vertical turns. Creates some space with the float. Backside, blowtail, reverse. That whitewater is going to take him out this time. Now the whitewater and Medina 1-1 so far as they battle early. Ewing, meanwhile, is just checking out waves, 0.5, and now just taking another look and kicking out. And it's interesting how much can happen in your mind when you're competing against Medina. How many surfers have you seen change their complete game plan to try to figure out a way to take out a two-time world champ?
That's a good point, because I think one of them is the person that's coming up in the next seat, Kalohe Andino. I don't know if you remember 2014 in Tahiti. Waves are firing, it was pumping, quarterfinals. They met up, and instead of wanting to surf the heat, they wanted to make it so strategic and competitive. Medina paddled Kalohe so far up the point, they lost around 20 minutes of perfect waves on the West Bowl. They didn't even take advantage of that because they were trying to go head-to-head in competition. On the contrary here with Ethan Ewing, he's sticking to his guns. He knows that he needs the two best waves in these 46 minutes to beat the two-time champion. Here we see Gabriel's last wave. Going to be in the mid-range as far as the score goes, and it's going to be difficult to earn anything better than a 7 with these kind of conditions, Joe. Knowing what these men can do, especially this person on screen, I think having a 14-point heat total is going to be very well earned right in these kind of conditions.
And then Ethan throwing down his first turn of the matchup.
Yeah, and just a 2.33. As you can see, just going with the motions, going with the flow. That's the U-turn, as you call it, and went down right there at the end. I think he's going to need a couple of scores near the excellent or at least above it to beat Gabe Medina.
Ewing has so many strengths, had some of the biggest numbers in the lead up to this heat in the round of 16, big 9s, big 8-point rides. I even got so excited on his 8, I thought it might have been better than his 9.
I thought so too.
It just felt so good with all the different types of turns, with variety, but his style and how smooth he is. He always looks patient, he looks calm, and his turns are so aggressive. I mean, for a surfer to get a compliment, like you make the difficult look easy, I don't know if it gets better than that.
It doesn't. And one really good thing that he has is patience. And patience is a virtue that many at a young age don't have. And it's something that he's probably valued quite a bit, especially in his young competitive career. We're talking about somebody who made the final at Karamas, one of the most difficult competitive waves in the world, against Taj Brewer when he was 16 years old. So just to do that and make it a competitive final against Taj at one of his better locations, you've got to be pretty stoked with your performance just making it that far. Now fast forward to the year he qualified, you were talking about those close heats he had. Many of those heats that he was losing were with excellent scores. He just could never find a backup or at least get something similar to that excellent score in order to advance. And here it's like you're at a certain point in the rankings, you don't know what positioning you're going to be at the end of the event due to other people looking for a result too. So might as well go all out, especially having somebody like Medina in the same heat as yourself.
What a great opportunity as you check out the view from the sky of one of the great right-hand point breaks here in Mexico. All sand bottom. That sand can shift. We're always judging the quality of waves and all according to that sandbank. It's been more about big maneuvers than the first year we had this event in 06. Snap to slide for Medina. Big vertical hack once again. Big swing off the bottom. Transition smooth. Now a bit of downtime. Get out of the way of the whitewater. Low road float. So he goes right into a bottom turn. sneaks in the wrap, trying to improve on his 5.5 that he just laid down. And now trimming that backhand flow into a really challenging impact zone. Takes him out right away. That'll give room for Ethan Ewing. Kid from Stradbroke goes straight up with the drift. Unbelievable bottom turn. Hits in the climb into the wrap. 3 different turns to start for Ewing. Best wave so far. With some drive through the open face, setup work. He's planning a big top turn carve, anticipating this big wall, hacks it with a ton of momentum. Ewing getting himself in the heat to battle with one of the all-time greats in professional surfing, one of the youngest ever world champs. First title at 20. He actually was asking Renato Hickel at the WSL. I was like, how old was Kelly when he won his title? He's like, he was 20 as well. He's like, no, but how many months? He wanted to know if he was going to break that record. Kelly still owns it as the youngest, and Medina was an older 20 when he clinched that first title.
Almost 21. Actually, maybe just a few days short of 21, right?
Exactly.
Great exchange, though, Joe. Both surfers look unstoppable in these kind of conditions. I love the flow from Ethan Ewing. And settled notice, but the wind has picked up, and it's an onshore wind, so I'd probably have to say this benefits the regular footers a lot more than it does the goofies. Regulars can vary a lot more in their attack. They can read the wave a little bit better, having a larger open space to kind of dictate the pace that they would like at this kind of point break at Barra De La Cruz. But the thing is, when you're facing this guy, every heat is going to be difficult. Beautiful drift on the first turn right there for Medina. Goes straight up until the second, and if there's a goofy footer that can just prove people wrong at a right-hand point break, it's him. Won at J-Bay, has been a champion at Snapper Rocks, beating Joel Parkinson in the final 2, which is obviously extremely difficult. And this goal allows us to see the comparison of the wave selection from both surfers. Mid-30 rotation number 2, so he had to take the first one of the set. And then Ethan got the cleaner wave behind it, but the pacing on the last half of the wave was very difficult. Slower one, but Ethan made it worth his while. Almost 15 minutes have gone by, and we've got a lot of action.
I love that you brought up just the backhand work from Gabriel Medina, because those early wins he got to show it off to victories first in San Francisco for just straight backhand turns. His win before that in France, he used a lot of airs, and so everyone figured that was going to be his strength. The critics kept putting questions to Medina. Well, how's he going to do a pipe? First start ever, quarterfinal. What was interesting about his first title and then the years to follow, he wasn't going back to back to back with titles. De Souza won the year after. We're waiting to see when the second one would happen. And the thing that was consistent was he started to gain momentum at the halfway mark of the season. Kind of J-Bay, he'd switch on and then just roll through everybody in the back half and put himself in the title race. Switching the tour around, starting with Pipeline, a place he's never had a problem with. Opened up in a great position. And all of a sudden, his momentum was after event number 1, where his dominance has been very clear. Runner-up to John in that final, but took over the Aussie leg.
Yeah, and he's looked unstoppable since, right? I mean, even at the Surf Ranch, really close final between him and Felipe, and just the consistency that he brings to the table is impressive enough. And, you know, going back to his early years on tour, who actually finishes in 5th place at his first Pipeline Masters ever and beats John Florence in the process too, with a couple of straight airs just to include after the barrels. And we're seeing one of the informed surfers at the event on screen, Conlogue brother Andino.
In the same generation as Medina and John Florence. John and Conlogue are really, really good friends. They really enjoyed representing USA in the Olympic Games. Conlogue and John unfortunately got matched up as early as round 3, but there's this explosive start from Andino doing that big air to put pressure on John early. He's had that same type of approach here in this event at Barra De La Cruz, and he's got a bit of that wild card flow to him, that lightness to his spirit, because he missed the entire Aussie leg and the Surf Ranch. So coming back at this point, he's kind of feeling like he's got nothing to lose.
And I like how he's matching his colors with his board too. Got the orange trunks, got the orange rails right there, and maybe it's something mentally that it just allows him to concentrate a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, out of those 3 surfers from the same generation, he's the one that's had the least amount of success competitively on a global scale, right? Even though he had an excellent amateur career, he's been on tour for 10 years. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's had the same success as somebody like a 2-time world champion in Medina and Florence. And that's the only thing that's really eluded him so far. And obviously this year, he's not going to be able to qualify for the WSL finals at lowers, but good shot next year after being injury-free and not having the Olympic gold and medal.
2 top 5 finishes for brother Andino. 4th as his best season of his career. Taking on David Silva in the next heat. So many buzzer beaters yesterday. It was just one of my favorite rounds we've had this season. Medina doing the Gorkin flip to beat Michel Perez on a wave that didn't look like anything. And you just saw this guy dig deep and show you something so special. There's not very many surfers that come along that can create their own success by willing a wave or turning a wave that looks like a 3 into a gigantic score. The other day, Kaipo was talking about relationship with the ocean with Kelly. And there's all those stories of Tom Curran being able to paddle to a side of the contest where a wave hadn't broke all day. And all of a sudden it would pop up as soon as he got there. There is this true connection that certain world champions have with the water.
Oh, yeah.
Big speedy car for Ewing. Had the 6.27 on the wave previous, which is the best wave of the heat so far against a 2-time world champ. The Australian sets that carve. Nice high rebound. Deep off the bottom, there's the vertical. Section coming down quickly on Ewing. How cool is that pace just to get back into the open face? Hard off the bottom and a solid hack. Drilling a monstrous section. Ethan Ewing smashing his low score of a 2.33. Needed a 5.8 to take the lead. He's going to get that and more here at the 26-minute mark.
Oh, yeah. And almost halfway through the heat, you got to be very content with what you're seeing from Ethan Ewing so far. Already has the 6.27. This is going to be better than that. A quicker pace than the 6.27, Joe. Beautiful speedy carves on the first 2 sections. And this thing just bowled up on the inside, a larger set wave. And the thing that I noticed the most today compared to yesterday, the bar is set up where the inside ones connect better in a more consistent basis. These ones that are a little bit wider tend to have that midsection where you have to go around the white water. And he did that to an excellent level, because look at this finish. That was a difficult maneuver to fit in right there at the end. Just beautiful pacing, excellent surfing on his rail, and a great way to read the whole outline of the wave too, Joe.
So cool for his rhythm where he positions himself in the wave to give himself opportunities for variety and switching gears. Connects so well through this section and actually caught back up to the open face. Ethan Ewing so fired up to spar with the current world number 1, and that finishing move, one of the greatest we've seen today.
Oh yeah, I think one of the greatest we've seen all event too, because it's the largest day today. It's the section that's most critical out of the entire wave besides the takeoff zone, and Ewing's in great shape too. Looks like he's doing the runaround just to save some energy paddling. If they advance, they're going to be surfing at least once more today, so it's going to be a big day of competition, and this could be Ethan Ewing's best result this year so far. Already has the quarterfinal finish at the Surf Ranch. Be cool to see him make the semis or even better.
We always talk about these really cool rewards you get when you qualify for the Tour. One always talked about his jet ski assist, and they made the call at the start that it wasn't going to happen, and I'm really enjoying that call. It's just that honest true surf contest where you have to be physically fit. You have to position yourself with your own athletic ability. All that training's now paying off. Ace Buchan said earlier he had to get strategic with his runarounds. He had already done 2 in a heat that he had in the early rounds. He took a wave even further than he had. He's like, you know what? I've got nothing left in my legs. I will paddle out so I'm ready to stand up if I get an opportunity.
Yeah. Brings it back to the roots of surfing, huh, Joe? And obviously you have to be in great shape to compete here at Barra De La Cruz, especially when the waves are this size. But look at the score for Ewing, 6.93. Judges are difficult to please right now. That didn't even score up into the 7-point range, but still has the lead, has Medina on the back foot, only needs a 7.03 for the lead. But at this moment, now you need to take things as a completely different heat, but because you're only halfway through, how do you approach it now? Are you more defensive or are you on the offensive now that Gabe has priority number 1?
Rolling into this one, the start of a new heat, Andino with Silva. David Silva, the Brazilian, that upset De Souza yesterday with the buzzer beater. They'll try to keep that roll going against California's Kolohe. They'll got the 46 minutes on the clock already ticking away. Still scored on their top 2. Got to get out of the way of any waves that Ethan and Medina want. That one's going to be great to see, followed by Morgan Siblick, Leonardo Fioravanti.
That's an outstanding heat. They both have been surfing beautifully, and I think Silva Lake right now being number 4 in the ranks, and Leo not having anything to lose, just looking to requalify. That's kind of one of those ones that's a sneaker. Maybe not the largest names, but based off of the scores that they've been providing all event long, it's one of those that you got to be thinking could be the champion right there.
Exciting times here in the round of 16 at Barra De La Cruz. Ethan Ewing leading over world number 1 Gabriel Medina. We'll be right back. Quiksilver bringing us those iconic moments throughout this event, and so thankful we got to relive one of the greatest heats that went down at the Quick Pro Snapper in 2010. The local hero Joe Parkinson versus Ventura, California's Dane Reynolds. It was such an incredible clash. The waves were pumping. It was the new school approach of Dane versus one of the most stylish, complete surfers ever to exist in Joe Parkinson. Mitchell remembers like it was yesterday.
Joe, if there's anybody that I ever wanted to see compete here at Barra De La Cruz, it was probably Dane Reynolds. I think he had close to a 10 in that heat against Joel, and dude, for some reason, Dane would always go under the radar in these heats, the super heats, and just beat those people. And then the next heat, when you kind of consider it an easier one, he just couldn't make it through. But, you know, he was always the one guy that was so spontaneous. That's what Italo has right now. He's got that spontaneity that you just don't know what he's going to do at any given second. Dane Reynolds used to be that version.
There are so many great stories coming out of that Joel versus Dane story at Snapper. Remember one heat, it was about Dane's manager climbing the judges tower to make sure they saw one of his waves properly. There was so much excitement on that clash. I want to see it happen again. Let's get Joel and Dane on the phone quickly. Can't seem to get a hold of Joel and Dane right now. We'll keep trying. Answer, you guys. Yeah, what a all-time great clash. There's so many that I think we're seeing happen right now. Andino's in the water because he beat Kano Igarashi in their first CT one-on-one matchup, but it was blow for blow, both surfing at 100%. Exactly what you want to see at the top level. Can you keep momentum from day to day? That's always the question. But right now, Kalohe looking extra focused, even though he's got a 1-4-3. He's got a big game plan against David Silva.
Yeah, and he looks really relaxed, too. Just going out there trying to surf, get on the better waves, and make heats.
Medina's turn. Tail high whip above the lip. Had a huge free fall and couldn't land that thing. Gets so much height. He's given us so many different types of airs. Let's have another look here.
Yeah, and he went for the horizontal rotation compared to more of an inverted one. Still a difficult section, though, and I think he just wasn't able to get his body in position over the board as he wanted to in order to land that thing. Great attempt, though. I like the energy, and I like what I'm trying to see from Gabe, because 7:03 is what he needs right now, but I just feel that with 17 minutes to go and the scores that Ethan Ewing dropped yesterday, Gabe could possibly require something close to a 9 to win this.
Comparing number 1 and 2 in the world, two Brazilian goofy foots, Gabriel and Italo, who's given us the best airs this season in 2021.
Joe, we're not even halfway through the day and you're starting with those kind of questions already. Come on.
I'm really excited, Mitch.
You know what? I really like Gabe's air at Merriweather, the one on the left, the first one that he went left and he did the basketball claim. I'm going to go with that one.
Setting up this wave on the backhand is David Silva. Sweeps off the bottom. I love how he compresses super low to his board when he goes right into a bottom turn. First wave against Andino here. Springs over that backhand climb. Cracks that section. Wraps into the pocket, now carving off the top, so a ton of moves. Silva goes straight up vert on the finish. Another backhander in the opposite heat. Medina throwing some water to the sky. Casual roundo. World number 1, just pacing down the line. Vertical foam climb hack there. Creates some space deep off the bottom. Clean snap for Medina. Drills it again. Firing conditions here at Barra. Unbelievable finish. Great timing, great pace all the way from start to finish. Medina needs a 7:03 to take the lead off Ethan Ewing.
And there's a good chance he gets it on that last wave.
Quick answer, float and getting hung up on the wrap. We'll see if Ewing continues. He will. Trying to make up for that moment at where he got stuck. And nothing happened in there. The Australian paddling back out. 15 minutes on the clock. Medina is way down the points. So Ewing's probably in a pretty good position to regain first priority here.
Yeah, and I was a little bit shocked about the wave selection there from Ethan based off of the 2 scores that he has right now. Don't really feel like one of those waves is probably going to better his low 6. And with 15 minutes to go, first of all, the wave from Silva, excellent way to start off the heat on your feet all the way from the top of the point to the shore break. And then Medina with the answer. Let's see it from the top. Needs a 7:03. Just a casual start. Beautiful second turn. Love the drift of the fins. I love that outline of the turn right there where he kind of took his pace, took his time. Goes up into the lip once more. A lot of setup work here right in the middle. And the wave got tricky. Goes flat and then speeds up all of a sudden, and that's when he starts attacking the lip once again. Busts the fins outside. That was more of a down hit. And then this finish was gorgeous right at the end. Critical section too.
Gabriel Medina hoping to take the lead off Ethan Ewing to get a spot in the quarterfinals. As we check out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. Gabriel Medina's second win this season is his 16th of his amazing career. Only surfer on tour with more wins is obviously Kelly with 55. But the next closest under Gabriel Medina is Felipe Toledo with 10 victories. Often has seasons where he has multiple victories. Took over the event at Narrabeen and talked about this happiness that he was feeling this year and how important that was. He was delivering more to the fans on the podium than he ever has before. And it wasn't about surfing or big airs talk. It was about the happiness that he feels in his heart.
Oh, and the heat percentage win is what stands out to me, more than 75%.
Out of the barrel is Andino. One of the great barrel riders on tour, especially in point breaks, beach breaks. I don't know if that gets talked about enough for how barreled this guy gets. Quick reaction to that rebound section. He'll just fill in this flat part of the wave. Right, a big goal of getting a keeper score in the non-priority part of his heat. He's got the speed, deep bottom turn, a little reckless on the air reverse attempt. Just didn't have that stable grab to hold that board nice and clean. One thing Callaghan knows how to do from doing airs his whole life is he knows when to eject.
Yeah.
And try to avoid those injuries.
Yeah, and especially coming off of one too.
Frontside float for Ewing. There's the wrap. Love how he combos it up. Drives through a beautiful roundhouse cutback. All set up work for Ewing. Beautiful vertical. Never looks rushed. So in sync with the ride here at Barra and just loses it, trying to eject the fins one more time. In motion is Silva from Praia Branca in Brazil. Nothing on offer there, so standing by for numbers in the non-priority heat. Ethan Ewing and Medina also waiting for scores. The judges are incredibly busy right now. They always write the number down first.
Yeah.
They write it down. They take their time to type it in because they're trying to focus on every single wave that's coming through. So sometimes you'll see these scores just a little bit delayed because of that.
Yeah, and you got to watch replays. Usually it's your first thought, your gut that really is the actual score. But I mean, they got a lot of work to do, Joe, and they've been at it for 3 days in a row, just like us, and 2 back-to-back very long days with overlapping heats. You got to give them a lot of credit for doing an excellent job. But Silva's score going to be the best one of the heat so far for them.
Callaghan Dino's high ankle sprain happened at Pipeline earlier this year, and he's able to recover. As we see the score drop in for Gabriel Medina, it's enough for a lead change, a 7.43. Ewing to second, needing a 6.68 as we wait for Ewing's last score. And this is a really fun battle. We've seen changes in the lead multiple times, completely different approaches, obvious from goofy to regular, but even stylistically. Here's Brothers Wave.
Casual start, drops in, gets into the barrel, and then, oh, even goes for the John layback there with the 2 arm drags. And then this middle section tricky, goes flat, and then with this kind of air wind right now and the little coping that these surfers have, especially the regular footers on the inside, I was expecting this from Callaghan. I thought this air was a bit rushed, though. Seems like he didn't need to get that to that section specifically. There was still more down the line. And Ewing's wave, after Medina's score, he was needing something to move back into the lead. Beautiful pacing. I love that long drawn out bottom turn. And that roundhouse cutback, just textbook. Great technique. His shoulders and his hips follow at the same time. And then look at this turn right here, the money one. Woof. I love how he just puts a lot of effort into it. And then one critical mistake here, I think he was on his way to get the score to take the lead back, and then just one mistake, try to get the 2-for-1 in instead of just going for the one turn at the end, Joe.
Ethan Ewing hoping for a 6.68 to advance And what a big deal that would be. When you're young on tour, it's easy to start calling your biggest heat of your career. This could be that turning point for Ewing if he could somehow get past the man wearing the Jeep Leaders jersey, grabbing the rail on the takeoff. Medina slowing himself down. He will punch free. Now starting to settle down with some carves, patience off the bottom. He'll kind of adjust his rail off the top of that wave. Love how this wave just makes you be patient.
Yeah.
The sections come at you.
It forces you.
And then at a moment's notice, you'll have to pick up the pace. Throw tail a little bit out the back. Medina will get hung up once again.
Yeah, and don't really think it's going to add to his total. He's looking to better the 617, and now Silva's up.
Deep off the bottom, first vertical clean for Silva. Sweeping move and crushes the second effort off the lip. Third blast with the slide. Now the Brazilian setting up another big backhand carve. Great start for David. Drives into a big section, meets it. To the bottom of that board with authority. That one slides out and misses the final turn. That was a radical end section that was just doubling up with so much power.
And based off of the work that he had done already before getting to that section, he was on his way to a great score too. And unfortunately for David, maybe got a little bit too antsy right there at the end. But the interesting part about the Medina and Ewing heat right now is that with 7 minutes to go, this is where I kind of think that most heats are decided, Joe. The last 10 minutes, you have to be really decisive about your wave selection. And this could really be the last important exchange, because you put yourself in a position where now you recover priority. Medina's about to make it all the way outside. You're the one that has the pressure to make a move and get that score that you need to move up into first. The guy that's in first, in the lead with second priority, you got to let him do whatever he wants. Don't even focus on him, even if he betters. Because at this point, you need to acknowledge that if he betters, your requirement's going to be larger. You still need to be on a set wave, and in these next 6 minutes, Ethan Ewing has to be on the best wave of this heat in order to make it through. It's a competitive one, Joe. 13.6 to 13.2, especially being the first heat of the round, the first heat of the men's on day number 3 with the best waves. You got to give it up to them.
It's been quite a show here at Barra De La Cruz, and the situation for Gabriel Medina was he already clinched a spot in the Final Five. That announcement made at the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro. But now it's all about clinching that #1 seed. We'll keep you posted on that as this one continues. Rolling in now, Andino. Ton of speed, big section, late on the alley-oop. So he'll fly away. The score for Silva, though, 6-6-7, best of that matchup in the non-priority heat. Priority rotates within each heat as well. Ewing's got it to his name. Both in the 13-point totals, both carrying 6s in their score line. Just the separation with Medina's 7.43.
That's another thing too, Joe. I feel like a lot of the rookies, a lot of the people that are still young on tour, haven't surfed as many overlapping heats as a lot of the top dogs have. And the way you distribute your time and manage it is as important as actually getting your scores. And this man does it better than anybody else.
Jeep recap is going to show how wild the opening wave was for Gabriel Medina. His tail was sliding out. He wound up for a big blow tail. Then this happened. Almost nose picking out of that move. He laid back, but he never gave up. He was underwater for a serious amount of time. That thing kicked off with a 617, and then Ewing found his form.
Yeah, great response there from Ethan. 6.27 on this wave, and just a beautiful pace for the surfer from Stradbroke Island in Australia. I love that finishing turn. And then Medina just once again found a way to reposition himself in first. And I think an important thing for goofy footers today, learn from what you're seeing from the heats before yours, because obviously conditions are going to change later on in the day. Tide's probably going to get a little bit fuller, a little higher, but at the same time, look at the pacing that they're taking and look at the pacing that you want to take. in order to get those 7s or 8s in order to advance. Medina is the one person that you should probably be looking at, regardless if you're surfing in Heat 1 or Heat 16.
3:45 remaining on the clock to see if world number 1 can get himself in another quarterfinal position and maybe potentially get a 3rd win of the season.
I could see it happening.
I keep thinking about what he's done at lowers in the past, and it's interesting actually on the CT level when that was a regular season event, you never saw him in the final. But one final he did have out there where he did win was at a QS 10,000 level, or what we call the Challenger Series. He got past 2 Australian goofy foots, Ace Buchan, Glenn Micro Hall. Micro ended up qualifying for the tour that year. They were working together and actually kind of developed our Micro Surf Academy, because they'd always go, we got one guy to try to beat, it's Medina, how are we going to get it done? Medina won that event, but I was always expecting him to win the regular season event at lowers in his career with all the types of moves that he's capable of.
Based off of his skills and his abilities, you'd be thinking that he's probably won there at least twice. And actually, the only one out of the big 3 Brazilians that have won has been Felipe. And then you think Jordy Smith, oh, you're thinking long right-hand point breaks, Jeffreys Bay. He's won there twice too. And then the greatest of all time is the one with the most championships at lowers. But I think this could potentially be the year that Medina just says, like, you know what? I need the win because that secures my 3rd championship. And first and foremost needs to get past Ethan Ewing right here, but he's in a good spot to do that with 2 minutes to go.
Also Classic Lowers finals with Fanning de Souza one year when Medina was in the mix as a contender. 2 on the clock. Ewing with priority needs a 6.68. The man that's been throwing down 9s and 8s in the lead up to this gigantic heat.
This is what I expected, Joe. When I told you around that 7-minute mark that this next exchange is the one that's going to decide things, it's because of this. You don't know if it's going to slow down. You don't know what kind of tempo the ocean is going to have. You don't know what your opponent is going to do. And Ethan needs to be on a very good wave in these last 90 seconds.
He's the great hope for Australia. I mean, with Julian making his announcement that he's moving on with, you know, not any like a finish line yet, but he's going to take a lot of time off, which could end up leading to retirement. We'll see. We're missing Julian already, but when you look at the win list currently on tour, with Julian gone, it goes to Owen with 4 CT wins. After that, there's no Aussies with victories on tour, besides Ace Buchan with 2, who's in a situation of trying to get back on tour. So you're looking at Ewing, Ryan Callaghan, you know, Morgan Siblick, these younger guys to really position themselves as world title threats. Siblick doing the best job this season.
He's doing a fantastic job. Number 4 in your rookie season, when people probably didn't expect you to do this well and almost even counted you out.
And just waiting for that first championship tour victory, but the consistency has been unbelievable for the rookie. I'll focus on Ewing. It's been incredibly quiet for the last couple minutes. He'll have to break away at some point if there is something to catch, but it's still looking like there's no wave setting his way.
He's going to go out on a shield and just live and die out the back, Joe. It was either that or try to go on an inside wave, give first priority to Gabe, and then possibly not even get the score in a smaller one.
Gabriel Medina gets the win over Ethan Ewing to move on to the quarterfinals. When we come back, Morgan Siblick and Leonardo Fioravanti will be in the water.
The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League.
You're watching the round of 16 at the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Morgan Siblick, Leonardo Fioravanti are in the water on such a fun day to go surfing. Look at these waves. So rippable. We've seen barrels. We've seen huge airs. This wave lets you do anything you want, Mitch.
Oh, yeah. It's a canvas. And these surfers are artists out there right now, Joe. And, you know, I think there's an expectation, too, for this afternoon to maybe blow a little bit of offshore. So we could see some barriles, some tubos right here in this afternoon, maybe in the quarterfinals for both the women and the men. And what an outstanding heat on paper, right? Morgan Siblick ranking number 4, and the sole Italian on tour, Leo Fioravanti, number 17.
Oh, Leo is so hungry. He feels like he's just been dying to have a complete year on tour ever since he fell off. He had to re-qualify through serious injuries, and he's in a great place right now with his fitness. He trains like nobody else and already wants to get a start in the non-priority heat. The Italian going for a massive error. Why not? You've got 46 minutes. If he pulls that, he's got a huge score. Mitch, have you been hearing what I've been hearing a lot in the Red Bull Athlete Zone? It feels like everyone's just like, why are we going too much on strategy? Let's simplify it and just go for broke as soon as we hit the water. I've been hearing that quite a bit at this event.
I don't know who you've been hanging out with, but I've kind of heard the opposite.
Okay.
Some people want to be more strategic.
Fair enough. Silva on a roll. Hard off the bottom. Snap and then falling. So a tough transition there. We talk about heat strategy all the time, how important it is to set up with a game plan, and a game plan of just going for broke, I guess, as Mitch is saying, is not for everybody. I've heard it a lot from Jesse Mendez, who's just been hanging out with Mateus Hurdy. Callaghan Andino is kind of going, I want to do my best surfing and just go for it out of the gates. You can actually relax yourself if you're not thinking too much in your head about a serious game plan. And it's kind of cool. I've been hearing that, and Mitch, you've been hearing the opposite way. It's always up to the surfer on how they want to approach a heat.
Yeah, you got a point, because the surfers that you mentioned, Mendez isn't in the event. Her G is a wild card, so he has nothing to lose. And then I've heard it from Ryan Callaghan, his coach Doug Marsh, Frederico Morais, people that need a result to requalify. They're the ones that are more strategic right now.
That makes sense. Let's hear from world number 1, Medina with Kaipo.
So, Gabe, that was a big challenge you overcame, because Ethan Ewing really was in form yesterday, putting up some big numbers. Talk about that heat.
Yeah, that was a hard one. Ethan was surfing really good, even the first round and then yesterday. I knew it was going to be a hard one, and the waves were challenging. It wasn't easy to get a good one, and we couldn't hit the score, so it made it a little harder for us. But yeah, just try to keep going, you know, like just getting waves, change scores, better scores, you know, and yeah, I'm happy with my performance, and I'm happy to be in the quarters.
When you can't hear the scores, do you kind of have a guess in your head about the number that you got on a wave when you kick out?
Yeah, kind of. Because while I was surfing, I saw his waves too, so I could think like that was in front, you know, because he wasn't coming all the way to the end, which means half wave. You know, it's hard to get high scores in halfway. Yeah, I was just paying attention to the heat, you know, just to see how it was going, and yeah, I just tried to keep moving, you know.
All right, well, thank you. I'll see you in the quarterfinals. Thanks. And see any adjustments that you're making in the quarterfinals. Look forward to it, Gabe.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, quarters. Good luck, brother. All right.
Gabriel Medina giving a shout out to Connor Coffin in the next heat. Their teammates have traveled together quite a bit. Connor does have Jeremy Flores, which will be an emotional heat for Jeremy. I think after the announcement of him moving on from the tour, he's found himself getting emotional maybe for the first time this morning, as he's having more flashbacks about what's been an incredible career.
I got a comparison for you right now. Jeremy Flores, if you're a fan of Major League Baseball, is definitely the Tony Gwynn of surfing. Mr. Padre, really good Hall of Fame career, but was never able to win a world championship. But when you talk about a contact hitter, one of the best Europeans, the best European of all time, it's Jeremy.
Now snap to start for Silva. Another clean snap with some great energy. Out in front with a backhand carve, still leading over Andino as they turn into the priority heat. Unbelievable range of maneuvers on his backhand. And now just weaving setup work. Got through a couple of speed bumps there on the open face. Another tail slide hack. Under the lip, he'll get buried when he was thinking about just maybe one more move. Looking to better a 4.83.
A likely chance he does that and a bit more too, Joe. Just under 16 minutes, so kind of a crucial heat. Waving to his teammates there on the beach, and wow, the aggressiveness of the first move from David Silva has kind of been his strategy all event long, and I love the way he's able to spring out of those bottom turns too once he reaches the lip line. That turn right there, just beautiful given the section. Wasn't standing up as much as David wanted to, but forced the turn so much. That's why he slid out, and it showed a little bit of variety to our judges. Goes up to the lip once again and has that turn on lockdown, and then did the setup to get a finish. Probably thinking about a floater, but got a little ahead of himself.
Fioravanti rolling in. Nice searing cutback. Snap, slides it right into a bottom turn. That transition was solid. Went for broke on his opening wave, so this will be his best score so far against Siblick. Deeper off the bottom. Ooh. Classic tail high reverse. Not slowing down at all. Fioravanti wanting more. And connects with the finish in the flat, staying on his feet. Well done.
That takes a lot of conditioning right there, just to be able to transition from maneuver to maneuver like that and finish off the way Leo did. That was awesome.
Really awesome to see, and stepping off just quickly there on a short ride. More of an open face for Morgan Siblick, as we'd like to welcome all of our viewers on FS2 to continue watching on WorldSurfLeague.com. Morgan Siblick from Newcastle on the east coast of Australia, just filling in the gaps on this long right. The world number 4 into the double up. Sweep off the bottom, crushes the lip, air drops and stays on his feet. This man is so consistent in his rookie season on tour.
Yeah, and I love the commitment right there at the end for Morgan. Difficult section, hollow one right there in the shore break. And he did well just to be able to get up into the lip in time before that wave closed out. And now Callaghan Andino in his heat doesn't have anything better than a 3.83 at the moment, Joe. And it seems like David Silva is going to better his 4.83 on the last wave. So going to be a crucial moment right here for Callaghan, especially coming off the injury. And what you'd have to think he's going to apply for one of the 2 injury wild cards, correct?
Oh, it makes so much sense. And he has such a great case. And, you know, WSL always reminds us that it's not technically an injury wild card. They're WSL wild cards. There's 2 for men, 2 for women. So really anyone could apply for it if you've got a good case and you're a great talented surfer. They'll review everyone's request for those wild card positions. And if they're injury based, they have a whole medical staff that compares injuries. I remember how we started this year. Mikey Wright and Leo Fioravanti both had a solid case to come back to the tour with their injuries. So they're like, well, why don't you 2 settle it at Pipeline best out of 3 series?
Yeah, the surf off. With Leo actually lost the first one, won the last 2. Yeah, you're right.
I talked to Fioravanti about that, and he said the emotional roller coaster he went through in the lead up to compete at Pipe was nothing he'd ever been through before. He was just trying to keep his headspace solid, trying to stay nice and healthy, and then got into that first match and lost. And he had to dig deep to go 2 straights to officially take the spot on tour.
Yeah, and I think out of everybody, he was probably the person that surfed the most heats at the Pipe Masters. I mean, because you got to add those 3 to everything else he surfed in the actual main event. So props to Leo, especially surfing at Pipeline after breaking his back there a few years before. Psychologically, that just seems like a huge achievement for him. And I mean, overcoming that kind of status is really beautiful. Was able to qualify for the Olympic Games, and now he is close to requalifying for the championship tour next year.
Back to Fioravanti on his last wave.
Yeah, this wave was incredible. I mean, it had a little bit of everything. I love that blowtail on the second turn. Beautiful pace, beautiful rhythm, never rushed anything. And I think we have to attribute a lot of his success on this wave to his athleticism. That reverse was beautiful. Always kept his momentum forward too, Joe, never straight to the beach. That allowed him to always get a few more sections in before the wave ended. If you do that reverse on a section that's a little flatter and you don't have momentum going forward, you're usually going to end up with the incorrect amount of speed coming out of it. In comparison, Morgan, this is going to be a decent opener for him too. Number 4 in the rankings. I think he has a style that suits this wave. Really similar to somebody who competed here in 2006 named Danny Wills. And Morgan didn't get the best wave on offer, a little slopey, difficult to surf, but I think a good portion of the score on this wave was the finish that Morgan was able to get. Critical and committed.
And this was a wave that Kalohe just got in the middle of that exchange.
Yeah, and at the moment, he's needing a very large score, 8.77. I love the variation of that air right there at the beginning for Kalohe. Hermano, as he would be known down here in Mexico. Beautiful wraparound for Kalohe, and definitely needs to get busy on the inside of this wave to get somewhere close to that 8.77 that he needs. And gets another 180 right there at the end, so definitely going to be his best wave. Don't see the score close to the 9, but still has under 10 minutes to get another one.
Mitchell, you mentioned Danny Wills. Danny had a great heat here in 2006 in the second round when he beat Kauai's Roy Powers. Willsy had an 18.33 combined total. Jeremy Flores preparing for Connor Coffin.
18.33.
Massive, and that's what Jeremy's going for as he wears the Quiksilver board shorts, the originals from 1969. I bet Danny Wills was wearing a similar pair back in 06.
Dude, what a moment for Jeremy, especially since we're not going to Tahiti anymore.
Now setting up the wrapping turn, Fioravanti staying really active with the forehand carves. He did get the 5.67 on the wave where he just packed in a ton of maneuvers. This one heading the same direction, springs up into the solid vertical with the tail whip on the end section. Hard to change gears with variety in such a tight space. Job well done for the Italian once again.
He can't commit an error right now, Joe. Every wave, it just seems like he's on point, he's focused. He's a man on a mission, and what a moment it would be for him in the last event of the regular season to get his first championship tour victory in Mexico. And as of right now, beating number 4 in the world, still half an hour to go in that heat between him and Morgan Cibilic, but this would be a huge moment, beating out the number 4 ranked Cibilic and maybe altering things going in, you know, to the Ripco WSL finals. We could probably see a couple upsets go into there.
A lot of excitement in this event here at Barra de la Cruz. Watching some big heats already. Medina already has a spot in the quarterfinals as he got past Ethan Ewing. He'll be joined by the winner of the heat with Silva or Andino. Silva leading 6.67 the high mark as he's really hunting down qualification, and we'll be saying goodbye to this man. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be surfing his whole life, but in this competitive arena, I can't imagine the tour without him. Qualified at such a young age. Missed out on this event by a year. He qualified in 2007. This event first happened in 06. Finished in the top 10 in the world in 2015, finishing 8th. He's done that twice. Finished top 10 in 2008, his second season. 4 event wins. 2 of them are Pipe Masters trophies. 1 Tahiti and maybe the most emotional win of his career was winning at home in France.
And I think that's one of the greatest moments in competitive surfing history. When De Souza won for the first time in Brazil, that set a benchmark for Brazilian surfers. I didn't think we were going to be able to see a Frenchman win at home in France, and just the way he was able to do it, no doubt the best surfer in the event from start to finish. It seemed like every single heat, the wave was just offering him up scoring potential, barrels, and then in the final, Italo somehow got in there and then went on to win the World Championship at the end of the year. But Jeremy was like, bro, you ain't stealing this away from me. Sit down. I'm going to get a 9 to start things off, and then I'm going to back it up with an 8. And, dude, it would be so awesome to see him win here just to retire well. And, you know, as I said before, he's the best European competitive surfer we've ever seen.
Flores said he got emotional in that final. He said he kind of broke his focus when he started realizing that he might win. He said he was so focused round after round, just getting barreled, having a great time at Hossegger, and then all of a sudden he started crying, and he's like, what am I doing? The heat's still on. He obviously ended up winning, and they actually shut the town down, and they had a big party by Cafe Paris. Leo Fioravanti on his last 6.5 on this one, Mitch.
And speaking of another European talent, Fioravanti, who already has the 5.67, this is going to put him in a solid place in the lead. I just really appreciate his rail work. You know, I feel like the way he's connecting the dots, being able to apply a bit of variation in the middle section too, which is usually a bit flat. He's been finding those two waves in his scoreline that has allowed him to really connect the wave from top to bottom extremely well. And against Morgan Siblick, who at the moment needs a mid 7, excuse me, but Fioravanti has the ability now to just try to better those two scores, as they're the non-priority heat still, as 4 minutes and 30 to go in the other one.
See that view of the space between our competitors from the sky. Andino has second priority, and when you need a score, it's always interesting where you sit. When you're behind priority, you're the one that needs a score. How will you create space? And we'll see how Andino reacts to this situation. It was great to see him heal from the high ankle sprain. Hurt himself in pipeline in some big conditions. He actually called up John Florence. He's like, I'm going to come on over there. He hurt himself, and then he surfed backdoor and pipe the next day thinking he was okay, and realized that something was wrong. Thought he did enough to recover, where he was like, all right, I'll get on that charter flight. I'll quarantine for 14 days. And in those early surfs, he realized that something was wrong. And so to see his road to come back, his dedication to heal, you talk to the trainers he's working with, they're just so blown away with his dedication to his body and wanting to get back in the jersey as soon as he could. Obviously, the incentive being a part of the Olympic Games. And now coming here to a place that he traveled to at a very young age.
Great wave here for Kolohe.
Going to try to do everything he can. Carving 3 to start. He's down. Was getting extra creative with the opener, that big carving 3. You don't see a lot of surfers on tour going for a difficult maneuver like that one.
Yeah, and a maneuver that's kind of spontaneous for a wave like this too. Maybe drew a little bit of inspiration from Kelly, and saw that Kelly's had success with the carving 3, especially at the beginning of the wave where there's a lot more risk involved. But, you know, Kolohe, even if he doesn't make it out of this heat, he's going to get a wild card next year for the 2022 season, and he's going to have to make his way back into the top 10. His seeding is going to change, Joe, because he's going to go down to the rankings. He's going to be one of the lower seeded surfers moving into 2022, but he's done it once. He could probably do it again, and he, to me, is a top 10 surfer, no doubt. I think he's somebody that if we do go to lowers next year for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, I'd love to see him have a chance to compete for the World Championship at home.
So many opportunities for these guys on tour. Not everyone gets a spot in their backyard on the championship tour season, let alone the WSL Finals. 150 to go. Kolohe trying to create something under priority. Snap looking solid, needs a 6.93. Nice steady on the front side wrapping turn. Learning that unbelievable technique at about the age of 5. Snap. Trying to look for something big to work with down the line. He's really committed to this wave now. Still searching for a ramp. Here it comes. Big rotation, tough landing, but committed to going for it, but can't hang on. Silva now owning a pretty solid set wave here. And Silva just trying to close this thing out even further if he batters a 5.93. Big speed float, crazy vertical re-entry. Silva loving this performance. Fioravanti now on the next one. The Italian still leading over Sibwick. Snap under the lip there, right in the pocket. And I just love his ability to change gears. His final 2 turns, he always is able to throw variety in that short space.
And he's able to downshift when he needs to and gain a little bit of speed when he needs to as well. And, you know, props to David Silva, because he recognized that Conlogue had a chance right there at the end to get the 6.93 that he needed, and then ended up taking another wave just to make sure that he could better his low score of a 5.93. Great performance from Conlogue. Couple of solid wins before he made it into the round of 16, Joe, and gotta be stoked with his performance, especially coming off of an almost career-ending injury at Pipeline.
And this was what David did just to seal the victory on the last wave of the heat.
Yeah, I love this last turn from Silva. The opening was a bit difficult as it was flat, but that turn right there, committed and as vertical as you can get on your backhand out here at Barra De La Cruz. Necessary result for Silva, and he's into the quarters.
Job well done for Silva on the road for requalification. We lose Andino from the draw as the overlapping heat continues here at Barra De La Cruz. We're bringing Cote and Carranza for the call after this.
Welcome back, surf fans, to beautiful Barra de la Cruz. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Callaghan Carranza. You're watching Jeremy Flores on his global victory lap, announcing his retirement. Well, we're not going to say the R word because he doesn't want to say the R word. His next step could be one of his final appearances. He's making full use of it right now, carving this wave to pieces, mixing up his maneuvers. That's not the trick he wanted to do, the old dive off the board, but some good surfing out the back for J-Flow. Calais, we are looking at the beautiful countryside here in Oaxaca.
That's a beautiful nopal tree in Mexico.
I like that.
That's the one that's on the Mexican flag upon which that eagle is perched.
I'm going to get more on that shortly. That is one of the coolest flags in the world. This is Leonardo Fioravanti, still competing against Morgan Sibilic for 19 minutes and 54 more seconds. Currently in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.5. There has been some wild ramifications already this morning. We're at 12:15 local time. Leonardo looking like a man possessed.
And this morning when we showed up, one of the first few waves that were ridden in the free surf were Leonardo Fioravanti went to town, and that he's carrying on through to 12 p.m. here in Mexico. So those free surfs in the morning end up being very important, not only to get a feel for the boards, because obviously it's a little bit bigger, but also the wave itself.
Well, you see now in red, Morgan Siblick with priority. This is a surfer right now who's got to be playing defense, currently sitting in one of the final 5 spots heading into the Rip Curl WSL finals, but he's got to surf for a 9.17 right now if he wants to overtake Leonardo Fioravanti. Luckily for Morgan, he's got a lot of time to go, but he's got to maximize every bit of scoring potential out of the waves he catches. He's got a 4.83, only 1 wave ridden. Meanwhile, Leo with 5 waves ridden.
This kid has a connection with Barra De La Cruz. He finds the right waves and he surfs them very, very well.
Right there with you. 18.27 for Fioravanti and Siblick. Gives us the minute to go down to David Silva standing by with Kaipo Guerrero.
Thank you, Chris. David, another day, another heat win. You're in the quarterfinals. How you feel?
Yeah, my feelings are really good. Today's perfect waves. Thank WSL for the opportunity to surf here in Barra de la Cruz. I'm very happy to make my hits because it's a good result for me. Is to stay to the tour the next year. And yeah, I'm very happy to take 2 good waves, and Conlogue is a good guy and good surfing in the heat. And yeah, I'm very happy.
This is definitely going to help your qualification. Let's look to the future this afternoon. Quarterfinal number 1, you're going to be matched up against Gabe Medina. How do you feel about that matchup?
Yeah, now for the quarterfinal is together from Gabriel. And yeah, I go to surf, and then, I don't know, I think thank God for to surf here, and yeah, let's go.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the quarterfinals, David Silva.
Not much more you can say, but let's go. David Silva into the quarterfinals to match up against Gabriel Medina. 2 goofy footers in the quarters so far. This heat right here, these 4 surfers, they're all regular foots. But we've been seeing some really cool goofy versus regular matchups as we follow Morgan Siblick back out to the lineup. That is not an easy run from where you get out of the water. It's about 400 yards to get to the takeoff spot.
Yeah, it's not only in regards to physical ability because it takes it out of you, but when the tide comes in, you can't really do that. You can't just hoppity skip across those rocks. You have to wait, time the set, as we see Leo up and riding. Just a quick in and out for our Italian surfer, born in Rome, competed in the ISA qualifiers in El Salvador, trying to get a spot for the Olympics, which he did. And he was one of the few Europeans that had the honor of competing for their country in Tokyo.
Yeah, he had a rough road at the beginning of the season, fighting through injuries. You know, you think about the injury wildcard battle he had with Mikey Wright, so that was a bright spot. And then a rocky road. He was qualified, then unqualified for the Olympics. He was back on tour, he was off tour, but now it just seems like everything is going his way. He's getting the best waves in this heat, 7.5 and a 6.5. You know, I would think everybody was thinking that Morgan Siblick, the role that he's been on, would be nearly unbeatable, but Leonardo Fioravanti's got different ideas. Morgan Siblick's last wave comes through at a 5.83. Tightens it up a little bit, still needs an 8.17 to overtake Leonardo.
And I think Leonardo, something has happened in the last few months. Obviously, he's not injured. A few months ago, he had an ankle brace. So obviously, that ankle brace kind of impeding his movement a little bit. But now, the confidence is there. He is surfing in a way that we haven't seen in a long time. Sometimes as he goes off the bottom and carves it around, it seems like the board is a little bit stuck. I'm not quite sure if he's tentative. He's not really pushing as hard. This morning was the entire, like whole different thing. We were all talking about it when we watched that wave. The board looking so good under his feet and pushing through his turns, generating speed. And it's no surprise to see him now defeating Morgan Siblick.
Well, you're in for a power show. We've got Connor Coffin in the lineup going up against Jeremy Flores. Interesting fact here, both of these surfers on Team JS, and they're both riding nearly identical boards, the Monster model. I believe Jeremy Flores on a 5'9.5", Connor Coffin on a 5'10". It's always cool when you see basically surfers on the same equipment, the same surfboards, with different, different styles, but very, this is going to be a good even matchup.
One small tweak and differences in surfboards also have to do with fins. If you think of a race car, you think of a car going fast, but when you go around the corners, you need really good tires. And the tires on a surfboard are the fins. Obviously, Connor Coffin feeling really good with that signature fin that will be coming out soon. He's really extremely good in the open face. I love what he does. If you see the face, it has a bunch of stairs going up into it, so it's really difficult to kind of keep your board engaged. It's much easier to surf above the lip, but he somehow manages to keep that board on rail, those fins engaged, and we will be seeing big scores come from him for sure.
There are just a handful of surfers that you would really listen to and trust when they talk about fins. Put Connor Coffin on that list. Taylor Knox would be another one. Jeremy Flores with all his experience, of course. Kelly Slater. Whenever he talks, we listen. But really, fins can make a huge difference. You could be on a board that you're going, I don't know. Switch the fins out. That's a whole new surfboard. So if you have a board that you're not quite sure about, try a couple different fin variations. Could change the whole deal.
But when you use that comparison of fins to tires, when you're learning to drive, do you really care about tires?
No.
You really need to be at the top of your game. You really need to know your equipment very well to actually notice that difference. So yes, and a little bit of no on that.
Well, this sport actually has a lot of parallels to F1 racing. So all these surfers have a pit crew, and in F1, if it's raining, if it's hot, different track conditions, they will switch the tires in and out in a lot of different variations. So it's similar to surfing there. And plus, you think of F1, you think of all the cool cars, Ferrari, you think of, McLaren, Mercedes-Benz. Same with surfing, right? This is also a competition of surfboards, JS, Channel Islands, Paisel, Patterson, all these awesome name brand surfboards. That's kind of the competition within the competition. These shapers are very competitive with each other. Sharp Eyes made a huge push in the last few years, so it's a pretty cool correlation. And of course, the one also consistency between F1 racing and surfing is speed. You gotta go fast if you want to win. And Leonardo is flying down the line.
That is exactly what he did around that section, covering at least 30 meters of ground as we see Leo up again into the foam, trying to get around this section. He does. Tricky on that. Second to last maneuver. You
gotta drive to survive here in Championship Tour surfing. Leonardo Fioravanti right there, looking to replace the 6'5". Connor Coffin in the secondary priority heat, looking like he's been able to find some gems out there. His first scoring wave yet to drop, but he's backing it up right now. Morgan Siblick up and ripping. He's fighting back against Leonardo Fioravanti, so a good exchange there. I feel like Morgan maybe got the better wave, and he really went into attack mode right there. He's got to be feeling some urgency. This is a huge opportunity for him to stay in that Final Five.
Oh, a massive opportunity, and it's interesting to see both Morgan and Connor in the water at the same time. They're not competing against each other, but they are in the water at the same time. And are there any similarities in their surfing, sticker-wise and boards?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they both have a lot of power. They both have that really strong stance.
Similar build and body type as well.
You get the Rip Curl sticker on the nose.
Yep. So don't be surprised if we call out Connor Coffin and then it's actually Morgan Siblick on the wave.
Well, if you were surfing out there and someone mistook you for Connor Coffin or Morgan Siblick, that would be the best compliment ever. 33 minutes for Connor and Jeremy. Leonardo and Morgan have 10 minutes, 25 seconds left. Morgan needs an 8:17. You get to see the score for his last wave. That'll be a really interesting exchange to watch, and this is it. Wave for wave. Leo versus Morgan.
First turn in the pocket. Second, just a little bit too late. The crumble from that wind making the wave break just a hair too early for Leonardo. Makes it around the section. But when we talk about making sections, this is the craziest section probably we've seen someone clear in competition. 2 big turns and manages to get out into the open face. That was that last section of the wave, apologies, that section he had cleared was a little bit earlier, as we see Morgan. Clean carves. Very nice surfing.
Surfing for an 817. Good to get it.
Estilo, elegancia, style, and elegance as we see him connect with that inside section. He's very connected at Barra. He's very lucky at that inside section, allowing him to always go up and through the roof. We want to see big maneuvers on the inside section, and big scores will follow.
Morgan's last wave comes through a 617. Now he needs a 783. Similar ask to before this wave. Jeremy Flores there on the lower left side of your screen. This is a guy that's done it all. A veteran in the game of surfing. Made a big announcement just a couple days ago. Not using the R word. He's still a young man with a huge, huge career ahead of him. But he's going to take the jersey off, and he's going to go into dad mode, going to go into free surfer mode. You know what that means for J-Flow. He's going into tube mode. The man likes to get barreled.
And what a great place to do it in. Tahiti. He loves to spend the time there. He's great in Hossegor as well. Grew up in Reunion Island, so this man, much like Kelly Slater, kind of you tend to see him in different places around the globe wherever the waves do pump.
He only lives in places with barrels and where you mostly wear trunks year round.
He could probably set up camp here at Barra de la Cruz. At barrels,
this wave suits him very well. This right here, this foursome we have in this overlapping heat format, these are 4 surfers that are tailor-made for this wave.
Yeah, I agree with you. It seems like almost any surfer in the world, for any surfer, this wave is ideal. You know, it has those tricky sections on the outside. If you're a very good barrel rider, you can sit out the back. And if you're extremely good on rail, like Connor Coffin, you can do these types of maneuvers.
Ooh, high speed attack there. Connor Coffin's last wave was a 407. This one looks like it could be a little better.
Clearing all the ground. That was the carve that we wanted to see. Busting the tail up and above 180 degrees, going backwards towards the beach. And now Jeremy's response. Nice surfing from Jeremy out the back. Unfortunately, that wave, very tricky, had many lumps and bumps. Every time he would go up to attack the lip, he was either met with many stairs or crumbles coming down it. So you could see why the little bit of frustration here when Jeremy jumped off. He just knew that he was playing in catch-up from beginning to end.
Well, Jeremy's not one to hide his emotions. And, you know, that's why we love him.
Not.
You know, he gives great interviews. He is outspoken. And he's definitely a guy we're going to miss on the championship tour. Would love to have him come into the commentary booth at a couple events, just because he's one of those guys, when he speaks, you listen. You know, he doesn't mince words. He's very straightforward with what he says. And we love him for that. Right now, he's got a hill to climb. Connor Coffin has just improved on his opening score. Now he has a 5.33 and a 4.07. I did have the chance to talk to Connor Coffin's younger brother, Parker. Congratulations, Parker, a finalist in the Stab High event.
Ooh.
But Parker was saying, when I asked him about how is Connor having such a great year, his best year ever on the championship tour, he said that throughout the past year, when the surfers had time off, of course, bittersweet time off, but Connor had the chance to really kind of take a step back, heal himself. It is a grind. Yes, it's the dream job. It's the best job in the world. But these guys, these men and women get beat up throughout the entire tour just because of the physicality of this sport. So for Connor, he had a good chunk of time to heal up, recenter himself, and just, I think, take a step back and relax a little bit. And we're seeing that it's worked in the performances he put on. He had a stellar Australian leg. He's right now on his way to potentially making the quarterfinals here in Mexico. So Connor Coffin, he's on a roll.
Yeah, and the tricky thing about surfing as a professional is that you lose more than you win. I mean, if you think of all the past champions throughout the course of the championship tour, it doesn't matter if you're Kelly Slater, you've lost more times than you've won. And mentally, that really takes a toll. That's why we tend to see many surfers like Connor Coffin, like, for example, Owen Wright when he had his injury, come back with a renewed sense of confidence. You know, they feel good about themselves. They feel like they don't really have to prove anything to the world. Let's just surf and have fun, and the results will follow.
I love it. 446. It's funny, just the simplification of things. You know, if you overthink your boards, your fins, your what trunks you're gonna wear. I mean, there's so many things that can take you out of the moment. The ability to breathe, relax, calm down, and just have fun in the water is really, that can be a huge difference for these surfers out here and what they can do in these heats.
Yeah, and so many surfers that come out of injury, I hear them talk about just being thankful. You know, it's not until you get sick or you get hurt that you really realize how good you had it. So sometimes we don't have to focus too much about things we haven't achieved, but everything that's ahead of us. As we see a beautiful blast out the back.
Morgan Siblick trying to fight back, looking for a 7.83. So far, so good for this young Australian. Well, it was so far, so good. That's not how he wanted to finish the wave. Good news for Morgan Siblick. Who can touch him in the Rookie of the Year conversation for 2021?
Incredible to see him in that top 5 thus far. Still alive in competition, surfing really well. On that wave, I feel like the decision to keep that flow cost him. It's sometimes so hard when you see these beautiful lines at Barra de la Cruz to actually take a step back and understand that mid portion of the wave currently, with the way the sandbank has gathered itself, you almost want to surf it at 70%. You don't want to push too hard. You want to make sure that you glide through the midsection of the wave and then you blast the inside. I had a chance to chat with Isabella Nichols a few moments ago, and well, she was saying the exact same thing. It's like, I want to surf slow and elegant through the middle and then do something radical on the inside.
That's the formula, right? Big radical turns, ride the wave all the way to completion, and make the judges, force the judges to give you a big number.
The simplicity, you said it. Some surfers, some coaches tend to put it, you know, in just a few words. Get 2 waves and surf them well.
Oh, that's it?
That's all you have to do. It's so simple.
I've been doing it wrong this whole time. 2 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Tense moments for Morgan Siblick, trying to catch up to Leonardo Fioravanti, who is on a roll, a 7.5 and a 6.5. Morgan still in the conversation, needs a 7.83. I'm sensing this shockwave of urgency. You know, we've just heard the news, the unfortunate news of the Tahiti cancellation. So this being the last event on tour, these surfers now, they got to leave it all in the water. They have to go for broke on every wave they catch. And I feel like that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we are. And I think that is in the back of every surfer's minds. You want to get into those quarterfinals, semis here at Barra de la Cruz, solidify, get a lot of points, make sure that you can, well, for some surfers, it's requalification, right? For other surfers, it's get into the top 5, surf perfect lower trestles with just one more person out. That is something that probably 99.9% of people have never done.
Well, just go out and catch 2 good waves and surf them really well, right?
So simple.
Simplify it. 1:29. There you see an overview of the lineup. Our surfers gathering, grouping up together, hoping for a steamroller to come screaming around that corner. It looks like in red, we have Morgan Siblick, who's in second priority, and right on the outside of him, you have Leonardo Fioravanti, who has his choice of waves. Here's where the tactics come in. This is when you absolutely love priority. When there's 5 minutes to go, priority can be kind of sketchy, because that's where you can make a big mistake, let the surfer go, or go on a bad wave, and right behind it, you see your competitor get the good one. But with a minute, you can really play cat and mouse, and you can play defense. We saw Slater do it yesterday to perfect effect, and that's most likely what Leonardo Fioravanti is doing right now, positioning-wise. Do you feel like he's really in defense mode right now?
Yeah, on screen you see him, he's the surfer to the farthest right of your screen, and he is just trying to make sure that if any little inside wave that has potential for a score does come in, he will snatch it from under Morgan Siblick's nose. He wants to make sure he makes it into the quarterfinals. Very tense, very exciting moments for both Leonardo and Italy as a whole, a country that isn't known for having incredible waves with much consistency. They get great waves.
Oh,
the southern tip of Italy gets fun, the Mediterranean being the sea in which you end up surfing when you're in Italy. But, well, I want to make sure that we see Leo Fioravanti make it on through into those quarters.
Shout out to the homies at Varazze Surf Shop in Italy. They got a scene over there, and Leonardo is making them proud. We've got more to come. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico. Stay tuned. So many magical moments in the Quiksilver iconic memories series there that just takes you right back to yet another epic Quiksilver event on Tavarua. Andy Irons getting the win there. Still known as one of the greatest tube riders to ever set foot on a surfboard. And I think it's pretty cool that Andy has so many of those iconic moments. One of them happened right here at Barra de la Cruz in 2006.
Oh boy.
And you know, as a grommet, this guy was watching that event, dreaming that someday he'd be competing on this incredible wave. And here he is, Connor Coffin, loving Barra de la Cruz. This is a wave that suits his style, power, speed, and finesse perfectly. That right there was a lay hack. It's a mix between a layback and a hack.
That's how you shut everyone up when people say, oh, sometimes carves aren't as exciting as hitting the lip. Nope. Yes, they are. We see Jack Robinson up and riding.
Jack Robinson and Rio Waida now have entered the chat. It'll be Jack in white, Rio in red. Told you on day one that wild cards and replacements were going to make this event just that much more exciting, and Rio Waida is on that list. Took out Felipe Toledo yesterday.
I got a chance to chat with Mateus Herdy, who was giving Rio a high five a couple hours ago. They were very excited to move on through, and they both couldn't believe it. They're like, oh, so we are the problem.
Yes, Rio is the problem in a good way. This guy storming onto the scene, getting the CT call up and making full use of it. Right there, that wave allows him to apply pressure through to the inside section. So now Jack and Rio are involved. They are in the secondary priority heat. Coffin and Flores in that top priority spot, waiting for scores to drop for Connor Coffin. This overlapping heat system, I got to give full credit to the judges. They've been on top of it, and they've been making great calls all week long. That is not an easy job. Trust me, try at home. Write down some numbers on a piece of paper and see if you're close to what the world's best judges do.
Yeah, and then when we think of getting big scores at these events, when we think of, you know, what the judges have to do, well, the surfers are paying close attention to earlier heats to see what the judges are scoring and where it is they're scoring. As of thus far, we have seen big scores come from that inside section. Jack Robinson, unfortunately, wasn't able to ride on clean. And Rio choosing a wave that's a little bit closer in towards the rocks. It's going to be interesting for them to hear their scores and go, oh, okay, so that kind of wave would score that high, because both of them pretty much did as much as they could do on both rides. So it's going to be a matter of getting the right waves, getting that canvas that allows them to get big scores. With second priority in the water right now, I'm already very impressed to see them right away get a wave under their belt.
Yeah, this is going to be a great foursome right here. Did get a question via social media from our friend Manuel Selman. He wants to know how many surfers are still in this event that competed here in 2006. Well, we got Kelly Slater, Jeremy Flores.
Well, Kelly Slater, Adriano de Souza. And
Jeremy did not compete in 2006.
It was Kelly, it was Adriano. Diego Cadena competed here, but didn't make it into the main event. He actually was able to compete up until the final of the trials, got second. As we see Jack Robinson having a look at this wave. Beautiful barrel to get things started. Comes out and then goes to town. Clean carves.
Such a great style.
Over the lip bash. And that's the maneuver that I believe would have just put that exclamation point on the score.
So Kelly Slater, Diego Cadena, Adriano de Souza,
and then we had
Kale Carranza.
Well,
you were in the trials. Come on, give yourself some credit.
On the beach, Tommy Whitaker is now a coach. He competed in this event.
There you go. All right, 16:46 for Connor Coffin and Jeremy Flores. Scores coming through. Connor Coffin extending the lead with a huge score, an 8-1-7. Surf fans like carves. Judges like carves. We like carves. Connor does some of the best carves of anyone on tour. Doesn't need to rely on the air game. Can do it, but his rails are his money makers. So with 16-19 for Connor and Jeremy, let's go down to the glass. Kaipo Guerrero is with Leonardo Fioravanti.
Thank you, Chris. Leo, this event performing well and really important for you as far as requalification for the 2022 tour.
For sure, you know, coming into this event, I was, you know, 17th, 18th. Only had a bad back half at 200 points. So I knew like getting a result would be really big. And then the heat yesterday, you know, was a big one. That kind of consolidated my qualification. And now, quarterfinals, I'm going for top 10. I'm pretty close to it. So that was my goal with the two events, to get into the top 10. Unfortunately, Tahiti got canceled, which I'm really bummed about. But, you know, we're here and got to give it my all in the last event.
That's right. You got a lot to look forward to into the quarterfinals. And, you know, what I'm seeing from you right now, Leo, as an observation, is a rejuvenated Leo Fioravanti. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm only 23 years old, but I'm feeling good. You know, I struggled with a bit of an ankle injury for the last 2-3 months. You know, I've competed in Rottnest, Surf French with an ankle brace, and that was annoying. So I'm glad that it's feeling, you know, better, and you can see it in my surfing, I think, because made the quarterfinals and got plenty left in the tank.
Love to see that. I'm going to look forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals. Leo Fioravanti.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti in Italia, vi voglio bene. Forza Italia.
Leonardo Fioravanti. Just adding one more epic name to the quarterfinals. Going to be a really cool, unique matchup. Rio Waida with the rock and roll floater make it into the quarterfinals. What are his chances? Don't look at the scoreboard, Calais. What are Rio's chances before you look at anything else to take out Jack Robinson to make his way into the quarterfinals?
Oh, his chances are better than ever. He's surfing so well. He has a connection here with Barra De La Cruz, being very similar in regards to water temperature and vibe as Indonesia, as we see Jeremy up and riding.
J-Flow on the go, snapping down the line. There's that kind of trademark Jeremy Flores snapping carve. Staying busy on this wave. Goes down again. That was another rare error. So we've seen that happen a couple times to Jeremy Flores in this heat. He does have a lot of time left. He looks out the back to see Connor Coffin blazing a path from the outside. Now through the mid portion of this wave. Fitting in some beautiful turns on the open face. A right-hand point break. Connor Coffin, that right there is a match made in heaven. I think his middle name is actually right-hand point break.
It should be.
But it's all one word, so it's kind of hard to pronounce.
I like how you said beautiful turn right when he placed the best maneuver of the wave, midway through that bank, just a clean open arc, speed generating, powerful gouge. As we see Rio opting to run back up the point. That is not an epoxy board. That is a PU surfboard that is painted black. He loves his PUs, and for some odd reason, prefers the black color. He's in Mexico, where you don't want a black surfboard. Everything melts in under 2 minutes. He lives in Indonesia, where if you leave your board on the sand, a couple minutes later, same thing. So it's just a matter of aesthetically how it looks under his feet for him.
Speaking of aesthetics, he's rocking those original Quiksilver board shorts. Those are some of the first board shorts ever made for surfing, but now they've been updated to allow surfers like Rio to do those wild acrobatic maneuvers unhinged by any material. I mean, it feels like you're nude in these things, and that's the best feeling.
One of the main differences is it's got way more stretch, as we see live action out the back.
Jack Robbo, hard carving layback snap, straight back up into the lip. Jack Robinson, a beautiful style. He's got every air in the book, one of the best tube riders in the world. That is not hyperbole, that is fact. Ask anyone. He's coming around this section. He knows he's got a big task ahead of him because Rio has already taken down some huge names in this event. You cannot take any wild card or replacement surfer lightly because A, they don't have anything to lose. They're here because they got the call up. They're excited. They're energized.
As we see the paddle battle, but Jeremy is smiling.
Well, this is a vicious paddle battle right here.
You know what he's doing? He's actually directly positioned behind Connor Coffin, so he's actually taking advantage of the fact that the water that Connor is pushing forward is allowing Jeremy to not paddle as hard. That is something that paddleboarders tend to do quite a bit in races. So yeah. Jeremy just taking a page off of the paddleboarders, but going, hey, I'm just cruising.
That's another F1 trick. He's drafting right behind him. 11 minutes to go here for Connor Coffin and Jeremy Flores, both still with scores to come. Rio Waida, meanwhile, drops a 5 on his first wave. Jack Robinson's first wave was a 4.33.
I'm wondering if Jeremy Flores was smiling because Connor probably thinks that Jeremy's fighting to get that priority. And I think Jeremy's just kind of cruising. So the faster and the closer, well, the faster Connor Coffin goes and the closer Jeremy Flores is to him, Connor is forced to kind of paddle harder to make sure he regains that priority. But as he paddles harder, he pulls that water faster. So Jeremy has to paddle less. It's a really interesting way of getting back out. As we see a beautiful drone shot of the Simatan River just above Barra de la Cruz. This point is pointing southeast, one of the few points in all of Mexico in which, when you're surfing, the sun is rising in the ocean. That doesn't happen here in Mexico except for in 2 places. We see Rio up and riding.
Big, nice carve to start. Kind of recovers from a slight slip up there, but gets around the section. Now he's back on the open face. I love the extension he gets through these turns. And if an air section arises, watch out, world. Rio is hungry like the wolf. That's a double Duran-Duran on Tandre. A band so good they needed it twice. Rio recovers nicely all the way to the beach. Nicely done for Rio Waida.
This is Senor Waida's year. Qualifying for the Olympics. Getting more than 200,000 followers in 48 hours. Indonesia embracing this young athlete. Why? Because it was badminton, weightlifting before in the past, and now Tipi Yabrek, Rio's manager, was telling us that he's become a superstar.
He was the flag bearer for Team Indonesia at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, watched by, what, 4 billion people?
And what an incredible sacrifice on behalf of Rio's family, having Rio's father, Saini, still living in Japan, working construction so that the family, Miss Waida, and the kids can live that beach lifestyle. Why? Well, because at 5 years old, Rio, all that he wanted to do was surf. And at 9 years old, it was when Quiksilver actually found him and went, wow, this kid has a lot of potential. And what do you know?
They were right.
A decade later, he's competing amongst the world's best and taking down big names.
And he's doing it in style right now as we wait for the score to come through for Rio Waida. He's got 31 minutes, 32 seconds to go. But he's going to have to give everything he's got because Jack Robinson is in a position trying to requalify, trying to stay on the championship tour, so he's got a lot on the line as well.
Well, absolutely. As we see Rio paddling out the back, you know, he's always had to paddle against the current. Even, you know, traveling as an Indonesian surfer. The Indonesian passport, we think of our Mexican passport being not that good. You always need a visa to go everywhere. Indonesia is way harder. For him to make it over to this side of the world, he has to travel in a really weird way. He has to go to Colombia, make his way to Dallas, and then back to Mexico because of all the red tape of making it here without a visa.
Oh, the behind-the-scenes joys of being a professional surfer. That's the stuff you don't see in video parts and on Instagram.
How many
the
hours?
Flights, the lost bags, you know, all those things that still don't add up to making this not the best job in the world. So you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from a lot of people. And, oh, you had to travel a little bit extra to get paid to surf? Well, it's part of the vibe. That is a beautiful sea creature right there. A turtle in English. En español?
Tortuga, and we see a lot of those tortugas all along the coastline, and we see big bashes on the outside, courtesy of the Frenchman.
Yeah, I like that. Like peace and war. Calm and critical. J-Flow trying to get things happening on this wave. A couple good turns out the back. Almost like he's fighting against the grain. But he gets around the section here, patiently waiting for the inside to arise, goes for the inverted grab rail reverse. That would have been such a critical section to do that turn on.
Smart surfing from him, because he knew that the outside sections really weren't that sexy. They were just kind of flat and not really cool. He wanted to do something dynamic on the inside, holding that rail with his right hand and going for the club sandwich. Unfortunately, a little bit too much speed generated off of that lip, and is gonna go back to the drawing board, slowly paddle back out. But the bad news is Connor Coffin is not in front of him anymore. He's gonna have to paddle in his own.
Yeah, Connor Coffin right now sitting on an 8.17 and a 5.33. We'll have to wait for the score from Jeremy Flores on that last wave. In Heat 5, Jack Robinson has now taken lead. His last wave, a 6.43. So Rio sitting on a couple mid-rangers of 5 and a 4.87. Jack's low score now, a 4.33. Rio Waida needs a 5.77. Plenty of time to go. I wouldn't be surprised if all four of those scores are wiped off the board. These guys are that good.
As we see Rio almost surfing and carving himself out of the wave. Tricky staircase section through the midsection of the wave. Doing big, nice, clean hooks. You talked about the airs. You talked about how good Senor Waida is in the air. He's looking for those sections. This wave just didn't give him an air section that he felt would have been the one, but a clean float on the inside. So
that was wild. Jack Robinson now. You feel the urgency, you feel the electricity in the lineup. All four of these surfers want it. Jack now looking down the line. What is this wave going to offer him? A little stall on the top. And it's almost like he's just waiting to see what happens at the end of it. Nice little layback snap on the closeout section, well timed.
It's really nice to see Jack do so well in this wave. He's won a QS at the Héroes de Mayo in Chile, at Iquique, one of the craziest barreling waves that we have in Latin America, and then the Vans World Cup of Surfing. But seeing him rip in beautiful Barra waves is a really cool thing to see.
This is setting up to be one of the heats of the event, with Rio and Jack just going wave for wave, punch for punch, turn for turn. Rio could have something good to work with on the inside. Watch the projection, he's coiling up, snapping it straight up into the closeout section. What a great matchup.
It is, because they're both really good in doing turns and airs above the lip. I feel like both of them have had the opportunity to do open face carves, but never something, never anything too crazy. I haven't seen the wow factor that they can produce. So I feel like with almost half an hour remaining in their heat, they're going to have to turn it up a notch. I'm not sure that 4s and 5s are going to be enough to make heat number 5.
Surf cliche number 478. 8s or lates. You got to get up into that excellent score. You've got to give yourself some padding. Everyone this late in the event is so good. You cannot make mistakes. You cannot leave the door open. Slam the door shut. Board it up. Lock it down.
Yeah, you don't want to depend on luck. I mean, sometimes maybe one in every 1,000 heats. You make a few mistakes, and then the competitor makes more mistakes than you, and you advance. At this level, I mean, it can happen, but you don't want to depend on luck. You want to make sure you're the master of your own destiny. As we see a beautiful drone shot looking towards the beach, you can see how that beach bends all the way to the right, and right where you see those mountains in the foreground kind of go downwards, there's a river that deposits sands as well. And Connor Coffin looking at his watch, trying to be patient.
Come on, Wave, you got to be a time bandit, right? You got to try to control the clock. So Connor is out the back with priority. Jeremy Flores, last wave, slight improvement, 5.03. So for Connor, he needs to make sure that Jeremy does not get a wave that could even potentially give him the opportunity to get an 8.47.
But with waves this good at a location like Barra de la Cruz, I feel like for Connor, strategically, he's hoping the ocean goes flat. No more waves, no opportunity for Jeremy, he wins the heat.
That's the one time in a surfer's life that you pray for flatness.
But at the same time, maybe Connor's thinking, well, what if we get just one set, but maybe a one-wave set so I can get it.
End it with a bang. 2 minutes now to go in heat 4. Coffin in the lead with priority, exactly where he wants to be. No pressure right now to, you know, paddle around and hunt down a wave. He's just got to block Jeremy Flores. Like I said earlier, both these surfers on pretty much identical surfboards, JS Monster models. They're probably riding different fins, but other than that, Jeremy's is a 5.9.5, Connor's is a 5.10.
Slightly different to what we saw yesterday afternoon for the Icons heat.
Yeah, very different. Connor actually, in his board bag, you're wondering, well, what board do I bring to Barra? So Connor, of course, he's an expert level surfer. He brought 3 5.8s, 2 5.9s, 2 5.9s, 3 5.10s, a couple 5.11s. So all right in that range of just kind of your standard shortboard with a little bit extra for the bigger days. And this is Connor Coffin right here. This was his 8.17, the highest single wave score of this heat.
The most impressive thing, in my opinion, of that wave is the 3 carves that he did in the beginning. There was no downtime. I almost feel like he, for safety, should have hit the lip on the second maneuver, but he doesn't. He just carves his way back around into the power source and then finger flip. Why? He knew that was a very good wave. It went excellent.
38 seconds to go. Can Connor Coffin continue with the momentum that he built in the earlier Australian leg of the WSL Championship Tour?
Well, playing defense, he's going to go on this one, blocking Jeremy Flores. Let's see what Connor can do. Can he replace his low score of a 5.33?
You never know when the wave's going to grow. Connor Coffin streaking down the line. He held Jeremy Flores off this wave. Jeremy now out the back with 9 seconds to go, but Connor is doing some work. He's got a 5.33 as his low mark, so he could actually improve right here. He slams the end of this wave. Nice section. Now we got Jeremy Flores up and riding. Jeremy looking for an 8.47. And I think he, if anyone knows, would have to have a miracle run here to get that score. Nice fade stall into the closeout barrel section. Perennial showman. Let's hear it for Jeremy Flores, around the world. One of our favorite surfers, a vet on tour. He's been on tour 15 years and provided so many highlights. And sad to say, that may be the last heat we see of Jeremy Flores. That makes me sad. I'm a huge fan.
As we all are. That man on screen. Pipeline winner twice. Won Chopo, and arguably his most memorable win, maybe the most important, was in front of his home crowd at La Gravière in France. Mickey Picon and everyone supporting him from the beach. Jeremy, we're watching clean surfing, but one thing that just didn't go his way is the selection of waves. Barra waves just didn't provide for this heat. You can see right there how many stairs, humps, and lumps that wave has. And that was the story of Jeremy Flores' waves throughout the entire 46-minute heat. That was cool.
Great soul arch. Swan song for Jeremy Flores. Connor Coffin call him quarterfinal Cardinal Coffin. He has made his way into the final series. We see Jeremy Flores paddling in to hand his jersey off one last time. But never fear, J-Flow fans. You're going to see some amazing free surf edits from this young man, I guarantee you that. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Plenty of action to come. Can Jack Robinson hold off Rio Waida? Stay tuned to see what happens next.
The Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Expedia, it matters who you travel with. And by Oakley, the official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League.
Big moment here for Jeremy Flores. The ultimate victory lap after 15 years on the championship tour. This guy is a champion of sport. Getting cheered up the beach by Kelly Slater and Leonardo Fioravanti. Joanne Defay holding the trusty JS Monster behind Jeremy.
Do you want to know if you're an icon of the sport? Well, if you quit and you go into retirement and Kelly Slater is hosting you up on his shoulders.
You've done something right.
My goodness, what an honor. What a pleasure to have watched Jeremy Flores for more than a decade surf all types of waves and get 4 career victories. I'm sure everyone in France watching is very proud, and they should be, of their countrymen.
Well, he survived and thrived through multiple eras of surfing. You know, the Slater era, the Andy Irons era, the Medina, John, Italo era, and he's proven himself throughout his entire career as one of surfing's greats. You know, he was a Quiksilver young gun at age 12, and you can bet he'll be rocking the mountain wave for the rest of his life as he is an icon of our sport. You know, and luckily nowadays, our legends, our icons are celebrated deep into their career. So that is definitely not the last we've seen of Jeremy Flores. And now in the water, the high-flying Yago Dora going up against the hard-turning Frederico Morais.
Hello.
This is going to be another great matchup. This is a unique foursome in the water as well. Jack Robinson, Rio Waida still with 17 minutes to go. And Yago Dora with 40 minutes to go. Yago hunting a ramp. He gets it, but does not get it. He got the ramp, but didn't get the land.
Just a little bit forced as we see Carissa Moore from Portugal up and running with a big open face gouge. Chris, this is going to be very, very exciting.
Frederico is so powerful and literally built for waves like this. I mean, you could see it in the windup, in the turns he pushes. Right there, sliding snap. Speed float getting around this section, straight back up into the lip. Well done for Frederico Morais.
Well, no surprise he's done win at Bells with a 5th, J Bay a 2nd, and Barra De La Cruz maybe a 1st.
So you're saying he's good in big right-handers?
Absolutely, as we see Jack Robbo up and riding.
Jack Robinson, just one turn out the back. So for Jack Robinson and Rio Waida, they have 16.5 minutes. Jack in the lead with a 6.43 and a 5.97. Rio with a 5.83 and a 5.63. He needs a 6.57 to advance. They have 16.5 to go. Frederico Morais and Yago Dora already at 39.21 to go. So these are 46-minute heats to start. One surfer will advance through. The second place surfer, pack it up, head on home.
But maybe not. Maybe they can just cruise in Mexico, take advantage of the swell, some cold Coronas on the beach. This is not a bad place to be, Chris, in southern Oaxaca.
Oh, no. You're exactly right.
Would you
I'm just saying for the pros to pack on up and head on home so the bros can use 15:50 to go. Rio Waida. What another gem of a wave. I like how he mixes up his maneuvers. Straight up vertical snap, nice, beautiful, extended carve back into the white water.
Knowing that he needs a big score, Chris, he's going to have to do something radical on the inside.
Well, he's got to hope this wave provides a section for him. And the inside right now looks like it's getting kind of strange. Some oddities happening on that inside sandbar.
Yeah, it's very tricky right now with that low tide. We usually see this when we start getting to that low tide during the day at Barra, but don't worry. Tide's going to come up, and it's only going to get better.
Told you we were going to see more Jeremy Flores. He is on the glass with Kaipo Guerrero. This is going to be good.
Chris, thank you. Tomorrow's probably going to be finals day. But what we're celebrating today is Jeremy Flores and his outstanding career on the championship tour. Jezza, I just want to be the first to tell you, congratulations, and we appreciate all the great surfing you've brought to us all of these years. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you so much. Thanks, Kaipo. I appreciate it. I got so much love from all the boys and girls after my heat. You know, it's emotional. It's emotional because after all these years, you know, some people become family on tour, and it's just part of, like, I spent most of my life doing this, you know. I dedicated all my life to surfing competition, and, you know, surf contests gave me everything, you know. I wouldn't have the life I have today if it wasn't for competing, so that's the road I chose when I was a kid to be a pro surfer, and it was kind of like mission impossible coming from Reunion Island, so far from everything, and I had this dream, and when I finally got on tour, I thought it was a fluke. I was expected to get dead last on the ranking and just try again and again, but I never gave up, and I always tried hard. I always fought hard my whole life to prove that I deserve, and then I started getting comfortable. I started liking this lifestyle, but the last few years was different, you know. I just feel like I've had enough. I didn't have that fire anymore, and that's not part of me, you know. I've always been a fighter ever since I started doing this. So yeah, it's you know, I hate losing just as much as before. Even now, I hate losing this heat. That's just, I guess that's gonna be forever in my blood, you know. But anyways, yeah, I'm thankful for all this, so thankful. When I was a kid, if someone would have told me the life I had right now, I wouldn't have believed it, to be honest. So a lot of people to thank, so many people to thank that believed in me, that helped me. My family, I love you so much. Oh, lately, the last, ever since I become a dad, the worst feeling that I've had is when your kid calls you and begs you to come home crying. It's the worst feeling in the world, and so now I can tell you I'll be home a lot more, and I want to be the best dad I can be, 100% for my family, and that's my priority. And yes, thank you so much for keeping up with me, my whole family. You know, I'm a hard one, I'm a tough one to deal with. You know, you guys kept up with me with my little crazy mood. And thank you to all the love I've been getting the last couple of days. Honestly, I didn't expect that. I can't believe it. I didn't think I was, you know, I was loved like that. To be honest, you know, through my career, I've had a lot of ups and downs. So it ends up being super positive. So I'm really happy with where I am right now. Thank you guys so much for keeping up with me. And yeah, good luck to everyone. I'll always be a fan. I'll always be looking at this, especially when the waves are good. That's when this gets excited. And love to all my all my friends, all the surfers, the boys and girls, you know, brothers and sisters, and yeah, it's been fun. Now time to move on, and plenty more to come. Just not competing.
All right, we'd like to look forward to the next chapter of Jeremy Flores, guys. Let's celebrate Jeremy Flores today.
It's Jeremy Flores Day here in Barra de la Cruz. An incredible Hall of Fame career. Jeremy Flores has provided so many just amazing highlights. Not only what he does in the water, but just his whole aura You know, he is really I can't give him enough credit for always speaking his mind. Passionate, you know, a great spokesperson for the surfers on tour.
Hard worker.
And
one of the things that comes to mind when I think of Jeremy Flores, obviously besides everything he's done on tour, is what he has done for people. He sponsored Joanne Defay in order to qualify into the championship tour. He built a training center in Hosegor for the youth. So those are the things that's a legacy that will carry on forever. Now, shifting our attention towards what's happening in the water, many waves, incredible waves have been ridden. So far, Rio Waida has a 5.83 and a 5.63. Jack Robinson has a 6.43 and a 5.97. So Jack is beating Rio with 10 minutes remaining. Frederico Morais is against Iago Dora. Iago picked up a 4.83, and Frederico going to town on this wave. Really interesting to see a different approach from Freddie. You can see there, 180 reverse going towards the beach, still keeping his speed up, widening his stance, reading the wave perfectly, connecting with the lip. Unfortunately, that last section of the wave, Chris, just a little lumpy and bumpy, but he finished it and did it well. That score is going to be very interesting.
Here's the last of Rio Waida. He is surfing for a 6.57. Did he do enough?
Well, the outside section, you could see how it was a little bit flat, it was a little bit wide, but it got really interesting in here. Usually, that would be as far as any mortal would make it, but he went up and around that section a good 40 meters, clearing it, blasting the section again. This was a wave blowing the tail, sliding backwards. It was so exciting to see live during Jeremy Flores' interview. That's the float that gave Rio Waida so much speed to make it around the section. I thought that was going to be it, but what do you know? He's read the wave perfectly, Chris. Open, clean carve all the way back into the power source. See how when he cuts back, he stays high on the wave so that he could generate speed off the bottom and then goes again up through the lip. So a different variation of maneuvers and a really nice, beautiful Barra clean face that will allow him to do maneuvers that are old in a way and then adds that little bit of new progression spice in the end.
A great mix of surfing right there for Rio Waida. 8:48 to go for Rio and Jack Robinson. Rio does get the score, a 7.17. He makes his way back in the lineup. All four surfers getting reset in the takeoff zone. Now let's go to the hard carving. Connor Coffin on the glass with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Connor, even coming into this event, I thought you were a favorite just because of your surfing in right-hand point breaks. Seems like you really connected out here with Barra. How are you feeling about this wave?
Yeah, so good. I love this wave. It reminds me so much of my home break, Rincon, and I've just grown up surfing on right point breaks. So that's funny though, coming into events like at waves that you're quote unquote supposed to do good at. I was just trying to put all that out of my head and just like focus on competing and surfing well, because in years past, like I'd go to places like Cloudbreak or something or J-Bay and people are like, oh yeah, like you're gonna do so good there, and I'd be like, thank you, but I don't know, I'd kind of put some extra pressure on myself, I think. So I was trying to not do that to myself this year and just treat it like every other contest. So, but I'm really stoked to be surfing here. It's so fun.
But just because it's perfect doesn't mean it's easy, because you still have to pick the right ones out there.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'd say that it's not perfect, really. It's like every wave is different, and there's been some kind of wobble in the way the sand is. It's like you really got to have the eye for the good ones. There's a ton of like 4-point rides and 5-point rides, but there's only a few, probably like 8-point rides. So I was just trying to pick those, and I got so lucky. Like Jeremy, I stood up and kicked out of one, and it put me in a little bit. And I was under priority, so I just had to look. And he was too far out for the 8, and it was just this nuggety double up. Jack Robbo wanted it so bad. I was like, sorry, dude. But yeah, that was fun.
Great surfing, and we will see you in the quarterfinals, my man.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to say what's up to all my friends and family at home, and yeah, stoked to be here. And my girlfriend's here for all the support, and all my friends, and my amazing boards and my sponsors. Love you guys, and yeah, try to keep it rolling. Thanks, Kaipo.
I kind of feel bad now. I was one of the 100 people that told Connor Coffin this is his event to win, but I feel good about that comment now. Connor Coffin into the quarterfinals. And out in the water, we've got a showdown happening. Rio Waida and Jack Robinson have flip-flopped. Rio now in the lead. Jack in second, needing a 6.58. They have 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Frederico Morais, his last score comes through. A 5-1-0. Add that to his 7-5-0. And he's got a big lead. Yago Dora, who we saw during that interview, throwing a big backside. Looked like a inverted back three. Didn't come down with it. He needs a 7.77. Plenty of action still out in the water. This place is getting more and more electrifying with every heat that hits the water, and more to come. Are you kidding me? The next matchup to enter the water? Italo Ferreira and Kelly Slater.
Well, if you were thinking of going maybe outside to get a few cervezas,
nobody's going
lay in
anywhere.
a hammock, kind of chill, maybe a siesta, because it is 1 p.m. here. Usually I'd say siesta time, let's bring it, let's take a little breather and come back later. Don't go anywhere. No cervezas, no siestas. That man who you see on screen is going up against the greatest of all time, a man who competed here against Andy Irons, a man who made it into the quarterfinals last time. He could very well do it again.
Well, all the stats are in Kelly Slater's favor, except for one. They've matched up 4 times. Italo Ferreira has won 4 times. That's the one stat that goes Italo's way. And knowing Kelly Slater, knowing how much he thinks about every detail of every heat, that number is in his mind right now. This could be the heat of the year.
Kelly wants to win this event.
You think?
Yeah. It's just the way this wave bends, the way it allows him to do those clean carving wraps. You call them, what do you call them, statuesque carves? Because you freeze that
they
for a
actually,
moment.
made a statue out of it.
As we see live action, this is a big wave. Important wave for Jack Robbo.
He needs a 6.58. 2 big turns out the back. Their quick setup there. He gets onto the open face. Almost tickling the rail with a grab right there. Opts not to do that. Now he's speeding through this mid portion of the wave, setting things up. You know when Jack Robinson starts to coil, something big's about to happen. Deep bottom turn, big layback snap. Another opportunity on this inside section. And he's loving it. Was it a 6.58?
As are we. I am loving it as well. Rio Waida had a dream to make it into the quarterfinals. A fiery dream. But you know what? Jack Robinson poured some cold water on it right now. That wave was very impressive. Out the back, clean. That was very Andy Iron-esque. 2006, that's the way Andy was surfing. Top to bottom, blasting his board through the lip.
So far, all the makings of a 6.58 at least.
Oh yeah, and then that cutback. I love how he tickled the rail. Just kind of held his line, clean, weighted, relaxed. And here, I thought that was going to be the last maneuver, but the wave gave him more. Went top to bottom again, and a third. Of course you claim that. You need the score. You need to advance. You need to qualify for the 2022 tour. That wave was clutch.
Now, do you know why Kelly Slater has number 11 on his jersey?
Let me guess. He's won a few world titles?
11 of them. 2:55 to go for Rio Waida and Jack Robinson. Still waiting for that score from Jack Robinson to drop. It's a very, very important number, and we will definitely let the judges deliberate on that one. Male and female international judging panel. One of the first times ever we have 2 female judges on the panel.
One of the first times ever I see scores like that.
And
drop for Jack Robinson.
Check this out. One of the highest single wave scores of the entire contest. It's Jack Robinson with a 9.37, launching himself into the lead. I'm reminded of that wave. The opening turn, beyond vertical frontside layback snap up into the most critical part of the wave, and finishing off strong with 2 big turns. A well-warranted and earned 9.37. That means Rio Waida needs an 8.64, and he's only got 2 minutes to get it.
You think of surfers that surf, if you go to surf a big wave, a 10, 12-foot face, and then you go back home and it's 2 foot, you hit that lip harder. Now think of Jack Robinson growing up in Western Australia surfing 6 to 8 foot backs on the daily. He hits these waves at Barra much in the same way as Andy Irons was hitting it back in 2006. I was here. I saw those maneuvers firsthand, and that is very, very Irons-esque. He should be very proud with the surfing that he's doing here at Barra.
Absolutely. 1:30 to go. Jack Robinson steaming back out into the lineup. trying to get out there to play some defense against Rio Waida, who does have top priority of all 4 surfers in the lineup, as Dora sneaks one from underneath him.
That was a really cool first tag.
Yeah, a couple good hooks right in the pocket. Look at his tail just tickling the foam ball as he banks hard off. It goes for the upside down back 3. Doesn't come down with it. A minute to go. Rio Waida needs an 8.64. Will he get the opportunity?
Well, we know that Barra produces high-quality waves. We know that with this combination swell that we're seeing today, we see waves breaking not only when the sets come in, but there's some inside sneakers that could be enough for Rio to get that 8.64. But it is an excellent score.
There are very few things in life you can do in 30 seconds. Getting a wave at Barra De La Cruz in 30 seconds, very difficult. That's what's facing Rio Waida right now as the clock is running away from him. 23 seconds now, still needing that 8.64. Could see a wedge right now. He's up in time. Little drainer for Rio Waida, needs a huge number. Hoping for this wave to have a miracle run in front of him.
Do you think he's thinking air?
He's thinking anything to help him get that score. Streaking down the line. Beautiful turn there for Rio Waida. Still going. Wave providing. Grabs the rail. Big inverted reverse for Rio Waida. And can he get back on the open face? He cannot. Meanwhile, right behind him, Jack Robinson. Not sure if he was up before the horn. But needless to say, that was a battle from beginning to end. 46 minutes of radness from Jack Robinson and Rio Waida. That was one of the heats of the event. And it's still going with Frederico Morais and Dora. 22 minutes on the clock. Frederico with a 7.5 and a 5.10 now. Looking to better that 5.10. Just getting word that Jack Robinson's last wave did not count, so now all eyes will be on the scoreline of Rio Waida as Frederico blasts this wave down the line. Solid finish there, quick combo, he likes it. Telling the judges, you better like it too. I did a lot of work on that wave.
That was picoso, that was spicy surfing from Frederico Morais' board. Just a little more spark in it. I feel like we've known that he has that open face carve, but now he's adding that little bit of variation. And he already has a 7.5 on the board and a 5.0 as a backup. He's going to improve on his situation. And looking at this young man, a clutch performance when he needed it the most, Chris.
He's trying to get into the mind of the judges. He's trying to travel and get in their brain. And hey, that is not an 8.64. That's not an 8.64. That's what he's telling himself right there. This lovely lady congratulates him, win, lose, or draw. Silence on the beach as we wait for the score of Rio Waida. So let's take a look at it. Was this an 8.64, Tyler?
Well, let's have a look at it. Beautiful carve on the outside, very sleepy for the next 50 meters. Here it gets a little bit more interesting. Another tag, projection forward. So thus far, that was the best maneuver of the entire wave. All the other maneuvers were forward. And a clean club sandwich to finish things off.
That was hot. That was a hot maneuver. On the QS, that might have been a high 7 or an 8, but here on the championship tour, on the elite level tour, it comes through at a 5.63. So we do lose Rio Waida, but heck of a performance from the young Indonesian. So much more to come. We've got Italo Ferreira and Kelly Slater entering the water. We'll be right back with more action from the Corona Open Mexico.
me, it was like different because I didn't have like support, but I think this is motivated me more to be a professional, you know, to be a good person and to dream.
New world champion, Italo Ferreira!
The Olympic Games changed my life for sure, but I feel I'm still the same kid, same dreams, and always get more. When I started, it was just for fun, you know, but when I start to compete and start to win, that thing changed my mind. Every time when I won a contest, I can help my family, so that was my gas. I think to be on the water, compete with the best guys of the world, and this to me is like still a dream.
Oh, he's not done yet, guys. Yeah! Oh!
I'm so blessed to inspire some kids around the world, you know, with my history, with my serve, and how I am, you know. I just want to say I'm non-stop kid. Just do it, for sure.
I'm not crazy, I'm created, I'm just being myself. Written on Italo Ferreira's arm. He's got very significant tattoos. The more recent one, the Olympic rings, being the first gold medalist in surfing on the men's side. Continuing on with Frederico Morais and Yago Dora. Now the priority heat. That big arc is always so reliable for Frederico. Snap to slide on a big section. And the guy who won Rookie of the Year, finished in the top 15 in the world, multiple CT finals, has a Wright that continues to give him more opportunity. Carve snap there, punches out the finish. Italo Ferreira already getting started against Kelly Slater, Mitch.
Yeah, and a very decent score to start things off against the 11-time world champion. 7 points on this one for Italo, and that was a beautiful turn from the surfer from Bahia Formosa in the north of Brazil. And I have a song to choose for this heat. Joe, it's The World Is Yours by Nas, and that's really what Italo Ferreira has really been doing in the last few years. We saw him compete in the Countdown Series events, not only in Brazil during that Onda do Bem event that Chris, you and I actually did, and you know, made both finals in the European leg, won in France, actually lost the final to Frederico Morais in Portugal, and then after that he's had a very consistent year in the 2021 season. A wave that I feel maybe doesn't suit his aerial strengths, but definitely suits his backside. And that start against Kelly, a 7.0, is something that he looks to be having on lockdown in this event.
Such an exciting heat. Italo Ferreira and Kelly Slater going head-to-head. It kind of reminds you how Italo began his career on the championship tour. Came to Snapper Rocks and gave a big upset to Kelly. That was a big moment, and you talk about those heats. A lot of people have the peak of their career, a single heat where they beat Kelly Slater, because he's our comparison for the entire tour. Italo also got Kelly at Cloudbreak when it was Italo's first trip there, where no one expected him to go to the quarterfinals. He accomplished that over the event favorite. He learned so many things quickly on the fly, and now this is a great bash because we've got Italo already with a 7. Kelly is so inspired, reinvigorated. He was just joking with Connor Coffin in the Red Bull Athlete Zone going, hey, I think I've qualified. He's thinking about all those numbers. You know, remember, this is only his 3rd event of the season.
Yeah.
So I think he's knowing he's got this winning spirit. We'll see how he's going to open up this heat.
And it's kind of ridiculous that he's requalifying based off of just 3 events surfed.
Italo Ferreira now has a chunky section to work with. Blowtail reverse on the opening section. Speedy little cutback. Nice clean snap. How clean is that open face? Really glassy. Italo's going to get out of there to back up the 7.0 quickly. And now numbers locking in the priority heat. Frederico Morais had a low score of a 5.10. That's going to be gone. The requirement for Dora is going to increase quite a bit now to accommodation Morais 7.93 and a 7.5, 14:10 to go in the priority heat. And Dora can forget about the waves he's had already. He's got to start from a clean slate. He needs 2 big scores.
Yeah, and a big separation from the lowest score that judge number 5 gave in comparison to judge number 2. 6.8 all the way to 8.5, almost 2 points in between those 2 scores. And personally, Joe, I feel like I was on the higher side myself. I just think we can really appreciate Frederico Morais' power, his flow, and his speed management on this kind of point break style wave. And a lot of implications this heat for Yago Dora. He's number 9 in the rankings, has a shot to probably still qualify for the WSL Final Five, and he needs to make it out of this one.
Just finished a very huge heat for a rookie named Jack Robinson. Jack's with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Jack, calm, cool, collected, 1 heat at a time, 1 wave at a time, and now you're in the quarterfinals. Talk to me about the process.
Yeah, just one turn at a time almost right now. It's that simple. But yeah, it's not always that simple when there's some amount, only a certain amount of time on the clock, and when you're behind. So I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm just trying to keep a really clear head. Yeah.
Well, doing a good job of that. That heat, did you feel any of the weight on your shoulders of that heat? Because that was a really important heat on your requalification for 2022.
No, I kind of put it aside. I'm not really worried about it one bit. Just focus, and that's not going to get me there or wherever I need to be. I just need to focus on a wave at a time. So yeah, just try and keep the energy, and yeah.
1 more heat today, quarterfinals. Your thoughts on the upcoming quarters?
Yeah, I can't wait. I just got to rest. I'm a little tired after that one, so just rest and regroup for the next one. Yeah.
Rest up. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Jack Robinson.
Thank you, Kaipo. You can feel Jack just pacing himself in that interview because he knows a lot is on the line. Speaking of putting it on the line, Yago Dora had one of the craziest starts to this wave with a radical backhand air at reverse where he flew to the moon. Now Morais transitions off the bottom. Nice stretched out wrap. Already put Yago in combo, but I think Dora's freed that up now. So he's still got to go to work with 11:30 to go. We know the judges love huge opening maneuvers out the back. How about that one from Dora?
It was beautiful. On the outside, large set wave too, Joe. Nothing easy about the air he did on that opening section, but dude, Kaipo tried to get a little bit of info out of Jack, didn't he? Actually twice the first 2 questions, and Jack was straight centered. He was like, dude, don't even ask me that question again because I'm not going to answer it a 3rd time. And I love it. I think the headspace is where it needs to be at right now. Obviously, you need to take it wave by wave, heat by heat, but I think he just knows that he probably needs to take a win here at Barra to be able to qualify next year.
And the truth is, athletes always know what's on the line. They know what they're searching for, but there's the art of trying to put it away so you're not actually trying to do the math in your heat. And that was one of the more visible interviews where you could see him actually trying to not let it enter his headspace. I mean, the man is so amazing with his breaths and yoga practice. As we go into the air with Dora once again.
Yeah, I like the hang time on that first air from Yago. The unfortunate thing for Dora was that this wave didn't really offer a ton after it. It seemed like it didn't steepen up as much as Yago didn't. And then Kelly right behind him. Good looking barrel. He came out of the first barrel and then, unfortunately just went down, and then that was when Freddie took his. But I love the finish from Dora. Only needs a 5.43 to break combo. Probably going to be that. But after this wave and seeing the rhythm that Frederico Morais is in, I just don't see Yago Dora getting anything that's going to put him in a solid position to win this heat in the last 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I still feel he's probably going to need another 2 waves.
Italo also getting another wave to try to back up the 7.
Yeah, and wow, just power surfing quick, as we say here in Mexico, veloz. And you know, I nicknamed him the Energizer Bunny. How about Speedy Gonzalez? A lot of speed down the line, real quick on the opening section. And the one thing that I really like about Italo's mindset during a heat, especially when the waves are great, he never gives up on a certain section. If you can still try to make the wave, he'll go for it.
Italo Ferreira, the reigning world champ, and he's got to enjoy that title for a couple of years. Year called off last season, and a lot of big world titles go down, and they're not taking on every event after that. When the preseason showed up and there was a WSL countdown series, he not only did the events in Brazil, but flew to Europe. He wanted a hold of everything just to keep that momentum hot. He surfs so incredibly well. He wants to feel that competitive energy. Doesn't really like taking too many breaks. The guy works out constantly, even in waiting periods.
Yeah.
He's lifting gigantic weights, building that leg strength, and you can see why. I mean, the amount of backhand full rotations he goes for is unbelievable, and those come with huge wipeouts, and he's able to survive those because of his training. Ferreira with a 7 and a 3.83. So Kelly just chasing a subtle combo. He's still waiting to get scored for the tube. Morais 7.93.75. Dora with that crazy backside punt got a 7.43 for that wave, just under Morais' 2.7. So now Dora needs an 8 to take the lead and try to get a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Italo's third wave too. The one last one that we saw, probably not going to be a huge score, but still going to be a little bit more difficult for Kelly to reach him in second place right now. And just going back to a great point you made about training and limiting the amount of injuries you have, because we see Conlogue get injured. We saw John get injured, both on high performance maneuvers. And I just can't believe that we don't see Italo injured a lot more, especially with those high performance maneuvers, landing the way he does in the sections that he does. Just alone in Tokyo, you were actually able to cover the event and saw what, I want to say in one heat, he probably tried around 5 or 6 full rotations. 4 out of those 6 rotations that he tried would be career-ending injuries for the normal athlete. But since we have one of the most high-performance athletes in the world, he's able to sustain the impact and keep his dream alive of being world champion once again.
It's an interesting road with learning how to land airs, and we've been seeing our sport grow so quickly where, you know, we're seeing people get injured quite often. About a decade ago, maybe a little more, where surfers were practicing rotations and constantly dealing with injuries. Then they learned how to train for those big impacts of landing in the flats. Original airs were always taught by saying, find a soft section for a landing. And then soon enough, they're kicking their boards into flat water where it was always going to be a pretty hard impact. They know how to land light. They know how to make a last decision to throw their board away. Italo did have those injuries in his first couple of years on tour, and now he's been solid. Dora came off a 7.43 above the lip, now going to turns to chase down an 8. That's going to stop short, so he fades out.
Smart move, though. Recovered priority with enough time, just under 6 minutes. You know that Kikash has 2 scores in the 7-point range. You need the 8.0 right now. And there's a likely chance that Frederico just sits and waits for the best wave in these last 5 minutes.
So what a big situation here in these overlapping heats. Dora with a top 10 position. Morais wanted to finish in the last regular season event with a huge result. He knows what it feels like to be in CT finals. We've seen Dora in 1 semifinal in the past. He's had a couple quarters, so he wants to make sure he's in those quarterfinals at the end of the day today. Dora chasing an 8. Now with 5 minutes to go. Italo leading over Kelly. Kelly needed a 6.84. Kelly's barrel came in at a 4.0, and Italo's opener a 7. One thing that's so impressive about the reigning world champ is how he starts heats. So many times he opens with a keeper, and then he just fills it in with busy work, active on catching usually a lot of waves in the lineup. But there's so many heats you look back on. That first wave he keeps as one of his top 2 when the heat winds to a close.
Yeah, and he's got to be smart about that today, because he's going to surf at least twice. Conditioning wise, He's one of the best in the business about being the most athletic he can actually be, but this is a location where the physical demands and I think the mental draining that you're going to have to go through in these last 2 days of regular season competition, they're going to be tough, Joe. And both you and I know, colleague Chris, we've been getting up at 4 every morning, getting back to the hotel around 8, 9, going to sleep 10, 10:30. You're sleeping less than you would likely sleep when you're at home or on the road at a different location. But since this was kind of a specialty event in between quotes, it was last minute up until a couple of months ago. So we didn't really know about the location, if we were staying closer to Barra or right here in Barra. We're staying 45 minutes away, and I think that physical limitation of just not having the right amount of sleep could get you sometimes.
As we look at a takeoff here, priority was with Frederico, so a defensive move with Yago Dora. 3:10 on the clock in the priority heat. That's Morais and Yago. Yago chasing an 8. And that defensive strategy for Frederico Morais. Kelly Slater in the non-priority heat needs an 8.83 to catch up to Ferreira. Ferreira just got a 5.83 on his low score. So now 2:50 to go. What a move for Morais. He stood up, kicked out, so that's enough for the priority switch because that's used as a block. Now Dora has created a big opportunity for himself.
Yeah, in just under 3 minutes, and you want to talk about a huge improvement, not only in your competitive surfing, but I think in your mindset across this season. Yago Dora has gone from 21st at the end of the season in 2019 to at least a top 10 finish here in Barra de la Cruz, which is incredible. It's only his 3rd season on tour. I'd love to see him get a chance and an opportunity to compete at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Lower Trestles is a wave that suits his style, and now we got the reigning world champion up and riding, Joe.
Italo Ferreira has a section landing on his heels. Hard into that first section. So much power, more vert on the next, but he ends up fishing for his line and comes up empty-handed. Meanwhile, minute 50 to go. Dora's chasing an 8-point ride. An 8, that's called excellent surfing in that 8 to 10-point range when the judges are scoring the best surfers in the world. Both in that 7 range, but Dora with priority needs an 8. That would be the best number of their matchup. And also trying to make the Goofies proud. Didn't have Goofy footers in the quarterfinals back in 2006.
Didn't even have a Goofy footer world champion until 2014.
Kelly up. The greatest of all time goes vertical after the carve, blows the tail, layback, and a fall. So back-to-back falls in the world champs heat. And they still have 24 minutes on the clock. Final minute for our priority heat. Morais trying to get a spot into the quarters. Dora, who's certainly turned in his best year of his career, wants to finish strong at the last stop of the regular season.
And great pressure here from Freddie. On top of Yago, not giving him an inch, asking for time. These are things that could disrupt your opponent's concentration. I think he's one of the smarter competitors on tour, and for this reason alone, I think he's had success this year. I mean, he's in the top 15, easily qualifying for 2022, and a massive opportunity to not only move into the quarters here, but potentially get a win if we actually do finish tomorrow.
Yago Dora is looking for an 8-point ride, 15 seconds. Yago with priority, sitting 9th in the world. Morais 11 in the world. And now a little ramping section for Dora, ends up flying away, getting caught by the double up behind him, and Dora has run out of time. Tried to hustle to find a wave to work with. I think he saw that set just being a little bit too out of reach. And you got to hand it to Morais for starting strong. Kept his start 7-5. And he held the lead basically from start to finish.
Yeah, and great year all around by Yago Dora. Got to be really happy with what you've seen, and just a solid performance from the Goofy footer here at Mexico.
Now the priority heat. Italo Ferreira, reigning world champ, current world number 2, with a big wall here at Barra de la Cruz. Fading cut back. He'll arc that one once again. His backhand provided him his first victory It was also against an all-time great named Mick Fanning.
Oh.
Big power hack on that oncoming section. Stays on his feet. Looking to ditch that 5.83. Heat previous came to a close, and it's Frederico Morais winning over Yago Dora to get a spot into the quarterfinals. More action here in the round of 16 in Mexico right after this. We want to thank Quiksilver for bringing us these iconic memories of the World Tour. Andy versus Kelly in the heat of their rivalry will always go down as one of the greatest rivalries in sport. And that heat was at Japan. They're going blow for blow. I was back in 2005, Mitchell, where all we were talking about was who's going to win, Kelly or Andy. And when the waves pumped, they always brought everyone to their feet. It's all those memories that we will never forget.
And I believe Kelly won that final with a 10-point ride on his last wave, right, Joe?
Off the buzzer, Mitch, we've already got action. Jadson Andre.
Wow, that was an amazing turn on the first section, as critical as it gets. And Jadson also requiring a massive result here at Barra to be able to requalify. But a great start nonetheless up against Mateo Serdi, which is not an easy person to beat in these kind of conditions, but Jadson has to really rely on the verticality of his turns just like that in order to make it through this heat. It's going to be a very solid start.
Now the priority heat with Italo and Kelly. Interesting that Jadson's in the water, best of friends with Italo Ferreira. He was the first one to tell us about Italo was on his way to change the world. So that might give Italo some comfortable energy.
Look at how calm he looks right now. Barely breathing hard, barely paddling hard. And then Kelly's the one that I actually feel has a little bit to lose, because he came out in the interview yesterday and he was like, bring it on, Italo, remember? I'm still here. I'm looking to get a win. He's actually thinking he can qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's his goal.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just throwing that as just a joke or if he's actually done some math where he feels like there's some points left. That might change now that this is actually the final event of the season. Pulling in Kelly. Beautiful travel time. Comes out with a section growing ahead of him. Clean wrap into a hack off that oncoming section. There's the vertical foam climb. 3 turns. Really quick in between. Now a big roundhouse cutback. Nice clean snap. Looking solid with a nice committed frontside wrap. Late hit on the float, but he finishes with control. Sitting on a 4 and a 2 at the moment. So he's chasing a 9.77 to get the lead, but obviously plenty of time to break that down into 2 scores. Kelly Slater surfboards allows him to ride a lot of different shapers equipment. The Dan Mann board he is actually loving today.
And I love this wave. His wave selection is so good. And
there's a reason he's won 11 world titles. It's because he has a connection with the ocean at any single location that he goes to. The flow on this wave was impeccable. I love that roundhouse cutback. Just precise. And then this finish was as important as the barrel was at the beginning. Beautiful wrap. And then a solid maneuver just to finish on that closeout section. And his technique is so good that sometimes I think it goes unnoticed. The small subtleties. Right there, stalled a little bit just to get behind the curtain and as deep as he could at the beginning of that barrel, and then the rest of the wave skips that second section and goes straight into that carve right there. And as you can see, that second section kind of wedged up in the middle, Joe, allowed him for some projection down the line. Great read from Kelly.
49 years of age, an 11-time world champ. His more recent world title is now going back about a decade ago in 2011. Late takeoff on the drop there for a wild card named Matthias Herdy. Beautiful carve. There's that vert straight into the tail high reverse. So smooth, it's like he's going for a frontside snap, and then he flies into the sky. Wrapping away, super calm is Matthias in the non-priority heat with Jadson Andre. Fades into the double up. Nice big section to stay on his feet. Feeling very comfortable in the championship tour jersey.
This kid's the real deal, Joe. He looks good. He looks like he's making some really smart decisions out there when he's competing. And most importantly, it doesn't seem like he's nervous at all when he's actually competing in that jersey either.
Frederico Morais trying to hunt down a spot in the top 10. He's with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Frederico, another just measured, confident approach, getting some good numbers out there. Is that building your confidence? Because every heat, it seems like you really, really have control over the entire heat.
Yeah, it does feel good to have control over the heat. And I knew Iago was going to be a really tough one. He's been surfing awesome in the free serves. He came a bit early. I was free surfing with him, and I could see he had the whole wave on lock. And he's got a repertoire that it's phenomenal. So I knew I had to step it up and, you know, put some good scores on the board, and then just try to control priority and make sure I was on the good ones. Yeah, and that's what I did.
And it's surfing, but there's other factors to winning a heat, and one of them is just pure athleticism. This is a long wave and a long paddle back out.
Yeah, you're doing like 10 turns and then it's a long pedal, or either you can run around. I haven't run around. I'd rather waste my arms than my legs and save my legs for the waves. But yeah, you finish the heat and you're literally sweating. You're wet, but you're sweating.
Yeah, well, great performance, and we get to see you again in the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Good man, Kaipo. Frederico Morais, the most successful surfer to come out of Portugal. A lot of success in a short period of time on tour. Great results in heavy water waves too, like Haleiwa. Remember when he was, actually wasn't even quite devastated, but I think you would be if you came close to winning Haleiwa, a wave like that. Tie-break decision didn't go his way. John Florence won. But he loved the result. He was happy with it. Came back later, won the event. And he just showed how consistent he was when he was in that pressure situation of the Triple Crown. I feel like he has that same kind of feeling here on this point break in Mexico.
Yeah, and great recognition on his behalf to see his opponent's strengths and want to play to his weaknesses. And that goes to show you that the sport overall is evolving just in athletics and maybe the competitive mindset. We see a lot of people do different types of preparation, whether it's physical or mental, not only within the waiting period of the event, but outside of it too. And I think Frederico, he was going to be an Olympian. Unfortunately for him, tested positive for COVID about a few days before. And, you know, his dream of being an Olympian is still up in the air. He can qualify for 2024 and beyond, but a great opportunity for him to finish top 10 in one of his best years on the championship tour.
Jadson Andre, Matthias Herdy just getting started, but boy, did Herdy explode out of the gates. Something he mentioned he was going to do. He said he feels much more comfortable if he just goes for it. He just calms everything down. He doesn't have to overthink anything. And that's been working out for him. We saw him last night kind of recovering in one of the ice baths that actually melted quite a bit, but he was just hanging in there kind of relaxing. And he had this kind of refreshing confidence. I kept asking about the different airs he was doing. He's like, I haven't even shown you everything yet.
Ooh.
And he was actually saying that he is so happy to finally get this chance at 100%. The last time he got the call up on the CT, he was injured.
Yeah.
He couldn't use all these weapons that he's shown us here at Barra de la Cruz.
At DBA in 2019, right? And no, you're completely right, Joe. This wave suits his strengths too, and here goes el papá de los pollitos, Kelly.
I love that.
You like
break
that one,
down
didn't
for me again?
It's the dad of the little chicks. So
But which would be our version of saying the GOAT.
Yeah.
Greatest of all time.
Or you could also say el chivo, the goat, which is an actual goat, a literal one, but yeah.
Well, he's given us so much. First title for Kelly was really his first complete season on tour. So that first rookie year, he was actually missing some events, and that first complete year, he won the title. Runner-up that year was Damian Hardman. So passing so many generations. Duma, incredible on tour, a two-time world champ. Then in '94, runner-up in the world was Shane Powell, one of the class acts coming from the Central Coast of New South Wales. And the '90s, he went on an absolute tear. Rob Machado, runner-up in the world, Shane Beshin, Mark Occhilupo, Mick Campbell, and then the AI era, you know, where AI had 3 straights. We saw the '05 Japan heat. That was finally Kelly's payback to AI in that rivalry. And he ended up going back-to-back in '06 as well.
I think out of his resume, that is the most impressive thing, at least for me. Just the fact that he's been able to stay relevant against 3 or 4 different generations and styles of surfing, having to adapt his surfing to different judging criteria too, because back in the '90s, late '80s, they were still counting turns. Now he goes up into the more progressive era and he's still relevant.
Kelly, hard off the bottom, vertical with the slide, going incredibly quick into a big roundhouse cutting. Needs a 7.7 to take the lead off Italo with the 10-minute mark approaching. He'll fade and S's wave with a little bit of downtime. Just a nice tap to cover some ground, springing into a vertical. Comes the wrap. Nice drive into that section. Kind of that midline on the float. Incredibly hard part of the wave to drill like he did. A 7.7's the requirement to take the lead off Italo. And just a quick reminder, Ferreira undefeated against Kelly in his career.
Really?
From J-Bay to Pipeline to Snapper to Cloud Break, there's not many people in the world that can say they've beaten the greatest of all time at those locations.
How many heats?
4-0, Italo's favor.
Wow. Be nice if it became 4-1 for Kelly right here, especially after what he said yesterday in his interview. But man, even his wave before this, Joe, 6.07, kind of thought that was a little bit low, if I'm honest. I thought it was at least comparable to Italo's 6.77, and
dude, the young buck has still got it.
He's athletic. I think he's in great shape. He looks like he's enjoying himself, and he looks as competitive as ever. And we've got a couple of bonus sections right here on the inside. Beautiful route to set things up, and that was a difficult turn just to get into right at the end when that section was coming down, excuse me, and the whitewater was just clamping down on him. Let's see if he can get the 7.7 or at least better his 6.07.
Solid performance for Kelly. He's looked at a lot of waves. Now 9 waves ridden for Slater. And during that last replay, we saw Italo do this.
Oh.
He's amazing with using his hands to flip his board around. I saw him do a 360 varial in the lead up to this event. He said that he felt incredible in that free surf. Used the hand to flip the board around 360. Body went 180, so he rode out of its switch. I asked him about that. He was calling it a varial shove. It had a little bit of everything in it. I think technically you'd go a 360 varial, whatever you want to name it. It was crazy. I feel like he's going to try to pull that off if he can in this matchup.
Yeah, so that's kind of what he was trying to do. it was going to end up being more of a pop shove it since his body didn't rotate. The 180 was mostly just the board. But we've seen Julian Italo land the backside of aerial at the surf ramp specifically because the section is provided there. Same here at Barra De La Cruz. When you drop in, Joe, I don't know if you've noticed that you have that little bend coming towards you. It allows you to project your board forward, and it's easier to grab than when something's going out into the flats. At least here you have something that's pushing up against you. It's easier to grab your board, and the landing's a little bit more padded since you're landing close to the whitewater.
When you're a world champ and just setting the pace, you're often landing brand new moves. I mean, everyone was watching Kelly basically through the 90s. He was setting the scale for every heat. They're always like looking for him to set the bar because he was that great and so far ahead of the pack at the time. But now looking for his first win here over Italo in his career. And Ferreira with a life-changing moment, getting the Olympic gold medal in a heat over Japan's Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa leaving Tokyo with a silver medal. And Kelly with his jokes, his sense of humor. He's like, well, I already got past the silver medalist. He had Kanoa in that seeding round heat. He's like, let me take on gold. I'm ready for it.
Trying to prove why he is considered the greatest of all times, right? And still has the mentality of do or die and try to make it. And it goes to show you, Joe, that you don't need those 7 or 8 results in the calendar season to requalify for the championship tour. This is only Kelly's 3rd event, and at the moment he is in the top 20 looking to requalify for the 2022 season. Another point that I got for you too is that even though it's 4-0 in Italo's favor, what about surfing against the 90s version of Kelly, the 2000s Kelly that competed against Andy, Mick, all those guys, when Kelly was still doing those airs at Bells Beach when nobody else was doing them? We could maybe be seeing this Kelly version in the last 5 minutes.
It's so fun talking about all-time greats and legacies, but it's very hard to compare different eras in any sport, right?
Yeah.
You think of heroes like, you know, obviously Jordan in basketball. I'm trying to compare him to all the greats that are playing now from LeBron James and beyond. But things change in sport, you know, and Kelly in a lot of ways has improved in different ways with not only experience, but understanding the game. Mental strategy has worked out for him. And even though he hasn't seen that title in a decade, there's some relevance to Kelly with finding the way to win in different ways at 49. You know, before it was always like, okay, you need the title to be inspired. But he's now inspired in new ways. He wants these heats to challenge world #1, to see where he's at here at 49.
It's your motivation. And he hasn't won an event in around 5 years. That was in 2016 in Tahiti against John in the final. And another source of motivation right there. Beat them at their own game. You're trying to prove your point against Gabe and John that you could beat them in big barreling waves. Now you got to prove your point that you can beat the reigning world champion, one of the best backsiders, if not the quickest, backside on tour, and prove a point that you're still as relevant as you were, you know, 10, 15 years ago.
Italo Ferreira with a 7 and a 6.77 as a backup. Kelly's last a 6.5. So Slater still needs a 7.27 to take the lead under Italo's priority. The wild card named Mateus Hurdy, 8.17 start on the opener to immediately put pressure on the veteran named Jadson Andre. Hurdy's in that scary position where he's got nothing to lose. And when you see guys that are new with wild cards, it's very rare to see those turned into victories. But the people that have done it, you think of Fanning, you think of Parco, how they began their career getting wild cards for Joel at J-Bay, for Mick at Bells, getting wild card wins before they're on tour full time. I mean, those are champions. So it looks like Hurdy's heading in the right direction so far early on before the quarterfinals. We'll see how it goes.
Tyler Wright was another one of those too. I think she was 14 years old when she won her first CT event, right?
Which is still the record for youngest ever win in surfing history at the championship tour level.
How old was Nicky Wood, 15?
He was 16.
16.
And Dog Marsh was in that heat at 17. So one of the youngest finals. in surfing history.
Do we know what the average age of a world champion is at the championship tour level, Joe?
Great question. I was thinking about this lately, of how many have been won in their 30s and above. I think of Fanning, I think of Parco. Adriano was about 29, almost in that bracket, but a long time on tour. But I think the prime is just changing. It's different. You know, back when guys were competing in the 80s, I was just talking to Snips about this. Once you turn 30, they're actually encouraging you to move on. And when Snips retired, you know, he's been coaching Caroline Marks here. He said, he's like, my best surfing came in my 30s. And I was just going, I'm off tour. What am I doing? And there was a lot of people thinking about how a lot of world titles will probably continue to be won in the 30-plus club.
That's what Kelly's trying to prove.
Well, he's in another league with 40, almost 50. Here he comes down, looking for a 7.27.
Oh.
Big hack to start. Aggressively into a carving 3, giving it everything he had. He is no doubt the best at that carving 3 maneuver in the world. Big hack for Italo with perfect timing and control. And now, even though Kelly was ripping, he's really just trying to put it away now. Kelly did fall in the second maneuver in the final minute. Ferreira hacks it. Drives through another inside wrap. Gets a little bit of a pace for that fading cutback. And we'll see how he plays with this end section. Nice little power hack for Ferreira. Drills it again. And when you see water going that high in the sky, it was powerful. It was timed perfectly. And Ferreira thinks that's enough to put Kelly away.
Yeah, and there's two things that I like about this last wave from Italo. He's taking Kelly as seriously as he would any other heat. And second one, and I think it's the most important, he's probably thinking about his seeding going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals too. Wants to stay at least in the top 3. Doesn't want to go into 4 or 5, because that would mean you'd have to surf the first heat of the event. So I think this is a smart move. Try to better at least your 6.77 and move up into the quarterfinals.
And he's feeling pretty safe as we are into the countdown. What a big performance for Italo Ferreira, taking out Kelly in locations all around the world. 7 and a 6.77. And Kelly definitely blitzed that first turn on that last exchange, but falling on the carving 3 was unfortunate, because he was definitely on his way there.
Yeah, he was. I don't think the wave offered as much after that first section, so I think Kelly made the right choice, try to risk it, but still a solid performance. 12.57 for today. That's a good heat total.
Italo Ferreira stays undefeated against Kelly in his career as he moves on to the quarterfinals. Coming up next, we'll continue on with Mateus Hurdy and Jadson Andre. World number 2, reigning world champ, Olympic gold medalist. We could go on and on. Italo Ferreira just blew up at Barra De La Cruz. Solid backhand effort, making Goofy Foots proud around the world. Getting past Kelly, now 5-0 against the GOAT in his career. All different locations and at different times as well, even before Italo was a world title contender. Great to see him in this kind of form. And he's been a bit vocal in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Mitch. Yesterday, I just heard him talking about scores. He just felt like his scores weren't big enough yesterday, even though he's obviously winning. He just had a little bit more emotion in that way. And he came in today, and he definitely got more from the panel this afternoon.
And he might still think that he was lowballed a little bit. I thought the scores were just. They were accurate in comparison to a lot of other things. And it's good to have that mentality, though, Joe, because I'm going to tell you what it means is that he's still trying to compare himself to the best surfer of the event. It tells himself that at the moment, the judges don't think he's the best surfer of the event because he doesn't have the highest scores. So that should serve as a little bit of motivation to win here. No stranger to competition here in Mexico. His third time competing in this beautiful country. He's competed in Acapulco, in Los Cabos, and right here now, third time could be a charm at Barra De La Cruz.
Some countries just make you feel comfortable. They make you feel relaxed and feel right at home. It's actually a practice the best in the world try to create wherever they go. They try to keep that home feeling present no matter where they are. Helps learning the language, which is huge. We saw Italo grow with that and learn English as he was on tour. And we always recommend that to all players on the championship tour. It helps your travel, you make new friends. Jaddy did the same thing when he won in 2010. He hadn't learned English yet. Didn't take long for us to find out how funny that guy is.
No, he's one of the nicest people that I've ever met in my life, too. Always smiling, always enthusiastic. And that's hard to find when the waves can be below average. You see that a lot with beach break surfers, and Jadson, definitely one of those people that's always having to find the positives in life, even if there's a lot of negatives, especially with COVID. He was one of the few people in Brazil, one of the few professional surfers that was actually looking to compete when there were no contests allowed. And I think a lot of these electronic web series events too help them out financially, being able to promote his sponsors a lot more, and then just being at home with his family helped him psychologically, spending time at home, not on the road anymore. But a lot of these people, I don't think a lot of our viewers and listeners realize that not everybody at this level still makes millions of dollars in order to support themselves financially. A lot of them are still struggling athletes, and I think the Olympic Games are going to help a lot out with that, getting more mainstream sponsors in, and hopefully we can get some good performances in those next Olympic Games to come.
World number 2, Italo Ferreira beats Kelly with a 7.5 and a 7.0. He is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Italo, you're out there with 11-time world champ. You are a world champ. You're a gold medalist. Do you enjoy this champion heat that you just had?
Yeah, that was a good hit. You know, I started with a good wave, and after that I got another one, and then my last wave was good too. And yeah, I'm super confident. There's a lot of wave out there. I knew Kelly, it's a hard competitor, you know, and but that was a nice hit.
We're going to look forward to your performance quarterfinals. That's going to be coming up at the end of the day today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. See you guys.
Italo looking very comfortable and relaxed. Just staying really calm because he knows he has another heat coming up. Quarterfinals are right around the corner, and we have one more spot left. Will it be Mateus Hurdy? Will it be Jadson Andre? I think they'll all be pretty happy with the news that they will have jet ski assist for those quarterfinals. We're not overlapping anymore. It's going to be one-on-one. And every surfer that's come in said how taxing it's been. Even Hurdy, the Grom, you know, in the draw. Last night he was saying how exhausted he was, you know, putting in a huge effort mentally, physically. He was absolutely drained.
So basically, they have to earn their spots in order to get jet ski assist, is what you're saying,
That's
Joe.
right.
And the quarters are better.
What a feeling, too. You surf perfect right. Someone's there to pick you up to give you another one.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be a bad feeling once you're out there, Joe. And you know, with 16 minutes to go, besides those first two waves of Jadson and Mateus, not much else on the board. And I would like to request to see the 817 Mateus Hurdy again, because this is one of the highest scoring waves of the day. And looking at conditions how they are, it's absolutely important to see the comparisons in scores compared to what we saw earlier in the round to right now going into the quarterfinals of the men and women.
Certainly right, Mitch. Now 2:15 in the afternoon. And for Hurdy to hear big scores, and he's well aware that they rarely go into that excellent range these days. They kind of disappeared after that perfect event at J Bay, where there was about 7 10s and so many excellent scores. It was almost like an immediate reaction. The panel shifted, and they kept excellent scores and 10s for very special occasions.
Yeah, and they still do. I remember when the scale changed in 2018, everybody at Snapper Rocks was a little bit bummed with how they were getting scored. And here's the 817, larger wave, and look at the risk and commitment on that aerial maneuver. One of the cleanest we've seen, and you could see that wave grow after he dropped in. And you know, we were talking about the potential of somebody like Matteo Chardy, who is a former World Pro Junior champion. This is a large opportunity for him to compete against the world's best at one of the world's best waves. And if he makes it out of this heat, he's going to match up against Italo, which would be a fantastic way to finish day number 3 of competition. But the most important thing for G right now is beating the world's best and knowing that you deserve your spot on the World Championship Tour. He's got to earn it first, though, Joe.
Heard he got down here, thought he was just doing a shoot with Quiksilver, thought he was going to hang out, free surf. He was really looking forward to it. And then they surprised him and said, you're in the event. We had a lot of withdrawals from injury from Jordy Smith, you know, Julian Wilson moving on in his career for the time being. So it was all these spots started popping up. Obviously, John Florence had to withdraw for the rest of the season as he recovers. So all of a sudden, Hurdy's in the event. I feel like that kind of helps you at times. He's not overthinking it for a month with anxiety. But, I mean, I don't know if that guy ever stresses out. But when you talk to him, he's so cool.
Yeah, he's still a kid, too. Barely 20 years old and got a lot of future ahead of him. And just to make a comparison with another sport and people not expecting really to be given an opportunity, former UFC middleweight champion Michael Bisping defeating Luke Rockhold on less than 2 weeks' notice. It was that unexpected opportunity that put his mindset into a moment of just saying, hey, well, you know, I'm going to go out there and do my best. I wasn't really training as much, but that might also be better on my body because it's not as taxing. He's probably been working his butt off, trying to get down to his weight, and now it's, you know, go time. He might be taking me a little lightly. Ended up winning in the first round. And you see RG, last event of the regular season, massive opportunity when he was just going to come down and do a photo shoot. All of a sudden, he's in the main event, and he's won every single heat with at least a 7-point score in his heat total, Joe.
So impressed with this kid, already putting more expectations on him, but I think he's the kind of guy that wants those expectations to run his way. Been a bit quiet for Waves now. Now they're feeling like it's incredibly uncrowded. Being the last heat of the round, they'll have the lineup to themselves. Jadson Andre 5-6-7. The whole story for Jaddy is that requalification mark. And he said he's just enjoying this time of his career. For the first time, he said he's not counting points or numbers. He's just going to let it all fly. I know Jaddy always had big goals to win certain events that really meant a lot to him. He's always held Huntington Beach really high. He's always wanted to win that event. That's still a huge goal. And obviously that'll kick off our Condensed Challengers Series season at the end of September. And hopefully for Jaddy, you know, in his career, it doesn't have to come down to that requalification situation because, man, he's been there quite a bit.
Yeah, and a bummer that, you know, we just lost another event too because Tahiti was actually good to him in 2019, made the quarters there, and it could have been another potential opportunity for him to even better that result in the past. And you're talking about somebody who's dedicated his whole life and wanted to search for a better opportunity for both him and his family through the sport of competitive surfing, Joe.
Straight up vertical for Jadson Andre, swinging back off the top again. Chooses to go around this section. Sneaks in a quick backhand climb. Runs after the white water. There's a quick reverse just to have some fun. It's going to split directions. Takes the high road to find a more dynamic end section hack. Connects with the low road double up. And the 1.07's gone. Looking for a 4.61.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting score. Mateo's low score pretty small though, just a 2.1, and I think with over 10 minutes to go, Jadson's probably going to want another crack at a better looking wave. It was a beautiful combination at the beginning, though, especially the first turn. I like how cheeky he was with this roundhouse cutback into the reverse. That was pretty cool. Not something we see as often, and for some reason, Kelly was still out there after 16 minutes of just waiting for a wave to come in, and Jadson had to take like 3 different lines on that wave to actually get to the finish line, but I think that's probably going to be a throwaway score for Jadson. Going to need something better to beat Mateos.
Kelly finally making his way into the beach after the loss to Italo Ferreira. Yeah, it's pretty common when Kelly has big intentions to win event, and when it doesn't go that way, he just has all that build-up frustration, and he just wants to stay in the ocean, his happy place, to kind of let it all relax. He knows he's going to have some big conversations in the media.
And is it me, Joe, or does he just look physically the best he's ever been?
Oh, he looks like a warrior right now.
He's built.
Jadson Andre on the runaround. 9:15 on the clock. Last score in 4:17. Not enough for the lead. Judges wanting more, so 4.61. And like you mentioned, it was fun to see different types of lines, like fun turns that reverse off the whitewater. And for big points, though, it doesn't really happen on sections like that.
Yeah.
But sometimes it just maybe loosens him up a bit. His board feels good. He knew the wave wasn't giving him much, and the runaround was probably always in the plan.
Well, and especially if Mateos hasn't caught a wave, this works to your benefit. You're going to get out there quicker. You're going to save your arms, especially if you're thinking about advancing and maybe needing those for later today. And this is a big moment for Jadson. 8 minutes 30 to go. His last score not enough, a 4.17. Still needs the 4.61. And as of right now, Joe, the thing that I'm seeing with the tide now pushing back in is that you got to be looking for those medium inside waves to really get those bowls that you want. Seems like the set wave's still great on scoring potential, but in maybe slower heats, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go looking on the inside section for those medium-sized ones.
That's also what makes surfers so incredible to win heats. They've got to adapt on the fly, identify what you're noting as maybe they're sitting in the wrong spot. That happens all around the world. As the tide changes, we'll see if that adjustment is made. Mateus Hurdy got that 8.17 so long ago in this 46-minute heat. Nice and easy on the air job. Hurdy holds his position.
Goes to show you how low the tide is still. That drop was pretty gnarly.
And looking so casual. They're all battling for a spot in the quarterfinals here. Winner will take on world number 2 Italo Ferreira. Frederico Morais will have Jack Robinson in quarterfinal number 3. We've got Leo Fioravanti. He got past Siblick. Leo's going to have Connor Coffin. Coffin eliminating Jeremy Flores. That was an emotional heat there. Jeremy surfing his last heat of his championship tour career, finishing here in the round of 16.
So you're saying there's a chance we could see Italo and Gabe match up in the final?
Opposite sides of the draw. Doesn't always work out that way with our new format, which I'm loving. The new format adjustments with seating incentive. You can actually change your seat in your bracket from round to round. As we see the AI Forever tribute on the jersey of Malia Manuel, and her surfing has been throwing that tribute in the right direction. AI is looking down so proud. She has a big heat. Quarterfinal number 1 is against world number 2 Joanne Defay.
Yeah, and she's basically going to need a victory here at Barra De La Cruz, Joe, to requalify. She had me crying during her post-heat interview this morning. The way she was able to talk about Andy and his legacy on the island of Kauai, and just what he stood for, what he's left for surfing, and the future generations of Hawaiian surfers. It's really beautiful what Malia was able to say, and I think she really portrays the mana, the energia of what Hawaiians really want to prove in the sport of surfing. She's made it this far I think she can really go all the way. She's got a tough heat in Joanne Defay, though.
Quarter 2, Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conlogue. That's an all-time classic. Carissa Moore has another heat with rookie Isabella Nichols. They had the final together at Newcastle. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Steph Gilmore competing in quarterfinal number 4, so it won't overlap. 2 surfers will have the entire lineup for those heats, along with the water patrol helping them out. That jet ski assist is going to be crucial to save their energy as they all surf for spots in the semifinals.
And Tati, the sole goofy footer remaining in the women's.
Great to see how dangerous she's been on her backhand at point breaks. You know, seeing the Tati-Steph matchup, I always think of their Bells final.
Oh, yeah.
Back in 2018, there's one judge that had Tatiana winning on the sand. I mean, 1 judge out of 5. It was extremely close. I don't think Gilmore realized how close that was. And I feel like if there's one surfer that likes having a little bit of a rival on tour, it'd be Tatiana Weston-Webb.
100%. 100%. And out of the out of the 8 surfers that are remaining, she's actually one of the 2 youngest, Isabella and her. So not only does she have a lot to prove to say that she's a contender for the World Championship at the end of this year, but also to get a win. She won in massive Margaret River. It was a massive win for her as far as the rankings go. And this morning, her 2 best waves were on very large-sized outside waves, Joe. I'd like to see her continue that attack, especially up against my power surfer in Stephanie Gilmore, whose style just suits this wave to perfection. It's going to be an all-time matchup.
We have a great afternoon planned here in Mexico. Meanwhile, Mateus Hurdy with priority been pretty quiet, not just because of his performance, just because of the lack of opportunity where they're sitting out the back. Jadson's had 3 waves. The last 2 for Mateus, he's just kind of looked at him and kicked out. Now setting this one up and using priority was the World Junior champ. So Jaddy with the sell will now have priority for the remaining 3 minutes.
Good sell. Get a pressure there from Jadson. Just under 3 minutes. Only needs a 4.61. So anything around a 5 will give him the lead. And right now, if you're Mateus, you should be scrapping for anything you can get to better the 2.1. And just good pressure there from Jadson. It was a terrible wave, a closeout. They were way too deep for that one. It shouldered off. And if you're Andre right now, you know, a 4, yesterday I probably would have said that you could get it on any kind of wave. I think today, a 4.61, you got to earn that quite a bit. It's got to be on a medium-sized wave. You got to surf it well from start to finish. It's got to be at least 3 critical maneuvers. And if you're Mateus right now, if there's anything we learned yesterday from Felipe's loss after the 8 and just the 2 as the backup, get on something as soon as you can. Look to better that 2.1 and put more pressure on your opponent.
Strangely enough, the top 2 scores are incredibly similar to what Felipe Toledo had in the loss to wildcard Rio Waida. So the door is open for Jadson, but he only has 90 seconds. He's had tens of thousands of 4.61s in his amazing career, but will it happen now?
It's always when you need them the most that you can't get them, Joe. 80 seconds to go. Doesn't need much. Is this the wave, though?
Jadson already committing. 4.61 gets him to the quarters. Late on the closeout, stays on his feet, but only 1 move. A minute to go.
He's got to move fast, Joe. He's got to stay wide and try to pick something off. Mateus is pretty deep. So he's got to get as far away from him as he can right now.
See Jaddy just pushing himself into one closeout section, and he knows immediately that's not going to be close. 30 seconds left. Still no signs of Mateus trying to run after Jaddy, but this wave out the back, Hurdy has priority all alone here. Takes this inside wedge, drives into his first frontside route. He's looking to better at 2.10. Clean snap, deep bottom turn, full wrap for the wild card. Fishes around for the pocket there as we close this one out. Mateus getting this final ride all the way into the closeout section. Such a cool read, and what a rhythm. He wants to see where Jadson is real quick to see if he got on one more wave. Heat 8 has run out of time. Jadson is deep in the lineup, so he might have found something really quick. We'll see what happened there. And Jadson not finding it, so he'll just be riding his way into the beach. Left chasing that 4.61. Mateus Hurdy getting congratulated by one of his heroes, as he will move on to the quarterfinals to surf with Italo Ferreira. Quarters coming up next. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Kale Carranza for the call.
Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. We are officially into the quarterfinals. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza, and we're hyped because the matchups we have on tap for all of you surf fans are nothing short of spectacular. Starting off with Joanne Defay and Malia Manuel, two surfers who have been blowing minds throughout this entire event. And by the looks of the waves, they're going to continue to do so.
And you'd have to say that based on the performances that these two ladies have had throughout the course of the event, Malia Manuel has been the surfer that's been more on point, picking off the right waves. But Joanne Defay, with a little bit more luck, especially against that heat with Brissa Hennessy earlier today.
Let's talk bracket. Joanne Defay versus Malia Manuel, Sally Fitzgibbons versus Courtney Conlogue, Carissa Moore versus Isabella Nichols, Tatiana Weston-Webb versus Stephanie Gilmore. All these heats have huge implications. Looking forward to the WSL Final Five. Who's going to make the cut? Well, you're about to find out. So buckle up, stay tuned. 35 minutes on the clock. We do have jet ski assist now, so these surfers will enjoy the luxury of a free ride out the back. And as surf fans, including you and I, Kale, we just get to see more waves being ridden.
I love it. I think that's something that I think we were all wondering when that would happen. Obviously, the jet skis have to be very careful in going out and around, not creating any wake, not creating any type of whitewash that would affect the waves and the rides that these surfers are going to be taking off on. But because of that current, because of that push, and adding to that the fact that the wave is about 400 meters long, it's nice for them not to have to paddle back out. Just cling on to the jet ski and get it right back out there.
Well, there is a lot happening in and out of the water. Behind the scenes, our number crunchers are working overtime right now. I've got an update for Malia Manuel. She is the only surfer that can go in the top 9, but she's got to get first place. This is a must-win situation for Malia Manuel to requalify. But if Courtney Conlogue makes the final, well, that's going to be a whole different story. So a lot of moving pieces right now. The picture will come into a clearer view as we get through these quarterfinals. But here's the bottom line. Every surfer needs to do big things to finish their year strong here.
I like that little bit of information from Malia Manuel, a 5-time runner-up, and at 14 years old won the US Open. So she could win an event, but it would be her maiden win here in Mexico. Quite a few similarities between Kauai and Mexico. Lush, green, beautiful mountains in the backdrop.
A lot of great surfers.
Feels really comfortable in the water, warm water, like Hawaii. But let me tell you, in the summer months in Mexico, it is clearly much warmer than Hawaii.
Slight little uptick in temperature. 31 minutes on the clock. No surfers yet to catch waves. A couple looks, but I'm seeing a different view of this wave right now, Calais. What are we seeing in the lineup? What has changed from this morning?
We have a little bit more breeze, more of an onshore breeze blowing from the west. As you see competitors paddling around the corner, they're also paddling much, well, obviously
they're knocking elbows with each other
further
as well.
out than before. They want to make sure that they can get priority over the other surfer. As we see Red having a look at that one a little bit closer in. From this drone angle, Chris, you can really appreciate how far away from the rocks they are. The closer you move in, the faster that conveyor belt pushes you out of position. So Malia Manuel right now seems to have the upper hand on Joanne Defay, but at the beginning of the heat, no priority is established.
Yeah, that's when this becomes a priority battle. That's why we saw them almost tangling arms, trying to get themselves into position. They're right there, kind of on the corner peak, but right on the edge.
Look at how far they've drifted. They were up higher earlier, and as soon as they moved just a little bit further in, closer to the rocks, that current just swept them downwards.
So now it's going to become a battle for position. We do have our Red Bull jet skis in the lineup. The surfer has to make their way through the shore break, but they can get picked up and dropped off on the outside. That is a privilege that you earn by making the championship tour.
And sometimes that shore break is ruthless. We saw many people go down on that last maneuver. Very powerful. Kelly Slater stating in one of his interviews that he was a little bit sketched out when he hit that inside section, as we see potentially the first ride of this quarterfinal.
It is Joanne Defay. Up and out, real quick.
In and out.
But good, Joanne Defay right now sitting in a really good spot as she is trying to fight her way into the WSL Final Five. Now she just turns and burns on a quickie through the inside section, hoping for this wave to grow. 2 quick turns. Here's a little speed track through the inside. Catches a rail, goes down, so neither of those waves will be a factor for Joanne Defay. 28 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
When you said that she's in a good place, I thought in life. 27 years old, 4 CT wins, number 2 in the world. Her father is here with her in Barra De La Cruz. So in addition to that, you said she has a chance to get a spot in the WSL Final Five.
Well, I got some news for you. Now, she can't hear this, but Joanne Defay, just by making the quarterfinal, she's going to lock herself into that Final Five.
No way.
So get excited. Like I said, big news, massive implications throughout the entire quarterfinals. So get ready for some breaking news to happen. 28 minutes on the clock as Joanne Defay makes her way back out into the lineup. Some huge performances already behind us as we've filled the quarterfinals on the men's bracket as well. What a stellar showing from rookie Mateus Hardy. Look back into the lineup with 27:45 to go. Having a paddle, it's Malia Manuel. Silky, smooth style, plenty of power, very consistent. She needs to win this event. Win it and you're in it. And she will re-qualify for the championship tour, but she's got to surf above and beyond.
She's wearing the rash guard of the man that won this event 16 years ago.
That turn right there will help her re-qualification hopes. A beautiful arcing snap from Malia Manuel. Another solid turn right in the pocket. This wave forming up nicely through the inside section for Malia. Can she hang on? She does. Maybe. That right there is questionable for the judges. I feel like kind of needed to ride out a little bit cleaner, but of course we're going to leave that one up to the judges. 26:57 on the clock. Let's go down to a very stoked Mateus Hardy standing by with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And the wild card makes the quarterfinals. How are you feeling, Mateus?
I'm feeling, as we talked before, like that's kind of, I learned so much from that heat because I did a big mistake in that heat, but it's good, you know. I made the hit. Me and Jackson, we were talking like when we met each other. I was so young, and it was so nice to be there with him. He's like one of my idols growing up. I was like 9, I guess, or 8 when I saw him winning in Bituba. So it's just so nice to be here. And you know, I look at Callie. Callie was there for like almost half my heat. And then it's just nice to see all this so real, you know, and I'm just enjoying the moment, I guess.
Well, speaking of heroes, you're going to be coming up in the quarterfinals against Italo Ferreira, world champ, gold medalist. Big heat for you. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's a big hit. I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know, Italo had, you know, crazy year in the last 2 years, been like crazy for him, like stoked for him, but it hits, you know, like I want to win. And it's a good opportunity to show my surf against the world best, you know. So I'm just gonna focus on myself, like I'm doing, you know. And yeah, I don't know. Just go there and have fun. I have nothing to lose. I'm here in the quarters. It's a lot of money now. I'm just so stoked.
Well, that is going to be a heat to look forward to. That quarterfinal, Mateus Hardy coming up hot against the world champ Italo Ferreira. You don't want to miss that.
Let's go.
We knew it was going to happen when we saw that list of wildcards and replacement surfers. Everybody was shook, especially the surfers in the top 34. They were looking down that list going, Rio, Waida, Mateus Hardy, this is going to be tough. These wildcards are here to play. Actually, they're here to slay. And they've done that. Mateus Hardy into the quarterfinals. Now back to the action in the lineup. Malia Manuel. 8-point ride, what a way to start.
Talking about slaying this Barra lineup, the young lady from Kauai, Reynos Hayes in her corner. So stoked to see Malia start off. Wave selection on point. Relaxed, top to bottom surfing, pushing hard, but only when she needed to. That wave looked like it was gonna barrel, and she decides to go up and through the lip, manages to ride on clean, and then jumps off.
That was a make. Look at the score. She got it. Malia Manuel dropping an 8-point ride on her first wave. Joanne Defay, a .37 and a 1.60. She'll get back to work. But what beautiful surfing from Malia Manuel. That style, the power, the flow. She's got it all going on right now. This is some of the best surfing I've ever seen from Malia.
Did you see her facial expression going into that maneuver as she was pushing? She was gritting her teeth, really making sure that the power was shown. She's very similar to Stephanie Gilmore in the way that she looks so relaxed and elegant when she's just cruising down the line. But now what they're adding to that repertoire is a little bit more grit, a little bit more intention. So scores are reflecting that, Chris.
That's her Andy Irons face. She put it on midway through that turn, and you could feel it. Sometimes you see the momentum. You know, it's a physical thing that happens to these surfers that you just kind of see them on the wave, and you go, all right, well, she's at the top of her game right now. She does have a lot of time to go, 23:11, and we know how good Joanne Defay is. For Joanne, you know, she has done her job throughout the year with some big results, event wins, locking her place in the WSL Final Five.
Man, that just happened earlier this morning when she was out in her heat. She was one of the few surfers that didn't have that free surf session. She was, really smart about making sure that she has the energy in both heats to make it through the day. Sometimes, those free surfs, it's so perfect out here that you think you're going to be out there for 15 minutes and just catch a couple rides. Before you know it, you're out there for 45, and you might be too tired for your heat. So energy conservation really important, and Joanne Defay doing a great job at that.
Yeah, there's so much happening behind the scenes with our team here at the WSL, crunching the numbers again. So Malia Manuel, as we said earlier, she needs to get a win to give herself a chance to requalify via the top 9, but she's also got to rely on Courtney Conlogue. If Courtney finishes 5th or 3rd, then Malia will be in with a win. But if Courtney finishes 2nd, she's going to clinch her spot in the top 9. It's all about clinching spots today. This is madness in the lineup here at the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. And watch out, Joanne Defay is on a bomb. Here we go, off the bottom, trying to fight against some bump coming up the face of this wave. Big foamy section coming at her. There was nothing she could have done different on that wave. It was a really challenging wave to ride.
It is such an interesting matchup. I had a chance to talk to Joanne Defay after her win in the morning against Carissa Hennessy, and she said, yeah, I just got lucky. Malia is the one that's catching all the good ones. So you'd think that she would try to just kind of stick to Malia and go for waves that Malia is sniffing out. Unfortunately for Joanne, the same thing is happening thus far. She's catching waves that have a little bit too much bump, a little bit too much wedge bouncing off the rocks, and she was forced to kick out of that wave. That wasn't really a mistake. She knew that even if she made that foam climb, there was really nothing there to improve and make a statement like the one Malia did with that 8.0.
Joanne Defay flipped it on her way back out. Kind of a foamy looking wave here, but she's going to stick with it. Sees something interesting down the line. No, she does not. Waves for the jet ski. The Red Bull ski is going to pick her up and deposit her right back into the lineup. And the good part about that, for fans of Joanne Defay and Malia Manuel, more opportunity to watch your favorite surfers do what they do best.
And well, pretty cool to have Joanne Defay on the jet ski. She's getting a ride by none other than Carlos Coco Nogales, one of the standout surfers from Puerto Escondido, big wave charger. Ever since I was a kid, going down to Puerto Escondido in the late 90s, that was one of the men that was charging 30-foot faces, and now being kind enough to be here with us, giving our surfers a ride out the back. And look at how wide they have set that buoy up, Chris. You want no wake on the waves for these surfers.
Right, ideally, surfers will get dropped off just outside and paddle in towards the pickup zone. But Coco Nogales, like you said, total legend, icon. If you want to go to Porto, talk to Coco.
Don't cut him off.
No, please do not. Please do not. 19:30 to go here. Malia Manuel on the strength of that big 8-point ride in the lead. Joanne Defay playing catch up. 4 waves ridden. Nothing really of consequence yet. But the clock, now that we've cut the time down a little bit, it's going fast. We were on 46-minute heats. Now we're on 35-minute heats.
That really makes a difference. That's 11 minutes that you lose out on. That's potentially 2 exchanges. When you consider that you can make it out the back paddling in 4 minutes, well, now the jet ski assist probably adding that maybe extra wave to those 11 minutes. So you very easily could catch 3 waves with the jet ski assist. But 35-minute heats makes it a little bit normal. I think strategy that has been applied throughout the year for these surfers will most likely be a strategy that they will adopt once again here in these quarterfinal heats.
Malia Manuel has had an up and down roller coaster of a season. Started off with the 5th place at the Maui Pro, went to Newcastle, didn't do great. And then she had a string of 9th, 1/5 at the Rip Curl Rottnest Surge. So hanging on to a couple 5th place finishes, not bad, but she's really got to try to get rid of that 17th and maybe a 9th if she can. And again, she's got to win here and hope that Courtney Conlogue doesn't meet her in the finals. Still a lot of moving pieces towards requalification, towards the WSL Final Five. By the end of the day today, that picture is going to be locked in, and we're going to have a lot to talk about and a lot to celebrate looking forward to September.
Absolutely, and well, you think of the surfing that we've seen throughout the course of the event. Malia Manuel picking off great waves. Joanne Defay having a little bit of trouble in finding the right waves. And here we go. It looks like Joanne, Our Lady from Reunion Island, is having a look at this wave from behind the bubble. Will she make it out into the face? She does.
She does. It wasn't pretty, but she made her way onto the finals, and now it's looking nice. This wave bowling off down the line right in front of her. One more big layback snap. It's official. Joanne Defay is back in this heat.
There we go. A little bit of added confidence from that inside wave. Malia Manuel was nowhere near that wave. And well, once again, you see how hard she scratched to get into this wave. She gets a slingshot takeoff, allowing her to cover a lot of ground out into the open face. Malia not even looking back until now. Rooster Tails up and above the wave, so that's a dangerous proposition for surfers as they're waiting for waves to look back and see what other competitors are doing. Maybe applying a little bit of the pressure. Malia, you can see the look back over her left shoulder. Joanne eyeing this next section, and this was a big bash on that inside. In her previous ride in the morning, she got a 7-point ride courtesy of one big maneuver on that inside section. We'll see where the judges go on this one.
She's back on the Red Bull ski, again getting herself back into the lineup. And how cool was that? I mean, we just saw her get that 1-2-7 where she pulled out the back straight to the ski, and now she's going to drop a major score. We're going to wait to see what the judges give Joanne Defay on that one. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to worldsurfleague.com to get your official 2021 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We're watching a great matchup here between Malia Manuel and Joanne Defay, both with a lot on the line. Malia Manuel's out the back with priority. Joanne Defay waiting for a score. Chris Cote sitting next to Kale Carranza.
What a beautiful shot we saw there. It looked like, no, that was not Thailand. That wasn't a Thai tuk-tuk. That was a little Mexican motorcycle riding over that beautiful cliff here at Barra de la Cruz. It feels like we Mexicans, we tend to, gravitate towards doing and getting things from other developing countries. The tuk-tuk is one thing that we really didn't have when I was a kid in Mexico. But the necessity, the mother of all creativity, we brought those little tuk-tuks. We saw those tuk-tuks, started making them here, and now you're starting to see them pop up all over and down the coast.
I want one.
I do too.
They're
Green?
awesome.
Green or red?
Green. Well, speaking of green, when they highlight the scores on that score line, that means they're the high scores for the surfers. And we're seeing the green highlighted 5-6-7 for Joanne Defay. And she now jumps into the lead with a 5-6-7 and a 3-1-7. Malia Manuel, patient, just waiting. She knows there are excellent opportunities out there, only needing a 0.84. And most likely, she's going to try to find the identical wave that provided her that canvas to drop that big 8. But are you looking for the biggest waves? Are you looking for the medium-sized waves? What do you think, Kale?
With the patience that Malia has had and the read that she's had here at Barra, I think she knows best. She has a strategy. Every single heat that she's had, she's always picked off the 2 best waves of the heat. And clearly now, it is a matter of just waiting for that right wave. That being said, at some point, she is going to have to pull the trigger. She is going to go on a wave. But with 13 minutes remaining, I almost feel like the sense of urgency really isn't there yet. I think we would see her kind of spin around and go on anything once we hit that 8 to 7 minute mark.
All right, well, time's flying by quickly. Not only do these surfers have to adapt to, varying conditions, times of day, tides, wind, wave size, but also timing of these heats. So now we're on 35-minute heats, full 11 minutes off the previous 46-minute heats, 12:35 to go. Let's go into the lineup with Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, what's happening, Chris? It is beautiful out here. Was de Tortuga and La Olas, we love it. Waves are looking really beautiful. The waves are coming around the corner and pushing hard. A lot of current in the lineup right now. Even right now, I'm like moving away from you guys, and it's a lot of work out here. Just getting into the lineup is a little bit of work. So these ladies having to deal with all the elements. Those bigger waves, man, they have a lot of power in them. So pushing a little wide, and those double ups, as you saw, are the ones to go for. Malia looking really strong, but I don't know, JoJo looking really, really fierce out here.
Strider, you sound a little bit winded. A good idea to take the jet ski out there now?
Oh, you are so lucky if you get a jet ski ride right now. And the ladies obviously having the jet ski assist meant that I had to paddle out, and I felt the fury of the current, the ocean, and everything about it. It's a great thing, though. It's solid out here, so having the jet ski assist, you need a lot more surfing, and you're going to see a lot more action in the lineup, as well as be able to conserve a lot of energy and let them really go after it. Right now, look at this. Looks like Joanne Defay is going to get some work done on this double up. Look at this thing bowling out, you guys. The waves are so cupped out, looking beautiful. So let's see if Joanne can really take this thing apart.
Well, she's already done her job and gotten above a 0.84 on the strength of those first couple of turns. We'll see what this wave does through this inside section. Joanne Defay trying to blast that Gabriel reverse. Comes unstuck, but will make her way back out there. 10:50 to go now.
I feel like she really changed the rhythm of her heats in wave 3. She really started finding those waves that give her the scoring opportunity. Like how Strider said that it bowls up. It almost seems as if it's a spitting right-hander because there's so much whitewater being pushed from underneath. Joanne connecting with the lip, and here knowing that she needs to do something big, tried to go for that rail grab reverse as we see Malia.
Malia Manuel. Beautiful opening turn. Nice little combo there, fading back into the power source. And she's reading this wave like a book. What is in store for Malia Manuel? Building speed, the wall in front of her, gaining momentum down the line, kind of crumbles around her. A good finish there in that opening turn. That was stunner.
It's almost as if she would have heard us when we were talking about her, asking ourselves, well, will she go on a little insider, or is she going to wait out the back for a big one? She waited and got a massive wave. Look at the size of this thing. And a clean, beautiful hack on the outside. You can see how as she cuts down, the wave is kind of splitting itself in two. If you look at it horizontally, there is a clear line of the wave kind of wanting to decide if it goes a high line or a low. Malia able to pump and get out into the open face, drawing that high line, connects with the lip. So 3 maneuvers, but looking to replace a 0 because she had not caught a second ride.
Yeah, in looking at the replay, you sometimes get a little excited live. I know I do when you see that opening turn, bam! I think it looked really critical live. When you have a chance to digest it, let it sink back in. It was a great turn, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't one of those turns that will, on its own, give her an excellent ride. And there wasn't much after that because the wave kind of got funky through that mid portion. Definitely will put her in the lead as she's just trying to replace a 0.84, but I doubt that last wave will stay in her scoreline 8 minutes and 50 seconds from now.
She's also thinking, having that 8-point ride and Joanne only a 5 and a 3, if she can get, let's say, a 3-point ride or so, she's going to force Joanne Defay to really scratch and get somewhere in the 6 range. So Malia really smart and kind of catching a wave and replacing that 0 so that she has more time, is more relaxed down in the water, and can really gain control of this heat again.
Well, 8:20 to go. That has proven to be plenty of time for surfers to catch 2, maybe 3 waves now that we have the Red Bull ski in the water. We have seen that come into play with, surfers being able to just run and gun straight out the back. It only would take them, we saw paddles taking between 3 to 7 minutes at times in previous heats. Now I think it's going to be about a minute to get from the inside back to the takeoff zone.
If that, and one of the most annoying things about the jet ski assist is that if you're Joanne Defay and you've been paddling just to stay in position, you know, a good 20 to 30 strokes, you see Malia Manuel leave your line of sight and come back within a minute and is positioned above her. So it is very frustrating as a competitor to have that jet ski assist if you don't want the other competitor to be near you, because you know that within 30 seconds to a minute they're going to be right back there where they started off
How would
from.
you get back out here already? Thought I was done with you for a minute. Joanne Defay needs a 7.01. Her last score comes through at a 3.57. Malia Manuel a little bit better there with a 4.67. So Joanne Defay's job just got a little bit more difficult.
A little bit. She needed a wave
Quite
around
a
the
bit.
three-point mark, and all of a sudden she's looking to almost get an excellent score. A 7-point ride is not easy to get out here at Barra if you don't get the right wave. Now, the wave comes to you, sure. I mean, there's 8s and 9s all over the place. Still, I would love to see a 10.
Agreed.
What would a 10 be? What would a 10 be at Barra today, Chris?
I think a 10 would be a big barrel on the takeoff, 4 or 5 turns, and a huge finish.
So you don't
That's
necessarily
easy, right?
you don't necessarily need an air, I don't think, in these conditions for Barra de la Cruz to get a 10, but it could very well help you.
Say Gabriel goes out there and goes upside down on a couple waves. Some of the airs that Gabriel and Italo have done, they are 10s on their own.
It's so crazy how that last wave that we saw of Malia, well, we'll get back to that in a second. It is Joanne Defay needing to get a score here.
7.01 is the requirement for Joanne Defay, surfing out of France. The wave does not restart if you lay down and get back up, but that does impede on the flow of the wave. You see Joanne just waiting for something to happen here. All right, a little bit more activity here to the inside section, up and into the lip with a huge airdrop, snap floater to fail. Joanne Defay goes down through that meaty inside section. 5.5 to go. She's got to get on the ski. Got to get back out in the lineup. Malia Manuel has priority and a big lead. Tense times for Joanne Defay.
Oh, so unfortunate that Joanne just couldn't finish on that last maneuver. It was tricky. It was difficult. But let's have a look at the beginning of the ride. Wave looked really good. A little bit flat on the outside. You can see how the wave once again wants to split in two, and that is why, well, the reason why I should say, is because we are reaching a high tide mark in about 3 hours, so waves are not yet deciding if they're breaking on the outside bank or on the inside bank. As we see Joanne eyeing the next section. This one right here gets a lot of projection forward, and with that, weight goes on her toe side and goes a little bit over the handlebars. So unfortunate for Joanne.
Leonard Skinner would say she was flirting with disaster on that inside section.
But that's what you want. High risk.
You have to. Risk equals reward if you land the trick. 4:29 to go. Let's take a look at the Jeep recap.
Malia Manuel starting off where she left off in her previous heat this morning when she took out Caroline Marks. She is the world number 11. She already took world number 6 out. Will she be able to take the world number 2 as we see that 8-point ride of Malia Manuel? Joanne, you can see the difference in wave size, Chris. It's scooping nicely on that inside section. This was her best ride, came in at a 5.67, courtesy of that big blast on the inside. Malia, again, on a big wave, nursed it all the way to the inside and was able to finish with a float. So that is why you see Malia Manuel currently in first position.
And coming up next, Courtney Conlogue and Sally Fitzgibbons. I'm loving the matchups we have here in the women's quarterfinals.
This is going to be a really interesting one. World number 9 going up against world number 3. Courtney feeling really comfortable here in Mexico. Sally, we know, has been traveling quite a bit. We saw her compete in El Salvador a few months back.
And there's a pretty good storyline going on here. So Malia Manuel needs to win this event, but she also needs Courtney to bow out and get 5th or 3rd. If Courtney gets 2nd place or above, she's going to take that final spot in the top 9 and re-qualify for the championship tour. So there is a contest within the contest between Malia Manuel and Courtney Conlogue. Malia's got to make it through this heat if she wants to stand a chance to requalify.
And I think these competitors are also taking into consideration the difficulties that travelers are having nowadays. Do you really want to be pushed into having to requalify with all the traveling that's been going on, quarantining all over the place? It'd be nice to just get yourself into the top 9 and not have to worry about that, Chris.
Well, that's the dream, and that's why we have such a stellar field on both the men's and women's championship tours, and the top 10 on both of those tours has been pretty well locked in for the last 4 to 5 years. Not a lot of surprises, but that's starting to change a little bit with guys like Morgan Siblick coming onto the championship tour. You know, a big finish here from Connor Coffin could have big implications. So lots happening, lots of news to be broken today. 1:50 to go. Malia Manuel in a relatively comfortable lead, but Joanne Defay is back out in the lineup. And again, they're bumping elbows. Not the kind of rubbing elbows you do at a dinner party. This is the kind of rubbing elbows you do when you're fighting for your career.
It is so intense right now. Not a lot of time left on the clock. That Barra current pushing these ladies out of position. And 1:20 for Joanne Defay, the world #2, to get a wave almost in the excellent range as we see Priority sits with the Kauaian. She looks like she will be paddling for this wave, playing defense, Chris.
Yeah, she's in, blocking Joanne, and maybe bettering a 4.67. Who has a decent line to it through this mid portion of the sandbar. Could form up nicely through the inside. That's a good section. Malia Manuel got a cover of Trans World Surf Magazine doing a turn just like that. And she's got more. Where's the ramp? Bam, nice. Clean, crispy snap to floater to finish. And this is the last opportunity for Joanne Defay, looking for a 7.01. Of course, that number could change depending on what Malia Manuel just got in her last wave. Joanne has to surf out of her skin right now and do something wild on the finish here. The wave hasn't offered her much, but here we go. Inside section forming up, and it gets weird. Things got awkward on the inside section of that wave, but a clean finish there.
Can we talk about the difference in wave selection? Yes. Every single wave that Malia has been on has been relatively good. And almost every wave that Joanne has paddled into in this heat has been either flat, or it has had wedges running through it, or stairs, or it backs off. Just really unlucky. But for Malia Manuel, that's just good news. She is moving on through, Chris. A massive heat for her. Could we see her maiden win in Mexico?
There is a good chance that that will happen, judging by the way she's been surfing. She's found herself on the best waves. She's maximized the potential of all the waves she's ridden. And tactically speaking, that was a perfect heat for Malia Manuel. She was able to fend off Joanne Defay at the end of it. Joanne did drop a 4. But she needed a 7.01. So unofficially, Malia Manuel is moving on and trying, fighting, running with everything she's got towards potential requalification. Just trying to scratch her way into that top 9 on the championship tour to come back without having to do the Challenger Series in 2022.
So unlucky. I'm sure everyone watching in France and Reunion Island is disappointed to see this young lady bow out of competition, but
there's a silver lining.
Yes, please tell us.
Silver lining for Joanne Defay is that she has clinched a spot. I'm sure we'll get to talk to her about this after this break. Stay tuned for breaking news here for the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Another huge heat in the lineup. Quarterfinals, heat number 2, Sally Fitzgibbons, world number 4, going up against Courtney Conlogue, world number 9. Courtney needs a win here and needs to keep winning to get herself in the top 9 and re-qualify for the 2022 championship tour. And if you saw the announcement that WSL put out, it is a dream tour. We've got iconic spots. We've got perfect waves. We've got the most incredible lineup coming at you for 2022. Going to be an awesome year.
Absolutely, and it would be cool for Courtney Conlogue to move on through into the semifinals, taking out an Olympian in the name of Sally Fitzgibbons, who has had an incredible year. Just performed in Tokyo. And well, Sally yet has not won a world title. With surfing, the surfing that she has, the way she actually improves every year, I feel like it's bound to happen pretty soon.
I agree with you. 32 on the clock. You might be wondering, well, what happened? Why does Sally have priority? Well, that's because Courtney Conlogue made a bit of a mistake. She actually stood up and rode a wave before the horn blew. So that means automatically Sally Fitzgibbons starts the heat with priority.
I feel like it's almost an advantage to not have priority in these heats. 35 minutes, plenty of waves coming in. You can kind of separate yourself a little bit from that point and grab those mid-sized waves that we saw many competitors, Kelly Slater being one of them, winning a heat, getting a wave that broke wide, really far away from those rocks, as we see Courtney better position for this one.
Bold strategy, Calais. Here we go. Courtney Conlogue with a big tail whipping start to this wave. Nice combo. I love when you see the anticipation of the wave starting to build up, cup out through the inside section. Courtney right in the pocket. Could have something nice to work with here on the inside. She does. A little slash there from Courtney, who grew up surfing in Huntington Beach, California, so linking waves, not a problem for her. We've all heard of the Huntington Hop. Obviously, you don't have to do that here at this wave, but riding waves from start to finish for surfers who are raised in Huntington Beach is kind of just an inherent thing that they learn. To never give up, because you never know what that inside is going to reward you.
And that, you know, when you think of it that way, it's very similar. Barra De La Cruz to Huntington. You don't know what kind of gifts they're going to be given on the inside section. Big turn on the outside for Courtney. Wave completely dives through the midsection. So that's why you see her just kind of cutting back a few times into the white water. And this is where the wave gives her a little bit more. She bottom turns clean off the top. I'm just trying to fit too many maneuvers in on the inside. She goes down, isn't able to ride out clean, leaving our surfer in red alone in Barra de la Cruz. Now that probably hasn't happened since the late 90s. Being alone at Barra de la Cruz, perfect waves, a swell of 4 to 6 feet running through nicely along the point. Long gone are those days. But hey, it's still awesome down here. It's still really cool. Plenty of places to stay out and support the local community. Bring in a few pesos, because you're going to have to be paying every day to surf the wave. That is a
small toll,
a necessity. A small. You're surfing one of the best waves in the world, and paying a few hundred pesos to surf this wave is nothing. It's going to give you that much more.
Well, with our quarterfinals starting to heat up here, Malia Manuel got the win over Joanne Defay with a total of 12.67. Joanne Defay, total of 9.67. Courtney Conlogue's first wave comes through a 4.67. A lot of .67s happening.
Yeah.
And that just tells me that the judging has been nice and even. You see the scoreline for Courtney Conlogue, 4-5, 4-5, 4-5, 5-5. We have 5 judges. We throw out the low, throw out the high. An international judging panel, male and female. And they have been so sharp throughout this event. So with 28:40 to go in the heat in the water, let's go to Kaipo Guerrero, who's got some breaking news.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Joanne, taking away 5th from Mexico, but I got some great news for you. You've clinched your spot in the Final Five for the WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. How do you feel about that?
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, super happy about that. It was, you know, we didn't compete for a year, so I think the goal for this year was just like a little bit firstly to like step back on the competition rashi and stuff, so I'm super happy to be able to be part of that top 5 for sure, and for the first time ever, so it's pretty cool.
That's right. You're going to be there for that one-day battle for a world title at lower Trestles, the WSL Finals. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you. I'll see you there.
What a quick emotional roller coaster for Joanne Defay. She's bummed, she lost. Bad news is you're out. Good news is you're in. Joanne Defay will be surfing for a world title at lower Trestles at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and that's where she belongs. So now we have 2. Carissa Moore, Joanne Defay. Looking for 3 more, Calais.
Maybe, just maybe, we will find out more about that soon enough, because I feel like points are pretty close together. Everyone's surfing really well. Few surfers having really great years, Tati Weston-Webb being one of them. She's still in the draw. Great surfing from her. We've seen throughout the course of the event. And I feel that we will be soon to find out if there is a third.
You got me on the edge of my seat, Calais. Well, looking at the water right now, and I'm thinking of the Scorpions song, Winds of Change. But you tell us, Strider, what's happening out there conditionally speaking?
You've always got a good music reference there, Chris. I love that. I just wanted to check in on the conditions out here and tell you guys what's happening. The water is ruffled out the back. There's those big riptide plumes of sand building up. And, when you see the waves come through and you actually watch the surfers, it looks amazing, right? It just looks perfect and easy and fun. And then out the back in the ruffled zone, the wind's on it, and the riptides are ripping through it. And it's a lot more of a mayhemic scene than you would think. In the beginning of this heat, Courtney caught a wave before the heat even started, and that was because she was so into the moment of all the backwash, all the riptide, all the wind and everything else. She didn't even look at the priority board to see if the heat had started, and then obviously catching the wave before the heat. But so there's a lot more going on out the back than a lot of people can see. And right now, the tide has risen. It's coming up for another couple of hours, which means we're going to have less waves. So wave selection is going to be a huge deal right now. Even with the jet ski assist, you better make do of what you get, because there's not going to be a lot of them coming through.
Thanks, Strider. 25:30 to go. And if you look at the water right there, you can see all the reverb and bounce coming off the wall. The wind has switched just a little bit, adding to the ruffle coming across the lineup. But the good news is right when these waves kind of come around the corner, they seem to really clean up on the medium-sized waves.
They do, and I think the cool thing about the high tide is that, you're still going to have that backwash coming off the rocks, but it comes in actually at an angle. If you take off behind the rock, that backwash is coming directly towards you as you're surfing. But if you go right where that wave is breaking that you see on screen, the backwash actually comes from the side, and what that does is it creates that slingshot effect. It really whips you into the face of the wave really easily. So it's almost a good thing to be surfing here at Barra at that high tide, getting that slingshot thing, almost like a wedge at Newport inverse, looking at it in the mirror.
You
like that?
You got my interest. Now 24:30 to go. Kaipo Guerrero is waiting now with Malia Manuel.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Malia, that was a tremendous heat. Great surfing. You got a lot on the line, but now you're in the semifinals, into finals day. How are you feeling?
Finals day, that feels good. Feels really good. I'm happy to be involved in that. It's all happening here, and we have really killer waves, and my equipment's been very trustworthy, so looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, any changes you're going to make as we look to tomorrow?
Depends on the surf. I'm really happy with, I have 3-4 really good options, so they're all down here, and we'll make that call when I need to.
Great. We will see you finals day, likely tomorrow, very likely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaipo. Congratulations to Malia Manuel. Sometimes you see surfers come in and they get that post-heat interview and they have a feeling of relief, but what I felt from Malia right there is confidence. She says, my surfboards are working great. I trust all of them, so no matter what happens to one of them, I got 3 more to choose from that are going to work just fine.
That doesn't happen too often.
No, when she kind of dropped that knowledge right there, you kind of went, ooh, okay, now we're talking. So Malia has options. She's feeling confident. She has been surfing as good as I've ever seen her surf in recent history, and the results are telling that story as well. 12.67 total from Malia Manuel's last heat.
One of the things that has changed throughout the course of the years is that surfboards are getting, it's more easy to get your next surfboard to look like the previous one. When you think of boards being shaped by hand back in the day, now almost all of them are cut by computer and then finished off by an expert shaper, but that leaves less room for error. You have, you know, those boards that start looking very similar, and that's a good thing for most competitors because, you know, in snowboards, you get all the boards that are made in a factory, so they're pretty much exactly the same. In surfing, you know, that extra little bit of foam that you sanded off will make a difference. But having 4 boards like Malia to choose from, that's beautiful, as are the boards that Jeremy has under his arm.
Well, those boards now belong to a free surfer. Jeremy Flores is officially on vacation. Watch out, Huatulco.
That's going to be fun. Watching Jeremy Flores rip these waves. You know, we potentially, like Kaipo said, will be finishing the event off tomorrow. All these surfers, you know, most of us expecting the event to kind of run through all the way to the 19th. But with plenty of swell on offer, we could be seeing some of the world's best have an extra few days in Mexico, shredding some Oaxacan points.
Awesome. 21:40 to go. Our surfers being very selective in the lineup right now. Only one wave ridden. It was by Courtney Conlogue. This 4.67.
There you go. So Courtney starting strong. Obviously, a score that you would think would not really, you know, matter at the end of this heat, but like Strider was saying, with that incoming tide, we're going to see less waves being ridden. So I think that is a very smart strategy on behalf of Conlogue to get that first wave under her belt, because we know that you can't make a heat with just one wave, not in these conditions. You really need to get 2 waves, and now Courtney has 21 minutes to focus on getting just 1 wave. But Sally, she's going to have to find 2 waves with less than 25 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons has been in this position so many times before. She is one of those surfers who pretty much every time she enters an event, she's almost a lock to make the final series. Here she is in the quarterfinals, and she's, you know, done it relatively easy. She has had, of course, some wild heats going up against the world's best. Sally Fitzgibbons is super consistent. She's been putting in so much work to get better and better each and every year. She did get her chance to represent Australia on Team Irakanji's Tokyo 2020.
She has so much experience.
She just reveled in that experience.
Yeah, I mean, she's surfed 103 events. She's won 12 of them. And when you think of, you know, excellent waves and excellent rides being difficult to find, she's had more than 200. So the surfing that she has, when you think of how long she's been on tour, every year she's progressing. Every year she's learning something new. A few years ago, she was really focusing on her airs. First day of competition here, did a beautiful air 360 on the inside section. So if you're a surfer that kind of tends to feel comfortable with the way you're surfing and isn't trying to progress and do something new every year, you're staying stagnant, and most likely that new pack is gonna overshadow you.
You have to keep progressing. Ask Kelly Slater what it's like.
And how to do it.
Yeah, no one's done it better than Kelly. But Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, she is a wily veteran. She's been on tour for quite some time now, and she's put together some incredible showings. 19:17 to go. She's yet to ride a wave. Courtney sitting on the 4.67. So this is a slow burn. You know things are going to start to light up any second now.
15 minutes without a wave. It's pretty tricky for a surfer. You know, your hips tend to kind of get a little bit stiff. You're just sitting there. Water temperature is obviously cooler than your body temperature, so everything kind of tends to stiffen up. I guess the good news here at Barra is that it's not too often that you're just sitting on the back waiting for a wave. You are paddling against that current. So Sally Fitz has been paddling for more than 15 minutes, Chris. Beautiful drone view, how you see those surfers positioning themselves up the point.
Bird's eye view of our takeoff zone. Even though it's a big wide open ocean, the takeoff zone here, relatively small, about a 12 square yard takeoff zone maybe, if that big.
with this tide, you actually have two takeoff spots, Chris. You have one takeoff spot that you see on your screen on your upper left, directly in front of the rock, and the other takeoff spot is on your upper right, right where that inside wave is breaking. And usually at Barra, to get those big scores, you have to connect the wave from the outside all the way in. But we've seen it time and time again. You get those inside waves that kind of hug that bank nicely. The lip and the glassiness of the wave makes it so much easier to connect up and above it that you might see Courtney potentially paddle in and wide to try and get those waves that you're seeing on screen right now. A lot of those growers have given many competitors excellent scores, and well, only 3 beings out in the water right now. 2 competitors and 1 lonely pelican hanging out.
You gotta adapt. The Pelican's the only person in the world right now with a better seat than Shredder Wasilewski. 17-14 to go. Now some separation between these two surfers. Courtney Conlogue looks like she might be just trying to edge away from Sally Fitzgibbons a little bit and maybe give herself the opportunity for one of these kind of mid-sized inside waves that we've seen provide opportunity for these surfers. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get a big score on a smaller wave.
Yeah, it's interesting also to see surfers, Chris, you know, not really paddle deeper to the right. We saw, you know, a couple seconds ago how that little wave actually spit as we see Sally's first ride.
Nice start for Sally Fitzgibbons. Waited a full 15 minutes for this wave. That was a sharp looking carve there. Winding up through this inside section, another perfectly placed turn for Sally. Things are escalating now. The wave building down the line. Plenty of power for Sally to work with. Big airdrop, floater. Can't hang on, but an incredible series of turns before that. So rolling the dice, taking off on about a waist-high wave that grew to about head-high on its biggest part. So for Sally Fitzgibbons looking for a 4.68, she may have done that and more, even with the fail at the end of the wave.
Now Courtney Conlogue out the back, sitting pretty, thinking, okay, I got some time. Maybe I can snatch a wave before Sally gets here. Bad news is, well, she's going to hop on the jet ski, get a ride from Coco Nogales, and be right back out there. And it is different, Chris, as a competitor, even though you have priority to have someone next to you, kind of breathing down your neck, kind of almost trying to sell you bad waves, than to just be calm out the back with the Pelican just a few yards out, having your pick of any wave, not really stressed over what wave comes your way. You can pick it better. You're more relaxed about it.
It's about the pace. And the pace in this heat so far has been pretty quiet, but leave it to Sally Fitzgibbons. Identify the right wave, do all the right turns down the line. She's dropped a big score, a 7.17, Kale, so now Sally Fitzgibbons is in the lead.
And you can see why. I mean, compare that to Courtney's 4.67 that kind of wrapped inwards. This wave giving Sally just that clean bar line. You can see her fins on multiple occasions as she connects with the lip. And this floater, just a little bit too harsh of a landing, an airdrop. It wasn't able to compress her body enough to make that transition between lip and surface smooth, so she goes down.
Well, I like to see it, you know, like Molly Hatchet said, you got to flirt with disaster at the end of these waves. Risk it to get the big reward.
Oh, what do you know? Godofredo out the back. That is another Puerto Escondido local legend, head lifeguard for many years, as we see Courtney up and riding.
Heads up, Courtney Conlogue is involved. One big slash to start. Quick snapping turn for Courtney. We were raving about the Tim Stamps surfboard under her feet day before yesterday, and I believe that's the same board, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The board goes great. And Courtney is showing us her tenacity right there, finishing that wave on the inside section, looking to better a 2.51. Multiply that a couple times, that's most likely the score you're going to get for that wave. What a well-surfed wave for Courtney Conlogue.
Yeah, and a different type of approach, mainly due to the fact that that wave ran differently. Sally had a wave that just had that coping and had a slow, easy tempo, pretty much running, you know, 10 to 15 kilometers an hour. This wave a few times just went out and far of Courtney, but smart of her to get that big outside maneuver, Stay close to the whitewater, and right here, as the wave backs off, it's also starting to crumble in front of her. So that's when you see that sense of urgency as she's surfing this wave, getting speed, making it out, and see that flat part of the wave didn't allow her to go top to bottom, but she was able to hit that dagger on the inside. So you talked about 2.5, saying she multiplied it by 2. I'd say potentially even a little bit more.
Well, we will see what happens. We've got 12:45 to go. Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead for now. Still waiting for a score from Courtney Conlogue. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Stay tuned.
This September, history will be made when the inaugural Rip Curl WSL Finals decides our world champions. At the conclusion of the regular season, the WSL Final Five men and women will face off in a one-day winner-take-all battle for the world title. This format features a seeded bracket where winning surfers advance through matches to face a higher seed until they reach world number 1. Match 1 will see world number 5 take on world number 4. The winner of that match will advance to face world number 3 in match 2. The winner of match 2 will go on to face world number 2 in match 3. The winner of match 3 will move on to face world number 1 in the title match, a best of 3 showdown to decide the world title. Tune into the Rip Curl WSL Finals on WorldSurfLeague.com starting September 9th to see undisputed world champions crowned and titles won in the water.
The title will be won in the water. Will it be won by Sally Fitzgibbons? Fighting back now, ripping her way from the outside to the inside. And during that commercial break, we did get word Sally Fitzgibbons will be competing for a world title yet again for the first time ever. Coming up, the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
So she's in the WSL Final Five.
Yes, she is. And she's hoping to be in the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver Finals. And surfing like that, she is well on her way. But watch out, because Courtney Conlogue has been dropping scores as well. Here's your update. Sally Fitzgibbons with a 7.17 just posted a 6-point ride. Courtney Conlogue with a 4.67 backs that up with a 6.5. We've got a heat on our hands, Calais Carranza.
Well, maybe it could be lucky 13 for Sally Fitzgibbons if she makes it into the final and wins. It will be her 13th CT win on the 13th of August.
Big numbers there. Big
Just
numbers
saying.
there, Calais. Courtney Conlogue whipping that Tim Stamps surfboard into precarious positions. This wave has been a bit of a rock and roller. A lot of bounce and warble moving up the face. And she's waiting for this thing to form up through the inside section. It's a nice chunk of whitewater to work with there. Slams it. One more big carve. Takes the low road. Can't get around that section. But nicely done for Courtney Conlogue. Her low score for now is a 4.67. We'll see where the judges place that wave.
I don't think she could have surfed that wave any better. That wave had more topes, more speed bumps in the road from Puerto Escondido to Acapulco. Just so difficult to surf that wave. Stairs running sideways up that face. Courtney keeping her board engaged. Very, very difficult to, avoid the board from kind of popping up as we see a beautiful looking inside wave for Sally Fitzgibbons. Cannot get there. And that is going to be the trick here, Chris, today with this tide, as we see Sally connecting with the lip. This wave already came in. Scores looking really, really good. Sally, top to bottom surfing. You can see that although it's slightly similar in regard to Courtney's wave, where it had all those stairs running through it, it was a little bit smaller, and because it hugs that bank right there, you can see how it cups up a little bit better and gives Sally opportunity to go up and through the lip, showing those pink fins to the world. Clean surfing, another big score.
Yeah, that was just stellar surfing from Sally Fitzgibbons. Now we go to Courtney Conlogue's 6'5".
Look at that, just so much harder to surf this wave. Constant turbulence on the face. Usually you get that turbulence if you're stuck in the white water, but look at the way you see that board. You focus on that surfboard, not just her body. You can see how that board is constantly jumping up and down, vibrating. And what her body needs to do, her ankle that is currently just a little bit injured, it has to absorb those shocks.
She jumps on the Red Bull ski, right back out into the lineup. 7 minutes to go. Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead for now with a 7.17 and a 6. Courtney Conlogue catching up with a 6'5 and a 5.27 as our surfers get back into the lineup. Let's go side stage with Strider Wasilewski.
Side stage, backstage, in the stage. It's actually a pretty interesting stage to be at right now, watching these waves come in. You know, Courtney's prior wave to the last one she just had, you know, she decided not to take the wave before, and it was a really perfect wave and reeled off. And the next wave had that chop on it. The last one she had the chop on it. And I feel like right now, all the little waves and the big waves are hitting with this tighter, are nailing that bluff and making that chop even harder to deal with. So finding that one wave without the chop is the key right now. And I feel like that one wave that Sally had at the beginning of the heat was the best wave that we've seen without that chop. And it's really, really fun to watch all these little nuggets on the inside. And I think we're going to see the surfers dissect the lineup and find those inside waves like Kali was talking about, where you get that slingshot into it and not have to be out the back battling all that current and all of that lump and all of that in the face that they're having to deal with right now.
So as we see Carissa Moore and Isabella Nichols make their way into the lineup, Strider, are you hearing any chatter between these two surfers, or is it all business?
It's all business. And you know, in the beginning of the heat, they were sitting out here right next to us, literally maybe 5 feet away from each other. Not a glance, not a glare, not a look, nothing at each other. Both of them looked over and said hello to me. Not one, you know, they did not acknowledge each other once. So it was all business, and the mind and the competition game was on, and I loved it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch two surfers in their peak power going head to head. Sally Fitzgibbons out the back with priority. Courtney Conlogue, she is part of that bizarre love triangle, as New Order would call it. She needs to get second or above if she wants to get herself in that requalification top 9 spot. But Malia Manuel still has a chance. Malia has to win. Courtney's got to get 5th or 3rd. So there are still a lot of numbers left to crunch, a lot of news left to break. We just got word that Sally Fitzgibbons is a clinched spot in the WSL Final Five. That's exciting for Sally. She's been right there in a title talk for the last 5-6 years. So close so many times. This could be a great opportunity for Sally to put a world title trophy on her already stacked trophy wall.
It's due, and I don't think anyone in the world will be bummed about that. As we see Sally and Courtney having a look at it, Courtney says, darn it, I have to give way to Sally, who has priority.
Big snap for Sally Fitz. Nice bottom turn into an open face carve. Beautiful cut back there. Sally Fitzgibbons showing us a little bit more aggression than we're used to seeing, and I like it. Streaking down the line, looking for the big finish. Sets it up. This wave just keeps giving her opportunities with the big hair whip. That's a claim. It's subtle, but that's a claim, and it's a warranted claim. Sally Fitzgibbons might extend her lead with that wave. Her low score is a 6. She was going fast, a lot of flow, a lot of power through the turns, combination of major maneuvers. I'm not reading from the WSL judging criteria book. She is. She did all the hard work on that wave. That's going to be a good score.
Yeah, usually some competitors tend to kind of take their time and not fit that many maneuvers in, but the way this wave worked out for her is allowed her to do 3 turns on the outside, generated speed, and then went crazy on this inside section. So splitting the wave into 2 sections, clearly Sally doing the work on the outside, finishing strong with that floater maneuver on the inside. As we see her climbing onto the jet ski, she still thinks she might have time for one more wave, as we see Godo giving her a good, easy ride back out at Barra.
I love it. She just jumps right onto the back of the Red Bull jet ski with 2:38 to go. If she had to paddle back out right now, may not have made it in time. But technology is allowing us to see more Sally Fitzgibbons in this heat. That's going down to the wire.
And now Courtney out the back. Not a lot of time left, knowing that she needs to get a score better than the previous 2 she's had. She does have those scores that you see on screen, a 6.5 and a 5.27, but she's going to have to edge closer to that 7.17 that Sally got. We are waiting for scores, Chris. We don't know if Courtney will need something more than that 6.68. And the competitors in the next heat already prepared to get things started. It is very, very exciting to see all the competitors moving up the point. That tide we were talking about, Strider mentioned it a couple of times, coming up. It's coming in. It's making those waves break closer to that bank on the inside. And judging from what we've seen over the last 3 days of competition, it gets better right for sunset. So it could be really exciting. Here we go, Courtney having a look.
Late drop for Courtney Conlogue. Manages well, up and into the lip. What happened, Kelly? What was the mistake there for Courtney Conlogue?
As she took off, that wave slightly scooped up and sucked her up the face. Her takeoff wasn't going down the face. She got stuck on the lip line. As she landed, she lost speed, and when she connected with the lip, she was just a quarter of a second too late, hitting that wave right in the cup, a little bit too close to the whitewater, right where the lip is throwing 90 degrees. So as she was coming down, there was almost no hope for her. Nose of the board going under, and a missed opportunity for Miss Conlogue.
She'll make her way back to the takeoff zone. We have 43 seconds to go until we welcome Carissa Moore and Isabella Nichols into the lineup. World number 1 going up against world number 8. So this heat, again, with big implications. Isabella Nichols fighting to stay in the top 9. Well, all signs are pointing to Sally Fitzgibbons winning this heat with 20 seconds to go. That means that Malia Manuel's road just got a little bit easier towards requalification. Still going to be a huge challenge for the surfer out of Kauai.
Some bumps coming in. 7 seconds left. It looks like we will see someone spin around. It is going to be defense played on behalf of Sally Fitzgibbons. Unofficially, this young lady, the Olympian, runner-up multiple times at the championship tour, is just edging closer to getting her 13th CT win on her 13th year on tour on the 13th of August. Lucky 13 maybe for Sally.
And it's official. Sally Fitzgibbons has clinched a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Sure we'll hear more about that in the post-heat interview. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be back with Joe and Mitchell. Stay tuned.
flow. You know, just classy surfing.
Carissa Moore is marching through to the semi-finals for the 3rd time this year. A couple of solid turns there from Carissa Moore. This will be her best number to date. As we see, Carissa Moore, she surprised herself.
Yes.
A 9.9 for Carissa.
And look, she's just absolutely having a field day now.
First turn strong, second maybe even better.
Clean little wedge, set up well for Riss. She loves that real steep bowl. Now that slow motion bottom turn means it's tube time. Completely gone. Riss Moore. From this day forward, this town will be known as Carissa Moore. Riss clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll see you in September. It certainly has been one of the best years of Carissa Moore's life on tour. Her career continues to get better and better, already as one of the all-time greats in pro surfing, winning 4 titles, chasing down a 5th this year. Remember, already clinched a spot in WSL's Final Five story and did that back at the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro. Now we see her set up in a rematch of a final that we saw back in Newcastle, Australia. Rookie Isabella Nichols has been incredibly strong here at Barra as she takes on the current world #1.
Yeah, another great heat, Joe, especially with the conditions we have on offer right now. Moore has looked deadly, and Nichols has bettered her performances throughout every single heat, so I expect a lot of fireworks, but I also expect a lot of competitive surfing between both of these ladies.
Strong clash just came to an end with Sally Fitzgibbons and Courtney Conlogue. Fitzgibbons has been on the roll with wins this season, and Courtney's always been dangerous in any type of wave. No weaknesses. It's been this long comeback since that concussion she suffered a while back. But where she's sitting on the rankings, we're going to be really following that story with Courtney and Malia Manuel to see how that top 9 finishes to requalify for next season.
Yeah, so now the road is less difficult for Malia. Off air, we were talking about how it would have been nice to see them face off against each other in the semifinals. Malia still needs to win the event, though, to requalify for the championship tour in 2022. And Courtney now just has to wait and see what's going to happen tomorrow morning, potentially, if we do run finals day tomorrow. But yeah, Malia's just looked unstoppable, Joe. My dark horse to win the event, and this wave just suits her style so well. And the motivation behind her success, Andy Irons. She's looking to make him proud.
Definitely has done that already with now 30 minutes on the clock. Riss Moore, Isabella Nichols trying to set up the start of this heat. Riss demands the pole position. Carved a start for the Hawaiian. Finds that wrap, bottom dropped out, recovered well. Clean vertical snap, wraps it. Board's looking incredible from Matt Biolis. Classic airbrush that she had when she was a little kid, brought that back. Arcs it with a lot of flow off the bottom. She crushes that beautiful power carve and jams it shut, opens with authority, and shows why that she is #1 in the world.
Again? Really, again? Are we going to play this game and just like do the guessing? And obviously it's going to be excellent. I mean, just based off of what we've seen. Look at the replay here, Joe. Nice tempo, doesn't rush anything at the beginning, and then goes up into the lip right here when it steepens up. As critical as it gets, another beautiful carve. And then our water photographer has to duck dive under her so she can complete this ride at the end. I thought this was one of the most beautifully surfed waves we've seen all season long. No hiccups. That carve there was mental. She had to struggle against the backwash and then just blasted the last section up into the lip line. Look at this. I don't think the average surfer realizes how hard it is to just pull that turn besides the backwash, put that on, and then goes up straight afterwards. I mean, to be able to focus right after that and get that continuous motion, one right after the other, that's why she is a world champion. And man, this is going to be a large score, Joe.
Carissa Moore kicks off this heat with authority, turns in the biggest number that we've seen. Strider Wasilewski. Moore has a 9.8 to kick off this big match with Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, I was gonna say had to be at least a 9. That wave was unbelievable, and for her to be in position, I mean, that's why, you know, she's got the yellow jersey. She's just on fire with her positioning, her surfing and everything. But that wave was one of the best waves that I've seen all day. It stood up through the midsection and had a full wall barrel just grinding through a section where a lot of waves have backed off. So that was a beautiful selection of a perfect platform for her just to go crazy. I'm so psyched right now. I'm like drooling out here. Frostburger just coming out. I'm just like, need a bib for all my froth coming out. It was so rad. And the ladies have been turning it on so hard. It's just so fun. Sally was going through the roof. She was on some amazing waves, but that right there, thank you very much, Carissa Moore. She's on fire, and it's a pleasure to watch you.
Your bib is on the way. I think you're going to need it, because this is just beginning. 9.8, almost to start with a perfect score. 2 judges thought it was perfect. We were talking previously, Mitch, on how rare it is. 1, to go in the excellent range. Second part, to get a 10 now. That they keep that for waves that you'll never forget. That one was very close. 9.8, advantage, world number 1. Let's now talk to Sally Fitzgibbons with Kaipo.
Congratulations, Sally. You're on to the semifinals. Are you starting to get that winning feeling right now? Because you sure are looking on point.
Oh, thanks, Kaipo. I'm really excited. Under this mask, got the big cheesy grin. Coming up against Court, the Sea Tiger, she definitely brings it. She puts in the long hours and the work, and I just knew I had to be so on point and on the right waves. So it just feels really sweet to be moving through the semis, and I guess the last day of the regular season here in Mexico.
That's right. I got more good news for you. You've clinched your spot in the Final Five for the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. How do you feel about that?
At the start of the year, I believe that was possible. I've worked really hard on trying to grow and evolve my game, because looking at that 5, it's super hard to make that cut. That's just the first step, and then it's I think just getting that opportunity to go to lowers and really let my surfing breathe, and hopefully do that really high risk surfing, because I guess the whole season's been a warm up for there, but just to hear those words, really excited. And I haven't had internet all day, so my team back at home, like I know you're all here with me, and we've done it together. That's sick.
Congratulations. We'll see you in September.
Cheers, guys. Yee-hoo.
You are watching Surfing History here at Pipeline.
Huge late drop. Sally going for it.
Sally Fitzgibbons just outside the Final Five.
3-time runner-up in the world. One of the hardest working surfers in the game. Sally Fitzgibbons, your Rip Curl Rottnest Search champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
It feels so good to be back in that winner's circle.
Going above the lip, air reverse for Fitzgibbons.
Final Five credentials have been laid down, and Sally, she'll be dangerous in that Final Five.
Oh, it's just so exciting.
Sally Fitzgibbons, we will see you at Lowers.
I just believe it's possible, and if I just do everything in my power.
Big congratulations to Sally Fitzgibbons. She'll be there with Carissa Moore battling for a world title in September, and it's just so fitting that Fitzgibbons has earned that spot. 3-time runner-up in the world. The 29-year-old has given us so much brilliance over her long career that's spanning over a decade competing against the world's best. What a big moment, and more action happening in the water here, Mitch. Isabella Nichols getting started.
Yeah, and a big moment for Isabella Nichols too. Number 8 in the rankings right now. As of right now, I believe she is going to win the Rookie of the Year award, so congratulations to Isabella on a very strong performance in a rookie year, but still wants more than that, Joe. Looking to make it into the finals here at Barra De La Cruz, and this was a great response to Carissa's 9.8. Comes in at a 6.5, so definitely something that could add into her scoreline at the end of this heat. But if Riss gets anything close to the 6 of Isabella, she's going to be needing something close to perfection, as Carissa already has that 9.8.
Carissa Moore decides to pack up the 9.8, and it's going to be a short one. Quick fumble there for Moore.
Pretty uncommon to see that.
Once she usually gets a gigantic number like a 9.8, usually it's just good night. She'll continue to throw a big score. So a rare slip there. We'll see what happened in a moment.
Buenas noches, Frederico saying.
That's what we say around these parts. But like Sally was saying, it's been a really cool trip here to Mexico for a lot of reasons. We're all getting a break from our phones. Wi-Fi has been tough. So we're living in the moment, wave to wave with the best in the world. It's really refreshing. It's almost like we're turning back the clock again.
I was about to say, use the same word, refreshing. It's actually, you know, substantial to one's mental health too. Not being on my phone all day, not having to see texts, not having to worry about many other things besides our work and how much we enjoy what we get to do, and especially these ladies, like having this opportunity to compete in Mexico for the first time. We're gonna crown our potential champion tomorrow, and Joe, just to be back here, getting these waves, these experiences, and living it up with everybody down here at our hotel, just our whole crew. It's been amazing. This whole week has been outstanding, and I'm just stoked to be a part of it.
And we're absolutely scoring waves. Haven't had a single day off, and it feels like that theme will continue. Surfline telling us we'd really be stoked with yesterday and today's conditions, specifically wave height wise, but even the first day was really rippable and contestable. It was maybe more challenging to find the right section and the right wave. But even with all the moves of Barra De La Cruz, I mean, it's, in my mind, the best waves we've had quality wise on tour this year.
Oh, no doubt. And when it comes to that, I like to see Carissa's 9.8 again, because I mentioned to you when we watched the replay the first time, this to me has been one of the best waves we've seen all year. And I really agree with the 210 points that were thrown out there for Carissa's wave. Just outstanding from start to finish. Nothing more you could really do on that wave besides than what she actually did.
Barrel hunting is happening in this matchup. Isabella Nichols quickly, but right back to a big start. The best of the event for Carissa Moore.
Yeah, and just the pacing. Never rushed anything. The size of the wave was there. That section was just ridiculous. And no fear on that top turn from Carissa. And then it seemed like she was at home at Koalo Basin, but also surfing with the size of Sunset Beach. That carve right there was beautiful. And then to me, this turn right there, one of the most critical I've seen all year long, and then comboed it up with the finish. That combination of the last two maneuvers alone I thought was worth around 6 points, and Carissa did an outstanding job just to connect everything from start to finish on that one.
9.8 for Riss, and still trying to hunt down a solid backup. Here she goes. Quick option there, and she'll hop out. So remember, on the wave previous, we saw Isabella Nichols fall in the barrel. They'll wait to reset priority to see who's in the takeoff zone first.
Priority with the Pelican, Joe.
That's right. Pelicans are special.
Oh yeah, the real locals around here.
That's right, hanging out in the lineup with Riss and Isabella.
What's your favorite animal, Joe?
I actually really like birds a lot. Pelicans are cool. They can
surf.
They can surf. They can fly together and sink on waves. Dolphins are hard to go past because they surf really well. They'll surf with you. They have fun. They have enjoyment in the ocean.
You see the turtles out here the other day?
I saw that big Tortuga. Wow, that was an awesome sight to see, and very familiar for Carissa to see the honu, as you say in Hawaii, the turtle out in the water.
Yep. A lot of wildlife out here, especially marine.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of little fish jump when you're in the water out here.
Get a fishing area too. A lot of bluefin tuna, a lot of ahi. You get mahi-mahi, which down here in Mexico we call dorado because of their color and how gold they are. You get a lot of sea bass too, That's mostly inland around the lakes and the rivers and all the creeks. One really good thing from this area that you got to go a little bit further out as we see a black iguana. Black iguanas compared to green iguanas, they're actually carnivorous. Yeah, so they eat small bugs, smaller animals, but a lot of great swordfish around here, Joe. And it's great to cook too. Really good in tacos with a nice salsa. Yeah.
Oh, tengo hambre, making me hungry again, Mitch. I absolutely love tacos de pescado. Those fish tacos down here are insane. Right now, just a little bit of a calm after Carissa Moore literally made it rain with so many different types of turns on the 9.8. And Nichols is kind of in a familiar territory because Moore completely took over their heat at Newcastle in a pumping right. That was really glassy and firing. We'll see if the rookie can make a comeback. She's on the bottom half of the draw with Riss Moore. We'll see Tati take on Steph Gilmore. That's a big heat. Reminds me of a Bells final that happened back in 2018. Manuel paired up with Sally Fitzgibbons in the first semifinal.
Wow.
We're almost going to see if Courtney and Malia were almost going to surf off for a spot on tour. Malia's in a must-win situation, not just the semifinal, but the event. We'll keep you posted on her road to requalification and also the seeding that is setting up in the WSL Final Five scenario. Moments ago, we heard about Sally officially clinching that spot. We're going to see her at lower Trestles. I think she's taking it one event at a time. She's had such a streak of wins this year from Rottnest to El Salvador. We'll see if she can get another win here as she's in Mexico. First though, Mitch, what do you think her chances are at lowers? What do you like that Sally Fitzgibbons can bring to that high performance peak in California?
She presents a lot, I think, both on her forehand and on her backhand. As you mentioned, won the ISA gold medal in El Salvador earlier this year. Didn't need to compete for a certain part of the event onwards. Just needed to be present during her opening round heat. Needed to surf once and then she could have left. Ended up surfing around 8 heats in the repecharge round and won the gold medal. That wave was difficult. That actually reminds me a lot of lower Trestles. A lot of lefts, really difficult closing section, similar to the one at lowers, a really good right. And I think what Sally presents to the table in comparison to the other 4 ladies that will be there, she has the innovation factor that was already presented in her opening round heat here. And I think she's not afraid to use it when things get dirty, Joe. You got to bust it out when you need a big score. She's not afraid to pull those the trigger and really just try to punt to big air, get an 8 or a 9 when she needs it. The spontaneity, and if anybody works as hard as Sally Fitzgibbons, I don't know who that is.
So great to get the confirmation for Sally and Carissa Moore as we still have plenty of time in this quarterfinal, which kicked off with one of the best waves of the event. Carissa Moore leads with that big 9.8. We'll be back for more after this.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to worldsurfleague.com to get your official 2021 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome back to Barra De La Cruz. As you can see, it's a gorgeous afternoon and so much green on the hills and the mountains behind this right-hand point break. A lot of wildlife in between, a lot of untouched perfection on land and in the water as well. So we still feel incredibly lucky to be here. Always want to say muchas gracias to all the locals that are letting us have this lineup and seeing the world's best compete. Always want to shout out the locals that were in this event too, that used that opportunity well to represent themselves and Mexico. From Shelby Detmers to Regina Pioli. They showed so much improvement from day 1 to day 2, and they're still on hand enjoying the best in the world compete, which is great to see them, you know, hanging in the Red Bull Athletes Zone. They've got their locker room still. They're allowed to use it for the entire waiting period. They don't want to miss that opportunity. And a lot more to learn watching surfing like this in the pit to start for Moore. Stretches that one out really far in front for the roundhouse. A quicker carve back into the power source. The surfer from Oahu will fade quickly. Now off the bottom hard, and an insane layback hammer to put a healthy backup number behind the 9.8.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Isabella Nichols is going to need a combination of 2 scores after this wave from Carissa. One of the better barrels we've seen all day long. Good depth on that one from Carissa. Beautiful roundhouse. A medium-sized wave, but it offered up a lot of scoring potential. Paced herself right there. That was a gorgeous carve just to reposition herself right next to the whitewater, and finishes with a dirty layback. And look at this angle, Joe. Just compresses when she needs to halfway through the turn and really doesn't stand back up until she's completely out of the whitewater. Smart surfing there at the end of that wave from Carissa. And if it's anything better than the 6.5 than Isabella Nichols, she might be in a really tough spot heading into the last 12 minutes.
Carissa Moore's teammate on USA in the Olympics, John Florence, a 2-time world champ, has a very reliable layback hack that he features when he needs it the most. Moore now has a layback hack in her version that has been incredibly reliable and continues to get better. Wazalewski, I know you had to dry your eyes from all that spray in the face from Carissa's rail. That's insane.
Wow. Carissa Moore is on fuego. She just got so barreled, she let her hair down. And she's on fire. I mean, she's elected to paddle back out. She's given it just the groove, and I don't know, man, just I think it's just Viva Moore in Mexico. She's on fuego. I'm tripping right now at how well she's just sliding into every little moment out here, and she's just taking them and loving them and just literally taking her time on her paddle back out.
Oh, we love the Stoke Strider. I'm not sure if I saw a Tortuga, or if that was the Waz the other day. He's floating around like a turtle out there, but he's just taking it all in. You can see Strider is always the frothiest guy in the water. Gets so psyched, and he actually just wanted to digest what Carissa Moore was doing right there. A 9.8, a 7.67. Nichols in a severe combo with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I thought it immediately after she landed that layback at the end. And, you know, I think this is the best year I've ever seen competitively from Carissa Moore, 4-time world champion. 10-year anniversary, actually, from her first world championship in 2011. And it's great to see that she's been able to elevate her performances across, you know, the platforms that she's had, whether it's the championship tour or now with her Olympic gold medal, and been able to adapt to certain different competitive situations. At the Olympic Games, most of those heats were shorter times too. You're not used to the same kind of time zones competing, and it's just been a spectacular ride that Carissa's had this year. The level of consistency has been scary for everybody else, and unfortunately for the rookie Nichols, she now needs 2 excellent scores with 9 minutes to go.
What a year it's been for Isabella Nichols. She should be very proud of what she brought to the top 17 this year. I mean, making a CT final, there's some legends of the sport that haven't achieved that in an entire career. That's incredibly hard to do. She had to get past the most decorated surfer in the draw, Steph Gilmore, to meet Carissa in that final earlier this season.
Especially at home too. To do it at home in your first year, and then just try to actually beat Carissa in the final 2.
This was the tube from the Waz's angle here, Mitch.
Yeah, one of the better visions we've seen all day. Clean barrel, and the princess of Hawaiian surfing has really just given us a beautiful perspective of what Barra de la Cruz should be surfed like. You know, that's exactly the way it should be surfed. We saw Oscar Moncada do it in the 2006 trials. We saw Andy Irons do it in 2006 when he won. Now we're seeing Carissa Moore do it on her way to the semifinals here in 2021.
Carissa Moore was so talented so early. She would often take on heats with the guys in the boys division, and you know, all the guys still talk about remembering that. CT surfers like Keanu Singh, John Florence, they're like, oh wow, we got to really try to step it up, and Moore always loved the challenge. Up now, and we'll see what she wants to do, because Bella's comboed. There's that throw tail. She's going to experiment with some pretty radical maneuvers.
And you can tell she's having fun, because normally she wouldn't do this. She'd kind of be a little bit more patient. She'd just be sitting out the back, especially when you don't want to injure yourself and you're like, no, let's take things easy, let's be calm. But I think it's the waves, Joe. That's her motivation right now, because if she puts that into perspective, knowing that the waves are this good, it just produces her abilities so much more than when it's competitive waves like small beach breaks.
Well, Carissa released a movie earlier, and this might just be like a bonus part of that movie that she might add late. Kicked off the heat with a 9.8. 2 judges threw 10s at it, and that had a whole lot of meaning to the outcome of this matchup. Big power turns. Her flow is unstoppable. She does her biggest turns in the hardest sections of the wave. They love when the wave is steep and the section's big, and she slammed it shut. Bella got involved with a good start as well, 6.5.
And kept her composure too. If there's any positive that you have to take out of this, you competed well, but your opponent just competed a lot better. So you never made a mistake, but neither did your opponent. And Gris has just been unstoppable. It was a mistake on my behalf to not put her as my power surfer on my fantasy team, Joe.
Well, I got you covered in that respect. Carissa Moore, such a solid surfer. Most people picking her in that power situation to get double points on their fantasy teams, and they're all celebrating now with that 9.8 and 7.67 as she looks destined to be in that semifinal, which could be happening first thing in the morning. A lot of time to work with, though, for tomorrow, which if it is finals day. And Carissa Moore looking to pick up another win. She had just all-time consistency, really, finaling to kick off the year at Pipeline and getting a win in Australia, which is really great to see at Newcastle with that big air seen around the world. I think it's impressive when you're fighting for a 5th world title, but you can probably look at it and call that some of your best surfing that you've done in your career, from that huge air to what she's doing right in front of our face at Barra de la Cruz.
Yeah, and with the level of consistency that she's doing it too. How much are you getting out of each heat? What's your average heat total? How many heats have you won? What's your heat winning percentage? All those things you really have to think about. And at the top, most of the time, you got to be winning at least 3 out of 4 heats that you're surfing. And this is something that I tell a lot of the young kids that, you know, you try to mentor at your local spots and everything. If you're trying to be a professional competitive surfer, you need to acknowledge that you're going to lose a lot more than you're going to win. And that's where professional surfing is different to other sports. You have so many different opportunities to win, and it's not just one way.
Searching is Carissa Moore, up and out. As we mentioned, in 2010, she joined the top 17. What a big addition to that rookie class. Finished 3rd in the world, then a world title. 3rd in 2012, then in her 2nd world title. 3rd again to follow that up in 2014, then her 3rd world title. It was an interesting sequence. Isabella Nichols with a wall to work with, knows that she has a big combination, so hopefully she'll enjoy this ride and get to showcase her best surfing.
At least break combo too.
See Steph and Tati paddling out for the next quarterfinal as Bella's just flying through this big wall section. What a wave to pick off. Drills went off the lip, but she'll go down. And that combination will remain the same with 3:40 to go.
Yeah, and as I said before, there's so many positives to look on Nichols' year. best event so far as the quality of waves, and you're making the quarterfinals. And if you're going to lose to anybody, you're losing to the best surfer of the event, and you can't be bummed with the way you lost. Had almost a perfect heat. I mean, nothing you can really do against that besides get close to 210s. You're the only rookie that's looking to requalify. You're going to win Rookie of the Year. And second, what level of success did you have on a personal level? Did you meet your short-term goals, excuse me? Are your long-term goals still the same? And can you improve on that in the future too?
Watching a surf movie live. Carissa Moore, one of the all-time greats in her playground. On this right-hand point break over sand, she'll just pace her way off the bottom and just enjoy that fall. She has not a worry in the world at the moment.
Just an FYI, Joe, all of our Water Patrol members are actually lifeguards from right up the road in Puerto Escondido. Yeah, Coco Nogales is out there too with Chris Carpenter, so.
Great to see that, and what an enjoyable replay. Already tasting the semifinals, but it's another opportunity to just try different types of moves.
Yeah, and dude, the waves are perfect, Joe. Wouldn't you want to catch another wave when you still have time to do so? But yeah, just running away with it. Isabella's score of 4, didn't break combo, and it's just one of those heats where Carissa just started off with the right foot in such a strong way. You can only play catch up after that. And with 90 seconds to go, Isabella's probably just got to catch one more wave and be content with the way she's going to finish her competitive year.
Enjoying these quarterfinals. Remember, we have Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore in the next heat.
A key heat though, right, Joe? Coming up for the rankings. Tati number 4, Steph number 5. As close as it gets.
Seeding so important when it comes to filling out the WSL Final Five. We had Malia Manuel take out world number 2, Joanne Defay, at the top of the quarters. And Joanne getting some happy news as well. Joanne's never won a world title. It's kind of fun to have those fresh names in title contention for the first time in their career.
Yeah, and the one thing about Joanne too, she won at the Surf Ranch, which in my opinion, that's the hardest place to win on the championship tour. I don't care if it's men or women. There's only been a handful of champions there, and dude, everybody coming out of that place says this wave is hard to surf. So as far as her confidence goes, I think that has to be something big.
Quarter 2 won by Sally Fitzgibbons. What a battle that was with Courtney Conlogue. Conlogue also just hold her breath to see if she can keep that 9th qualifying spot on the championship tour. We'll keep you up to date with all those numbers as we are closing out quarterfinal number 3. A runaway performance by the world number 1, the reigning world champ, a 9-8 to start, and she never looked back as she moves on to the semifinals. Coming up next, we'll see Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore here at Perfection at Barra De La Cruz. Carissa Moore celebrating one of her best heat totals of the season in 2021. I felt like something really changed in Carissa Moore when she realized that she had won gold at the Olympics. She had a big embrace to silver medalist Bianca Beckendach. I felt like she finally realized that she's the best surfer in the world. She has always had a tough headspace as far as critiquing herself.
Yeah.
Which has also probably helped her be so good because she's always pushing. She never stops until it's perfect. She works on her air game, her carves, her tube riding. She calls up mentors from different locations, from Shane Beshen if she wants to work on airs, Poncho Sullivan if it's bigger waves like Sunset Beach. She even traveled with CJ Hobgood for a bit, 2001 world champ. And even regional locals for that success. Right here on hand, she's got her husband Luke, of course, and also Mitchell Ross from Newcastle, who's an incredible pro surfer for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Won a few QS events, too.
Amazing. Remember getting some accommodations in Australia. And there's a huge poster of Mitch Ross on the wall. Such a kind human and gets along incredibly well with Carissa and her family. Brand new heat setting up here. Steph versus Tati, Mitch Salazar. Early expectations on this heat.
If you want to compare me to Mitch Ross, I take that as a big compliment.
But yes, this is a massive heat. The only goofy footer left out of the women in Tati. And then Stephanie, my power surfer pick, 33 years of age, 7-time world champion. As of right now, number 5 in the rankings. So it is a big heat for her and a wave that is extremely similar to her home break of Snapper Rocks. And then Weston-Webb, who has already had a big win this year in Margaret River, surfed incredibly well in that event. Number 2 in the rankings now, so she has actually moved up. 25 years of age and here with her husband Jesse, enjoying their time in Mexico. And she's been a finalist at another location here in Mexico, in Los Cabos, actually. I believe Caroline Marks took her out in that final.
Great goofy foot battle on a Wright called Zippers. So fun when you have a successful feeling returning to a country. Tati's husband Jesse, we always remember seeing him on tour. Jesse Mendez, really talented goofy foot from Sao Paulo, Brazil, was rivals with Medina growing up in that region, a Triple Crown champion. So a ton of support there. Tati's also with Greg Browning. Browning getting a lot of clips and vision and a lot of support. Lived the life of a pro surfer for many years from the South Bay in Los Angeles. The guy absolutely rips.
Oh, yeah.
Remember surfing a wave called the Avenues in the South Bay and Redondo Beach, and all of a sudden Greg Browning shows up with Jay Larson.
Jay Lar.
Late night. I was blown away. I think I almost got out just to watch. So it's cool to surround yourself with a ton of talent. And, you know, Tati made the big switch as her main coach with Ross Williams, one of our co-commentators, turned coach recently, longtime CT career, which was great to see. And they made some quick adjustments to Tati's approach. Well, Tati brings it up, Ross brings it up. There was a huge shift in her approach and is bringing her a ton of confidence as well. Might be a little tricky without internet connection to get a little bit of feedback from Ross since he isn't here in Mexico.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, having worked with him before in the past, and I love Ross Williams. I think he's one of the greatest minds of the sport of surfing, and he knows that it's better to leave your athlete alone if it's just going to be a little bit too difficult to communicate. You need to rely on the ability of them having that knowledge of being able to compete by themselves and not relying on somebody else. And that's what I like a lot about Ross.
Beautiful arc to kick things off for the queen of Snapper Rocks. Making those comparisons herself to her home break back in Oz. Just kind of a setup wave to kick this one off with Tatiana Weston-Webb. You're always curious who's going to start first, who's going to out-hassle each other for the opening wave. I feel like Gilmore just wanted to start. Got a mid-range wave just to get that rail wet and get this quarterfinal underway. Let's catch up with world number 1, Carissa Moore with Kaipo.
Carissa? No, it's no problem. Hey, we're open with the conversation. But what I want to talk about is just an outstanding heat. I want to talk about an excellent score. I want to talk about that 9.8 that you opened up with. Talk to me about that wave. Talk me through that wave.
Thank you, Kaipo. Well, it kind of all just happened so fast. It was kind of crazy because before I paddled out, I was actually planning on riding my 5'10.5" driver that I rode this morning. And then I noticed that I had like punched the fin box and I actually got hit in the head with my board, and I think that's when that happened, and I was like, oh no. So I ended up riding my smaller board, and when I got on the wave, it just felt a lot more fast and loose, so it took me a second to kind of feel it through. I wasn't sure what I was going to get, but I'm super thankful for the excellent score.
Okay, looking to tomorrow. Finals day, very likely. What are your plans when we talk about boards, any other kind of changes that you're going to make going into finals day?
I have some great equipment right now from Matt Biola, so I have a good quiver to pick from, and it looks like we have some great waves on offer again tomorrow, so I'm just going to head back hopefully on the next bus, get some AC, a little nap in maybe, or just an early dinner and an early sleep, and let's go.
That sounds like a great plan. We'll see you in the semifinals, Carissa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Carissa Moore turning in one of the craziest waves, and especially on the start. It's so remarkable to kick off with a score that you keep at the end of a heat. It was a 9.8 on her very first wave to combo Isabella Nichols. And now seeing Isabella Nichols out, we're looking at this critical heat in the quarterfinals. Steph versus Tati. This was what Gilmore did to open up the matchup.
Yeah, just a 2.83. Wanted to get a quick wave in the beginning of the heat, and you know, sets her up for what I think is the most dangerous version of Stephanie Gilmore under everybody else's priority. And I believe Tati in this heat up against Steph, who, in my opinion, at this wave could potentially be the best surfer in the world, male or female. She's had her ups and downs, hasn't had the best year, hasn't had a win yet. So it'd be nice to see it here. But I feel like Tati has to be on the best waves of the heat, especially on the set waves. That's how she beat Sage Erickson in the round of 16. That's how she's got to beat Stephanie Gilmore right here.
We've had big news today with regards to the WSL Final Five. Courtney Conlogue losing earlier today, also losing Isabella Nichols. We can now make it official with both these athletes in the lineup. Steph Gilmore in the number 5 spot at the moment. We'll be seeing her at lower Trestles in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gilmore now off the bottom, setting up a nice vertical over the roof. Snap to float into a gorgeous wrap. Nice finesse for Gilmore. Carve and just early to a wild end section. That was all about her experience, knowing where to place that board on a floater section that almost looked impossible.
Yeah, it was the floater to snap, right, where she got a little stuck at top, but it actually helped her out. It was a little bit more critical, and just over 10 minutes have gone by, and whoa, I think somebody's motivated. She probably saw Carissa's 9.8 and thought to herself, you know, Aris, I could maybe match that, if not even go a little bit better. And great wave selection, and as I told you, under Tati's priority. Beautiful carve right there, but there's one bottom turn after this. Look at how long and drawn out that was. Just beautiful positioning on the rest of the wave after that bottom turn. Combos it up, love the pace, love the read, and this is where regular footers have an advantage in comparison to goofy footers, Joe. They can read the wave better down the line and compared to somebody who has their back up against the wall.
So many different types of turns, and I love how you felt Carissa Moore motivating Steph, because they always have done that in their careers. Dangerous end section. That thing can take you out, break your board, and I love how she got up there so early. Her best wave so far in this heat. As we just made that announcement coming into this event 5th, I mean, that was a dangerous spot in regards to WSL Final Five scenarios. And Gilmore will probably get the news soon that is it officially hers, and she will be at lower Trestles. And Tatiana Weston-Webb as well will now be competing for a world title in September. Strider, WSL's Final Five set for our world champions on the women's side.
A little warm-up match then, right? Because these surfers both looking like they're going to be in that and going straight at it. Tati let Steph have that wave. How do you let Stephanie Gilmore have an inside nugget that's doubling up like that? Was she just thinking like maybe there was a bigger, better wave outside? Whatever it was, that's a dangerous program, giving up anything to Stephanie Gilmore, especially the way Stephanie reads waves and the way she sees them. And from here, I could even see that wave had a side like wall down off the main peak that looked like it was just going to keep on giving her something to work with. So really interesting wave right there. Really fun to watch. And she crushed it all the way through. Sounds like, if I'm hearing it right, an 8.33, Joe?
That's exactly right, Waz.
Wow. Well, there you go. Don't give Steph any room. Don't let her breathe on a wave.
Hey, Strider, I got a question for you. Both you and I are goofy footers. From your perspective out there, based off of the 833 that Stephanie got, do you think that Tati can achieve a score similar to that or better on a medium-sized wave like the one Steph got?
100%. It's just all in your approach to the wave. Going vertical and getting out with variations on the bowl and doing those turns. It's utilizing what the wave gives you and just suiting that wave with your surfing and really placing your board in those positions on the wave. You know, Stephanie does it so well. Well, she'll hit the lip in perfect position. She'll carve the corner and come back in. You can do all that, front side or backside. And it's, you know, a lot of people say it's harder to read on the backhand. I don't believe so. I believe you're always looking over your shoulder. You're always checking what's coming down the line, and you can read it on the waves just as well on the forehand and the backhand.
Muchas gracias, Tortuga.
Tortuga de Waz.
That's right. He's got that huge pack on his back. I'm always so impressed with the production crew and the broadcast team. I mean, keeping a mic out in the ocean and getting a nice conversation for Strider has given us insight on conditions, on performances for years now on the WSL Championship Tour. Gilmore 833, 283. Nice start against Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is what the judges thought. One went as high as a 9, the lowest an 8, all agreeing that it was excellent surfing from one of the all-time greats.
Had to be. I mean, nothing much more you could have done on that wave, and that's the beauty of Stephanie Gilmore surfing, is that she surfs to the wave's potential. Doesn't really do much more than that or anything under it.
Tatiana Weston-Webb airdrop. Controls it without a problem. We'll see how she's going to fight back to get into this heat. Attacks the whitewater. Representing Brazil on tour as she belts it there. Hard snap there. She'll recover the nose. Smooth bottom turn. Stabs it quickly. A loose re-entry there with a lot of commitment. And she will crack that section shut. Gilmore quick to answer. Stretching out this wall before she then redirects. One of the best forehand swoops we've ever seen on tour. She'll continue just to weave back and forth. Coming from Australia, but has numerous trips to Mexico behind her. Nice tight wrapping turn. She'll use that section to hack it in the whitewater, and a wild backwash end section, but Steph has been perfect on her completions in there.
And that's what I'm talking about. You know, surfs to the wave's potential, never does anything that she doesn't need to do on the wave, and it was a great answer from Tati. But since Stephanie just answered back with her own response, I feel like Weston-Webb is probably going to need 2 fresh scores in these last 19 minutes to beat Gilmore at her own game. It was a great response by Gilmore, knowing that Weston-Webb hadn't caught a wave in the first 15 minutes. And let's look at Tati's first. Difficult wave to read right at the beginning. Struggled to get to the open face, but once she did, went to work. And this is the one advantage the goofy footers have over regular footers right now, Joe. They can get their board a lot more vertical in these steep sections of the pocket. Beautiful combination right there from Tati. Recovers well after catching her nose, and then goes up into the lip several times in the row. The wave backed off a little bit though. It was tough to read,
And it wasn't Tati's fault, but she did the best she could with what she got. And then in response was Steph Gilmore with another great wave. Smaller one, but recognized that she probably just wanted to get a backup score. I love that forehand cutback. I'd have to say the best style, you know, the men's and women's tour, Joe. Another one, and just picked up the pace halfway through it. As the wave started to bowl up on the inside, I love that setup carve right there where she slides the fins at the end. And I thought this finish was so important to the score because she hadn't gone up into the left line once up until the end.
What a special surfer, Stephanie Gilmore, winning a title as a rookie in 2007 and putting together another Barra De La Cruz special. 833 already and a solid backup there. Now really enjoying the Red Bull ski on the pickup. Great lifeguard team from Puerto Escondido. We'll put her back in a takeoff zone quickly. After all that hard work through the early rounds of no assist, this has to feel incredible.
Well, and this is easy work for the lifeguards here. They go through a lot of stuff at Cicatela Beach in Puerto Escondido. If it weren't for those guys, I mean, I myself owe them a lot of gratitude. And Coco Nogales out there too, helping them out, and he's another experienced guy with the ski too. If you want anybody out there from the local standpoint, it's Coco Nogales.
Such an awesome human being. It's so fun running into Coco. He has really amazing energy.
You want to hear a cool story about Coco? He runs this own group project of his called Ahava. It helps local youth, especially, you know, rural youth that don't have much, underprivileged, and he gives them the opportunity to become surfers, sponsors them if they want to go out and compete on a national level, and he's giving back to the community a lot more. And Coco comes from really humble beginnings. He's actually from Mexico City originally, came from poverty, bought a bus ticket to Puerto Escondido when he was around 10 years old and stayed there, and now he's one of the most successful surfers we've ever had in Mexico.
That story is absolutely phenomenal. And the way humans like that give back to the next generation is what it's really all about. Helping the community, helping the next generation of surfers, and really creating a path for that type of success. And now we're just counting the days till we have more contenders from Mexico looking for a spot on the championship tour.
Yeah, we got the talent right now. Al Cleveland Jr.'s there, Johnny Corso, who was in the event, and Diego Cadena too.
15:25 on the clock. Gilmore out in front, and Tatiana chasing an 8.4 here in the quarterfinals. .14 minutes on the clock, and Stephanie Gilmore enjoying a nice lead over Tatiana Weston-Webb as we just released the news that we have WSL's Final Five position set for the women. Gilmore, coming into this event 5th in the world, was in a really dangerous position when you thought about who was behind her. Some of the biggest names I think about, Caroline Marks, who had a huge opportunity to get a spot, and maybe the biggest name that kind of blew me away was two-time world champ Tyler Wright. Didn't see her not being in the mix coming to lower Trestles, especially after she kicked off the year in the Jeep Leaders jersey with a win at Pipeline.
Yeah, had a rough time there at the Australian leg, didn't get the results she wanted, and wasn't able to attend the Surf Ranch event, and that just put her in an awkward position coming into Mexico. And with the unfortunate news today about the cancellation of Tahiti, now it's all down to the Final Five that we got today.
It's all right in front of us now. This event, the last event of the regular season, as all surfers are trying to hunt down an event title before it's all about world titles. Really impressed to see Malia Manuel's connection to Barra De La Cruz. I mean, it makes sense. When she's on a world-class wave, she absolutely delivers. But it's also, when you're under pressure, you can get distracted by the nerves of trying to save your spot on tour. Malia Manuel will have Sally Fitzgibbons in the semifinals. Fitzgibbons, one of the athletes to get the news that she clinched a spot to go for a world title at lowers. Carissa Moore waiting for the winner of this heat for the second semifinal. Will it be one of her longtime rivals in Gilmore, or will we see Tatiana Weston-Webb come from behind in this one?
Yeah, and Tati's made several finals on her backhand. Already won at Margie's this year on her backhand too, Joe.
Steph Gilmore getting started up and out. Priority stays with Tati. Yeah, such a solid backhand attack. She's always loved Margaret River. It was so rad to see her podium and with a major victory. And then the crazy roller coaster of the championship tour in the West, coming off a win. She's got all this momentum. Goes to Wajima or Rottnest Island and suffers a lot in the elimination round. And she never really got going in that event. She was waiting for the right kind of wave in the seeding round. It never really happened. I think she still felt confident coming off a huge win, and she was definitely shocked when that Aussie leg ended really too early.
Yeah, but a great result in the rebound at the Surf Ranch. Made it into the quarters, and at least here, she secured her spot into the WSL Final Five. And at the end of the day, Joe, that's all that matters. You're getting your goal done. You're getting yourself into contention to win your first world championship. And the important thing to look at here, it doesn't matter where your seeding is. You need to go into that event just looking for blood. You got to go for the championship no matter what, regardless if you're 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. It's all the same in the matter of statistics, right? It doesn't matter until you get there, until you put the jersey on for the first time. And if your goal is the same, the championship doesn't matter if you're 1st or 5th.
Steph Gilmore will fade and look to improve on her lead. She'll just hop out. 10:45 to go. Yeah, speaking of seeding, Mitch, it's just Gilmore 5th, Tati 4th. So you're thinking if Steph does take this win, maybe she'll have a chance to move to 4th. The match still stays the same because 4th and 5th in the world begin the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And that's what's sort of left for the women's side, setting up that seeding to see who will be opening up that incredible day where we're crowning men and women's world champ on the same day this September.
And your mindset has to be the same too. It's like you get one chance at stardom, Joe. Being the only goofy footer out of those 5 as well, I think it's what that would make it super special for Tati. Being able to win at lowers. I actually believe she would be the first female goofy footer to win at lowers, and what a great way to do it in front of everybody and maybe take out 2 championships for Brazil at the same time too, because as of right now, before this round started, 3 of the top 5 guys are Brazilian: Felipe, Italo, and Gabe. And man, what a day it would be if Brazil won 2 in the same.
As we look at the final bracket for the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, Manuel has a mission ahead of her, looking to go on to win to try to make sure she's on tour next year. Sally Fitzgibbons knows that she'll be at lowers fighting for a title as she's looking for another win this season. And Carissa Moore, gold medalist, reigning world champ, trying to win a 5th title this year. Will it be her longtime rival of Gilmore? It's looking that way so far. But Tati's very smart and patient. 9 minutes to find that 8.4.
How cool would it be to see Malia Manuel requalify with victory here for Andy?
And also it'd be her first victory of her career if that does happen. Still a lot of surfing to go. Here's Gilmore. Looking really quick on a smaller wave, so really deciding to commit to some serious rail work. and then blowing the tail into a layback. When you think of progression with Gilmore, she does one of my favorite turns, a grab rail tail slide, and she can do it really quick. She's featured it Snapper in a jersey. She featured it quite a bit in a new movie called Surfing with a lot of her best friends in Australia. She doesn't have like really big airs, but I really love progression, even when you're staying on the face with an aggressive, powerful tail slide. This wave will offer that section up for Gilmore.
The music in that film was pretty good.
Yeah,
I
really
enjoyed
was.
it a lot. A good variety of music too. Dimity's section was pretty rad.
How good did, how awesome was it seeing Dimity be the all-star of that movie?
Yeah.
She gets so barreled. And it was fun hanging out with Dim. It was one of our co-commentators to the Aussie leg as well.
Joe, you know what? I'm stoked that Quiksilver geared us out, because my wardrobe is pretty plain. Like, if it were up to me, I'd just be wearing slippers, just shorts, and a top, like, all day long. But they geared us out, and then I saw that video surfing with all the women, and the way they dress, I'm like, dude, I wish I had your guys' style and, like, were able to portray my style that way.
It's style's always been around in surfing, hasn't it? On land or the water. Here's Gilmore once again.
Well, you know who has style on land and in the water is Steph Gilmore. She's looking to better a 5.4, Joe, and I think she did that at just a bit more. Smaller wave, but as you were saying, looked very quick. I think speed at this wave, whether it's being controlled or just gained, is something crucial to big scores.
Over the falls, and it was a serious waterfall of water there. Tati going for an incredibly late takeoff the board and still tombstoning, and she had a pretty long hold down on that wave.
Little reference to TLC, huh? Gone chasing waterfalls.
Let's see what happened here.
Wow, that was a big wave, and she just got into it a little too late. And the drop not completed by Tati. Look at the backwash on that thing, and the fall coming at you. There's so many variables that are far out of your control, and Tati tried to make the most of it, but the wave just got the better of her.
Tati's always been an absolute charger, and she talks about the story of growing up on the island of Kauai, and she kind of had no choice. Big brother like Troy who swings on anything.
Great surfer.
Super talented, but you know, his ability to charge, he's like, hey, you're coming with me. Calls her up to this day when it's pumping, and he's like, where are you? And she always credits her big bro for that success and that comfort factor that she feels in big waves. And when you're that comfortable, you can look at a bomb drop like she just took with different types of eyes. Strider down to 5 minutes in this quarterfinal.
Refrigerator. I'm throwing it in the refrigerator. This thing is over.
You said that really well.
You know what? She was, that last Langosta dive was pretty heavy. I mean, she went straight over the falls and just got pressed on the, in the lip with her board. That took a lot out of her, and she was underwater for a long time, and then she had to paddle back out to see Stephanie Gilmore sitting there with priority. Not a lot of time left. Pretty much needing a combo of scores. That's a tough ask right now.
So tough, Strider, and I love how you referenced the great late Chick Hearn for the Lakers. You use that reference a lot, the refrigerator. That's really explaining that this thing is over, where you're not seeing Tati having a chance to answer back. And we'll see if Strider's going to see another wave coming. So interesting last 4 minutes for Tati, knowing that this could end up being her first match at lower Trestles.
Yeah, and I think it all depends on how the potential heat between Stephanie and Carissa would go in the semifinals here. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And how she would approach it, knowing that she, first of all, want to get payback, and second, has the motivation for the World Championship in one single day.
Right into the Jeep recap of quarterfinal 4. 7-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore looking for her first CT win of the season. Unbelievable bottom turn to put herself in position to lay down that carve. So smooth in her reaction time to the different sections. And I think maybe what might be most impressive to me is her will to finish in really hard sections.
Yeah, and Tati had a decent answer. Had the 5.33. Wasn't the best wave, but this was a manufactured score
out of a wave that was very difficult to surf, and the Brazilian unfortunately just hasn't had the connection with the ocean as she would like to. And then Steph on an insider. This was her last wave, 7-1-7, Joe.
Really enjoying this preview of what could be the first match at lower Trestles, and we'll see what happens with confidence. Gilmore still having Tati comboed. If this ends up being that first match at lowers, think about the confidence for Gilmore knowing that she beat Tati in a high performance wave.
I think the main difference at lowers, though, would be that Tati has the ability to get a large score on the left and the right. I think Stephanie's strength would be on the right-hander. I seriously doubt that she would really look left unless she would need to. And that's where Tati's dangerous at this point. You know, she just has both sides of the peak right there to really develop her scores, and in a priority system with only 2 people out there, it's going to be hard to beat her if the waves are pumping.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, stellar season, the champ in West Oz at Margaret River. And that wave was big, it was powerful, it was pretty scary at times, especially on that gigantic day we opened up with.
Had some near perfect scores too. I think she had a couple of scores in the 9s. Then the final, she just dominated.
And that really put her in a great position. And you have to mention right before that a Pipeline where she was expected to win. She was a little frustrated with her performance when she went down before the final, losing to Tyler Wright. And now Tati's going to call it a day here with 1:40 on the clock. Big congrats to her on clinching that spot. The Rip Curl WSL Finals on a stellar season here in 2021. And now she'll have a bit more time to prepare for Southern California. And we are going to have an all-world champs heat. The most decorated surfers on the top 17 meet head-to-head in the semifinals. Woo. Stephanie Gilmore versus Carissa Moore.
Ay, 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 Jose.
I mean, you saw Carissa, you said, lo siento, I'm sorry, I didn't put you as my power surfer. It was Gilmore, but I kind of like how it worked out this way for yourself and your fantasy team, Mitch.
No, Joe, it didn't work out well at all, because if Carissa beats Steph in the semis, it just proved my point completely wrong.
But we get them settle it. For all of us, it's the all-time greats doing battle at Barra De La Cruz. They probably both say this is their favorite venue that they've had on tour.
You want a great comparison, though, Joe?
Certainly.
Prime Stephanie Gilmore against prime Carissa Moore is basically Kelly Andy, like the Icons moment we had in Japan.
100%.
You know, it's similar waves, and styles suit this wave. It's going to be epic.
Now Steph enjoying the lineup still at 20 seconds, all by herself. .833 her high mark, 717. She has so much soul in her surfing. Have that natural ability from day one.
Could watch her surf all day long.
Steph Gilmore will enjoy her final lap as she'll prepare for a semifinal, possibly tomorrow. Coming up next, men's quarterfinals, world number 1 Medina headlining the heat with David Silva. We'll be right back.
he's claimed victory.
Big frontside air reverse for Gabriel Medina.
He finds a bigger end. This no!
He's asking for a 10, please. Racetrack section, tail high reverse.
Really pivoting off the tail, hammers the pocket.
Huge alley-oop from Gabriel Medina into a frontside air reverse. With 2 more events to go, it's already official. Gabriel Medina has qualified for the Rip Curl WSL Finals as part of the WSL Final Five. Gabriel Medina, we will see you at Lowers.
Time to fire it back up. This is the quarterfinals of the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Callie Carranza. What you're about to see is a real David versus Goliath moment. David Silva versus Gabriel Medina, your current Jeep ratings leader. And what we just saw in the women's quarterfinal, well, if that's any indication of what we're about to see now, buckle up. You're in for a wild ride.
How do you like this matchup? Guarujá versus Maresias, the world #1 against the world #27, Medina Silva. All of Brazil must be watching this heat. No time for siestas, galera. No time to be doing something else. Soccer is very important in Brazil, but right now, surfing taking the #1 priority.
Well, you've got the world #1 versus the world #27. Gabriel Medina has clinched a spot in the WSL Final Five. David Silva, well, he's just fighting to re-qualify, so a big result here that could help him out. You got 2 goofy footers, one of the best aerialists in the planet. David Silva, a wily competitor. He will go beyond vertical if given the opportunity. And let's kick it off with Gabriel Medina coming around the corner on a frothy one. Going to set things up for the midsection of this wave. This is a Cobra coiled, ready to strike. Great combination right there for Medina. Another 3rd hammer. A 4th. And that right there is something you don't see every day. Gabriel Medina making a big mistake on his final turn.
It's okay, showing the world he's human. You know, he can make mistakes. You can't expect him to do on every single wave something incredible.
Yes, I can.
Small fall, Chris. Small fall, 35 minutes. We got time.
Well, we've got 31 minutes to go. Now David Silva will be out the back with priority. That gives us the opportunity to talk to one of the best to ever do it. Stephanie Gilmore is with Kaipo Guerrero.
Chris, I do agree with you. One of the best to ever do it. Congratulations, you're on to the semifinals. Let's get straight to talk about the semifinals. We'll be in semifinal #2 with Carissa Moore. I'm calling that the Champions Heat. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I sat on the beach just before my quarterfinal then and watched Carissa. You know, she's throwing perfect 10s and then getting barreled and doing massive turns. So I think Carissa and I have pretty different styles. You know, she's sort of just lays into everything, and I'm a little more maybe precise, a little more carvy, but yeah, it's it'll be hopefully a good matchup. Hopefully the waves don't stop. Hopefully they're just like this and we can put on a good show, but yeah, she's definitely the one to beat.
Got great news for you. You've clinched your spot in the Final Five for the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. What do you feel about that, Steph?
Yeah, once we heard Tahiti was cancelled, I was really like, oh my God, this is it. This is the event, you know. Don't mess up. Don't let any foot off the gas. Just, oh my God, I'm so stoked. Yeah, sitting on 5th going into this event, I was like, oh, you know, I feel comfortable here for sure, but who knows what's going to happen in Tahiti. And then, yeah, oh my goodness, I'm so stoked. All I wanted was just to make sure I had a shot in the final, in the starting line. That's all I need, so just a little opportunity. That's awesome.
We'll see you at that starting line.
Stoked.
Sick.
As if that smile couldn't get any bigger. Stephanie Gilmore relieved, excited, and ready for the upcoming WSL Finals. The Rip Curl WSL Finals will go down this September, and Stephanie Gilmore will be there along with Carissa Moore, Sally Fitzgibbons, And a few more names to drop before the end of this event. But speaking of dropping hammers, David Silva. He is absolutely throwing haymakers. His backhand has always been vicious. Right there, he was able to unleash 3 in a row. And can he complete the end? He does not. Similar run to Gabriel Medina's first wave, where he got a 4.67 that the judge is going to throw out there for David Silva.
Oh, he's so unfortunate that he wasn't able to ride out clean on that last part of the wave. Chris, if you thought that it was all about Felipe, Gabriel, Italo, they're the best in Brazil, David just hasn't been lucky enough to get the results that he deserves. His surfing, incredible. As we see Gabi's first ride. This came in at a 4.67. ¿Por qué, you might say? Well, wave backed off to the midsection, and you're going to see a small, unusual mistake from the man from Maresias. But before that mistake, there was incredible surfing. That second to last turn just put him a little bit off kilter, a little bit off timing for that last maneuver. And David, if you actually look at it from this angle, the turns in which he connects with the lip, these were cutbacks. Have a look at this turn right here. Spray goes up and above and past the actual TV frame that you're watching. That's more than 10 feet from where the tail of his board is. Incredible power. And there, a little bit of backwash, a little bit too vertical, slowing his board down and isn't able to ride out clean. So, both surfers with mistakes. David Silva on the very last part of the wave.
A little too much pepper on that end section for both of these young Brazilian surfers. Gabriel Medina with that 4.67 to start things off. These are 35-minute heats. The winner of this heat will go on into the semifinals, which we know, judging by the names we have still left in the draw, are going to be absolutely stacked. Coming up next, Leonardo Fioravanti versus Connor Coffin, number 8 in the world versus number 17. I love that these matchups are coming from the lower parts of the championship tour all the way up to the top.
You know, I can't help but think, but compare these two surfers to two different types of Chile. Chile Serrano is the one that you see in your Salsa Mexicana. You see it all the time. Gabriel Medina, constantly seeing him win heats. And then you have a smaller Chile, dangerous, deadly, habanero. That's David Silva. Just, you don't see him enough. But when you give him that canvas, he is so spicy. Let's have a look, another look at Gabby's first ride.
That was my favorite thing you've said all week long. Thank you for that, Kelly Carranza. And you're absolutely right. We're so used to seeing Gabriel Medina do big things, do big numbers, win events constantly. He's already won multiple events this year. But David Silva, he is lethal. 5.33 in his first wave, and he's in the lead for now. So Gabe's second wave, just a quick up and down, won't come through as a score of note. David Silva has one of those as well, just a 0.43, so pretty even matchup so far. There's Gabriel Medina taking a look at his surfboard.
Interesting to see.
Keep our eyes on him and see if anything's happening.
Interesting to see this matchup, Chris. You know, both surfers are, 26, 27 years old. David Silva competed on the QS for 6 years. It took him a long time to get onto the world stage. Gabriel Medina, a whole different beast. He got on tour very young. Remember when he was 15, he did those 2 crazy airs in the final at the Quiksilver event? He was 15 years old. Immediately after, qualified and won 2 events. Events number 3 in France, and then he won that San Francisco event. I believe it was a very difficult, tricky wave, beach break, hard to catch him. For a young competitor to do that in those conditions, that really showed the world that, well, this kid, he doesn't really only need, 2-foot waves. He can do it in bigger surf. And now proving that he is one of the best in these long, drawn-out point breaks.
Well, he's put his name on this decade. This is the Medina era. With that many titles behind him and that many more in front of him, it's pretty much between him, John, and Italo as to which of those 3 surfers will define the 2020s.
And who will win the most titles? Right now, Gabby has 2, John 2, Italo only won, but with the surfing that he's doing and the momentum that Italo is carrying, winning that first gold medal in the Olympics, it's going to be an interesting event, this event. You think of potentially having finals tomorrow. It's going to do wonders for whoever wins this event as far as confidence goes. Obviously, we're talking about the WSL Final Five. We're talking about rankings and who ends up surfing in the first match. But I really want to see who takes this event out, because as far as right-handers go, one of the best in the world, and as far as conditions, we've had pretty much anything between 3 to 7 foot waves already in the first 3 days of competition. And tomorrow, looking really, really fun. Maybe a little bit more consistency.
Can't wait. 23:20 to go. Gabriel Medina with a 4.67 and a 2.50. We know what he's capable of, and those two scores most likely will be wiped right off the board. David Silva, similar situation, a 5.33 and a 0.43. Like to see this goofy-footed matchup. Two goofy powerhouses, followed by two regular-footed powerhouses. That's a fun conversation we've been having all week long. There are no strengths or weaknesses in terms of stance anymore. That's old. That's old school stuff.
Yeah, if there already usually think about maybe barrels. Previously, you used to think that you would be, or you would have an advantage going on your front hand. Now, backside almost seems to be an advantage. But I would have to agree with you, Chris. I feel that long gone are those days when you could say, oh, he's going front hand. He's definitely going to win this event.
Well, I'm a good footer, you're a regular footer, so I think we know where we draw the line there. I'm Chris Cote, this is Calais Carranza. We're watching a Brazilian superheat in the lineup right now. Your current Jeep World Rankings #1, Gabriel Medina, going up against number 27, David Silva. I'll say David versus Goliath. I don't know if you heard me the first time, but it was a pretty good conversation piece there.
I said Chile Serrano versus Habanero. You don't see it that much, but just as spicy. David Silva showing the world that he's one of the best. Obviously, he's really good up and above the lip, but it's been really impressive to see him attack this wave at Barra with big old turns, pushing water, like I was saying, above your screen. So when he starts the turn, you can see that spray, but by the time he's going to the second one, the entire top part of your screen is all water. So a lot of power for this young surfer.
Who's got a better backside whip?
Between myself and David? David, for sure.
How about between David and Gabriel?
Okay. I would say that it's a little bit different. I think the whip, David has it. He's got that windshield wiper. He's got a smaller, low center of gravity, so he can really whip that board around. Kind of Jadson Andre-ish. But Gabby, he's taller, he's heavier, so when he connects his board with the lip, there's more power. Not only the length or the distance that water travels, but how much, the density of the water. He pushes a lot more, and that's really impressive to see.
Yeah, both these guys have similar styles too, just utilitarian. You know, it's not that silky kind of Stephanie Gilmore-esque look. It's more just strong, connected to the board. They both have the ability to throw 100 feet of spray. I'm going to give the air game, of course, to Gabriel Medina, the best aerialist on the planet, or at least tied for that title. One thing, though, we haven't seen Gabriel take to the air as much as we're used to seeing is David Silva now. He doesn't need to take to the air because he's filled the air with water. 3 huge power gaps on his backhand. Little carve there, setting things up back into the white water. You know, he's assessing what's happening for the rest of this wave down the line. Falling or stalling in the foam. Waiting for this wave to provide. It does. Quick snap there. Almost looked like he was going for the layback barrel. Now he body surfs his way off of that wave. A couple great turns out the back for David Silva.
As we see Gabby up and running out the back, our Jeep leader, yellow jersey, doing damage at Barra.
2 big turns for Medina there. I mean, this is just machine-like. All his turns have that similar look. The wind-up powers that Bianca surfboard up into the lip. I mean, you can just tell he has such great timing that midway through a turn, he's already thinking, maybe I can do an air on the next section. No, okay, no, I'll just do a big power turn. Completed that wave from beginning to end. So now the judges have some thinking to do after seeing back-to-back waves from Silva and Medina. David's wave, maybe a little bit bigger. Medina, more turns. That is a tough equation to figure out as David jumps on the Red Bull ski and gets back into the lineup. Now it's just a ski race. The Red Bull skis are racing out to the takeoff zone. Medina, Silva, getting ready to get back at it.
And it's cool how these competitors are smart enough to, when they get on the jet ski, they actually climb up and sit on it. You might see some surfers that kind of hang on to the sides, those little hose handles, but that's really, really tiring to do. You don't want to tire your arms out. Sit on the jet ski, relax.
Absolutely not. 8:44 to go. Let's go to Kaipo Guerrero standing by with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Tati, unfortunately, we're not going to see you in the semifinals, but we are going to see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. You've clinched your spot in the Final Five. Congratulations. How you feel about that?
Thank you so much, Kipes. Yeah, I'm really, really proud of myself. It's been a really long year, full of challenges, and I know it's not just challenges for myself, but challenges for everyone. And I really wanted to thank Greg, because he's been with me the whole time, whether I lose or cry or scream from happiness. So yeah, he's been really there for me. And to have my husband here during this event and the ranch was super special as well. And I just wanted to say thank you to my sponsors and my family e todo mundo no Brasil que está sempre torcendo para mim. I'm just really proud of how our team is so well put together, and we're just full of love and light, and yeah, I'm just grateful.
We will see you at Lower Trestles.
Thanks, guys.
Can we do it in Portuguese?
Well, you're telling a surfer you'll see them at Lower Trestles these days in this event means a lot. The WSL Finals just around the corner, and the Final Five is getting loaded with talent. Gabriel Medina is in that Final Five. He will be competing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up this September.
We were talking about this wave from Gabby, where he coils up and does very similar maneuvers. We saw quick in and out there from David Silva. And Gabby does have that ability to generate speed as he's coming down into the flats of the wave, into that bottom turn. He can look up at that wave, and while he's doing the bottom turn, kind of quickly think about what he could do on that lip. As we see David Silva. Notice how he's quicker on the transition from bottom turn to top turn. Wave a little bit flat. Major difference between Gabby's last ride and David Silva's ride that you're seeing on screen is the mistakes on the inside section. You mentioned him sitting on the tail of his board, trying to stall it, and there, just no floater, no barrel, no turn on the inside section. Sure, the wave ran away from him, but maybe if he could have just held his composure and not done that little check turn at the end, he would have maybe been able to do something dynamic. And I think that would have raised the score from a 5 into the 6 or even 7 range.
Well, Gabriel Medina's score comes through to 6.67. Silva's a 5.83. To me, Gabriel Medina is the most threatening when he starts a heat with a 4 and a 6 or a pair of 4s, because that just angers him. When you anger Gabriel Medina, bad things happen. He goes to the air. He does the impossible. He is the Terminator. And Gabriel Medina has 15 minutes and 42 seconds to post 2 excellent scores. I do not doubt he will do that. For David Silva, I mean, this is his moment. If he can take this heat out, that's absolute vindication for the entire season.
Yeah, Guarujá is going to be celebrating today. 5.52 needed for David as of now. But if you think of the best competitors in the world, the best to have ever done it, Gabby Medina is in that conversation. And I guarantee you his strategy changed from the previous heats to now. Why? Because now he has a jet ski assist. Now he doesn't need to paddle or run up the point, which means that he can be in that takeoff position for longer. When you have to paddle back out, you lose 3 to 4 minutes after every ride, which puts you at 6 to 8 minutes per heat that you're not where you should be catching waves. Now, you got the jet ski assist, and Gabby is going to be more lethal.
Well, we got big action to come with 14:38 to go, but we're going to take a quick break. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back. Buenos tardes, we're coming at you live from Oaxaca, Mexico. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza. We're in quarterfinal heat number 1.
Goodness.
David Silva versus Gabriel Medina. And right now, David Silva is taking your current Jeep leader to task. He needs a 5.52 to get in that top spot. So far, the only thing that has hindered his ability to get up into the excellent scoring range is the finishing maneuver.
Come on, David.
He's got more on this wave. I would say he has a slight edge in the speed department. And right there, the big finish.
And I'm sure Luis Pinga Campos, who is on the beach, is losing it. Exciting to see one of the best surfers from Brazil to finally put together a wave here in the quarterfinals as we're seeing the final bracket, Chris. Wow, top 8, so solid here in Barra.
That's a big bracket. Your favorite surfer is probably on this list. Gabriel Medina versus David Silva, Fioravanti versus Connor Coffin, Jack Robinson cracking into the quarterfinals along with Frederico Morais, and Italo Ferreira goes up against the wild card Mateus Hardy. What a matchup. This wave right here, mind-blowing. David Silva is ripping.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find words to describe the surfing that he did on that outside section. 2 big blasts. If you've just tuned in and haven't watched the previous heats from David, you'd be surprised, but actually we are not. Tail free through the midsection of the wave, or a section I should say, that usually falls asleep. And look at that giant blast, free falls. Yes, of course, claim it. I think he put...
Did he say 9 or 10?
I think he put 9 fingers up in the air. He knew a 10 is very difficult to catch. Let's watch it again in slow-mo.
He's not greedy.
Left hand
give him a
says
9.
5. And yeah, that's a 9.
That's, you know, I respect him for that. That is a great claim right there. Look, you don't get greedy. Don't throw the 10 up there. Just let the judges know. I think that was nearly perfect. Throw out a 9. And that right there, for me, was the best wave of this heat. And the best surfed of this heat.
And consider, he's on a Dan Man surfboard round pin, not his favorite. He broke his favorite board on the last free surf of the afternoon before the event started. And now, he's in the quarterfinal, so maybe a good thing as we see Gabby.
Well, this guy has crushed many dreams before in the past, and he's doing it right now. Gabriel Medina on the back end. That one vicious turn out the back is a big point getter. But he's got more to come here on the inside section. You can tell. You see what he's hunting for. Waiting for this wave to build up. Patience. You know, he's getting some speed. Quick snap there. Another connecting the dots. The wave not quite offering him much, but spoke too soon. Gabriel Medina. Failure to land on that backside 360. He goes down. That was a great wave, but the excitement that David showed us on the previous wave definitely overshadowed that last effort from Medina.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, as we said in Mexico, del portón a la cocina, from the front door gate all the way to the kitchen. But unfortunately, the kitchen door shut for Gabby Medina as he was trying to do something out of the ordinary on that inside section. The outside, this maneuver, the money turn by miles. So quick, rapid fire. Midsection of the wave, Chris, really sleepy. And we talk about, you know, the different facets that this wave has, the different tides and how it hugs 2 different banks. Sometimes, you know, choosing that outside bank. We are looking at an incoming tide, high tide in about an hour and a half, 5:20 local time. And that is why that wave is getting a little bit more juicy and a little bit more exciting on that inside section. That being said, we talk about how good he is in competing. Opens up his stance, tried to do something radical, knowing that that wave through the midsection didn't really give it to him.
That turn right there was a stunner. Unfortunately for Medina, that was really the only big magic moment on that wave. So with 8:42, we're waiting for scores to drop for David Silva. This is going to be a fun reaction. 8.599, 8.585 equals an 8.67. David Silva now applying pressure to world number 1, Gabriel Medina.
There you go. Not bad. 9-point ride from 2 judges. He did put 2 hands in the air.
Some of the judges listened to him.
If he would have had 5 hands, maybe they would have given it to him. Beautiful surfing from David Silva.
I like that score because we know how good these 2 guys are. We know what Medina's capable of course, and we want to push David Silva to the limit of his ability. So you can't throw out a 10 for that wave because you know there's more to come. 8.67 credit where credit is due to David Silva. And now we wait for the score to come through for Gabriel Medina. He would need a 7.84 to get back into the lead. Still plenty of time to go, 7.45. These surfers are right up, engaged with the rocks. It looks like Gabriel Medina having a deep dig. Can't get it. No harm, no foul. He is in the second priority spot.
But look at how much ground he lost. He paddled for that wave about, 8 to 12 strokes, but actually lost a good 20 meters as we see David up and riding again.
David's back. He's fired up. That number got his juices flowing. Medina's score comes through 6.47. So now Silva needs to keep the pedal to the metal and tighten his grip on this heat. Saving it up for this inside section. Quick vertical snap right there. A little freestyle, fin-free surfing right there. Big turn. Can he make it? He does, adding the dramatic flair with the airdrop after the turn with the Wolverine claim. David Silva.
You can't help but you're so excited for David. He hasn't gotten those results. He's finally surfing and putting heats together, not falling, making smart decisions, learning from his mistakes while being in a heat. He didn't finish on the first couple of waves, getting a 0.43 and a 5.33. This time, working his way all the way to the inside. A little bit different. Didn't get those big open faces to connect with the lip on the outside, but he gets something really interesting here. Look at this inside section, Chris. Just a big blast, landing, free fall, disappears, and then Wolverine saying, hey, I think I got this against Gabby. Look at the turn. His right hand pretty much entirely placed on top of the surf. That really shows you how compressed he got as he got up into the lift.
I'm really enjoying watching David Silva right now. This truly is a big moment for this young surfer from Brazil. Of course, Gabriel Medina, a national hero. I would say David Silva is a national hero as well. I mean, if you make the championship tour as a Brazilian surfer, you are huge in Brazil. He did improve in his score, a 6.67. That means Medina now needs an 8.67 with 5 minutes, 24 seconds to go. If there was anyone else in the lineup going against David Silva, I would be preparing his post-heat interview. But you know who else is out there, right? That's Gabriel Medina.
Gabriel Medina, the wonder boy from Maresias, right now needs an excellent score. Well, yesterday he needed a really big score against Michel Perez on a wave that looked like a 4. He actually got a 7. Big Gorkin flip on that first section and milked it all the way to the inside, somehow getting 2 extra points on a wave that mere mortals would have probably even let go by unridden here at Barra De La Cruz.
The only person involved with this whole spectacle that's not nervous, that's not over-amping, that's not over-excited is Gabriel Medina. He is a steady competitor. He's sitting out the back. He knows exactly what he has to do. Right now, he's just going through the files of what wave do I want? What trick am I going to do on this wave? How many turns am I going to do? No problem.
That's what it looks like from the outside looking in. I mean, he doesn't look nervous because he's been in these situations before. But I'd really like a post-heat interview to hear. Really, on a scale from 1 to 10, Gabby, you weren't nervous at all, knowing that you needed an excellent score with less than 4 minutes remaining in the heat? I don't know, Chris. I have a feeling that there has to be a little bit of nerves. I feel like what he does is not tune out the nerves, is he gets that energy, that pressure, and he converts it somehow in his inner filter into surfing better. And that's something that only the best in the world can do.
So you're saying Gabriel Medina's nervous?
I'm saying he is, and I think he's going to use it and convert it into powerful energy.
We'll see what happens. 3 minutes, 36 seconds to go. He is in the zone. He's right in the perfect takeoff spot, waiting for that magic wave to come. This is a position that he's been in before. Like you said, just did it yesterday.
Look at that beautiful drone view. Never had I had the chance to see that angle before. 16 years ago, this competition was held. Camera angles were incredible, but all of them from the beach. Now you can really see how that water on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the color, that milk, is really getting pushed down hard. All that energy from the Pacific Ocean, the storms from New Zealand, really brushing by this Oaxacan coast. Beautiful, beautiful shot, and you can really see how Gabby, who you see on the upper kind of middle of your screen, is fighting hard to position himself in the spot that will allow him to get that wave and get big maneuvers like David Silva did on wave number 5.
Well, Gabriel Medina needs an 8.67 to advance. He has clinched his spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but he's not thinking about that right now. All he's thinking about is one more wave. 2:25 to go. Time's flying by. Medina does have priority.
That wave looked great, but in David Silva's eyes, not good enough to replace that 6.7. In Gabby Medina's eyes, nowhere near getting that excellent ride. So he's going to be patient. 2 minutes to go. He's paddling for this one.
Here we go. Medina powers activate. Deep bottom turn. Straight up and under the lip. Free fall drop, but Gabriel Medina getting caught behind. Can he make it back onto the open face?
Of course he can. Of course
You're right. You're right. You're right. Excuse me. Gabriel Medina's back in action. Big tail whipping reverse, throwing the tail out of the back of the wave, fighting for an 8.67. So far, pretty good, but that area of the wave where he got caught behind definitely going to hinder this score. Can he do a big air to finish this wave? He's pausing for it, looking for the ramp. He gets it. Can he make it? He cannot. Gabriel Medina, failure to land on a textbook backside air for him. And now, I'm going to agree with you there, Callie. He might be getting slightly nervous for the first time in ages.
Well, that big maneuver on the outside was very, very difficult. Somehow, on his backhand, which is not an easy thing to do, he leans on his heel side enough to make it around that section. Oh, beautiful, crazy reverse on a very tricky section. Gabby, knowing that he needed to do something massive. Some surfers do 7 to 8 turns at Barra. Gabby has done 2 so far, but they're quality maneuvers. He knew he needed to do something crazy. He does, only doesn't ride out standing on his surfboard. This looks to be the biggest moment in David Silva's career, taking out the world #1. We talk about nerves, Chris. I'm nervous, you're nervous. Gabby Medina's partner on the beach for sure is nervous, but everyone rooting for David Silva must be just hoping that time just flies by here in Mexico, where usually it goes really, really slow.
Well, Medina's on the beach now. That's all she wrote. David Silva, one of the biggest victories of his career, from 27th place. David Silva is waiting for that number. Scores are coming through. Remember, he needed an 8.67. We're waiting for one more to drop. Gabriel knows. If anybody knows what that score was, it's Gabriel Medina. And it comes through a 5.57. The David versus Goliath story is complete. David Silva enters the semifinals.
Habanero Chile is proving once again that they are spicier than Serranos when given a chance. David Silva, congratulations, parabéns, Guarujá. La Galera is going to be partying tonight.
Well, that was a huge victory for young David Silva. You see him celebrating on his way in. Gabriel Medina out of competition. David Silva into the semifinals. We've got more action to come. Leonardo Fioravanti versus Coffin coming up next. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back.
Wow.
Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. We are into quarterfinal heat number 2. Leonardo Fioravanti representing Italy, going up against Connor Coffin from Team USA. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza.
Buenas tardes.
And we are just starting to settle back down after a huge heat in quarterfinal number 1. David Silva taking out world number 1 Gabriel Medina. That's the story of the day so far, but guess what, surf fans? There is much more to come. This right here is a solid, even matchup. World number 8 versus world number 14, 2 powerhouse regular footers. Leonardo Fioravanti seems to be firing on all cylinders. No injuries anymore for the young Italian. And Connor Coffin, well, he said in his post-heat interview, a lot of people kept telling me that I was built to win this event, and it started to put a little bit more pressure on me. Well, he's living up to those expectations and more. This right here is going to be a great battle. And the waves, well, they're providing. As we see, he's kicking this off is going to be Leonardo Fioravanti. Beautiful style. He's got every trick in the book. Mainly relies on the strength of that big forehand carve. Straight up into the lip there. Solid fundamentals. Course for Leonardo. This wave just keeps giving him opportunities. He keeps driving down the line. Can he get the big finish? He does. That's how you want to start a heat, Kale.
Wow, Viva Italia. Leo, who surfed the first wave I saw this morning. His 77 sharp eye looking so good. Before the sun even came up, this is Leo's probably best day here on his Mexico vacation. He has his partner down here with him, and what a way to surf on the 12th of August, Jueves. Incredible to see Leo finally find his form.
Well, finding form at the right time is what happened to David Silva just now, who took out world number 1. He's standing by with Kaipo Guerrero.
That's right, Chris. In great form, David Silva just took out Gabe Medina. You're in the semifinals tomorrow. How do you feel about that?
My feeling is really, really good. I'm very, very happy. I think so. It's the best hit in my life for sure, because Gabriel is the insane guy. And then, yeah, I'm very, very happy.
You know, with this win and getting into the semifinals, coming over Gabe Medina, now do you feel that you can win this whole event? Number 1.
Yeah, I think so. The next hit is very hard to, because it's the corner and Leo is surfing is really, really good. But yeah, my feeling is really good. My board is really good. And yeah, let's go to the semifinal.
There you go, David Silva. He's just redefining himself here. We're going to see him in the semifinals, guys. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I think we all are. You cannot not cheer for David Silva. The underdog came out on top right there. An emotional victory, the best heat of his life, in his own words. I'm on the David Silva bandwagon. I'm sorry, Kelly. I am going to get the pom-poms out when this thing kicks off with the semifinals. Huge fan over here.
I am too. Leo Fioravanti, this is the way you want to start a heat. 2 minutes into it, catch a wave like that, go to town, push hard, make big, searing turns on the open face of Barra. You can see how it was really interesting to see how he really read the wave nicely, generated speed off of that foam climb, sliding the tail out a little bit, grabbing his rail, and then coming down hard on that inside section. The man, born in Rome, who competed for Italy only a few weeks back in Tokyo, is kind of bringing that momentum with him down to Mexico. And he's got a mustache, and that mustache, he said, if he doesn't lose and makes it all the way to final and wins, that mustache is going to be a lucky mustache. That's what he said in his interview. We could see mustached Leo Fioravanti for 2022.
I would not mind that. Surfing like that, you can put whatever you want on your face.
Mustaches are coming back, Chris. I think you should get one.
Oh. You don't want that. 28:45 to go in the lineup. Connor Coffin with a quick up and down, waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti. You know, flow is an interesting word in the speed power flow equation. I've talked to a couple judges about that word, and what I've heard multiple times is they like to see the surfer match the tempo of the wave. Don't over surf, don't get caught behind. Ride the wave as the wave is, whatever the wave is offering up to you. So don't, go extra and do wild stuff on the wave and make it look messy. Flow is all about matching the tempo of the wave, fitting your turns in the right places, and doing basically what Leonardo Fioravanti did on that last wave. He didn't force anything down the line. The judges reacting in kind, giving him a proper 8-point ride for his opening wave. That is a huge way to start.
Wow, I like how you talked about flow. It's like a freeway. We don't have those crazy freeways here in Mexico, but in the U.S. you have those big 4 to 5 lane freeways. It's like those off-ramps. You come into the freeway. If everyone's going 80 miles an hour, you have to go in 80 miles an hour. If the wave is going 20 Ks an hour, you have to surf it at 20 Ks. That is what Leo Fioravanti did. He didn't swerve through traffic, honk. He didn't try and push the issue. He didn't go too slow and kind of have the wave kind of back away from him. He surfed it to perfection in regards to timing, and that, you were saying, speed, power, flow, he checked all 3 boxes and starts off with a massive, massive score.
Just go with the flow, man. That's what Leo told himself in his head.
Easier said than done here at Barra. You see that perfect wave, you see that perfect line coming at you. I mean, people have messed up their takeoff just because they get overexcited paddling into a wave. Leo connected with the lip on the first maneuver, and then a nice carve. You can see how far back he actually pushed his surfboard. He almost lost the projection forward. The fin's kind of sliding out a little bit from under him, as soon as he was coming off of that turn. You see how many different variations of turns he did? Sometimes he was going 12, sometimes 11, carving into 9, sliding the tail out on that maneuver, and then obviously that inside section at Barra. So tricky, and finished it off clean.
What I loved about that approach is that you saw him midway through his bottom turn, sizing up the lip and almost extending bottom turns or shortening bottom turns, fitting everything in the proper place, doing a dance down the line. Leonardo Fioravanti, number 14 in the world, with room to grow. A big result here. He could jump up the rankings and do some serious damage. Remember, these surfers are all in the same boat. Everybody needs to get above a certain threshold to re-qualify for the championship tour for 2022.
But isn't it crazy to think that, even Kaipo, when he interviewed Leo in the previous heat, he said, well, there's a new Leo. It's a new and improved. He's like, well, I'm only 23. We've seen him for so many years compete everywhere around the world. He went through that horrible back injury where he broke his back in Hawaii, was out of the water for almost a year, came back into Huntington Beach and won the juniors. He has that mindset of a winner. He has that mindset of pushing through the pain. And well, when you finally give him these opportunities, I mean, he grew up alongside Kanoa Igarashi, where we see that duo all over the world. They qualified together, but Kanoa has just been on a steady climb. Leo falling off tour, coming back on, injuries. It must be so frustrating for Leo to see a friend of yours, make it on through. Obviously, you're happy for him, but you're wondering, well, what am I doing wrong? What's going on? And finally, the pieces of the puzzle are coming together in a beautiful way. Leo Fioravanti looking like he is going to be in the top 3 in this event.
Well, with 24:30 to go, the Leonardo Fioravanti story is writing its own ending for this season, this being the last event on the regular season schedule for the 2021 World Championship Tour. Here's what he's done throughout the year. Sporadic results. 5th place at the Billabong Pipe Masters, a 17th, a 33rd, a 17th, a 9th, a 9th. So you don't want to have double digits in those finishes. So Leonardo has some things to clean up, but again, sometimes it only just takes that one big result to prove to yourself that you belong in the elite. We know that Leonardo believes in himself, of course. He wouldn't be here if he didn't. But for Connor Coffin, a little bit of a flip side there. Started off with a 33rd, cleaned things up quickly at Newcastle with a 5th, then dropped a 2nd. Went back down to a 17th and then went to 5th and 9th. And that puts him square into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's
Stop
right.
it.
Connor Coffin, add him to your list. He's in the Final Five.
Wow, California is stoked. You will see a Californian in the WSL Final Five competing in lower trestles. That is huge for Connor.
Yeah, it's really cool because, yes, he's always in the conversation of best on tour, but he wasn't necessarily in the conversation for the Final Five. You know, he had a great run in Australia, started to slip a little bit, but now that he's back in the quarterfinals, he's done the work. He will be in the Final Five. Quick up and out for Leonardo Fioravanti. He's got the 8. Connor just sitting on a .50. So Connor playing the patience game right now. Waiting, wanting a steamroller to come around that corner and give him the opportunity to show us all those beautiful Connor Coffin carves.
Wow, it is going to be interesting to see if we see Leo in his second semifinal ever. He hasn't made a final yet. Connor Coffin has made 2. But Leo, just one lonely semifinal, the lonely one in a stat of paper where you see 31 finals, for example, for Jordy Smith, 83 for Kelly Slater. Leo only has 1. Could this be the momentum shift that we've been waiting for in Leonardo Fioravanti?
I think it already is the momentum shift. Will it propel him into the final series potentially tomorrow? Well, Connor Coffin's been surfing really well throughout this contest, so this will by no means be an easy win, even with an 8.
And we've been talking quite a bit about Leo Fioravanti. Why? Because he already has 1 big score on the board, but let's talk about this man from Santa Barbara.
Connor Coffin taking off on a mid-sized wave out the back, hoping for this one to grow down the line, and there it is. You see it starting to increase in size. The speed starts to build. Connor matches the tempo of the wave perfectly. Gets around this section. No real critical areas of this wave just yet. Now he gets up into the lip. Big finish, jamming it a little too hard and goes down at the end.
So unfortunate to think that the entire world was going to miss out on this type of surfing a few years back when he qualified, saying, I don't think I'm going to do it anymore. His younger brother saying, bro, you got this. Let's do this. Giving him that added motivation to qualify into the tour. And finally, we see him surf at Barra De La Cruz. He's had his, stealth missions down to Mexico, down to Oaxaca to surf the points, but we only see the edited version. This is the raw, unedited version of Connor Coffin surfing so well. You talked about growers. You talked about finding the right wave. Well, Connor Coffin did some really nice surfing through the midsection of the wave. Chris, I like this wave. I like that float. And here, that push, the board, you can see all 3 fins go up and above the lip. The board disengages. It was no longer on rail. It no longer had that projection back down into the face. It stalls, and with that, he goes down.
The good news for Connor Coffin, though, he cracked the seal, right? He got things rolling. It most likely will be a mid-range score. If you compare that wave to Leonardo's wave, Leo's wave was almost twice as big, way longer, multiple sections, a variety of maneuvers down the lines. So don't expect anything huge, and there you go, a 5.33. So a mid-ranger for Connor Coffin, but he's on the board. Now he needs a 3.31, and sometimes when you're out of priority, you get a little, the pressure's off a little bit. Now you can kind of do some circles, shark around that inside section, and hope that Leo lets something pass him by that eventually becomes a wave that you want to ride.
Yeah, but that was cool for Connor. He, unfortunately, like you said, he fell on that last maneuver, but he was looking to get an 8.13 previous to that ride. Now, only a 3.31 required. So it's not that often that these surfers manage to get 2 really big scores. It's usually 1 score in the 7 to 8 or maybe 9 range, and then a backup of between 5 and 6. So Connor looking really good with that 5 as a backup. I don't think he's going to want that. He's definitely not going to want that. It doesn't help him to advance into the next heat. But applying a little bit of added pressure to Leo, he's not, feeling comfortable out there knowing that Connor already caught a wave and there's almost 20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and after a couple more heats, the picture is going to be much clearer. On the women's side, of the WSL Final Five. You've got Joanne Defay, Carissa Moore, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Sally Fitzgibbons. We're looking for a fifth. On the men's side, Gabriel Medina has clinched. Stephanie Gilmore is your fifth surfer for the women's Final Five.
Wow,
how's
so
that
it
line up?
is established. I love it that everything happened in Mexico.
We don't know the official seeding yet of that top five. We're going to have to wait till after this event to lock in those numbers. But for the men's side of the draw, we've got Gabriel Medina. We've got Connor Coffin now, and I know there will be more news to drop.
It was really cool that the WSL was so important, or is so important for Mexico. We had 3 Mexican surfers, and now Mexico gives back, gives the waves and the competition to define the WSL Final Five.
And now we see Connor Coffin rolling the dice right there. Rolls snake eyes. It's not going to be a score of note for Connor.
I'd give him a solid 5-5 just for that dive off the board. That was nice.
You're not supposed to dive head first.
True.
Come on, Connor. That's rule number 1.
But hey, he knows this wave now. He's been surfing it for a few days. He jumped right into the part of the wave that was a little bit fatter. So that being said, he never went like completely vertical.
Okay, you're right.
So his neck is safe.
And here goes Connor. This is what happened on his last wave. Kind of just raced away from him there.
Yeah, that crumble about 10 feet into the shoulder of the wave didn't really give him the opportunity to make it around that section. Had he been able to, instead of hit the lip, maybe float above it, he would have been able to. But, you know, no harm, no foul. He's right back out there.
Well, there's plenty of waves coming in for both of these surfers to activate their powers. 16:40 to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Fioravanti and Connor. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back. When the Eddie goes, it goes big. Quiksilver iconic moment right there. John Florence in the 2015-2016 in memory of Eddie Aikau. Big wave event at Waimea Bay. An iconic moment for so many reasons. That was one of the wildest surf contests I've ever seen. I was commentating with Fred Patachia. We were screaming all day long. It was like Waterworld. I've never seen anything like that. I might not ever see anything like that again. John Florence getting the win. A truly iconic moment. Thank you, Quiksilver, for bringing all these memories back.
It's probably the event that makes surfers feel like gladiators going into the Parthenon, into the Coliseum, sorry. It is so impressive. Waimea Bay, the way it bends, how short it is. It's a relatively small bay when you consider, you know, bays around the world. And the wave could be 20 to 30 foot Hawaii. We're talking 50, 60 foot faces. And you're up on the bluff, you know, maybe 200 meters away from it, and you're safe, but it just feels...
It feels unsafe.
It feels wrong. It feels like you are also in the thick of it. And, well, Eddie Aikau, one of the most influential surfers in the world, especially according to Mitchell Salazar, who put him on the top 5 influential surfer list, Eddie would go.
Yeah, Eddie would go has so many meanings. And if you can tap into that feeling, you can do heroic things. We'll never forget Eddie Aikau and his sacrifice to the world.
And speaking of big waves in Hawaii, you're looking from this shot towards Puerto Escondido. Puerto Escondido, the famous Cicatela beach break. That beach break, the last couple of days, has been anywhere between the 8 to 12 foot Hawaiian range. You're talking about 15 to 25 foot faces just a couple hours away. So if you come to Oaxaca, you come to this state and you're like, well, I want to surf all the waves, you better bring 2 board bags. You're going to need a 10-foot Rhino chaser. Maybe you can befriend one of the jet ski drivers, Godo or Coco Levy, Coco Nogales. Maybe they could lend you a board. But if not, you're going to have to bring all sorts of boards, all the way from the 10-foot board down to a really fun 5.2 for smaller days, like here at Barra or Mojon.
Can't believe I forgot my 10-0. 12:30 to go here. Leonardo Fioravanti flying down the line yet again. His first wave was an 8. Now he's searching for a backup score. Love that layback slashing turn. Finds a nice little pit.
Okay.
Comes out, big carve. Leo, he's looking so sharp right now.
We talked about it early in the morning when we saw him surf in his free surf. There's something new about this Italian powerhouse. He's a little bit less scared of really pushing, as we see Connor Coffin, another expert in digging his rail into the face of the wave.
An absolute rail surfing expert, Connor Coffin. He's waiting for this wave to offer him up something.
That was unexpected.
Nice little tail sliding maneuver there for Connor. Speeding down the line, a good speed burst there. Comes around this section.
Oh boy.
One more big area to work with for Connor Coffin. Beautiful layback jump, jumps over the backwash. That right there is a dangerous zone for our surfers to be finishing these waves. What an exchange there.
Yeah, he jumped off de soldadito, as we say here in Mexico, like a soldier standing straight up. Why? He wants to penetrate the surface of the water, all that energy of the ocean. He wants it to comb over him so he doesn't lose a lot of ground. And how on earth did he do that so fast? He's already on the jet ski.
I was just going to say that. I don't understand how you're under the water getting drilled into the sand and ragdolled around, and the next second you're up and on the back of the Red Bull jet ski, flying out to the lineup. These guys are expert drivers.
The way he jumped off, the soldadito, little soldier, wave just passed over him. He literally was probably underwater for no more than 3 seconds. Just came up, grabbed his surfboard, jet ski was right there. It's Coco Levy that has Connor Coffin. It is Godofredo who has Leo Fioravanti. They're not going to race out there. They're going to respect each other. You know, it'd be pretty weird for Coco to just kind of power on through and pass Goldo. There is a mutual respect out there. They know who has and who got to the jet ski first.
Take a look at the replay of Connor Coffin's last wave. He's looking for a 3.31. Of course, those numbers will all change. I like the way he surfed this wave.
Yeah, that last maneuver that you saw up and above, that was cheeky. That was unexpected. Look at the crumble on the face. Tags it. That's a speed, functional tag on the lip, and that big hack on that inside section. Leo, I really, really enjoyed this surfing. That carve, digging his right arm into the water, finding a functional, not deep, but nice barrel through the midsection of the wave. Another carve, this time opting to kind of wrap his body and arms up and around like an albatross flying through the water. Leo Fioravanti connects with the lip again. And now things will be very, very interesting. Leo was trying to replace a 0.63, Chris.
If I'm looking at a needle between their names and it's kind of a momentum gauge, I'm seeing a slight momentum push from Leonardo Fioravanti. And I think that's just due to the wave quality. He's just found better waves so far.
Guaranteed. I 100%. Everything that Leo Fioravanti has done has been perfect, but the waves have been much better. That last wave from Connor Coffin, breaking too far away from the sandbag, just literally kind of drifting away instead of hugging the curve of the beach. It did it in the opposite direction. So the whole time he was just kind of chasing the wave, But the cool thing about that is the different maneuvers that he did. We're so used to him putting it on rail. He went up and above the lip, slid the tail, 180 towards the beach. And if he wants to get a better score with similar surfing, he just needs that wave to kind of hug and bend a little bit better.
Just follow that line. That's the sandbank that helps create these beautiful, perfect waves. 8 minutes to go. Scores coming through for Leonardo Fioravanti. Another big number. It's a 7 now. Connor Coffin would have needed a 9+ ride, but he drops a 7.27 as well. So now he needs a 7.74. What that tells me is the judges liking kind of the wilding out of Connor Coffin. They like when he released the fins. They love that big finishing layback snapping jam that he did at the end of that wave. So that tightened up this heat. But Leonardo Fioravanti still in the lead with an 8 and a 7. But watch out for that 7.27. So if Connor can kind of lean on that score a little bit, remember what that felt like, add just a little bit more to his turns, he'll find himself up in that 8 range. And then things will get very interesting for the last 7 minutes of this heat.
That's so cool that Connor is right back in this heat with that wave. It was a very tricky wave, but there were a couple aspects to his surfing that I believe helped him get there. One, progression. There was new. And the unpredictability of his surfing. Like I said, we're so used to him needing those open faces, the clean scoop on the wave to engage his rail. This time he was like, well, I don't need that, guys.
I can just slide the fins out.
I can slide the fins out. I can be creative. I can, react. And that's one of the major differences between this wave and the Surf Ranch wave. At the Surf Ranch wave, it's perfect. It's man-made. The bottom is not going to change. There's going to be no current. Every wave is almost identical. There's a little bit of a difference, minor nuances, but you can expect and foresee what it is you want to do. Much like a skateboarder dropping into a bowl. It never changes. Barra de la Cruz, every single wave is different. Although people say it is the most perfect wave in the world. Yeah, kinda. Before Kelly made that wave, because now you can really see what perfection really is. I feel like as far as nature goes, this is a wave that really permits the surfer to do different types of turns, but there's always the aspect of reaction. You need to react to what the wave is throwing at you. You can't just foresee everything. You can't take off on a wave at Barra and go, okay, I'm going to drop off the bottom, hit the lip, and then I'm going to do a cut back over here. No, you have to react, and that is what Connor Coffin did so well.
Well, the scores tell the story. Started off with Leonardo Fioravanti dropping a big 8-point ride. Your Jeep recap. This is going to be a nice little highlight package for you.
That second cutback, the way he pushed and carved all the way back around into the whitewater, almost losing, that flow that he had from his surfboard. Board slightly sliding, but that only boosted his confidence. And he got into the inside section and did a combination of maneuvers, sliding the tail out and then clicking nicely with that lift, disappearing from view from our angle. Connor Coffin, obviously, surfing out of his skin to get big scores on waves that really haven't permitted the type of surfing that he needs to get those excellent rides. But he's getting pretty close, because a 7.27 for this ride.
Well, there were a lot of critical sections on that wave and hard sections to get to and hit. And I think that's why he was rewarded with that 7.27. I did like that little barrel from Leonardo Fioravanti. He's just tack sharp on every wave he's been on so far. We knew this was going to be a good, even matchup, and it's lived up to that expectation and more. With 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go, things are going to start getting tense in the lineup, and it looked like that was Connor Coffin having a paddle, so he was already in second priority. That's not going to go against him, but what's going against him right now is that clock. This is where time truly flies.
It flies when you're losing, but when you're winning, it's going really slow. For Leo Fioravanti, that clock could not go any slower. He has priority, and it's interesting to see Leo, who you see on screen in the red rash guard, sitting further out. Remember, when you have priority, you can take off on the wave wherever. You can drop in on the competitor. So I'm really curious to see Leo actually sitting further out. Connor could maybe kind of separate himself, paddle in towards the beach, and potentially get a little or a smaller inside wave. But Leo confident that he can read the lineup so well to the point where he can be out further than Connor, spot the wave that would give Connor that 7.7 ride, and if he sees it, he's going to take off on it. No doubt about it.
Well, these two guys they're fiery competitors, no doubt. I mean, they'll mix it up, but they're also gentlemen of the sport. You know, these aren't the guys that are going to paddle up your back and, you know, do those vicious tactics we see from some surfers on tour. These are two guys that are going to let the surfing do the talking. 2 minutes, 58 seconds to go. And of course, the ocean loves to add the drama. The waves have come through in the last few moments. So that means our two surfers are sitting out the back, trying to manifest something glorious towards themselves. Here's an option.
Connor having a look. Leo lets it go by.
It's a no-go for Coffin. Very good decision. That wave didn't look like it was offering much. Now Connor moves to the inside.
Getting really close to those rocks. Having a look at this wave.
This could be a grower. Watch it. He takes off. It's about waist high. Yeah, it's already doubled in size. The low road comes up, beefs this wave up, giving him a speed run down the line. Big, beautiful carving slash for Coffin. Looking for a 7.74. The judges have been enjoying the bigger waves. You would have to do something really massive on this wave to generate the score needed. Coming around this section. Quick snap there. I think he was waiting for this thing to open up. Can he hang on? He does. Flare for the dramatic at the end of that wave. Was it big enough though? I loved the surfing he did on it.
The turn was big enough. The wave, question mark. We saw Matthew McGillivray in his heat do a massive reverse 360 air on the inside section. I'm talking huge, 6 foot up and above the lip, and didn't get more than a 5.5. So Connor Coffin surfed this wave so well.
If that was the average size set wave, that would have been a 9.
Yeah, well, 100%. But he did do a big turn on the outside. He had flow through the middle of the wave, and then he did a really difficult turn on the last section of the wave, a section of the wave that has a lot of backwash. Look at how the entire board separates itself, disengages off the surface of the water, and rides out clean. Leo Fioravanti's answer back, a better, bigger looking wave, Chris, twice the size.
Yeah, Leo, this is a big answer back, trying to shut the door on Connor Coffin. A couple big hooks on the outside section. Now he's lining things up towards the inside sandbar. Quick little vertical whip. 20 seconds on the clock. Waiting for scores for Connor Coffin. One final slash there for Leonardo. Takes a look at the watch. He's going to come in with 10 seconds on the clock. Connor's on the beach. Now we've got to wait for scores to see what happens next.
Okay, okay. I'm happy with that. I want to see that wave again. Leo surfed it very well. He's not celebrating yet. He knows that he's up against one of the best surfers that California has produced. Connor, smiling. He knows that he did everything he could on that last ride. But how about this? Leo, top to bottom on that first maneuver. Clean arc. I can almost see Leo breathing through this wave. Just a big blowtail on the outside section. Talk about composure in difficult situations. Comes out that wave, backs off, and he really cleanly takes his time wrapping his board into the whitewater. Another tag on that inside section. So
that was beautiful surfing.
No crazy drama on the inside, but very, very clean surfing like you were saying, Chris. Now, compare that wave, just in size, to this wave from Connor. The turn, though, bigger, crazier, more powerful, especially on that first. But it does maintain its size, Chris. It doesn't get any bigger. This wave is not overhead. Has a little bit of backwash. Clean tag there from Connor, and this turn very difficult. Disengages, almost looked like his back foot would have easily fallen off the pad. And Leo looking so comfortable on that Sharp Eye 77 model that he was riding this morning in his free surfs.
I love to see these reactions as these surfers wait for scores. Let's just let him marinate on this one for a minute.
Leo probably thinking, could I have done anything different? Could I have taken off on different waves? I let him go on that last ride. I didn't think that wave was big enough to get the score. I want to make sure the judges agree with me.
Well, I think Leo has done his job and more. He's starting to smile a little bit as the score comes through. And Leonardo Fioravanti is on to the semifinals, taking out an informed Connor Coffin. What a performance from the Italian one. We've got more action to come. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back.
It's the mustache.
Fuck yes, dog. Fuck yes.
Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti just took out Connor Coffin for an opportunity on finals day. Amazing surfing, 15.73 combined total, and what a feat that was, because we know how hot Connor's been throughout this event. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar for the call as we get into a very exciting heat. Jack Robinson versus Frederico Morais. What are your expectations there?
Ooh, well, both of them have a lot to gain. Jack Robinson the most out of the two, and I expect big things from him. We saw a lot of it in his last heat in the round of 16. And from Frederico Morais, number 11 on the rankings coming in, an opportunity to finish in the top 10 in his best year so far.
Really special to see the Morais come back. As we know, he was Rookie of the Year, made finals, but then fell off tour. And then with the delayed start to last season, he's finally get to show what he's been working on. Pin throw reverse to start for the rookie. Jack Robinson sits on the roof for a radical tail slide into an extended drift. Looks ready. He's got that drive that always makes you think of the Irons brothers. Looks loose, just like he's in a free surf. Throws the tail above the lip again for another clean completion. Robinson to kick this one off in the lead. Let's now catch up with Connor Coffin with Kaipo.
Joe, Connor, I want to be the first to tell you that you have your place in the Final Five for the Rip Curl Finals Day at Lower Trestles. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. It's definitely a good consolation prize losing in the quarters here and pumping waves, but yeah, so fired up to be going to the finals. It's just kind of one of those weird weeks. Everything sort of just crumbled into my lap and panned out perfectly. Yeah. I guess even Chopu getting canceled ended up playing into my favor, even though I probably would have way rather gone and surfed for it there and gotten some good waves and some big tubes. But yeah, couple missed on there this year, but fired up to be going to lowers.
That's right. We'll see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. We'll see you in September.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks to all my family, my friends, my sponsors, and my coach, Glenny. He's up, been up for the last probably 3 nights watching all our heats, sleeping on the lounge at his house. So, yeah, I love you, brother, and I love my family, love my friends. Thank you, guys, and thanks, Jess, for the mental boards. See you at lowers.
Congrats.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Connor Coffin soaking in everything that's happening in such a short period of time. You know, you have to say heading into this event, formerly it was going to be the second to last stop, and quickly everything was focused on Barra being the final stop of the season. And Connor was a bit of a long shot. Focus was really on Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Cole, the Pinto story. How cool is that? The Californian showing up on a wave that he absolutely loves. And he will fight for his first world title this September.
Yeah, and either way, regardless if you finish world champion or number 5 in the rankings, a huge accomplishment, Joe, just to be able to be in the title race at the end of the year. And big congratulations to Connor, one of the best surfers on tour, and here at the Point Break in Barra De La Cruz, one of the best surfers of the event.
Now looking at a gorgeous evening now. It's pretty late now in the day, past 6 o'clock p.m. Our shuttles were getting us out here about 4:35 in the morning, about a 45-minute drive. So it's been a long day for a lot of these surfers. Jack Robinson just finds places to hide and even fall asleep in between heats. What a start for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it came in as a 6.83, and we saw the same kind of aggressiveness from Jack in his round of 16 heat. Matched up against Iago, and they're both teammates, not only for Volcom, but Iago's dad, Leandro, is actually coaching both now. Told him just to go out there and surf, do their thing, and I love what Jack's doing right here. Kaipo asked him in his last interview about rankings, requalification. He just shut him down and told him, Kaipo, honestly, I'm just going to go out there and surf, take it wave by wave and heat by heat. And you see the combination of reverses, one on the outside, one on the inside. Good display of surfing.
What a great venue for a guy like Jack to get himself in a position to qualify, starting 26th on the leaderboard when the seeding round was getting established. He was going for huge airs, taking a lot of risk. Broke some equipment along the way, and now he's going to be so happy to realize that he's officially back on tour in 2022.
Yeah, and huge accomplishment just for him to be able to make it into the quarterfinals, at least knowing that you have the capability to get a good result going into the last event here in Mexico. And it seems like, as of right now, he's got Frederico up against the fence.
A lot of great surfing. Maybe it'll be pizza night tonight in Mexico. Fioravanti just took a big win. He's with Kaipo.
The role of Leo continues. Leo, you continue to do all the right things in those heats. Rolling through another heat. We're going to see you in the semifinals now.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I'm just trying to surf smart, trying to make the right choices, pushing because basically quarterfinals, it's finals day. And, you know, if you want to beat somebody like Connor who's just made the finals, you know, you got to go big. And I'm glad that, you know, I won that heat again. And wow, tomorrow, finals day, semifinals. You know, surfing moments like this and waves like this is what we've seen Andy do, Kelly do, you know, in the back in the day. It's what we dream about. You know, we're here doing it right now. I'm here doing it, and it's a dream coming true.
Well, you continue to dream through. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for you. What do you got going on in the head right now? Just your plans for tomorrow. You going to make any adjustments? You're going to change any strategy? What's tomorrow's plan?
I mean, no, I'm definitely not going to change anything. What I've been doing has been working. I got amazing boards. I feel great. I feel like I'm in rhythm with the spot. I know what a good wave looks like. And tomorrow is finals day, and I've been in this position before. I haven't made the finals yet. I just want to go out there and surf and enjoy it, and if it happens, it will happen.
I'm sure Italy's proud of you. Go ahead and speak to folks at home.
Ciao a tutti, lo so che è molto tardi a casa, vi voglio tanto bene, Forza Italia, e domani spacchiamo tutto. Dai.
There you go, guys.
Thank you, Kaipo. Big win for Italy, and Leonardo Fioravanti into the semifinals just for the second time in his career. We saw him do that in 2019 in France. Now he's got
Right.
another shot to make his first CT final.
It could have been an all-European final, that one in France in 2019. You're correct. And Joe, I'm telling you, we're claiming him as an honorary Mexican. He's got the bigote, the mustache, and
We just need the insignia right there in the middle of his flag. We're just going to put our insignia, patch it on right there. And no, man, just big congratulations to Leonardo. I've seen him very focused all week long. And if there's somebody that works as hard as Leonardo Fioravanti, especially at this event, I don't think I've seen it so far. Just focused, determined. Look at his heat totals. I think the average heat total for Leo in this event has to be around the mid 14 points. At least a couple of 7s every single heat.
As this one continues, rolling in from Portugal, Frederico Morais. So talented with his power and connection to this wave. Comes from a very athletic family. Nuno, his father, on hand here in Mexico, watching each and every wrap that Frederico's laid down here at Barra de la Cruz. Jack at the 6.83. That's what this wave will be compared to. Morais will float this section, and he'll run out of room.
A decent opener there for Freddie. Another person who hasn't lost the heat so far, just like Leo. And when I say that, you can get second in your seeding round heat, Joe. So there's a difference in the seeding that you get in the round of 32 when you win your seeding round heat. And Freddie has just been a consistent surfer this week. I love the combination of turns he's had on both the outside and on the inside section. A little repetitive right here in the middle. Not his fault though. Wave just backed off and didn't really offer up much more. And he's got to be stoked just to finish this wave off on his feet. It's what he does extremely well, because every time you finish your scores, every time you finish your waves on feet, you're not falling, you're getting completions of rides. That does a lot for your confidence. It just makes you seem that you're one of the surfers in control of both your body and your board.
Frederico Morais won the qualifying series in 2019. To say you're a QS champ is massive. Some of the most hungry surfers in the world are battling at just challenging locations, dream locations, like one of Freddie's favorite, Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu. But able to win that tour is huge. Waited a year and had really great waves at home. Spent more time at home than he really could remember. And that's kind of what the whole tour went through last season.
Second Portuguese surfer to win the QS. Did Tiago Pires win?
Great question. Did that bring back a flashback for you?
I'm thinking
You've
about
got like
it.
a photographic memory, so I might go with you on that, but I'm not sure.
Try to study my stats at home, but there are a lot of them.
So much talent coming out of Portugal. They've been a country with a big spotlight for great reasons. Big waves like Nazaré that never goes flat. He's combing the coast from Cascais, Corcovelos, Praia de Guincho, all the way up to Subertubos and Peniche. And so it's great to have a location that's constantly pumping. Doesn't have to look too far. The surf culture in Ericeira is thriving as well, and he's a superhero back home. He's on the news all the time. He's the great hope for a world title, not just for Portugal, but also for the European contingent.
A lot of surfers from other countries have been migrating to Portugal too, and I think that's big for the development of local surfers in the area. Former World Pro Junior champion residing in Portugal now, Pedro Henrique. Kieran Jabor moved there recently as well. And Kanoe Garashi is Freddie's new training partner. And that helped out a lot during the downtime, you know, during these last 18 months of COVID. And if you're Freddie, you got to be very stoked the way you've been representing Portugal. As of right now, I'd have to say the best surfer coming out of that country on the championship tour besides Tiago Pires. Another important thing too, as you were saying, compared to the Euroforce late 2000s, there are a few Europeans now left on tour, Joe.
Yeah, it's still trying to take in the moment that Jeremy Flores had earlier when he lost to Connor Coffin and his last wave in a CT jersey. Well, it's a classic Jeremy moment. Packed the inside closeout as a salute for the wave, for everything he's done on tour. The tour's changing shape in a pretty dramatic way.
It's great though, right?
It's exciting. We're entering a new era for guys that are still standouts and determined to compete, like Owen Wright. He fell outside the top 20. Into this one now. Deep bottom turn and a healthy wrap for Jack Robinson. Well overhead on the takeoff. Still a solid wall. Lays the rail down. Big rebound section. Had the 6.83 to start. Still had the lead. Frederico's score came in out of 5. And the rookie on tour from WA winds up off the bottom. Clean vertical re-entry. Looking for one more over the float. Bottom drops out. Robinson still standing.
Important completion there at the end. And now the response from Frederico.
Morais, just a quick fading turn. Surfers trying to go carve to carve on these two waves. Those roundhouse cutbacks just keep you in rhythm with the wave as they anticipate a section to change it up vertically. Judges love when you can square up with a really steep section. That's really what Freddie's waiting for. Might finally give it to him towards the tail end. Hacks it hard. That thing's gonna shut down. So really had to go a long way to finally square up. A series of wrapping cutbacks will be scored for Morais' second scoring ride. Robinson already on the Red Bull ski 20 minutes to go.
Hey Joe, I got a comparison for you. Doesn't Barra De La Cruz right now, the set waves on the higher tide, doesn't it look like Bell's Beach almost?
There's a lot of right point breaks we've been referencing. And with that full wall,
yes.
I'm really with you on that. And you see that setup quite a bit on those solid Bell's days. Where they're just waiting for the bowl to see when they can square up. And it's all set up, and you know the energy of the Southern Ocean and Bells, you get so much power. And just like Barra, you've got all the power you need from the wedge on the takeoff. Back to Robinson here.
Yeah, I love the hunger that he's bringing to the table right now. He just seems like somebody that is determined to get a result no matter what the cost. He'll risk his body, he'll risk his board. And those were some beautiful drawn out carves from Robinson. Former champion at Sunset Beach too. A wave that has a lot of power similar to this at Barra De La Cruz. And these two last maneuvers were the most crucial ones that'll impact the score. Goes up square up into the lip. And that last turn was very difficult just to even get there in time. And then showed that it was complete. And then the response by the European Morais. This wave never really stood up as he wanted to, Joe. Had to use his rail as much as he could. Had to try to get a little bit of variation within these carves. And unfortunately for him, even with the backwash too, the wave never really stood up the way he wanted to, even on the inside. Did well to manufacture and gain some speed right here, but went up into the lip once, wanted to get the 2 for 1, but the wave just had other options, and it closed out on him.
Morais finishing 14th in the world in 2017. Here's Jack. Got a little awkward on the first turn and made sense for him to kick out. Just dropped a big number, a 7.23. 6.83 before that, building a solid total over our Portuguese surfer. Morais chasing a 9.06 now. Went a long way to get a 3.83 on that second ride.
Oh yeah, he did. A lot of physical expense on that ride too, especially after you surfed once today already. You're in one of the last heats of the day. Tide's changing, conditions are changing, you're a little gassed. Now needing a 9.06 on one wave. I think he's going to try to split it up on 2 waves, just knowing that Jack has something below his 7 as his second best score. But going back to Jack Robinson and the opportunity that he has, massive one right here, needs to make at least this heat and into the final.
Big moment for both these surfers. Robinson, the rookie from WA, out in front over Morais. Back for more action in quarter 3 right after this.
So Barra De La Cruz in the coast of Oaxaca, what a lot of people don't know, it's one of the most biodiverse coastlines on the planet. There's coral reefs, there's carbon-storing mangroves, and there's these sea turtle nesting beaches.
So today we're going to do our small part to prepare this beach for the female turtles that'll be nesting here. But I hope we do much more. I hope you guys leave inspired to take action, and that you guys leave with the knowledge and tools to use your platforms to inspire others.
The ocean is not just our home, it's so many other incredible creatures, so we need to do our best to keep it clean and conserve it, because it's not only our home.
So we're working with Mexico's National Commission for Protected Areas and local communities to protect places like Barra de la Cruz for the sea turtles, for the mangroves, and for people's ability to go enjoy the ocean.
It feels like for us even more of a responsibility to keep it clean, to keep it protected. I feel like the most important part about conservation, it's through education.
So Wild Coast is a grantee of WSL Pure. We're also a partner in the We Are One Ocean Coalition. We're calling on world leaders to protect 30% of our ocean by 2030. And we could do our part by visiting weareoneocean.org, signing the petition, and sharing that.
So great to see Zach Plopper down here. I first saw him just ripping, of course, because he absolutely shreds. Big roundhouses, huge floaters. And then I realized he was here for an even bigger cause. We invite you to sign and share the petition. You can walk up to your screen, or if it's right in front of you, open your camera app and just hold it up over that QR code, and it'll take you to the website, weareoneocean.org. Takes a minute to sign it. You can share it as well and promote the cause to really make a difference in the world and really put pressure on our global leaders to make a difference.
Yeah, and just another reminder, let's make sure to pick up a couple of pieces of rubbish every time we leave the beach, even if it's not yours. And I think we got to spread the word on just educating our youngsters a little bit more when it comes to conserving not only our oceans, but just the environment in general, Joe.
13 on the clock here, Mitchell. Jack Robinson with a 7.23 and a 6.83 start. Probably doing the kind of surfing he always wanted to bring to the top 34. And remember when he was just barely a teenager, got the wild card at Karamas, had Kelly way back then when he was pumping, and it was a crazy experience just seeing this little kid with a huge future in front of him. Everyone was just counting the days for his debut as a rookie ever since. So he's heard the different equations, he's heard the expectations, and I think that really brought him to yoga. He is so calm, his breath work is insane.
I didn't know that.
He is so bendable. But I think the most powerful part of it is how strong he is mentally. Even when you hear positive noise, like you're gonna win, you're gonna win, you're gonna win. We saw how that can unravel people before the event starts, because they still gotta ride waves. He had so much time to mature. He's become so deadly, and not just Pipeline, but also Sunset Beach, as we see Frederico get started. First vertical snaps into a wrap as he's chasing down a 9.06. Been committed to riding surfboards from JS Industries for a very long time. This one's looking solid. Big float. Nice big climb on that 511. Acts it quickly down the line. A little bit more room late to the last section. He'll go down. But one of the better waves with some bigger turns on the open face there.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be his best so far, Joe. 11 minutes to go. This at least puts him into contention in the heat. Needs a 9.06 on just one wave to take a lead. And, you know, to get a 9 today, you got to do something spectacular. And Robinson, losing his mind, he's just trying to figure out how much time he's got left. And it's tough to listen out there, to hear. There's a lot of water moving around you. You got the wind, you got the skis. You're pretty far out. And then most of these surfers, they're behind the rocks too. They're even further outside. And now let's take a look at Morais' last beautiful opening turn, but did get a little hung up when he was coming down. That's gonna matter as far as the scoring goes on this wave for the Portuguese surfer. Then just a beautiful flow after that. A lot more energy going on this inside section than his previous wave on the 3.83. I love the read right there. Did the one floater, foam climb, and this is where it gets tricky. You kind of have to commit to one section at the end, I feel, instead of trying to go for the 2-for-1. He had the section before that, probably could have gone a little bit bigger, mistimed the last section, and the backwash made him pay.
Jack still wanting an update on the numbers. Sometimes it's just a little bit hard to hear.
9 minutes, 50 seconds.
Sometimes you can actually hear it and forget. You could go in one ear, out the other when you've got a lot on your mind out there. I think Jack's just a little out of reach from hearing the speakers, so they're going to pump those up so you can get the situation. 7.23, 6.83. Jack's total out front. Numbers in for the last of Morais, 4.63.
Wow.
Nothing changing for Freddie on his last 2 attempts. Still needs the 9.
Pretty harsh right there. And that's a heartbreaker, because Freddie was probably thinking, okay, if I get at least something in the 6s, it's probably going to put me in the high 7s, maybe needing a low 8. Now it's the same exact thing. And with Robinson now in priority with 9 minutes to go, you got to be thinking, well, can I achieve 2 scores on medium-sized waves with the higher tide and maybe get a couple of 7s that match Robinson's 7.23? Because remember, Joe, that was on a set wave too.
So true. What a feeling to digest. You've gone that long. You've committed. Thankfully, they had the announcement that the quarters would have the Red Bull skis picking them up. But it's still a tough blow to hear, and probably giving Jack more confidence that Freddie's had 2 tries.
100%.
And he's not coming close to his lead. Robinson had some moments of brilliance of pipeline this year. He actually spent a ton of time on the North Shore, where a lot of Aussies were kind of trying to get back home for a bit. He just stayed put and got some of the best waves of his life. Super sessions at Haleiwa with Kelly, Colapinto brothers, Billy Kemper, the local crew. He was amongst it all. He loved every second of it.
He surfs 10 to 12 foot Haleiwa like somebody would surf 4 foot Rockies, Joe.
Gnarly out there. And you know what? His generation of surfers is, I got to say, probably one of the best one of all time. You got Seth Moniz, Kalani David, Joshua Moniz in there as well. And Jack was, as of right now, one of the only 2 that's actually made it to the CT, including Seth. So that goes saying a lot when you compare him to those names.
Morais is trying to really put on a show now. He's felt a couple of 4s, 3-point rides, and a 5. So he's really going to try not to repeat himself here. Deep off the bottom. There's the connection off the lip. Solid down carve. Punches out the lip. And now just redirecting, trying to create some space. Chips that final turn and kicks out his 4th attempt to catch up to Jack Robinson.
Well, much better. And Robinson didn't want this wave, so Freddie took it under his priority. Smart move, and here goes Jack.
Smooth wrap with some style, even though he felt a little off balance at times. So in tune with the rhythm of Barra De La Cruz. Touches that rail for a moment. Not a complete grab rail cutty, but staying ultra low. He's going to hop out there and not even worry about the finishing move. I guess oftentimes you think about airs, you think about big slabbing barrels. When you ask Jack, you know, what's your favorite thing to do right now? He's like holding a line on a cutback as long as you can with power, which is really cool to see. That just an old school move that's giving him the most joy right now. Now he's on the Red Bull ski along with Freddie in the prone position there. So it's going to be a water patrol race for priority to the takeoff zone.
Jack's going to win it, it seems. So that was a smart decision right there from Robinson. He acknowledged that he probably wasn't getting better at 6.83 even with the finish on that closeout section. And it goes to show you how much he's matured as a competitive surfer. Now going back to Freddie's, that first turn was amazing. Beautiful combination on the outside from the Portuguese surfer. And then once again, his waves just have not cooperated as he would like, Joe. Did some beautiful work on the inside though, but I'm still thinking if they only gave him a 5 on his opener, where's this gonna go? Because another medium-sized wave was not a set, and just compared to Rabo's 6.83 and the 7.23, you know, is it enough to kind of break that mini combo that he has going? Now looking at Jack, beautiful opening maneuvers, looks out the back, and that's never really a good sign when you're thinking about somebody who's committed to a wave. And I felt like right there he was starting to gain momentum on this wave, but he just saw it being a little too frothy. He told himself, let's kick out, readjust in positioning, and kind of sit out the back and maybe go a little bit on the defense.
And the decision to skip the closeout section paid off with a jump start to the takeoff zone. Robinson did get priority making that decision. Incredible awareness with priority and managing the time on the clock, and this solid lead he has over Frederico Morais.
And this Jack Robinson, we didn't see in the first few events on the championship tour. We didn't even see it at his home break at Margaret River either. He was usually trying just to stay active under everybody else's priority, wasn't really worrying about that competitive aspect in heats. And it goes to show you at just a young age, still 23 years old, not only more emotionally mature, but I think there's a kind of wisdom that Leandro Dora has probably passed down to him, and that competitive nature being against Iago Dora has probably helped him a lot too.
And not to disagree with you, Mitch, but there was one heat at Margaret River with himself and Jeremy Flores that was one of my favorites of the entire event, where they're going barrel for barrel at the main break, huge carves, and there was some great decision making from both, and it ended up being the day for Flores to win. Quick questions were going to Robinson. It was like, oh man, you probably wanted at the box, and he actually said no. That was an amazing heat. The waves are pumping, and he was so cool even with the loss, because I think he got to show the type of surfing he wanted to bring to the tour.
Yeah, and that was actually a great heat. I think it was at the round of 32 because Jack lost out early. But yeah, you're completely right. Big waves too. Everybody thought Rabo was going to take it out, and Jeremy had another thing in mind. And look at the score, Joe.
7.6 for Frederico Morais, and that has to be so rewarding. Going from the 3s to the 4s, made the adjustments, and judges throw him the best score of the heat. Now Morais needs a 6.46, much better position. The hardest part, though, not having priority.
Yeah, and just looking at the average right there, a couple of judges actually went up into the accident range, and I think they've adjusted their scale according to how this high tide is filled in, because a lot of the set waves are kind of going fat in that midsection. They're demanding the surfers to do a lot more on the outside, and the base of the score was really off of the first 2 turns that Morais had on the outside. So well deserved, but now with a minute 45 to go, Joe, he has priority number 2, and Robinson is playing great defense.
Both these surfers trying to finish off this season with their best result of the year. They're doing a good job being in this final series, wanting a spot on finals day for Morais. He wants to finish in the top 10 in the world, and who knows how far up he could go. So there's some shaded names up there already. And for Jack, it was just the crucial point of being backed against the wall for requalification. And he was able to get ahead of that 20 mark, which was remarkable. And he didn't do it with playing it safe or relying on a serious overthought strategy. It was about going huge airs, crazy reverses. He was landing most of them, and his dedication was true. Came down here on a couple of strike missions in the last couple of months. And the less time on the clock, the more likely we'll be seeing Jack on finals day.
And not an easy thing to do, just to flip that switch especially after the curveball they were thrown earlier this morning. Both him and David Silva readjusted their game plans and went for broke, Joe. They knew it was now or never. Their job is on the line, and it seems as of right now, Robinson's going to have the best result of his very young CT career.
David Silva also on the other side of the draw, like you mentioned, upsetting De Souza, the world champ from 2015. Robinson will use priority with 3 seconds to go and just enjoy the rest of this inside wave. Still had to double check if Freddie had enough time for one, but now it's time to celebrate. Robbo not only back on tour for next season, but he's got a chance to potentially win his first CT event.
Yeah, at a location that suits him, and it's a historic site where, you know, not only does he look like one of the favorites to win, but he's bettering his competitive surfing too.
The reigning world champ is coming up next. Italo Ferreira takes on a wild card named Mateus Purdy. Coming up next.
The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League.
Welcome back. Last heat of a huge day of competition here at Barra De La Cruz. Quarterfinal number 4 features world number 2 Italo Ferreira taking on a wild card who's made a huge name for himself in the last 2 days. Mateus Purdy from Florianopolis, ready to continue on his statements that he's been making. He said he has more airs than he's even shown throughout the last couple of days. He's got confidence, and he really has nothing to lose. Can he really make an upset here when he's sitting next to Italo Ferreira, Mitch?
Oh, 100%. And this is the battle of the north of Brazil versus the south of Brazil. Italo from La Bahía Formosa in the north, and Mateus Purdy, he's from Florianopolis, as you said, in Santa Catarina, where he has a lot of great sparring partners. Iago Dora, the Padarats brothers are from there. Lucas Silveira spends a lot of time, and Alejo and his brother Santiago don't live in Florianopolis, but they live in Bombiñas, which is pretty close by.
And also his tío, Guilherme Herdy.
Oh, yeah.
Which he gave us so much joy on tour for many years. Italo Ferreira springing into action. Power hack to start. There's an aggressive carve. Total control over that Timmy Patterson. Rapid fire surfing. One of the quickest in between turns. Backhand, I always used to think that was Travis Logie back in the day. And Italo is so insane on his backhand attack, growing up on a right. I can't even count the maneuvers he's put into this wave. It's going flat for a moment, but he could create big sections for himself. Just slams that whitewater section. Coming out blazing, but that's also what Hurdy's been doing. Here's his chance to answer quickly. The wild card from Florianopolis, double grab punts, paying tribute to AI. Right into a snap and carve. Judges have been loving commitment on that first section all event long. And Mateus has been rewarded for it. Full roundhouse to slide on the rebound, snap, already another wrap to follow. Here comes a nice clean finish from the world junior champion.
We're spoiled, Joe. We're spoiled. We don't deserve this, and
of course we do.
These two guys are just putting on a show. And you were asking me if Mateus can actually get the win. Of course he can. I mean, we see the diversity of airs, and I love the approach that he's bringing not only to CT level surfing, but we're going to be seeing this in the Challenger Series events too. And, you know, a beautiful thing about this heat is that we're seeing the superstardom of Italo right now. He's a star in Brazil. And Mateus Hardy, he's probably going to be the next guy coming up in years to come for Brazil. And this first exchange, I can't tell you how impressive it is for both of them to come out guns blazing, not fall, especially after the last heat when there were a lot of slow moments. You couldn't see a lot of set waves, and they went to work real quick. You couldn't count the maneuvers, neither could I, but I can tell you technique was on point, and this finish just beautiful as well.
And then the comparison to Hurdy.
Yeah, you called it, the AI air, and a little dirty on the landing, but recovered well. I like the work on the face, but just in comparison to Italo's wave, a little bit of more vertical action, and I think Hardy was able to vary quite a bit for how the wave was. Waited patiently for this last section to stand up, and even if it's not close to Italo's score to begin the heat off, he's still got to be very stoked just to finish on his feet and at least get that 1-2 punch back from Italo, as he is going to get a decent score as well.
Great start to the last heat of the day. Strider, Wasilewski in the lineup. We still have an amazing surf movie to watch in this final quarterfinal.
It is. It's a live movie, and that is one of the pleasures of the broadcast and this seat out here in the lineup, getting to watch all those moments. The AI tribute air seems to be a favorite. And, well, you were there last night, Joe, when Mateus was telling us that he's got stuff we haven't seen yet. He's got little secrets coming out for us. So I think, will he hold it for now? I mean, why wouldn't you pull it out against the best surfer in the world, you know, world #1? Wouldn't you want to see the best thing that Mateus has coming out right now? What do you think, Joe?
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. But, I mean, Strider, how often do you hear a young kid as a wild card in this big arena, giant platform with that much confidence?
It's pretty wild, you know, and I was walking by on the beach, caught up with him a little bit. He was hanging out with Jesse Mendez, and they're just buddies, and they're hanging out. They're just like being, it was kind of like just going for a surf mode, and that's what the comfort level is for him. And I feel like it's getting like that more and more for these younger kids and these rookies, and their mindset of just having that confidence of going out and realizing, look, they're just humans. They're just more other people, and you can go out and do your thing and just handle your own business and not worry about everybody else.
Well, Strider, it's interesting when it comes down to aggressiveness in a lineup. We saw that Italo wanted to control the start. I mean, how aggressive is the reigning world champ when he's up against an opponent? And we always talk about that with guys like Medina. What about Italo?
He's ready. He just got in the lineup, jumped right in the front seat, and he paddled out before Mateus did. He made sure of that because he saw Mateus walking up the beach. He was right in front of him paddling, and then got out in that lineup first to make sure that he had pole position. And you know, we saw how well that paid off for, you know, Carissa Moore. You know, she was straight out in that lineup, that first wave at 9.8. So those first waves are important, and I feel like it sets a good pace.
Hey, Strider, update on conditions. Obviously, tide is still filling in, but talk to me about the adjustment these two surfers have to make as the sun is setting right now. Their eye line probably not the same as it was a couple of heats previous, yeah?
Well, the only adjustment I think that they're going to have to make is how big they go and the pace of the heat, really, because the waves are just coping the sandbar right now perfectly. They're on that, like, getting that high tide point to where the waves are all pushing in really nicely along the sandbar, and I think we're going to see some really amazing waves come through that they're going to have just bowling out in front of them. So I think the pace is going to get set. It's just going to go higher and higher and higher, and we're going to watch them have to go bigger and bigger, which is my hope, is that battle all the way to the end.
Gracias, Tortuga. Strider Wasilewski is doing a great job this evening. Spent so much time in the water to give us insight for the world's best surfers, and we've got one of the greats in the water now, Ferreira. Everything changed for him with the win in 2018. He has 7 CT victories. First was in 2018. Short period of time when you consider the year off last season, where he's actually getting very close to tying John Florence, who's a 2-time world champ. John has 8 event wins. Toledo has 10, a couple of people in front of him. If he can get an 8th win here in Mexico, he'd break the tie that he currently has with Adriano de Souza.
And that's not even counting the finals that he has under his belt too. Several of those, even in his rookie year against Felipe in Portugal, when he had something close to a 10 in that final, and here he is up and riding again.
Ferreira starting with a 6.6. Oh. What a blast. Italo drills it again. There's the lip that he crushes on the carve. Rapid fire surfing from Ferreira. Drives into another big section, not wasting any time. He'll shut that one down. Perfect surfing. Incredible speed and quickness. The wild cards stepping into pace. There's the throw tail reverse from Mateus. Draws that carve into a layback. He is committed to going for big airs on the opening section, and he's landing everything. This is where he's got that downtime, that silky smooth style. Here comes the end section, a little layback draw off the top for the World Junior champ. 6.83 start for Mateus. Second scoring wave factoring in along with Ferreira. What a battle we have. 23 minutes to go.
Yeah, and out of that first exchange, I personally thought that red had gotten an advantage over black or blue, and judges saw it just a little bit differently. I mean, it's almost the same score, but they really liked the double grab on the outside, even though there wasn't much work on the inside or a big finish. I just thought the connection that Italo made was a little bit more precise and a bit more aggressive too. But this exchange was just incredible. Fantastic surfing from both surfers, and boy, Joe, they save it for the final heat, huh?
They certainly do. I mean, when you read that opening exchange the way you did, I mean, the judge number 1 had the same reaction. His high score went to Italo on the opening exchange. Now it's come to the second. Here's Ferreira's wave number 2.
And you mentioned the word perfect. It's not going to be a perfect score, but it was perfect surfing for how the wave was. Destroyed it. Love the variation. Love how he was able to go up into the lip and use the wall of the wave to his advantage too. It's not easy to mix in that kind of variation on your backside on such a quick wave too. And look at that finish. That lip was coming down. He was able to get up into the lip line and float down with it. Joe, and then the starts to Mateus's waves in every single heat has been the same. I think he's read the judges' minds and just gone big on the first section in every single of his high-scoring waves. And then he combos it up with that beautiful layback on the second turn. But look at the extension he got on that reverse. Beautiful nose pick, and then the layback straight into it. That's going to score high. Combos it up, goes up onto the open face. Patiently waits for it to build back up and just unloads right here on this last section. And I don't know how many Red Bulls they both have had, Joe, but it's probably been a couple.
As we see this drive from Mateus Hurdy exploding out the back on so many high-performance moves. That was that finish that he laid down in those classic Quiksilver board shorts. Hurdy thought he was coming down here to do a photo shoot with Quick, and all of a sudden he's in the main event. didn't really have to think about it for too long, and right down to business, taking down big name after big name.
And I'm taking care of business.
Working overtime. Let's now hear from the rookie, Jack Robinson's with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Jack, the biggest result so far in your young championship tour career. How are you feeling right now?
I still feel like the job isn't done. Like there's still more to go, you know. Like, but I'm super happy. Like just to get through that one, it was a slow heat, and yeah, just the conditions changed. Like, just been watching all day, trying to just stay focused because it's the hardest thing to do down here. And yeah, super stoked the way it came out.
You know what I'm getting from you, Jack? Is like the peaceful warrior. There's a process to what you're doing right now, and it's working. Can you explain to me a little bit about your process?
Maybe if you come with me, I'll take you to that state. You know, because definitely an energy you got to like have. You know, when you're in the zone, it's yeah, it's a little complicated to explain, but definitely with competitiveness, like, and just surfing, staying focused, it's hard to stay in the moment. So
no, it's real. I see you in the zone, my man.
Yeah.
So congratulations. We're going to see you in the semifinals. Hey, this could be your maiden victory. You can visualize that.
Yeah, step by step, wave by wave, and just keep working, doing my thing. So,
good on you, Jack. Good job. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good job, Kaipo. And I love how Kaipo's just been giving him these ideas. You know, when it was first requalification, now think about the dream to get your first win. And Jack Robinson has got that steel look on in his eyes, but with calmness. He's answering with kind of in a soft-spoken manner because his job's not done. I'd say there might have been a celebration when you know you've requalified. That was probably a scary prospect of falling off tour in your rookie season, but he wants to win the event.
I love it. I think that energy is necessary right now for him, especially considering that he has to go up against the winner of this heat too. Job's not done, Joe. That's what he said, and I think his attitude and his positivity and just the way he's so centered right now is the only way he's going to be able to win this event.
Mateo Turdi has taken down big name after big name. Got through Jadson Andre earlier today. Had a huge upset when he took out Griffin Colapinto.
Yep.
That was a much anticipated heat from two young super talents with a lot on line for Colapinto, as he was hoping to be a part of the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. So many scenarios changing in a very short period of time, especially with the impact of losing Tahiti, and then all focus was on this event for today and even tomorrow, as it looked like we'll be crowning our champions potentially tomorrow on finals day.
Yeah, and look at the scores from the last exchange too. 8.83 for Italo Ferreira, 6.5 for Mateo Sherdi. A little surprised with that score on the last of Mateo's, to be honest, Joe. I thought it was better than his first wave. I thought the risk and the critical maneuvers on the outside, especially the combination of the first two, that alone was probably close to the 6.83 that he already had. I love the enthusiasm, though, on the score of Italo. 8.83, close to the 9-point range.
There's all these messages that come out to the surfers on tour in the morning. Well, we'll watch this. This is Ferreira. Big backside blowtail. Trying to absolutely hammer that section. He's down. First real fall for Italo in this heat. Priority now with Mateus, so we'll see how that affects the rhythm of the next exchange. But Italo always likes staying in attack mode. He's not one of those surfers that likes to just win with 2 waves and call it a heat. He likes to catch a lot of waves, really draw all the energy and attention to himself in the lineup. Here comes Ferreira trying to make up for that fall, lose loss of priority.
Nope, gotta watch out.
Just kind of throws that one away, but yeah, board got awfully close to his face. Mateus, deep off the bottom. Goes to a turn instead of an air to start. Section grows ahead of him. How's the layback? Blew the whole tail out. He's still looking calm. Trying to break that 6-range category to really compete with a world champion. Erdi goes big frontside reverse. It's hard for me to even think of an air that he hasn't pulled in the last few days. Changes it up. Doesn't do the air out the back this time, but a springboard finish with that frontside punt.
You've been watching the Olympics a bit too much, haven't you, Joe? Some gymnastics talk in there. Got the springboard at the end for Mateusz, and you know what? I think the only one he's probably missing right now is an alley-oop and a corrupt look.
He said he has more to give. Let's have another look.
Yeah, great start. Straight up into the lip vertical, and this layback was disgusting, Joe. Asqueroso, as we say in Spanish. Completely extended on a big section on the outside. Did some awesome work to get to this section right here and just get this air, as you were saying, very springy. I love the way he just set it up and paced it. And yeah, I mean, for how the section was, I have no idea how he was able to get really that high. But look at this, Joe. Completely extended. Look at his back foot on the tail pad the whole time, so he never actually got disconnected. I could even argue that it's more difficult to do that than actually release your foot and then put it back on, because your momentum's going forward. It's more difficult to stay connected the whole time.
Two really radical progressive moves on that wave. One out the back. It was different, something we haven't seen before. He has so many ways he can go. He just really doesn't repeat himself with major moves. One thing the judges do, they send out the message to all the surfers of what they're really going to look forward to. They all know the judging criteria, but according to the wave conditions, they'll give you a couple of lines of what they really want to emphasize. One of them was progression, especially done in combo. And like you mentioned, the combination of turns out the back, I don't know if anyone's really doing it better than Mateusz.
That's a good point, and that's why I thought the 6.5 to me was a little bit low on that end, but I'm glad that I'm not up there right now. This is a great score, though. Puts him right back into the heat. Now needs an 8.17 with just over 14 minutes to go, Joe. And if you're Mateusz, you gotta think that Italo is gotta be looking for a set wave now to better that 6.6. Even though his best score, the 8.83, came on an insider, you still got to put a little bit of pressure on the world champ.
Serious paddle right there. It was a really cool vision that we're seeing from the sky. Hurdy just trying to sneak one under priority. 7.27 probably sounded great. Hurdy needing an 8.17 now. Italo holding priority and the lead. He's already clinched his spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals as he's trying to back up his world title, still being the reigning world champ. 13.5 minutes left in the last heat of the day. We'll be right back.
The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Expedia, it matters who you travel with. And by Oakley, the official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League.
Good evening. It is 7 o'clock at night. Believe it or not, we've been here all day long, and we would want to be anywhere else in the world. It's been pumping, one of my favorite days of pro surfing all season long. Joe Trappell alongside Mitchell Salazar. Do we still say buenas tardes, or are we moving towards buenas noches?
You can say buenas noches, yeah.
Or
you can just say buenas.
Oh, you taught me that. I remember.
Joe.
Gracias, compa. Here we go. 11:30 to go. Priority still with the world champ. And he'll use it quickly. Bowling takeoff section. Always hits it in the most critical section. First turn out of the way. Big goal for Italo. Committing on this wave is to improve his lead. So will this be better than a 6.6? We'll find out. Goes a snap there, but kind of looked a little bit slow in the lead up to that turn, just due to the waves right there. So Ferreira was really left with nothing to work with. Situation won't be improving. Harity's going to be happy about that.
Yeah, but Italo's still got to be happy with his defensive move, though. That was really it more than anything. If he does better than 6.6, that's great too, but more than anything, just take away the opportunity for Mateos to get that 817 that he needs. Just over 10